Hello guys, like this video now for more amazing parts. Chapter 1. Classmates, today is a special day. Today is the day you are destined to awaken the mark of the contract. From today on, you will be one of the beast tamers. You will be the cornerstone of peace and strength for our human race. For countless years, our ancestors shed their blood and opened the way for the beast tamers for our race, helping us resist the invasion of alien beasts and alien races, and ensuring the survival of the entire human race. In the future, you will also be part of our human race's defense of the Great Wall. No matter what the future holds, I hope you will never forget that you are a human being. On the high platform, a middle-aged man gave a passionate speech to the neatly arranged students below. His voice was not loud, but it was very infectious and echoed throughout the entire venue. He is the education instructor sent by the higher UPS of the 12th Level 4 base affiliated to the Chang'an base of Daxia, and is in charge of the awakening of the contract mark. His speech was full of chicken soup for the soul. The moment the words fell, most of the young people in the audience were infected, and they were filled with passion and enthusiasm for struggle. Please relax and enter the base's public energy room in an orderly manner, and wait for the moment when your contract mark is activated. During this process, you are strictly prohibited from leaving your awakening room and from interfering with others. Violators will be severely punished. Below the platform stood a group of students who were 16 years old and from the entire West District of Level 4 Base Number 12. Together, they will enter the dark energy room arranged for them in the Level 4 Base Number 12 to awaken the mark of contract for the first time in their lives. In the crowd, Ziliu's eyes, illuminated by the sun, were firm and full of anticipation. Ziliu is 16 years old this year, and today is the beginning of summer in the lunar calendar. The beginning of summer in the lunar calendar is a very special day. On this day of every year, all humans who have reached the age of 16 on the entire blue Mercury will spontaneously awaken the mark of contract. There is no possibility of failure, only the difference in the quality of the contract pattern. It is the power that the universe itself gives to all intelligent life, including humans. Once the mark of contract is awakened, you will have a natural space for taming beasts bestowed by the world. All owners of the contract mark can contract various strange lives called exotic beasts in the wilderness or from the copy space and become true beast masters. This starry universe is a world of beast masters. And this planet, called Blue Mercury, is a parallel world similar to Earth. The history of beast masters throughout the world is extremely long. Ziliu is a time traveler. Shortly after he was born, his memories of his past life were awakened and he knew that this was an extraordinary world. Since then, Ziliu has been one of the best students in the class in terms of cultural knowledge. But even so, he still concealed his incompetence. He was very clear about the principle that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. There is no problem in becoming outstanding in knowledge, but you absolutely cannot be the first one, because the first one always attracts the most attention. Especially in such an extraordinary world, danger always comes from some inexplicable places. Ziliu has been working hard to learn all the knowledge related to beast taming and to understand the secrets through various channels. He has been making careful preparations to become a beast master. All humans under the age of 16 are fully protected by the Human Alliance because they are ordinary people. But on the day of the beginning of summer when they turn 16, no matter where they are, they will awaken the mark of the contract. From now on, they are beast masters, will be free from the full protection of the Human Alliance, and truly start their own lives. This is freedom. But also the beginning of danger. Ziliu's parents were beast tamers who were severely injured and fell into a coma. After they were unable to recover, they could only become ordinary civilian beast tamers. They just had an accident with their beasts, but they are still alive, so becoming civilians is a relatively good outcome. For more people, during the process of beast taming, both the beast tamer and the beast master died. There is no problem for humans to awaken the mark of contract, but the mark of contract itself has different levels. The earlier you awaken, the better the quality of the contract mark will be. The higher the energy concentration in the awakening environment and the higher the level of resources used, the better the quality of the contract mark can be. Powerful beast taming families, for example, would awaken their children as soon as they were born. Awakening early requires soul crystal, which is a very high-level treasure. The lowest quality soul crystal costs more than 100 million yuan. There is still no demand for this. In addition, early awakening also requires the assistance of many other high-level resources. The richer the resources prepared for the awakening ceremony, the higher the probability that the contract pattern will be of high quality. Of course, there are also situations where after good preparation and use of a large amount of resources, the children of aristocratic families awaken low-level contract patterns. Everything is a matter of probability improvement. Soul crystal is the prerequisite for awakening before the age of 16. The younger the age, the more soul crystals are needed, and the quality also has strict requirements. Awakening at birth is impossible without spending at least 100 billion yuan. It is not possible to awaken a child just after birth, but awakening before the age of 16 is still possible for these wealthy families. Young people like Jiang Ziliu and those around him simply do not have the financial resources, and can only wait until the day they turn 16, when the universe will grant them the gift of awakening the mark of contract. This public energy room is considered the lowest level of basic welfare provided by the entire human alliance to all human beings. The public energy room only increased the energy concentration a little bit, and increased the probability of the appearance of high-quality contract patterns to a certain extent. There are no children from powerful and wealthy families here, only ordinary civilians. Jiang Ziliu has been waiting for this day since he traveled through time. After his parents were injured and fell into a coma due to their beast tamer duties, they could only run some ordinary businesses to support their family. It was impossible for them to get soul crystals for him to awaken early. Jiang Ziliu also understands this. He has been waiting for this day. The public dark energy room is divided into several floors, and each floor has many small metal compartments that can only accommodate one person standing. Judging from the rust on the partition, this public energy room has been in use for at least 20 years. Suddenly, the energy density in the entire compartment increased rapidly. Jiang Ziliu felt something unusual. His soul seemed to be elevated a little here, and his whole body became clearer. The quality of the contract mark is related to the strength of the soul, so soul crystals are needed to awaken it in advance. This is because the soul strength of ordinary humans is very weak before they reach the age of 16. The public dark energy room has a special pattern array, which is one of the results of people's research on the pattern of contract. This pattern array can increase the concentration of dark energy in the environment. Throughout the beast taming era, whether it is the growth of the beast tamers or the power of the beast tamers, the foundation of everything is dark energy. In places with high concentrations of dark energy, the strength of the soul can be temporarily enhanced. It also has an extremely nourishing effect on the soul. It is the foundation of all extraordinary things in the beast taming civilization. Dark energy exists widely throughout the universe, like a vast ocean, so people also call it the dark energy sea. At this time in the public energy room, the increase in dark energy strengthened the soul strength of all young people and also nourished their souls. The awakening began, and Jiang Ziliu felt as if his soul was flying, as if it was connecting with the entire universe and the starry sky. That feeling is vague and comfortable, and it's hard to describe. Then he seemed to have gained something, but fell into a confused state again. When Jiang Ziliu came back to his senses, that state had disappeared and a small black dot appeared between his eyebrows. This black spot looks only as big as a mole, but it contains countless fine lines. It is the mark of contract. Jiang Ziliu also felt that this contract pattern connected to a tiny space that only he could control. Inside is the beast taming space, which is 100 cubic meters in size. One of the criteria for measuring the quality of the contract mark is the size of the beast taming space. The larger the beast taming space is, the larger the beasts it can accommodate, or the level of the small-sized, high-quality beasts it can accommodate can be improved. The strange beasts are too strong, and the fragile small beast controlling space cannot support them. A strong movement from them can shatter the beast controlling space. This is one of the reasons why talent is important. The Human Alliance divides the contract marks into 7 levels from low to high: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. A beast taming space of 100 cubic meters should be Class B. If it is subdivided more accurately, it is B class, which is slightly lower than the standard B class. The standard B class beast taming space is about 180 cubic meters. The B end level beast taming space is about 300 cubic meters. The size of the higher level A level beast taming space ranges between 400 and 1000 cubic meters. For the higher S level, at least 1000 cubic meters of beast taming space are required to be considered for evaluation. Jiang Ziliu was able to awaken a B-level beast taming space, which put him in the upper middle class among ordinary people. This is not a bad start. Generally speaking, the size of the beast taming space is equal to the quality of the contract pattern. Therefore, Jiang Ziliu's contract mark level should also be at the B level. Sure enough, after the awakening was completed, the base tested their awakening conditions and found that he was a B-level contract mark. The pattern of contract has the natural power to attract strange beasts, so the contract with strange beasts can be fulfilled. After all, the Beastmaster has deprived the beasts of their freedom, so it would be strange if they didn't resist. This special attraction is the key to reducing the alien beast's will to resist. The level of the contract mark determines the bloodline and life level of the beast that can be contracted. He is Jiang Ziliu, the upper limit of the contract, a beast with a bloodline quality level of B level. The better the contract pattern, the more likely it is to contract with exotic beasts with high-level bloodlines or potential. After all, exotic beasts also look at people's attitudes. They will also resist and refuse to accept the contract. If it is not suitable, the contract will never be successful. The population of the level 4 base is nearly 500,000. There were 1,356 young civilians who awakened this time. Similar awakening activities are also taking place in the 4 public energy rooms in other areas of the entire level 4 base number 12. Among these 1,356 people, there are 3 with SS level contract marks, 12 with S level, 58 with A level, 157 with B level, and the rest are below B level. Jiang Ziliu is neither high nor low, it is considered upper middle grade. But this level of awakening is top-notch in the number 9 middle school in base number 12 where he is. He looked at the situation of his classmates around him. In the entire number 9 middle school of base 12, there were only 35 awakeners with contract marks above grade B. It's because their middle schools are full of children from ordinary families and they get relatively few resources. Those who have awakened well have taken elixirs that can strengthen the soul for many years, which is why they have achieved good results. After the awakening, they were taken back by the teachers of the 9th middle school. The 9th middle school will gather all the awakened people in Class B into a small class for intensive training. The growth of other people is not very valuable, and their future depends entirely on their own circumstances, but going higher may result in lower places. There also needs to be competition among middle schools, and they need to scramble for resource allocation. Society is so cruel that some people are destined to be ordinary from the beginning. But Jiang Ziliu didn't care about other people's reactions. He felt his own beast controlling space and his heart was filled with excitement. He is about to become a beast master. As for going higher, Jiang Ziliu is very confident. How could a time traveler not have a golden finger? He also has his own special advantages. Chapter 2. After awakening, students from various schools returned to school in batches on buses. Jiang Ziliu sat on the bus back to school and opened his personal panel. Other Beastmasters don't have personal panels after awakening. This is something unique to Jiang Ziliu. a derivative created because of Jiang Ziliu's golden finger. However, his golden finger is not a system, but a very simple probability judgment function, which can also be regarded as a success rate indicator. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, Greystone level beast tamer. Lifespan, 1686. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 1.8. Life level, mortal. Dark energy level, none. Personal skills. Probability determination, birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Beast tamer, none. Beast taming skills, none. Beast level, none. Beast status, none. The currently known levels of exotic beasts and beast masters are divided from low to high as follows: limestone, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, supreme. He has initially awakened the mark of contract, and can be considered a greystone level beast master. His golden finger function is an innate skill in the panel. Probability determination. Jiang Ziliu can determine the probability of an event happening, which can also be said to be a success rate prompt function. But the success rate is within the range of probability determination. The application scope of probability judgment is wider. It can not only determine the probability of success, but also the probability of failure and the probability of development in other directions. This is the skill he has possessed since the moment he was born. However, this skill requires the consumption of dark energy to be used. When there is no dark energy, it requires the consumption of soul power or vitality to be used. Therefore, in the past 16 years, Jiang Ziliu has hardly used this innate skill. Because the cost is too high. When there is no dark energy, predicting a small thing will consume a lot of vitality. If it happens too many times, his body will become depleted and emaciated. As a time traveler, and also because of his personality, it is difficult for Jiang Ziliu to integrate with the little guys around him. His adult mentality makes it difficult for him to play like a child. He also knew very well that with his advantage in probability judgment, he was destined to have little interaction with his classmates in the future. Therefore, he did not make any friends during his study career, had a dull relationship with his classmates, and was a complete loner. At this time, sitting on the bus, other students were communicating with each other, discussing the novelty of the beast taming space they had obtained, talking about the levels of each other's contract patterns, and either rejoicing about the future or sighing about the future. Some smart ones have already started to curry favor with their classmates. But all this had nothing to do with him. He looked at the scenery outside the window and had no intention of communicating with others. Jiang Ziliu understood that he had a personality similar to that of Han Lao Mo. Even though his talent is above average and his academic performance is also above average, no one will be optimistic about him. Because in the world of Beastmaster, resources are the most important factor for growth. Whether or not one has resources determines more than 80% of whether one can grow. Moreover, B-level talent is not that outstanding, so no one comes to rely on him. This gave Jiang Ziliu a very quiet personal space. The classmates around him were staring at a pretty girl behind him from time to time. Li Wangkaiu. Her family background is ordinary, but she is also a distant branch of the Li family, a large family in the upper main base of base number 12 and Chang'an base. Originally, the branch of Li Wangkaiu's father's family had fallen to the status of common people. But this time, in the awakening of the contract mark, Li Wangkaiu awakened the SS level contract mark. This means that she can contract with a beast with SS level bloodline or growth potential at the highest level. After contracting a strange beast, you will get feedback from the beast in terms of life, strength, skills, etc., and counterattack the beast master. The higher the level of the contract pattern, the more powerful the power it feeds back is. This means that even if Li Wangkaiu contracts a B-level beast, the feedback of life and strength will be much higher than Jiang Ziliu. This is the benefit of SS level talent, and there is more to it. In short, the higher the level of the contract pattern, the greater the benefits the Beastmaster will get in the future. Li Wangqiu is a beauty now. After signing the beast taming contract, her life will be sublimated and she is destined to be a fairy-level goddess. This meant that she was bound to attract the attention of her classmates, and some of them even hoped to win her heart and had some ulterior motives. Since Li Wangqiu has such great potential, the Li family must be willing to invest in his training. After all, this is one of the foundations for strengthening a family's foundation. The strength of a family is determined by the family's top beastmaster. Li Wangqiu is a potential stock to become a powerful beastmaster. Li Wangqiu's future is bright. The classmates are now extremely envious. Since Li Wangqiu has both talent and resources, they all want to cling to him. Li Wangqiu's own reaction, however, was very calm and his character was also good. But all this has nothing to do with Jiang Ziliu. He is still willing to be a transparent person in the class. Everyone returned to school, and the next step was to tame the beasts. Generally speaking, these new beastmasters have 3 options for contracting exotic beasts. Humans beast tamers are suitable for almost all types, but the upper limit of the quality of beast tamers is very limited, and it is not easy to successfully contract a powerful exotic beast. New beastmasters usually choose to make contracts with young exotic beasts that have weak minds and weak wills to resist. A beastmaster with sufficient financial resources could purchase some top-quality young exotic animals and make contracts with them. Those who do not have financial resources but have good backgrounds can ask their parents or people who are willing to lead them to go to the wilderness or some specific copy spaces to capture young exotic animals that are suitable for them and make a contract with them. The last option is to choose the exotic beast eggs in the school, which are the young exotic beasts that can be directly contracted. However, the school only provides exotic animal eggs, not successfully hatched hatchlings. Because it costs more to care for young exotic animals. The high-level exotic beast eggs in the school are only provided to those with outstanding talents. People with ordinary talents can only choose ordinary beast eggs to make a contract, and then they are responsible for hatching them themselves after success. Each of the 3 approaches has its own advantages and disadvantages, depending on the specific situation. Each of the exotic beast eggs in the school is sold for 10,000 yuan, which is considered a low-interest loan and students only need to pay it back within 10 years after graduation. Jiang Ziliu had already decided what kind of exotic beast he wanted to contract. He did not choose an animal-type monster with strong attack power and agile movement, but instead selected a special crystal-type monster egg from the school's monster egg storage room for the contract. This was the information he had obtained in advance from the warehouse manager after spending some money. As the light of the contract fell into the stone egg, the egg was automatically teleported to Jiang Ziliu's beast controlling space and began to hatch on its own. This alien beast egg was of very low level and could not resist the attraction of his B-level contract pattern, so the whole process went very smoothly. This strange beast is called Kongqing Rock Man. The Kongqing Rock Man is a non-flesh and humanoid beast that can walk underground and even possesses certain spatial abilities. This strange beast has a strong hidden aura, can walk underground, and even has a certain ability to transfer space. It can be said that this exotic beast is a very good choice. However, few people choose this type of beast tamer because it has very low growth potential and its bloodline level is only C+. The most important thing is that it is very difficult to grow, and even more difficult to evolve. For a normal beastmaster, Jiang Ziliu's choice of the C and grade bloodline Kongqing Rockman is a loss-making act. But this was a choice that Jiang Ziliu had carefully considered long ago. With his innate skill of probability judgment, it was destined that some of his secrets would not be revealed in the future. He needs the special hidden skills of the Kongqing Rock Man. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, Grey Stone Level Beast Tamer. Lifespan, 1686. Life Status, Healthy. Soul Strength, 1.8. Life Level, Mortal. Dark Energy Level, None. Personal Skills. Probability Determination, innate skill you can determine the probability of a specified result occurring at any time. Beast Tamer, Sky Blue Rock Man, Unhatched. Beast Taming Skills, Life Breath Convergence, SSS Level, Rock and Earth Escape, D End Level, Rock and Earth Invisibility, D Level, Earth Space Escape, Unawakened. Beast Taming Level, Limestone Level. Beast Taming Status, Hatching Rate 2%, can be accelerated using resources containing dark energy and improve quality to a certain extent. The above is Jiang Ziliu's current information, but because the Kongqing Rock Man has not been hatched and is not a real life, he has not received any feedback, so his status is still that of a mortal. This kind of Kongqing Rock Man's life breath convergence skill has reached SSS level. This is why Jiang Ziliu valued it so much, and had already chosen the Kongqing Rock Man as the target of the first beast control long before it awakened. When giving feedback on the contract, because he has a B-level contract talent, he can choose 40% of the Beastmaster's skills for feedback. The Kongqing Rock Man has 4 skills, and he can choose 1. Jiang Ziliu's goal is this SSS level life breath convergence skill. When this skill is fed back to him, it can allow him to hide his own life level, and even hide the aura and life level of other beasts. A normal B-level beast taming bloodline can be reduced to any level such as B, C+, C, C, D+, D, D after being hidden by this SSS life breath convergence skill. And this convergence effect can be kept constant. Without SSS and level detection skills, it is impossible to see through Jiang Ziliu's hiding. As a Beastmaster, Jiang Ziliu can apply this skill not only to himself, but also to his other beasts. Being able to hide one's level and the true information of the beast one controls is why Jiang Ziliu values this skill and chooses the Kongqing Rock Man, a not so popular beast. Although this skill of the Kongqing Rock Beast is powerful, its other skills are only the lowest level D, and the growth ceiling is too low, and it will also occupy the position of a beast tamer. The Beastmaster has a limited number of beasts to tame, and each beast tamer's position is extremely valuable. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended up gathering dust in the school warehouse and no one would have chosen it. After all, it is a beast tamer with C and bloodline, and the beast tamer who is interested in it does not have enough talent, so a contract cannot be made. Beastmasters who have reached C and level talent will pay more attention to those exotic beasts with strong combat power or those that are suitable for improving their lives, and naturally they will not choose Kongqing Rock Man. Therefore, this Kongqing Rock Man is just a useless piece of shit. But it is the beast that Jiang Ziliu values most and the first beast he chooses. As for the problems of low level and weak growth potential, they can also be solved. Every Beastmaster is also a pharmacist, strong or weak. After signing a contract, low-level exotic beasts can consume specific resources to improve their bloodline, skills, or growth potential. That is to say, let the beast evolve. But this is rather difficult, as each beast has its own characteristics. Even if they are of the same species, there are huge differences between individuals. This makes evolving the beast a relatively risky endeavor. If it fails, the Beastmaster may degenerate or even be seriously injured and fall into a dormant state, and will be completely unable to perform the role of the Beastmaster. The heavy damage done to the beast will be fed back to the Beastmaster in small amounts. The feedback from the death of a Beastmaster is the most violent and terrifying, and it can even break the pattern of the contract. Therefore, few ordinary Beastmasters dare to evolve their beasts, because the risks in the process are too great, and the benefits may be zero or even very small, and the possibility of losses is even greater. But when it comes to evolving the beast, Jiang Ziliu is very confident. He has the ability to make probability judgments, which can determine the probability of his beast successfully evolving under certain circumstances, and he can choose the best method. Therefore, Jiang Ziliu does not care about the level of his beast, but is more concerned about whether its skills are what he needs. After completing his first beast taming contract, Jiang Ziliu signed a loan agreement with the school. The eggs of the Kongqing Rock Man still have some value, so he is now burdened with a low-interest loan of nearly 40,000 yuan and has become a debtor. After leaving school, Jiang Ziliu did not go home. He planned to go to the nearby beast taming market to buy some resources that would be useful to the Kongqing rock man so that he could hatch it as soon as possible. Chapter 3. The scattered market is the lowest level beast tamer trading market in base number 12. There are a wide variety of exotic beasts and items related to the dungeon space here. It is the main place for many lone travelers or small groups of beast masters to trade, a bit like the street of stalls in Jiang Ziliu's previous life. Jiang Ziliu came to the Sanchi market and began to look for what he needed. He has been working hard to learn all kinds of knowledge related to beast control, and with the help of probability judgment, he determined the first resource ratio for the Kongqing rock man to improve and strengthen. 21% petrified lantern fruit, 35% slime gel, 17% black swamp salt mud, 24% decapod shell, 3% beastmaster blood, and the most important earth attribute crystal 100 grams. Metacrystals are crystals of dark energy solidified with specific properties. The earth attribute crystal is a dark energy crystal that solidifies the earth attribute. It is an advanced universal currency and consumable resource. According to impurities and energy density, they are graded in quality from low to high, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. This ratio was the strengthening potion ratio he put together using the knowledge he had learned and his probability judgment ability before he awakened the mark of contract. It took him nearly a year to put it together. For this, Jiang Ziliu paid a heavy price in terms of his health. This proportion of medicine can also accelerate and optimize the hatching effect of the Kongqing rock man. There is even a 96% chance that the Kongqing rock man will experience a significant enhancement during the hatching process. The moment he decided to make Kongqing rock man his first beastmaster, he made a lot of preparations in advance. He had already prepared the petrified lantern fruit, black swamp salt mud, the bone shell of the earth-walking insect and the earth-attributed crystal. What he lacks now is slime gel. Because the shelf life of slime gel is very short, only less than 10 days or so. Fortunately, slime is a very common exotic animal. Its gel has a wide range of effects, but its output is also very high. Jiang Ziliu walked carefully in the scattered market, carefully observing the slime gels on different stalls, and made careful comparisons using the knowledge he had learned. There are many fakes of this thing in the retail market. Once you buy it, the seller will not be responsible. Finally, Jiang Ziliu chose the booth of a young man in black who looked very cold. This person has a terrible temperament, but his things are the best. How much is a kilogram of slime gel? Jiang Ziliu stepped forward and asked the price. 500 yuan. This person said this sparingly. Jiang Ziliu secretly compared them and found that the price was slightly higher, but their products were really better. At least it was the gel that only C-grade slimes had. This person may seem difficult to approach, but people with this kind of temperament rarely cheat others. Give me a kilo. Jiang Ziliu paid for the goods readily. He had a lot of surplus after 1 kilogram, but he preferred to be prepared. After buying the things, Jiang Ziliu's eyes suddenly fell on a black horn-like object like a sheep's horn on the same stall. Maybe this young man didn't know it, but he could see it. This is the horn of a demon-like creature. It is relatively rare in the Chang'an base. Demons are special half-soul and half-energy creatures. It looked like it had been cut off all at once, and there was mud on it. It looked like a demon had its horn cut off and ran away. The horn was found in the mud and was finally picked up by this young man. The devil's horns can increase the soul strength of the beastmaster, but it has terrible side effects, causing the beastmaster to frequently go crazy, become bloodthirsty, and other negative behaviors. He subconsciously made a probabilistic judgment on this object. What is the success rate of this item significantly increasing my soul strength? The probability determination took effect immediately, and a piece of data appeared in front of Jiang Ziliu. 99%. What is the probability that this thing will have side effects on the soul? 70%. What is the probability that the side effects of this substance can be eliminated using D-level materials? 87%. After 3 consecutive judgments, Jiang Ziliu's face turned pale. He immediately covered his chest with his hands, pretending to be in pain, as if he was a heart patient. Then he quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. In fact, it was a pill for replenishing qi and blood, not a medicine for treating heart disease. But to outsiders, it looked like this little guy was born with a bad heart. Jiang Ziliu paused for a moment, looked at the other things in an inquisitive manner, then picked up the devil horn and asked, "How much is this?" The stall owner looked cold and hesitated, and it was obvious that he really had no idea what the horn was or what it was used for. 500. Jiang Ziliu countered, "I'll take the 100. I don't know what it is, so I'll buy it and take a gamble. 400 minimum. Then I'll add a little, 200, any higher and I won't take it." Jiang Ziliu looked like he was just taking a gamble. In the end, the cold-looking stall owner's face became even colder, but he still agreed. He is not a very good businessman, otherwise Jiang Ziliu would not buy his stuff. His cold temperament alone is enough to scare off many people from buying his stuff. After all, this scattered market is full of good and bad people, and no one knows whether there are powerful beast tamers active here, so no one dares to cause trouble easily. The strength of the Beastmaster's aura is not the key, their ability lies in taming beasts, not the Beastmaster himself. The beasts are all hidden in the beast taming space, and no one knows what is hidden in other people's beast taming space. The stall owner didn't want to miss out on this hard-earned business, so he reluctantly decided to agree. After getting the devil horn, Jiang Ziliu quickly left the scattered market. This time the harvest was very great. If this demon horn was used properly, it could greatly enhance his soul. At this point, Jiang Ziliu had completely used up all his pocket money. Although his parents' beasts had suffered irreversible injuries and fell into a sleep, their feedback beast taming skills were still there. Jiang Ziliu's father once specialized in strengthening his strength. Although he was a commoner, his feedback was still there and his strength was very great. Now he runs a weapons foundry in Base 12 to make a living, and his mother is his deputy. The family's income is average among the civilians in the beast tamers' sleep. All beast tamers, after their beast tamers fall into a deep sleep and cannot recover, will become the civilian class of the base. The wilderness outside the base city is inhabited by exotic beasts, and opportunities and disasters coexist in the numerous dungeon spaces. The history of the rise of human beastmasters is also the history of the struggle between humans and alien beasts. The copy space is an opportunity, but also a source of disaster. All the strange beasts in the wild originated from the strange beast lives that broke out of the copy space. Of course, there are also other alien races appearing in the copy space, and they are truly intelligent races. Struggle is inevitable. Therefore, at least 30% of the beasts are injured and fall into dormancy every year. Among these beastmasters, nearly 20% became civilians. As time went by, civilians who were unable to continue on the path of beast tamers occupied the majority of the population in various human bases. The path of a beastmaster is not an easy one, it is a road paved with blood and bones, but it is also the inevitable path for mankind to struggle for survival. Jiang Ziliu returned home, and he was the only one at home. This is a small house with only 2 bedrooms and a living room. The fact that they were able to own such a house in the densely populated base was the result of Jiang Ziliu's parents not having any accidents. He also has an older brother who has been admitted to a Beast Tamer Academy and is considered the hope of the family. As soon as he got home, Jiang Ziliu started preparing. He poured the slime gel into the mortar and heated it, then carefully added petrified lantern fruit, black swamp salt mud, and the bone shell of the tentacle ground insect, and finally put the earth attribute crystal in it. The energy of the earth attributed crystal was absorbed by the slime gel, forming a special high-energy environment, and began to fuse these materials on its own. Slime is a kind of exotic beast that can eat everything, so its gel has a good adsorption and neutralization effect, which can release the energy of the Yuan crystal peacefully. It is the best auxiliary material for many evolution, strengthening, and nutritional exotic beast potions. Jiang Ziliu carefully controlled the small fire lamp below. This kind of lamp contains the beast core of the fire-breathing rat, which can form a stable flame. One beast core of the fire-breathing beast can be used for about a year. It is one of the countless general-purpose products made from beast taming materials. As for electric lights, they are a resource that only black iron level beast masters can afford to use. The Greystone level beast tamers who have just entered the beast taming stage are also called beast tamer apprentices. Only the black iron level is the real entry level and can enjoy some of the resources enjoyed by formal beast tamers. After 67 minutes of processing, all the materials in the mortar turned into a transparent colloid. It has a slightly lighter limestone color and a faint fragrance of life. When this color appears, it means that the potion has been successfully manufactured. At this time, Jiang Ziliu added his own blood into it. This step can make the potion have the aura of the Beastmaster, deepen the connection between the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster, and enhance the Beastmaster's favor towards the Beastmaster. Jiang Ziliu immediately summoned his own Kongqing Rock Man's egg, and then carefully spread the gelatinous potion evenly on the egg's shell. Then the fat body that was smeared was quickly absorbed by the Kongqing Rock Man's egg in less than 20 minutes. In the following time, the life energy in the egg became stronger and stronger. 3 hours later, the eggshell broke quietly. A half-meter tall rock man made entirely of azure rock appeared in front of Jiang Ziliu. The Kongqing Rock Man was hatched successfully. Ordinary Kongqing Rock Men are completely rough stone men, like those roughly carved statues with small pits all over them. But Jiang Ziliu's is different, it is more delicate, like a lovely porcelain doll. The pair of big eyes of the Kongqing Rock Man are full of ethereal spirit. He looks very spiritual and cute. At this moment, Jiang Ziliu's expression changed, and he immediately put the little guy into his beast controlling space. The Beastmaster's feedback appeared quickly. A force emerged from the pattern of contract and poured into Jiang Ziliu's body. This force is dark energy. This dark energy flowed through his meridians, constantly strengthening his body, and finally gathered at his brows, where it entered into his sea of consciousness and lit up the first star on the first star ring in his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, there are countless dark star rings and dead stars attached to them. Then the second, third, and fourth stars were lit up and activated by dark energy in turn, emitting a faint starlight. By the time I got to the fifth one, it was too weak to light up. These stars are soul stars. It is the soul of the Beastmaster and also represents the Beastmaster's level of strength. Every lit soul star stores a certain amount of dark energy. These soul stars are also the source of Beastmaster's strength. It is closely related to the strength of the Beastmaster. When the Beastmaster dies and attacks the Beastmaster, it also starts from the soul star. A limestone-level Beastmaster needs to light up at least 9 stars before he can initiate the breakthrough to a higher black iron-level Beastmaster. Jiang Ziliu now has 4 soul stars lit up, which means he has been promoted to a 4-star limestone Beastmaster in one go. If this result were announced to the class, it would definitely shock everyone. The fact that he was able to make such a big improvement showed that his beast, the Kongqing Rockman, was very powerful right after it was hatched, which is why there was such a big feedback. At the same time, Jiang Ziliu also chose the skill of converging life breath as his Beastmaster feedback skill. Then he activated this skill. His aura quickly subsided, eventually dropping to the level of 1-star limestone grade. With this SSS level skill, it would be difficult for others to know his true strength and level. Jiang Ziliu went to so much trouble just for this 6th skill that could allow him to hide himself and develop in a surviving way. Then he opened his panel and looked at the results of his hard work. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 4-star limestone level beast tamer. Lifespan, 16, 125. Life status, Healthy. Soul strength, 5.2. Life level, limestone level life. Dark energy level, 4.6. Personal skills. Probability determination, birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Feedback skill, life breath convergence, SSS level. Beast tamer, black iron grade sky blue rock man. Beast taming skills, life breath convergence, SSS level, rock and earth escape, sea level, rock and earth invisibility, D end level, earth space escape, unawakened. Beast taming level, black iron. Beast tamer status, extremely healthy, and effectively strengthened by the beast tamer's potion, with the favorability towards the beast tamer of 80%. Jiang Ziliu thought to himself that it was indeed so. The feedback from the Beastmaster not only enhanced his life level, but also increased his lifespan. His potion successfully accelerated the hatching of the Sky Blue Rock Man, raising its life level to the Black Iron level. According to his 40% feedback from his B level, he could indeed upgrade himself to the 4-star Limestone level. Moreover, not only the initial life level of the Kongqing Rock Man has been improved, but its skill level has also been strengthened. The Rock and Earth Escape technique was upgraded by 2 small levels, from DN to C. The Rock and Soil Stealth has been raised from D to D+, which is also 2 small levels, but unfortunately it has not reached C. Kongqing Rock Man's most important skill, Earth Space Escape, has not been awakened because he has no space attribute resources. This skill allows the Kongqing Rock Man to escape in the Earth-attributed dark energy space that contains the power of the Earth. It is one of the life-saving skills. However, the probability of Kongqing Rock Man awakening this skill is probably less than 1 in 10,000. This is also one of the reasons why the Kongqing Rock Man is not very popular despite having such powerful skills. Life feedback made him a Greystone level life. Now his strength, agility, and soul strength have all been greatly improved. It can be said that he can now defeat 10 ordinary humans by himself. The energy of 4.6 represents the dark energy value of his physical fitness. If he wants to upgrade to the 5-star Limestone level, his dark energy must be increased to 5.0 before he can light up the 5th soul star and achieve a leap in the small realm. Feeling that he only had the appearance of a 1-star Limestone level, Jiang Ziliu was very satisfied. And this time, because of helping the Kongqing Rock Man evolve, its favorability towards him increased to 80%. With this level of favorability, when you control the beast, it will obediently follow all your reasonable instructions. The degree of cooperation and tacit understanding between him and the beast tamer will also reach an excellent level. Now everything is ready. The path of becoming a Beastmaster is officially open to Jiang Ziliu from today. Chapter 4. Your beast is a Kongqing Rock Man. Late at night, Zhang Yuan, the father, returned home after a busy day. When he learned about the situation, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He had already saved up some money and was planning to buy a good exotic beast for Jiang Ziliu to sign a contract with. The result is this. His eldest son Zhang Zikong awakened the S-level contract mark and was able to go to the Beastmaster Academy at a higher level base for further study and training. But the second son only has B-level talent, which is not excellent, but also upper middle. After all, talents above S-level are extremely rare among humans, and the number of such people may be less than 1 in 1,000. SS-level talent, less than 1 in 10,000. There are less than 100 people with SSS level talent in the entire human race. Zhang Yuan felt sorry for his son's self-willed decision at this time. He signed the alien beast contract without informing his parents, which made all his preparations go to waste. My dear son, we don't ask for a great future, as long as you can be safe in the future. The Kongqing Rock Man is not bad. Although its offensive ability is not strong, its ability to survive is good. Luer made a good choice. The mother's view is completely different. She hopes her son is safe rather than achieving great success. Jiang Ziliu didn't say much and just accepted the training obediently. After all, this was a choice he made on his own initiative. Summon your beast and let me see it. Father Zhang Yuan knew very well that his second son did not make friends, did not like to play, and had loved reading and studying since he was young. He had always been a person with strong opinions, great wisdom, and a sophisticated mind. No one knows a son better than his father. Jiang Ziliu summoned his own Kongqing Rock Man. He made his Kongqing Rock Man only show the level of a 4-star limestone, because the feedback of this level would just upgrade him to a 1-star limestone level. Looking at this Kongqing Rock Man who looked like an exquisite doll, Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with shock. He is knowledgeable and he once reached the peak of the bronze level. The skin of ordinary Kongqing Rock people is as rough as rock, and the whole appearance is very ugly. Moreover, most of the Kongqing Rock people are stupid and have dull eyes. Nothing like this one, it seems to have the appearance of a normal flesh and blood life, smart and cute, like an elf child. The quality of this Kongqing Rock Man is not weak. In fact, Jiang Ziliu also discovered that this Kongqing Rock Man may have undergone a deep-level mutation when it was hatched, but it was not reflected in the skill level. In Zhang Yuan's eyes, this Kongqing Rock Man was only at the 4-star limestone level. Zhang Yuan took a deep look at his son. He knew very well that this kid had hidden a lot. There must be something fishy about this Kongqingian stone man taming beasts. He suddenly felt relieved and lost. When children grow up, they can develop well without their own care or support. As a father, it must be very disappointing if you cannot help your children. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan's emotions faded quickly, but it was also good that his son wanted to hide. People who are good at hiding have a greater chance of surviving in this world of great contention. So he simply took out a bank card and said, "This is the 350,000 yuan your mother and I saved for you. We were originally planning to buy you a better exotic beast. Now that you don't need it, use it to prepare some resources. You have a good idea, so follow your idea. Just remember to be cautious. The biggest danger to a beastmaster is not the enemy, but the other beastmasters around him." Jiang Ziliu accepted the card with the encouraging look from his parents. The 350,000 yuan must have been saved by his father with great effort, but he couldn't refuse their kindness. His elder brother is already self-sufficient, but he, who has just embarked on the path of a beastmaster, needs this money to help him grow. With this money, he can buy enough resources to neutralize the side effects of the mysterious demon horn and strengthen his soul. His current soul strength is 5.2. The soul strength of an ordinary person is 1. Every time a beastmaster's soul strength increases tenfold, he can make a contract with a new beastmaster. As long as Jiang Ziliu's soul strength breaks through 10.0, he can quickly contract a second beast, thereby quickly forming the current insufficient attack capability. This money came very timely. Fortunately, after the awakening of the contract mark, all beastmasters below S level will have a 1-week vacation. Beastmasters with talents above S level will enjoy special care from the school during this period. Unfortunately, Jiang Ziliu is not among them. But it also gave him time to develop further. In the evening, Jiang Ziliu began to prepare in his room. He carefully calculated and wrote down a large amount of resources and their usage process on a piece of paper to neutralize the side effects of this mysterious devil horn. The river and swamp purifying shell has the effect of purifying impurities in the soul. It can be used. The hoof bones of the black-skinned green-horned donkey have the effect of restraining evil spirits. They can be used. The feathers of the holy light lark have the effect of purifying dark spiritual power. They can be used. The blood in the dog-headed man's heart can solidify and stabilize the soul's power. It can be used. Jiang Ziliu was in his room, constantly looking through a book called A Complete Collection of Exotic Beast Material Resources while supplementing his own potion recipes. He began studying beast taming medicine materials at the age of 8, and memorized the properties and functions of 30,000 common beast taming materials. He was able to prepare special beast taming enhanced medicines, food supplements, etc. on his own. It can be said that his knowledge of beast taming potions and beast taming training and evolution is among the best among young people. After traveling through time, his memory became very good, and he could almost remember everything he saw. It is precisely because of this that he has the confidence to choose the beasts to tame and strengthen them himself. After listing many available medicinal materials, Jiang Ziliu began to make a probability judgment. Now that he has dark energy, every 0.1 point of dark energy allows him to make a probability judgment. If I use all of these materials, what is the maximum probability of removing the side effects of the devil horn? Probability determination result, 64%. He quickly got the result of the probability determination. This suggests that something in this material is unnecessary. After thinking carefully for a while, he made another probability judgment. What if we remove the purple star fruit? The purple star fruit is a plant fruit that can only be found in D-level copy spaces. It has the effect of clearing the mind and eyesight, and suppressing mental restlessness. Probability determination result, 75%. He screened them one by one and finally found 3 materials with the greatest effect. The feathers of the holy light lark, the blood from the dog-headed man's heart, and a material called the eye of the eye. Using these 3 together, the probability of eliminating side effects is up to 100%. This is exactly what Jiang Ziliu wanted. In this process, by constantly using probability to judge, his dark energy has dropped to 2.3. 100% elimination of side effects, this is what he wants. The side effects of demonic materials are terrible, and he doesn't want anything to happen to his soul. Although in order to determine this 100% result, it is necessary to continuously make probability judgments and continuously consume dark energy. Absolute stability is what he wants. With probabilistic judgment, he can determine the maximum success rate, so he will naturally strive for the most perfect result. He then listed countless possible ratios and selected one that could 100% eliminate the side effects. Feather of holy light lark 36%, blood from the dog man's heart 35%, eye of the eye 39%. These 3 materials are relatively common materials. But they are not cheap. Fortunately, these 3 C-grade materials are enough, and Jiang Ziliu has enough money to buy them. He went to another scattered market in base number 12 again the next day and collected the 3 materials at a relatively cheap price. It's hard to tell whether the items on the stalls are real or fake, but most of them are really cheap. Those who want a bargain will come here. The real good stuff is all in the beast taming resource stores affiliated with powerful beast tamers. The stuff is guaranteed to be authentic, but the prices are relatively expensive. Jiang Ziliu has a probability judgment, which can directly determine the probability that it is a genuine product, without having to worry about fakes. He bought the 3 items with less than 60,000 yuan. But in a specialty store that guarantees authenticity and quality, he simply cannot buy it without 120,000 yuan. Most of the resources on this street are C and D level. There are also B level and above ones, but they are very rare. After buying the 3 ingredients, Jiang Ziliu began to prepare the medicine. These 3 items were mixed, but they were not heated to fuse. Instead, they were put together. 1 milliliter of rock python's gastric juice was dropped into them, and then placed in the sun for 3 hours. They would naturally melt into a colloid under the action of the gastric juice. Then apply them to the devil's horns and let them soften. Then apply this softening substance between the eyebrows before going to bed, and let it be absorbed by itself while you fall asleep at night, which can have the effect of increasing the strength of the soul. Jiang Ziliu did so that night. But he had a nightmare all night. In the nightmare, he sank into the desperate situation in his dream again and again. But every time he was in despair, a mysterious light would pull him out of the danger in his dream and save him. The next day, Jiang Ziliu woke up sweating all over, and the quilt was completely wet with sweat. Only then did he understand the side effects of the devil's horn. It turned out to be a dream. His knowledge of demonic beasts told him that these dreams were dangerous. After all, it is a supernatural world, and dreams are not as harmless as those in the ordinary world. If there is truly extraordinary power inside, the damage caused will be reflected as real damage. If he really died in his dream, then the side effects of the devil's horns would have really occurred, and there is a high possibility that it affected the soul. After all, some demons are half energy, half soul creatures, so it is not surprising that their residual materials can form dream attacks. Fortunately, the extraordinary properties of the feathers of the holy light lark, the eye of the eye demon, and the blood clotted in the heart of the dog-headed man helped him to block these side effects. In this way, he was able to escape life-threatening situations time and time again despite the dangers of nightmares. Jiang Ziliu understood that once this side effect occurred, it would attach to the soul like drug poison, forming a soul shadow that was difficult to remove. Fortunately, he chose the 100% safe option. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation: 4-star limestone level beast tamer. Lifespan: 16, 125. Life status: healthy. Soul strength: 11.3. Life level: limestone level life. Dark energy level: 4.9. Personal skills. Probability determination: birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Feedback skill: life breath convergence, SSS level. Beast tamer: black iron grade sky blue rock man. Beast taming skills: life breath convergence, SSS level, rock and earth escape, sea level, rock and earth invisibility, D end level, earth space escape, unawakened. Beast taming level, black iron. Beast tamer status: extremely healthy, and has been effectively strengthened by the beast tamer's potion. The Kongqing rock man's favorability towards the beast tamer is 81%. This demon horn is a good resource. As long as it has no side effects, its effect in strengthening the soul is really powerful. This kind of material from demonic beasts is indeed good stuff, although the side effects are terrible. This upgrade nearly doubled Jiang Ziliu's soul strength to 11.3. This means that he can now contract a second beast. He is only 16 years old this year, but among his peers, there may not be many people who can strengthen their souls to this extent. As his soul strength increased, the soul connection between him and the Beastmaster became closer, and even his favorability increased by 1%. Next, it was time for him to contract the second exotic beast. Jiang Ziliu decided to go to the scattered market to have a look. If he didn't find the good exotic beast he liked, he would go to the wild or a more dangerous dungeon space to look for it. Chapter 5. After completing the soul strengthening, Jiang Ziliu felt refreshed, and his thinking ability and memory were greatly improved on the original basis. Even some memories and knowledge that he had originally forgotten were restored from the incomplete memory. This is one of the benefits of increasing soul strength. Jiang Ziliu went out early the next morning, but did not immediately go to the wild or the dungeon space to look for his second beast. Because the wilderness and copy space both represent danger and the unknown. The situation in the copy space is relatively fixed, but the wilderness is truly full of unknowns. In one moment you may have an amazing adventure that will allow you to live a life of ease and comfort, or even a chance to rise to prominence, or you may unexpectedly die. In comparison, the gains from the scattered market within the base may be almost nothing, but it is countless times safer. Jiang Ziliu rode his bicycle and wandered around the scattered markets of base number 12, wanting to see if he could find a young beast tamer that he could afford and whose skills met his requirements. He just wanted to pick up a bargain. Moreover, in the beast taming market, there are still many successful bargains. Beastmasters who go on adventures in the wild or explore dungeon spaces are not necessarily all knowledgeable people, and it is common for them to mistake good things for good ones. At this time, Jiang Ziliu was riding a bicycle on the avenue, feeling sorry for his beastmaster, Kong Qinjian Jiren. It is still too small. If it were bigger, I could let it carry me. After all, the speed of taming beasts is very fast. Haven't you seen that many people on the streets travel on four-legged beasts? A couch is placed on the beast, which is very convenient for traveling. This will make young beast masters feel majestic and interesting, and the speed is not slow. However, the base has regulations that beast masters that are over 3 meters tall and 1 meter long cannot walk on the general roads of the base. They can only stay in the beastmaster space. Only some small beasts are allowed to pass through the base. After all, some of the alien beasts are giant or even supergiant. If they kick them, the road surface of the base will definitely not be able to withstand it. He came to the first scattered market, looked around and returned disappointed. There are not many young alien beasts, not even many alien beast eggs, in this scattered market. What are the chances of me encountering a young or egg of an alien beast with S-level or higher skills in this scattered market today? After walking around, he made a probability judgment. 0. Well, there would be nothing good in this scattered market, and he was destined to be disappointed. What about the next 3 days? He continued to ask somewhat unwillingly. 0. The young alien beasts, or the alien beast eggs, must undergo strict inspection before entering the base to prevent those terrible alien beasts from growing up secretly in the base. Therefore, when many exotic beast babies entered the base entrance, most of them were taken away by the exotic beast specialty stores. Jiang Ziliu went to nearly 3 scattered markets in total, but gained nothing. He went to see a specialty store for beast tamers. The beast tamers there were all good, with the lowest quality being B grade, and they had the potential to grow into bronze grade beast tamers. But the price is also very high, the worst one costs 100,000 yuan. Exotic beast eggs are cheaper, but the minimum price is 50,000 yuan. But Jiang Ziliu took a look and found that the quality of the things here was clear. There was no young exotic beast with S-level skills that he could pick up. There are still very few special low-level monsters like the Kongqing Rock Man that have SSS level skills. Unable to find what he wanted, Jiang Ziliu turned his attention back to the beast taming powder market. The entire number 12 4U base has nearly 500,000 people, and there are more than 100 large and small beast taming markets. He just doesn't believe that he won't be able to find an opportunity to pick up a bargain. In the beast taming powder market of base 12, what is the probability that there are alien beasts with S-level or higher skills? 100%. After seeing this judgment result, Jiang Ziliu realized that there were still special exotic beast cubs in the beast taming market that met his expectations. So he continued to visit other beast taming markets, determined to find his ideal target. However, in the next beast taming market, he unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. His famous classmate, the SS-level talented Li Wangkaiu. Li Wangkaiu, who possesses SS-level talent, is at least a 4-star limestone-level beastmaster, judging from the dark energy aura emanating from his body. This shows that Li Wangkaiu has successfully contracted a strange beast, and it is a good young strange beast. He could make such a judgment because he was also a 4-star limestone level, and his soul strength reached 11.3, which was 2 to 5 times that of his peers. If the opponent's level is higher than his, it will be difficult for him to sense it clearly. What puzzled Jiang Ziliu was that Li Wangkaiu was not buying things, but selling things. Next to her was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, which looked ferocious, as if he had been injured by the claws of some strange beast. The middle-aged man with a scary face is most likely Li Wangkaiu's father. The father and daughter are selling slime gel and slime skin together. Seeing this situation, Jiang Ziliu thought for a while and then determined one thing. Something may have gone wrong in the communication and negotiation between Li Wangkaiu and the Li family. If the noble family really funded them, they and their daughter would not appear in the market to sell these low-quality goods. If the noble families can allocate a little bit of resources, ordinary beastmasters can grow rapidly. Jiang Ziliu also understood that the resources of the aristocratic family were not so easy to obtain, and Li Wangkaiu would definitely face very harsh conditions. Everyone understands the moral character of the powerful and wealthy. At this time, he saw Li Wangqiu, and Li Wangqiu also saw him. After all, they were classmates, so Jiang Ziliu stepped forward and said, "Hello, hello uncle, I am Li Wangqiu's classmate, I didn't expect to meet you here. Li Wangqiu is a celebrity in our school, with a bright future, uncle is so lucky." "Well, the young man is not bad, he must have a bright future." Father Li spoke politely, but his eyes were full of vigilance when he looked at Jiang Ziliu. This kid is quite thoughtful. He didn't even mention their miserable situation at all. Instead, he talked about Li Wangqiu's advantages. He is a thoughtful kid. I hope this kid is not planning on Li Wangqiu. Father Li knew how beautiful his daughter was. Li Wangqiu looked at Jiang Ziliu curiously. She had not had much communication with Jiang Ziliu, or rather, Jiang Ziliu was the most silent and least communicative person in the whole class. But she only now realized that her classmate just didn't like to communicate, but he was actually very smart. If an ordinary person came, it would be good enough if he didn't embarrass the father and daughter. You have to know that many of my classmates envy me and are jealous of her because of her extraordinary talent and beauty. But she knew that her classmates tended to flatter the powerful and look down on the weak. If they found a flaw in a glamorous person, they would probably exaggerate it as much as possible to make themselves appear not much different from the high-ranking person. Li Wangqiu has experienced the darkness of human hearts countless times since childhood. But Jiang Ziliu did not say a single harsh word, which made Li Wangqiu realize that this ordinary classmate might not be as simple as people saw. Jiang Ziliu also noticed Li Wangqiu's curious eyes, and he realized that this famous classmate was also quite intelligent. "I still have things to do, uncles, you guys are busy." Jiang Ziliu said this and left automatically. He just doesn't make friends, has a weak relationship with his classmates, and doesn't like to talk, but that doesn't mean he has completely cut off contact with them. Everyone has their own destiny in the future, and he will not sympathize with an SS-level talented genius. Even if the family doesn't help, the school won't just ignore it. After Jiang Ziliu left, Father Li looked at Jiang Ziliu's background and finally realized that this little guy might not have any feelings for his daughter. He just came to say hello when he saw his classmates. "You are an interesting classmate, we can get along better." He suddenly said this to his daughter. This made Li Wangqiu feel a little strange. "Aren't you always very wary of my male classmates?" But what his father didn't tell her was that his father's intuition told him that Jiang Ziliu was not a simple person, but he didn't seem to be a bad person. It was precisely because of this intuition that he rejected the help contract from the main patriarch of the same clan family. Because his intuition told him that letting his daughter get help from the Li family would not be a good thing for her. But this is something he never told his obedient daughter. Maybe it was meeting Li Wangqiu that brought good luck. Not long after Jiang Ziliu left, he noticed an extremely listless little creature, a white snake with faint electric light flashing on its body. This wild beast was captured and brought to the human market. It has been in instinctive fear, so even though it is in a bad condition, it has been instinctively discharging electricity for defense. He could tell at a glance that this was a B-grade electric snake that could grow into a silver-grade monster. The skin of a normal electric snake is bluish-white, but this one has pure white skin. This is a mutant of the electric snake. There is still a high possibility that alien beasts may mutate, but 97% of the mutations of alien beasts are not developing in a good direction, but in a bad direction. This is the same as the variation of life in the natural environment. Most of the variation are not suitable for their survival, and eventually they will be annihilated in the torrent of life. The same is true for exotic beasts. Most of the mutations are bad and can even be considered degeneration. But the existence of dark energy in this world makes some mutations advantageous, otherwise there will be more disadvantageous mutations. For example, the two-headed snake in the ordinary world may seem strange, but it is actually a failure. However, in this world, the two-headed snake has undergone a benign mutation under the influence of dark energy, and has greater growth potential and stronger strength. The stall owner is selling this white electric snake here with this in mind. However, this 2-meter-long electric snake is not a true juvenile, but should have entered the early stage of growth. It is not easy to contract with the strange beasts at this stage. Having entered this stage, the strange beasts have experienced the hardships of survival in nature, and their minds have become relatively mature and stable. Unlike newborn alien beasts which have simple minds, they have very strong resistance to the power of the contract. Moreover, they are very wary of ordinary humans and find it difficult to have a good impression of them, which further increases the difficulty of the contract. This is why the contract chooses young ones, as their minds are weaker and they are more easily attracted by the power of the contract. The same person can only make one contract with the same exotic beast. Failure means complete failure and there is no possibility of repeating the contract. Although there is a high possibility of successful contract with this injured mutant electric snake, the probability of failure is greater. Moreover, this electric snake mutant has deep wounds on its body. Even if the contract is successful, the treatment will cost a lot. Most importantly, no one can tell whether its mutation is benign or malignant. Unless this person has very powerful detection skills. These disadvantages are the reasons why no one cares about this electric snake when it appears in this scattered market. But when Jiang Ziliu saw this mutated electric snake, he intuitively felt that it was not simple and seemed to be very suitable for him. What is the probability that this lightning snake has an attack skill above S level? Feeling something in his heart, Jiang Ziliu immediately made a probability judgment based on his own knowledge. 100%. What about the probability that it has an attack skill above SS level? 100%. What's the probability that it has an attack skill above SSS level? The more he judged the probability, the faster Jiang Ziliu's heart beat. You're going to find a treasure. 100%. Sure enough, he was right. Wow, this electric snake actually has SSS level or even more powerful attack skills. Jiang Ziliu forced himself to control his emotions, walked forward, and asked directly, "You are injured like this, how much do you think it will cost?" The stall owner was a middle-aged man who looked very much like a casual beastmaster, with a hint of shrewdness amid his shabby appearance. 3 million yuan. Jiang Ziliu directly counter-offered, 5,000. He simply bargained the price of this thing down to a very low price, and no one was interested in it except him. Didn't you see that the stall owners around him looked at him like a fool? The materials required to make a normal adult electric snake start at least 5,000. That won't do. It'll have to be at least 300,000. The stall owner saw that the other party was interested in buying and was afraid that the person would be scared away, so he simply reduced the price tenfold. 5,500. Everyone knows what its condition is. If I don't buy it, your loss may be even greater. This price is fine. It's important to get the money in hand. Jiang Ziliu's meaning was very clear, this electric snake was dying, and if you couldn't deal with it, it would be a loss. Okay, then I'll lower it a little bit, 30,000. Jiang Ziliu turned around and was about to leave. When Jiang Ziliu was about to walk out of sight, this shrewd guy quickly flashed over and stopped him. He was also afraid that Jiang Ziliu was pretending to leave, but when he saw that everyone was almost exhausted, he was sure that he was really leaving. Well, it's my bad luck, 10,000. If you succeed, take it. If not, I'd rather kill you and sell the materials. The stall owner pulled Jiang Ziliu back and finally chose to compromise. Just like Jiang Ziliu said, he just wants to lock in the profits now. He has left this snake here for almost 3 days. It is almost dying, and this is the only one who has asked about its price. There's a little sucker who comes to his door. If he doesn't sell it, he will lose everything. Jiang Ziliu was also happy. Okay, I still have to find a way to treat its injuries, and the risk is still very high. But 10,000 yuan is not enough, 8,000 yuan at most. Finally, the stall owner hesitated for a while, compromised again, and the deal was reached. Jiang Ziliu spent another 300 to buy an insulator cage containing the electric snake. Then he calmly picked up the mutant electric snake and left while the people around him looked at him as if he was a young fool. After leaving the market, he wanted to laugh out loud, but he controlled his expression and immediately took the electric snake back home. Then he immediately went to the nearest market near his home and spent 20,000 yuan to buy various materials. Among them are the blood from the dog-headed man's heart, slime gel, the blood of the swamp octopus, demonized plantain, and other materials. Especially the bloodline of the swamp octopus, which has a good effect in repairing injuries. The blood coagulation and wound healing effects of the demonized plantain are also very powerful. After using the core of a plant-based exotic beast and heating and mixing it, an hour later, a special medicine for healing was prepared. I'm going to treat your injuries, please don't shock me. Jiang Ziliu carefully put on insulating gloves and applied medicine to the white mutant electric snake. This guy was no ordinary guy either. He seemed to be able to sense Jiang Ziliu's kindness. The electric current in his body was restrained. He did not attack him, allowing him to successfully take the medicine. After applying the medicine, the electric snake recovered quickly under the effect of this special healing medicine. When its injuries were almost healed, Jiang Ziliu used the mark of contract to make the contract. After the treatment, this mutant electric snake had a high degree of favorability towards Jiang Ziliu, and its own level was also consistent, allowing Jiang Ziliu to complete the contract process very smoothly. The quality of this snake is also in the B grade category. If it were A grade, the possibility of failure would be very high. The success of the contract means that Jiang Ziliu has a second beast to tame. Chapter 6. The beast control feedback appeared quickly, Jiang Ziliu's dark energy increased rapidly, and the fifth soul star lit up, followed by the sixth and seventh. In the feedback of the electric snake's contract, Jiang Ziliu's dark energy level increased rapidly, and his life level was also raised to the 7-star limestone level. The feedback from different Beastmasters to the Beastmaster can be added up. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 7-star limestone level Beast Tamer. Lifespan, 16, 131. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 11.3. Life level, limestone level life. Dark energy level, 7.5. Personal skills. Probability determination, birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Feedback skills. Life breath convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic control, SSS end level. Beast Tamer, Black Iron level Sky Blue Rock Man, Black Iron level Mutated Lightning Snake. Beast Taming skills. Sky Blue Rock Man, Life Breath Convergence, SSS level Rock and Earth Escape, Sea level Rock and Earth Invisibility, D end level Earth Space Escape, Not Awakened. Mutated Lightning Snake, Electromagnetic Manipulation, SSS plus, Electric Current Attack, D plus, Lightning Speed, D, Mutated Spirituality, D. Beast level. Kongqing Rock Man, 1-star Black Iron. Mutated Lightning Snake, 2-star Black Iron. Beast status. The Kongqing Rock Man is healthy and has an 81% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The mutated electric snake is in a state of slight injury and is recovering. Its favorability towards the Beastmaster is 67%. Skill feedback appeared. Jiang Ziliu looked at the panel information of the mutant electric snake, and quickly selected the SSS end level electromagnetic control. Then the skill feedback was successful and he also mastered this SSS end level skill. After receiving feedback on his skills, he began to look at the relevant information carefully. This mutated electric snake is indeed not very powerful, with all D-level skills. If it hadn't mutated, it wouldn't have awakened the SSS and level electromagnetic control ability. But this ability can be considered an offensive skill. It's just a strange beast with ordinary intelligence, and it doesn't know how to use this type of skill. Therefore, even with powerful SSS plus level skills, this mutant electric snake has rendered these skills useless because it does not know how to use them. That's why he was caught by a low-level beast master. After all, we are just ordinary people. Without sufficiently advanced knowledge of electromagnetics, it is difficult to use this skill well. The moment he saw this skill, Jiang Ziliu remembered a special power. A certain railgun. SSS and level electromagnetic control can definitely make full use of the power of electromagnetic cannon. With this skill, as long as he carries a coin with him, Jiang Ziliu's own attack power will be terrifying. Jiang Ziliu didn't dare to try this skill at home, but he had already decided that this skill would become one of his trump cards and would never be used lightly unless it was a critical moment to save his life. This mutant snake is not simple. A normal electric snake only has two skills, electric current attack and lightning speed, and they are usually sea level. However, the levels of both skills of this mutated electric snake that he had contracted had deteriorated significantly. However, it has an additional SSS and level skill and another D-level mutant spirituality. Jiang Ziliu values this D-level mutant spirituality very much. The emergence of spirituality means that the intelligence of this mutant beast has been greatly improved. It was precisely because of its spirituality that it knew Jiang Ziliu was treating Jing's injuries and did not attack at that time. It is also because of this that it has a good impression of Jiang Ziliu and makes the contract successful. Everyone knows the huge advantages that intelligent life has over other life. This D-level mutant spirituality can be improved. Although it requires corresponding soul resources, the ability to upgrade it means that the intelligence of this mutant electric snake can be further enhanced. With wisdom, the beast tamer's strength will be even higher. Jiang Ziliu is also looking forward to the moment when this little guy uses the electromagnetic cannon. Both of his beasts were extraordinary, and Jiang Ziliu was confident that he could continue to evolve them and raise their levels. But now he still has a problem to solve. Food for two beasts. This is a considerable expense. The beasts have a certain ability to absorb dark energy by themselves, but they themselves are still material bodies, and it is impossible for their lives to be maintained entirely by matter. Therefore, the strange beasts need to consume a certain amount of food every day. The food of the exotic beasts is all specific alien materials, or specific minerals, plants, food, etc. from the copy space. Among them, the beast cores of exotic beasts are very cheap, and you can buy a lowest level slime beast core for 10 yuan. But it is a must-have in the food of exotic animals. Jiang Ziliu's Kongqing Rockman needs to eat a D-level Earth-attributed slime beast core at least once every 3 days, and then add a piece of D-core black rock. This consumption is about 80 yuan every 3 days. After all, it is a rock-like life form and consumes very little energy when it is stationary in the beast taming space. But the mutated electric snake is different. It may only eat once every 7 days, or even once a month. But each time it needs to eat at least 10 kilograms of flesh and blood of exotic beasts, or a D-level beast core with lightning attributes. There are relatively few exotic beasts with lightning attributes. Because this time, Jiang Ziliu would have to spend at least 500 yuan on it every 7 days to prevent it from starving to death. However, this feeding plan is the lowest level. It can only meet the daily consumption of the two beasts, but cannot bring them any improvement help. If you want to evolve your beast, you need to put in some effort in your daily food, and you need to make special proportions of food like medicine. This requires regular and prolonged consumption of certain high-level resources. Jiang Ziliu calculated that if he wanted to grow his two beasts, he would have to spend at least 10,000 yuan on basic food every month. If you want them to evolve quickly, the cost needs to be increased to at least 20,000 yuan. It's still monthly consumption. The special medicine used for evolution may cost more than 30,000 yuan. Being a beast tamer is an extremely expensive path to transcendence. Jiang Ziliu got himself 2 beast tamers, so he would have to bear more expenses. He now has to think of ways to increase his income. There are 2 ways to increase income. One is to venture into the wilderness outside the base's sphere of influence, and the other is to explore various copy spaces. During this process, he can not only collect various exotic animal resources and sell them to increase his income. If he is lucky, he can also collect his own beast tamer's food resources, and even special resources to strengthen and evolve beast tamer. Collecting them yourself only requires effort and no money. The price of resources purchased directly from the base would definitely be very high. After much thought, he decided to explore the dungeon space, collect resources to upgrade his beasts, or directly make money to exchange for the resources he needed. Chapter 7. There is a special military zone in the central area of the city within base number 12. The base is heavily guarded by troops, and there are high-level bronze and even silver-level beastmasters on both the light and dark sides. Under heavy defense, it is naturally the key location of the entire base number 12, which contains a total of 36 low-level copy spaces. However, unlike the copy spaces in the wilderness, the copy spaces here are all low-level spaces specially opened by human powerful beastmasters for base city number 12. Copy space does not occur naturally. They are the transit stations of the space channel opened by alien beasts and alien races to invade the blue water planet. The origin of alien beasts is a secret, but alien races are intelligent life on other life planets in the universe. However, it is a fact that the invasion of the blue water planet by alien beasts and other races from his life planet caused the great destruction in the past. Copy space is a product of the suppression of the universe itself. Whether it is the invasion path of alien beasts or the invasion of other planets, if you want to form a permanent channel, there will inevitably be a special transition space called the copy space. It can be a pathway for invaders, or it can be a channel for counter-invasion. Whether one is an invader or the invaded depends on the strength comparison between the 2 sides and who has the bigger fist. Normal copy spaces are permanent copy spaces. It has strict restrictions on the life levels of the alien beasts, alien races, and beastmasters that pass through. Lives exceeding this limit enter the copy space, or face the punishment of the universe. Otherwise, the entire copy space will be shattered directly, and everyone will be swept into the turbulence of time and space, with no chance of survival. There is another type of copy space, which is a temporary copy space. This kind of copy space is often opened by the top powerful monsters among alien beasts and alien races, and can only be opened for a short time. But it has no restrictions on the level of life through the copy space. However, the more powerful the life is, the greater the price one has to pay to open this copy space. Normally, it costs 10 times the energy and resources of the highest level of life that passes through. After humans rise with base cities as the core, the strong among humans can also open copy spaces and use them to reversely invade alien beasts and alien races. There are now powerful people among humans who possess the ability to tamer space-time beasts, and they specialize in opening low-level copy spaces and invading other parties. Base City number 12 has invested a huge amount of resources to open up these 36 low-level copy spaces. Among them, the main base and the Human Alliance also provided some resources and wealth support. But even so, Base City number 12 went through a period of hard times afterwards. Since the copy space may lead to invasion, why do humans still open it? This is because the concentration of dark energy in the copy space is 5 to 10 times that of blue mercury. It can bring a boost to the dark energy level of the entire base. This is one aspect. Another aspect is that a large amount of resources will be generated in the copy space. These resources can stabilize, develop, and grow a human base, and have infinite sustainable benefits. This is the reason why the top management of base number 12 was determined to open 36 copy spaces even if it meant eating dirt. Sure enough, in the following 10 years, although base number 12 suffered a period of hardship, the development of the beast tamers was very rapid. Now the entire base has completely recovered and is preparing to open more human-controlled copy spaces in preparation for an attack on the third-level base. All this was told to Jiang Ziliu by his father Jiang Yuan during a casual conversation. Pass. In the copy space area of the base, countless soldiers are guarding inside and outside, conducting detailed identity checks. Jiang Ziliu took out his Beastmaster emblem and had it checked. This is a special certificate for beast tamers issued by the school. With this, you can prove that you are a staff member of this base, and you only need to pay 500 yuan each time you enter or exit. But you can enter even without the beast tamer certificate. But if you do that, you will be treated as a beastmaster from other bases and will have to hand over 1/10 of the copy space income, or at least 3,000 yuan in tolls. Then the soldiers at the base held an instrument and scanned the pattern of contract between his eyebrows. Once the mark of contract is awakened, it will never change. Because it is a gift from the universe, different beastmasters are completely different, so its stability is the best identity card. If some beastmasters who have committed crimes want to sneak in, a scan of the contract mark can determine that the other party's identity is not right. The power supply in the entire base 12 is very tight, but the power supply here is sufficient. The main reason for the power shortage is that human technology has gone astray. Most of the technological power is used to strengthen the control over the copy space and the research related to beast taming. There cannot be any problems with the copy space. After all, the opponent can also invade. Jiang Ziliu paid 500 yuan and successfully entered the area. There were many beast tamers gathered here. Jiang Ziliu even saw quite a few young beast tamers around 10 years old active here, surrounded by adult protection personnel. Although these little guys are young, most of them have reached the black iron level. They were obviously the wealthy class of the base city. They had awakened their beast taming abilities very early on, and training in the dungeon space had become a daily routine for them. In this advanced world, the gap between ordinary people and the upper class is becoming increasingly huge. They stopped here to communicate with each other, share what they have and expand their network. Jiang Ziliu did not stop. He walked towards copy space number 1. The entrance to copy space number 1 is a portal that looks like a black curtain. The door frame of this portal is made up of the skeletons of many high-level exotic beasts. There are runes shining with dark energy on the skeletons, and they are inlaid with precious crystals in a large number of high-level beast cores. The beast core is the solid energy core of the alien beast, containing stable dark energy and can be used as a substitute for the Yuan crystal. This kind of portal has copy space on both sides. This type of portal originates from the alien beasts and is defined by humans as the gate to the end. It was the gate of the end that initiated the initial destructive disaster for mankind and the first era of great destruction, hence it was named the end. The human beings today are all descendants of the slowly rising humans of the age of great destruction. Another type of copy space portal that can lead to other life planets in the universe is called the Gate of Apocalypse. Copy space number 1 was the first to be opened and is also the lowest level. The highest level of life that can be accommodated is the black iron level. Most of the strange beasts living there are limestone level beasts. This level of strength makes this copy space just right for Jiang Ziliu to explore and train relatively safely. It is also a designated training copy for countless young people in the base. Jiang Ziliu walked into the portal, and after a dizzy feeling, he appeared on a high platform at the edge of a wetland with swamps and forests. Passing through this portal is a space travel, so he feels dizzy. An army of about 100 human beastmasters is also stationed inside the portal of the copy space to guard against accidents. A small fortress was built here. Jiang Ziliu bought a set of maps and detailed instructions for space number 1 from the store in the fortress. After reading them carefully, he left the fortress and stepped into the depths of space number 1. He had not been walking along the rocky path built by humans for long when he noticed a creature wriggling in a mud puddle. That's slime. It is only the size of a human head and is the basic type of alien beast in this copy space. The average slime is a 1 to 5 star limestone level monster. If prepared, a human could kill it with one strike of the sword. But if you underestimate it just because it's weak, you'll be in trouble. Look, this slime sensed the emergence of life and immediately attacked Jiang Ziliu. It quickly sprayed out a ball of mud and attacked Jiang Ziliu. This mass of slime was moving extremely fast. If Jiang Ziliu hadn't been on defense, he would have been hit for sure. Slime is a special kind of mollusk that eats everything. The offensive slime it spews contains its gastric juice, natural mud-type toxins with paralyzing effects, and a large amount of saprophytic microbial toxins. It can be said that if Jiang Ziliu is hit by this ball of mud, he will be poisoned immediately through skin contact. And then after a while you will be unable to move. After attacking, the slime will immediately hide under the mud and will not chase you until a while later. It can clearly capture the toxic scent of the poisoned person and find its prey. Then, when the prey is unable to move, it rushes forward and injects more slime gastric juice, completely corroding and poisoning the prey, and then sucking the prey's blood and flesh as food. They are also a kind of creature that dares to hunt anything, unless the opponent's life pressure is too terrifying or the gap is too big. Jiang Ziliu has now become the target of this slime. He was also inexperienced, and the correct approach should have been to summon the Beastmaster immediately and let the Beastmaster deal with the situation. Now he finally reacted after dodging and summoned the mutant electric snake. The white electric snake received the attack order and activated its lightning speed skill. A flash of lightning wrapped around the sinking slime, and then it launched another electric current attack, directly electrocuting the slime to death. "I'm hungry, can I eat it?" the mutant electric snake asked Jiang Ziliu, and Jiang Ziliu naturally agreed. Then the electric snake bit the dead slime and swallowed it directly. After a while, it swallowed the whole slime into its stomach. Slime is a basic alien beast that can become food for all alien beasts, and the electric snake can naturally be eaten. In fact, Jiang Ziliu was always very nervous because he had never had the experience of fighting. After experiencing the first bad battle, Jiang Ziliu finally remembered his goal of entering the copy space. Collect resources and train the fighting abilities of the two beasts. Chapter 8. Beastmasters have countless rules for survival. One of them is that the Beastmaster must put his own life first. After entering a dangerous area, you must release the beast to protect yourself immediately. As a Beastmaster, the core of his combat power is the beast he controls, but the core of his defense is the Beastmaster himself. However, although Jiang Ziliu had countless knowledge theories before, after he really entered the strange area and survival environment of the copy space, he actually forgot these extremely important things because of nervousness and curiosity. Having knowledge doesn't mean you will actually use it. You can only use it when you remember to. It was his first time going through a dungeon, so he was inevitably a little nervous, which led him to make such a mistake. After all, he has been looking forward to entering the copy space and exploring with his own strength for more than 10 years. After reflecting on his actions, Jiang Ziliu quickly summoned the Kongqing Rock Man. Both of his summoned beasts had restrained their auras, which seemed completely in line with the situation for a rookie beastmaster like him. It's just that he raised his aura to the 2-star limestone level, which was a little bit higher. Then Jiang Ziliu took out 2 short knives and a small shield from his backpack. He himself held a dagger and a small shield, and the other dagger was given to the Beastmaster Kongqing Rockman. The Kongqing Rockman can move through the mud and hide his existence, but he does not have any strong attack power. After Jiang Ziliu equipped it with a knife, it, as a quasi-humanoid beastmaster, could also hold the knife and use it. Combined with the rock and earth escape skill, it can stab out from the underground shield with a knife. This assassin style of play was thought up by Jiang Ziliu and is most suitable for the current attack tactics of the Kongqing Rock Man. Ordinary beastmasters would not think of equipping their beasts with weapons for combat. They subconsciously believe that the beast's own minion skills are the best way to fight. But Jiang Ziliu's thinking jumped and he directly equipped the Kongqing Rock Man with a short knife, giving it attack power. In this copy space, long weapons cannot be used easily. Because the copy space itself is full of dense aquatic plants and vines grow in many places. The water plants and vines here are not like those on Blue Mercury. They are all very strong. If you use a long knife in a place like this, unless it is a high-quality sword, it will easily get entangled by water plants and vines. It is easy to imagine how terrible it would be if weapons became ineffective at a critical moment. It is a short sword with less flexibility restrictions, and can be a good auxiliary weapon for the Beastmaster. Of course, the real combat power of the Beastmaster lies in the beasts he controls. Jiang Ziliu asked the Kongqing rock man to lurk under the soil, hide in front of him and conduct stealth reconnaissance, paying attention to whether there are any enemies appearing. After all, it just happens to have the skill of rock and earth escape, which is just right for doing this. Coupled with the SSS level life breath convergence skill, almost no exotic beasts and beastmasters could notice that the Kongqing rock man was underground in front of Jiang Ziliu. Kongqing rock man is a very good scout. The mutated electric snake stayed behind him, guarding against possible enemies attacking from behind, and was ready to charge forward to support the Kongqing rock man. After a while, he and the two beasts walked out of the rocky road and headed into the depths of the swamp on the right. The swampy areas on either side of the rocky road, which were often cleared by the army, would not yield much. There are many swamps and wetlands throughout the entire copy space, as well as large areas of hills and low forests. The main strange beasts in this copy space are slimes and goblins, as well as a small number of fish-headed monsters, swamp crocodiles, and water pythons. For a beastmaster like Jiang Ziliu, the most dangerous enemy is not the more powerful fish-headed monsters, swamp crocodiles, and other ferocious creatures, but the timid and weak goblins. A single goblin is only as tall as an adult's thigh and not very strong. But when they are in groups, they are very brave, and each one is very insidious. They specifically attack the vital parts of human genitals and also like to attack the tendons and other places. Generally, when they encounter a beastmaster, they will split some of them to interfere with the beasts, while the other part will raid the beastmaster himself. Moreover, some goblins will lurk under the dirty and filthy mud to launch surprise attacks, which is very insidious. During a battle, some goblins will intentionally lead or force the beastmaster to some seemingly harmless dry land, but they don't know that underneath is a real swamp mud layer, and it is difficult to escape once trapped in it. This situation often occurs in battles between humans and goblins. They often take advantage of their familiarity with the terrain and use the geographical advantages to kill careless beastmasters. Many young beastmasters simply ignored their insidiousness and thought that they were not strong, and ended up becoming meals for the goblins. Everyone knows this from experience, but from time to time someone falls for the same trick. Jiang Ziliu knew this and took precautions early. After he left the main road, there was a Qinjianshi man in front of him to explore the way and find a suitable path in the swamp so that he would not fall into the dangerous swamp mud by mistake. After all, some places in the swamp appear to be hard ground on the surface, but underneath there is a layer of silt. Many young beastmasters suffered great losses because they did not pay attention to their steps and fell into the mud. Not long after walking, he encountered the second slime. It hid under a patch of swamp mud, ready to attack the approaching Jiang Ziliu. But the next moment, a knife pierced it from bottom to top in an instant, and the slime's heart was pierced directly. Its tenacious vitality allowed it to struggle for a while before it died completely. Jiang Ziliu had the Kongqing rock people carry out an underground raid tactic, which worked for the first time and allowed him to obtain his first spoils of war. Jiang Ziliu asked the Kongqing rock man and the electric snake to be on guard around, and he took out the anti-toxic leather gloves and carefully used a knife to separate the slime skin and subcutaneous gel tissue. These are the two most valuable parts of the slime. He discarded the other internal organs, and the earth-attributed beast core of the slime, which was only the size of a soybean, was directly fed to the Kongqing rock man. Beast cores of this level are not even rated D-grade, and cannot be sold for any money. They can only be given to the Kongqing rock people as snacks. The skin of slime has certain physical defense and anti-toxic and anti-corrosion effects, and can be made into the most basic protective clothing. He gathered the materials and put them into his backpack. Then the two beasts continued to move forward. This swamp space is as big as a county in the previous life, and there are nearly 1 million slimes in it. Moreover, slimes have a strong reproductive capacity, and their number has never decreased despite the constant capture by animal tamers. They are omnivorous beasts that also eat plant matter, and their numbers have always been very large. The skin and gel produced by slime are one of the largest basic resources of the entire base, and play a very important role in maintaining the economy of the beastmasters in the entire base. Jiang Ziwan continued to move forward, and along the way he constantly taught the Kongqing rock man to become familiar with his underground stabbing technique, and gradually he practiced this ability to become very mature. Look, this skill has appeared in the personal panel information. Sky Blue Rock Man, Life Breath Convergence, SSS Level, Rock and Earth Escape, Sea Level, Rock and Earth Invisibility, D End Level, Rock and Earth Stealth, D, Earth Space Escape, Not Awakened. The information panel officially names this ability Geotechnical Dive. Zhang Ziliu then realized that it was possible to master new skills by learning to tam beasts. This point was not introduced in his previous textbooks. Perhaps the human upper echelons know this but don't make it public. Zhang Ziliu thought about it carefully and understood. Most beastmasters can't even use their own beastmaster skills well. Instead of learning to control an unfamiliar skill, it is better to focus on mastering the skills that the beastmaster already has. Disclosing this information may cause more harm than good to human beastmasters as a whole. The Kongqing Rockman successfully developed the Rock and Earth Stab skill, and also allowed Zhang Ziliu to obtain nearly 20 pieces of slime gel and slime skin. He fed all the other Earth-attributed beast cores to the Kongqing Rockman. It is a higher level black iron level beast, and it won't be bloated even if it eats a dozen limestone level slime beast cores. Moreover, the Kongqing Rockman can store the beast core in his body and slowly absorb and digest it. Zhang Ziliu then turned back and sold these things to the resource acquisition office at the entrance of the secondary space. Although the price is lower than the retail market, it saves trouble. He earned 6,000 yuan this time. After all, the price of slime skin is more expensive than that of gel. At this time, there was still nearly half a day before dark. He could earn at least 10,000 yuan a day, which made Zhang Ziliu realize that although beastmasters spent more, they seemed to earn more. However, with this kind of life, one could lose his life one day if he is not careful. After he had lunch at the public restaurant outside the copy space entrance, he continued to struggle in the space in the afternoon. Now Zhang Ziliu is eager for space equipment. Although the beast taming space is large, it can only accommodate beasts and nothing else. Even the lowest level space equipment would cost more than 1 million yuan, and it could only be purchased with an equivalent amount of yuan crystals. If he is lucky, he can find a special beast with its own space to make a contract with, which can also solve the problem. Next, Zhang Ziliu didn't bother the slime anymore. He never forgot that his main goal was to train the beast's combat capabilities. Zhang Ziliu set his sights on the larger forests in the swamps. There are some goblins there whose combat power is also not very strong. They are the same size as their own Kongqing rock people, and are the best objects for training the Kongqing rock people's combat capabilities. He had already trained Kongqing rock man in swordsmanship long before he prepared to venture into the dungeon space. He taught Kongqing rock man the basic knife-wielding fighting moves suitable for him, such as jumping and slashing, horizontal cutting, and stepping back to block. It's a pity that the Kongqing rock man's spirituality is very poor, and he can only barely master it when not fighting. Now that Kongqing rock man has experienced several real battles, he has mastered the skill of rock and earth stabbing. This makes him realize that real battle is the best way for Kongqing rock man to master knife fighting skills. Now, he planned to hone the knife attack ability of the Kongqing rock man by fighting. As for the cultivation of electric snakes, he has another plan. Chapter 9. Unlike the low-lying muddy wetlands in the swamp area, the jungles here are all on higher hills. Not long after Jiang Ziliu arrived in the jungle, the Kongqing rock man who went out to explore discovered that there were goblins approaching quietly. He quickly climbed up a taller tree, and then placed the beast-controlling mutated electric snake beside him as a warning. Then Jiang Ziliu began to use all his strength to mobilize the dark energy in the soul star, and activated the skill of gathering life breath, completely integrating himself with the big tree, as if he was in a piece of air. The Kongqing rock man also quickly retreated underground, waiting for the moment to attack. After a while, several goblins, half a meter to 1 meter tall, with dark green skin and looking very much like Gollum, crawled and secretly poked their heads out of the bushes. They looked cautious and sniffed the air carefully. Jiang Ziliu's human scent just now attracted them. To goblins, human flesh and blood are more fragrant and delicious than those of other exotic beasts. Now Jiang Ziliu has completely restrained his breath, and his powerful SSS-level skills prevent even a trace of his scent from spreading out. Similarly, the state in which the skill is used to restrain even the smell consumes the most dark energy. Gradually, more and more goblins gathered together. These seemingly short guys were armed with rusty iron knives, short spears, wooden sticks, and short bows, and there were nearly 30 of them. They formed a circle, surrounding the area around the big tree where Jiang Ziliu was. The human scent disappeared from this vicinity. Goblins are quasi-intelligent life forms. They have a certain degree of intelligence, are cruel, and cunning, but their intelligence is not too high. It's just that they are naturally adapted to the jungle living environment and have evolved a set of tactics to deal with their enemies. They were able to determine that the enemy they were going to deal with was nearby. There are more than 30 goblins, and it's difficult to fight them. Jiang Ziliu felt that the situation was rather tricky. Fortunately, after he asked the Kongqing rock man to scout underground for a while, he confirmed that there were only more than 30 goblins around and no other goblins were ambushing outside. Maybe there are only so many goblins in this jungle, and they are all gathered here. After there were no new enemies hiding in the periphery, Jiang Ziliu began to command the rock sky blue people to fight, and at the same time asked the electric snake to pay attention to whether there were new enemies appearing in the surrounding woods and sky. Putting his own safety first has gradually become Jiang Ziliu's fighting instinct. From a rookie at the beginning to someone who is now mentally stable and able to command calmly when facing danger. He has grown a lot in adapting to outdoor adventures. In the jungle, a goblin archer lurks on a large rock. Ranged attackers are always one of the biggest threats in the goblin horde. But what it didn't know was that the next moment a dagger quietly emerged from the rock behind it and pierced its heart with a light stab. Rocks are very hard, but they are also included in the targets of Kongqing rock man's rock and earth escape. The smell of blood soon alerted the other goblins. They were weak and timid, but their sense of smell was very sensitive. They can quickly sense the scent and direction of their own death. Escape from rock and earth. Rock and soil stab. Escape from rock and earth. Rock and soil stab. The same skills were used in a chain, and the Kongqing rock man successfully dealt with 3 goblin archers one at a time and 4 goblin spearmen. Don't underestimate their weak bows and spears, as they can only cause minor wounds to the enemy. Generally, experienced beastmasters would know that the tips of the goblins' arrows and spears contain the goblin's own saliva. Their saliva also contains a digestive toxin. Although the toxin takes a long time to take effect, the effect is just as good. When Jiang Ziliu was learning about the goblin, a strange beast, these key points were emphasized in the book. The remaining goblins are all melee types. Fortunately, there is no swamp or water puddle here, otherwise he would have to detect whether there are goblins hiding in the mud under the dead branches and leaves. As the smell of their own blood grew stronger, the group of goblins felt fear and quickly huddled together. Because they did not find any trace of the enemy's presence, they used their sense of smell to locate the enemy, and the enemy seemed to appear randomly like a ghost. At this time, Jiang Ziliu chose to let the Kongqing rock man show up on his own initiative. It held a knife and provoked the remaining 20 or so goblins from a distance, as if saying that it was the only enemy. The gathered team seemed to give all the goblins the courage to fight the enemy. They immediately became angry and rushed towards the Kongqing rock man. The Kongqing rock man immediately began to run around this area, occasionally diving underground and rushing out from another direction. After a chase and struggle, the goblins that had originally gathered together scattered again. They are not a strictly trained army that can maintain their formation well. Then the Kongqing rock man rushed towards the outermost goblin holding a wooden stick and chopped it with a vertical jump. The goblin hurriedly raised his stick to block. But the Kongqing rock man is a black iron level beastmaster after all, which is one level higher than this 2-star limestone level goblin, and his strength is several times that of the 2-star limestone goblin. With a powerful blow, the wooden stick was directly cut in half, and then the goblin behind it was cut into 2 pieces. At this time, other goblins also rushed over. Under Jiang Ziliu's command, the sky-green rock goblin hid underground, quickly came behind them, and attacked a sword-wielding 3-star limestone goblin again. The Kongqing rock man made a downward thrust, and with his huge strength advantage, he directly knocked the goblin's sword away. Then, when the opponent is frightened, chop off his head with a flat strike. In this way, the Kongqing rock man only fought against one opponent at a time, and continued to engage in actual combat like head-on confrontations. During this process, the Kongqing rock man quickly mastered the sword skills taught by Jiang Ziliu, and quickly adapted to the ability to confront the enemy head-on with a sword. The knife became more and more light and skillful in its hands. After he had chopped down 10 goblins, the remaining goblins were finally overcome by fear and scattered. Next, Jiang Ziliu let the Kongqing rock man start the pursuit and let it play on its own. He was above the woods, letting the electric snake sense his movements. He took out an iron bead, aimed it at the goblin that was fleeing in the other direction, and used his feedback skill. SSS and level electromagnetic control. The iron bead was suspended in front of the hand, and the dark energy was converted into electrical energy with the support of this skill, and then a simulated electromagnetic path was formed. Boom! The electromagnetic cannon was successfully launched, and the iron ball attacked like lightning. Although this was his first time trying this skill, the enhanced soul strength made his accuracy quite good. The iron ball directly pierced through 2 goblins on the same line. Kill 2 with 1 strike. However, the current used by Jiang Ziliu was a bit too high, and the moment the iron ball was thrown, it caused a gas explosion, which directly injured his palm. Jiang Ziliu didn't care about his injuries and started to use his intact left hand to operate the electromagnetic cannon extended by electromagnetic control. This time, he reduced the power. He quickly withdrew his hand the moment the attack was launched. This time he did not hit the goblin, but successfully avoided injuring his left hand. After gaining experience, Jiang Ziliu continued to launch electromagnetic cannon attacks using electromagnetic control. He killed 7 goblins in total. The other goblins eventually disappeared completely into the depths of the jungle and were out of Jiang Ziliu's sight, preventing him from expanding his victory. Not long after, the Kongqing rock man also came back, and it killed all the goblins on the pursuit route. Jiang Ziliu demonstrated the ability of the electromagnetic gun and also inspired the electric snake. It is a spiritual animal, but Jiang Ziliu did not let it learn now. He just let it get familiar with his control process. With SSS and level electromagnetic control, it naturally felt Jiang Ziliu's control process very clearly. There is nothing wrong with copying others. However, the electric snake is a black iron level beast, and if it uses the electromagnetic cannon, it will definitely cause a huge noise. So Jiang Ziliu suppressed its urge to try now. After all, this copy space is still under the control of the upper echelons of the base, so it doesn't make much noise when Jiang Ziliu uses it. Jiang Ziliu asked the Kongqing rock man to drag back all the goblin corpses. They killed a total of 25 goblins, which was a good result. Next, Jiang Ziliu began to collect the goblins' beast cores and useful materials from them. But before that, he covered his mouth and nose with a mask. Even though goblins have a great sense of smell, they themselves stink pretty bad. He removed the beast core and discarded it along with the goblin's heart, spine, and other materials. Although goblins are larger than slimes, they don't have many useful materials on them. Its flesh and blood are poisonous, and only the heart, spine, and core are valuable. Goblin's heart is one of the ingredients for an excellent antidote potion, and the ingredient itself has strong detoxification capabilities. Its spine is tough, stable, and flexible in structure, and can be used to make a bone whip-like weapon, or bone ropes for certain heavy armor. However, its beast core is a multi-attribute energy life core that can be used to feed most ordinary attribute beasts. Relatively speaking, a single goblin is less valuable than a slime. However, the beastmasters who entered this copy space still like to attack goblins. Because goblins like to collect strange things, beastmasters often have good harvests in goblin nests. After collecting the materials, Jiang Ziliu headed towards the goblin's lair. The goblin remains here will soon be digested by the slimes that follow the smell. Jiang Ziliu was very satisfied with this battle. Because he felt that after a few more battles, the Kongqing Rock Man would completely master the use of the dagger and solidify it into one of his own skills. After all, the use of a knife is very complicated, not as simple as rock and soil stabbing. Jiang Ziliu was very satisfied with the rapid progress of the Kongqing Rock Man. Chapter 10. This jungle is not big, but it is still difficult for Jiang Ziliu to find the goblin's lair by himself. Because goblins are also prey to other carnivores. So they usually live in secret caves in the jungle, and the exits of the caves are usually very hidden. The task of finding the goblin's lair still falls on the shoulders of the Kongqing Rock Man. After the battle with Kongqing Rock Man, the dark energy was consumed in great quantities. Fortunately, it ate a bunch of slime beast cores, and its strength recovered rapidly after digestion. While Jiang Ziliu was dealing with the goblin, it was already recovering its energy on the side. By the time Jiang Ziliu finished all his work, his beastmaster, the Kongqing Rockman, had recovered about 80% and could continue to move. Jiang Ziliu let the Kongqing Rockman move on his own and help him explore the location of the goblin's nest. The Kongqing Rockman explored the jungle, but Jiang Ziliu did not follow him. After collecting and packing the materials, he returned to the tree and continued to conceal his breath. Jiang Ziliu always puts his own safety first. There are too many young people who do not take the path of their predecessors to heart, and as a result, they lose their lives due to carelessness on the road to growth in beast taming. After waiting for less than 15 minutes, the Kongqing Rock Man who had completed the exploration mission came back. It successfully found the lair of the goblin tribe. However, Jiang Ziliu judged from the expression of the Kongqing Rock Man that there were still about 10 goblins left in this nest. And the leader of this Gobsun tribe is also in the lair. As the leader of the goblins, he should be of the Black Iron rank, just like Jiang Ziliu's beastmaster. In response to this situation, Jiang Ziliu took cautious measures in this operation. He approached carefully with the two beasts. The goblin tribe's nest is located under a huge rock in the middle of the jungle. The goblins hollowed out the soil underneath and built a long cave along the bottom of the rock. The layout of this nest is very particular. It is placed under the rock to prevent the top of the cave from collapsing due to erosion by rainwater. It can be seen that goblins have an ancestral talent for digging out burrows in the ground. This time, Jiang Ziliu decided to let the Kongqing Rockman attack again, but he did not let it fight head-on with a knife. Instead, he let it use the rock and earth stab skill as much as possible to secretly assassinate the goblins in the nest. After all, he couldn't see the situation inside, so he had to attack secretly to ensure the safety of the Qinjianxi people to the greatest extent. Practice your beast taming fighting skills, there will be plenty of opportunities later. In less than half an hour, the Kongqing Rock Man walked out of the cave with a murderous look on his face, dragging behind him a two-headed goblin that was one head taller than a normal goblin and had two heads. There is a clear knife wound on the two-headed goblin's heart. This two-headed goblin is indeed a black iron level monster and should be the leader of this goblin tribe, but it is dead now. The Kongqing Rockman has successfully killed all the goblins inside, including the two-headed goblin leader. The enemy successfully received the lunchbox. Jiang Ziliu asked Kongqingjian Rockman to move out everything inside. After all, he couldn't get in with his size. If you must enter it, you have to crawl in. Even though there was no danger inside, there was no need for him to take the risk. What if that happens? Among the strange beasts, there are some poisonous insect-like beasts, as well as some earth-attributed beasts that can also move in rocks and soil. Perhaps, if you are not careful, the sting of a fingernail-sized insect in the grass can take the life of a beastmaster. Insect-like beasts may lack in strength and size, but their poison has become extremely terrifying during evolution. Goblins are indeed creatures that like to collect things. After a while, a bunch of things appeared in front of Jiang Ziliu, including a large number of bones, useless strange stones, broken metal weapons, tattered beastmaster clothes and so on. Apparently, many beastmasters were careless and fell into the hands of these goblins, and some even became their meals. Jiang Ziliu used a mask to block out the unpleasant smell and started searching. The first thing he found was some special copper coins, which were obviously not human currency. This kind of copper coin is most likely the currency of other alien races in the universe, and it ended up here due to some accident. In addition, some of these exotic animal bones were also useful, so he collected them. Now he was still in a stage where he needed to be frugal, and he should not miss anything that could be exchanged for money or taken away. Bite. Afterwards he didn't find anything good, but after a while, the Kongqing Rock Man brought out a bunch of things again. The goblins have a lot of stuff, and they need to be transported out by the Kongqing Rock people in batches. Bite. A black metal plate suddenly rolled out and caught Jiang Ziliu's attention. This is obviously not a metal creation of humans. The strange symbols and characters on it make it clear that they are the writing of an intelligent alien race. No one knows how it ended up in this goblin tribe and then in the hands of Jiang Ziliu. Jiang Ziliu picked it up, cleaned it up a little and made a surprising discovery. When this metal plate was cast, a leaf was actually inlaid inside the plate. What is even more incredible is that this leaf may have experienced the high-temperature process of casting, but it itself is still dark green without any damage. The quality of the mysterious leaves was obviously very high, as if there was still a trace of life in them. What's even more mysterious is that the patterns on the surface are so dense that they seem to be alive. If Jiang Ziliu hadn't had a keen soul, he wouldn't have noticed that these lines were flowing extremely slowly. This means that the patterns on this leaf are constantly changing and flowing and have never stopped. This mysterious phenomenon made Jiang Ziliu realize that this mysterious ancient disc must be a precious mysterious object. As to whether it was a useful treasure, he was not sure. But Jiang Ziliu still decided to keep this thing carefully, maybe he could discover something in the future. After obtaining this thing, the next few piles of things that the Kongqing Rock Man moved out were of no use at all, as if Jiang Ziliu's luck had run out. Accidents always happen. When the Kongqing Rock Man brought out the last pile of things, Jiang Ziliu still found something useful to him. Compared to the mysterious and unknown metal plate of leaves, the black-lined, shade-dried mushrooms he got were the real good stuff. Its name is Soul Cleansing Mushroom. Soul Cleansing Mushroom is a special kind of mushroom. Although it is only the size of a fingernail, it is extremely extraordinary. It can only grow on a pile of bones, absorbing the special power in them to grow. Although the living environment of the soul cleansing mushroom is extremely creepy, it has a unique effect that attracts people. It can wash away some impurities in a living soul. For human beings, the elimination of impurities in the soul means the improvement of understanding and wisdom, and the soul power will also be improved on a qualitative level. A Beastmaster with a pure soul has greater potential for growth than Beastmasters of the same level, and is more resistant to negative spiritual damage. For Beast Tamers, the soul cleansing mushroom can purify their souls, allowing them to gain more spirituality, or even directly give birth to wisdom and become intelligent beast tamers. The soul cleansing mushroom is a truly priceless treasure. This time he got a total of 3 sea-level soul cleansing mushrooms, which were just enough for himself, the beast tamer Kongqing Rock Man, and the mutated electric snake. It can be said that the harvest from these 3 soul cleansing mushrooms alone exceeded all his other gains this time. Jiang Ziliu searched again and asked the Kongqing Rock Man. After finding out there was nothing else inside, he left. He first asked the Blue Sky Rock Man to go to the swamp at the edge of the jungle to wash off the strange smell on his body, and then come back to meet him. After all, the goblin's lair is really too smelly. By the time Kongqing Rock Man returned, Jiang Ziliu had already come to the conclusion of his thoughts. He decided to use these 3 soul cleansing mushrooms directly in the copy space. After all, there are some detection devices at the entrance to the copy space. He was worried that his soul cleansing mushrooms would be discovered directly, which would bring some unpredictable dangers from powerful beast masters. As the old saying goes, it's better to put money in your pocket and run. Jiang Ziliu first let the Kongqing Rock Man eat a soul cleansing mushroom, and then he watched the little guy fall asleep. 2 hours later, it woke up again. This time, Jiang Ziliu noticed the Kongqing Rock Man's eyes becoming more lively. He understood that the spirituality of the Kongqing Rock Man had been completely awakened, and it was a very good one. The second one to take the soul cleansing mushroom was the mutant electric snake. It took it only half an hour of sleep to digest the medicinal power of the soul cleansing mushroom and complete its spiritual improvement. Not only that, this soul cleansing mushroom also improves their life level. Now the Kongqing Rock Man has been upgraded to a 5-star black iron level beast tamer, and the mutated electric snake has been upgraded to a 3-star black iron level beast tamer. After all, Kongqing Man had taken a large amount of beast cores before, so the improvement would be greater. Jiang Ziliu asked them to guard him carefully before taking the last soul cleansing mushroom. Unlike beast tamers, human souls are still stronger. Jiang Ziliu did not fall asleep, but felt a terrible pain, as if something was scraping away his soul. Unlike the transformation of beasts, the transformation of humans is more difficult, and the process of clearing impurities from the soul can even be very painful. After everything was over, Jiang Ziliu broke out in a cold sweat, and all he wanted was to avoid having such an experience again. It was so painful that he bit a stick into pieces before he could get through it. Then he began to pay attention to his improvement results and set his eyes on his information panel. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 9-star limestone level beast tamer. Lifespan, 16, 139. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 13.9. Life level, limestone level life. Dark energy level, 9.3. Personal skills. Probability determination, birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Feedback skills. Life breath convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic control, SSS+. Beast tamer, 5-star black iron level sky blue rock man, 3-star black iron level mutated lightning snake. Beast taming skills. Kongqing Rockman, life breath convergence, SSS level, rock and earth escape, sea and level, rock and earth invisibility, sea level, mutated spirituality, D+, rock and earth stealth, D+, earth space escape, unawakened. Mutated electric snake, electromagnetic manipulation, SSS+, electric current attack, C, lightning speed, D+, mutated spirituality, C. Beast level. Kongqing Rock Man, 5-star black iron. Mutated electric snake, 3-star black iron. Beast status. The Kongqing Rock Man is healthy and has an 85% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The Mutant Electric Snake is healthy and has an 81% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The two beasts received huge benefits. The one without mutated spirituality had mutated spirituality, and was still D-end level. The one with mutated spirituality was directly upgraded to C level. Moreover, the improvement in spirituality has also led to a certain improvement in their skill levels. It seems that the emergence of spirituality is also of great benefit to the control and improvement of skills. Even Jiang Ziliu himself, because of the improvement of the two beasts, received strength feedback, and his life level was upgraded to the 9-star limestone level. Moreover, the soul cleansing mushroom further enhanced his soul strength, and his lifespan increased further with his life level. A lifespan of 139 years would have definitely shocked the world in the past. Jiang Ziliu secretly sighed that this soul cleansing mushroom was indeed a priceless treasure. The soul cleansing mushroom he obtained, which was a C-level soul cleansing mushroom, brought such a huge improvement to him and the two beast tamers. Chapter 11. By the time Jiang Ziliu left copy space number 1, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. It's bad. My parents must be worried. Although he left a letter saying that he was going to explore the dungeon space, in essence he set out secretly when his parents were not at home. Jiang Ziliu sold all his loot at the exit of the dungeon. As for the mysterious metal plate, he hid it into the mouth of the Kongqing Rock Man and asked him to come out with him. The Kongqing Rock Man is very small, but its mouth can open very wide, just enough to fit this mysterious object in. Fortunately, no one at the entrance of the copy discovered that he had hidden something. Those who have space equipment will not be detected, because this kind of people are either rich or noble and are not easy to offend. Only a low-level beastmaster like him would be easily discovered and harassed even if he had good things, and he couldn't even protect his own interests. During this day's dungeon space experience, Jiang Ziliu earned a total of 23,597 yuan. This income is comparable to what his parents earn in 2 or 3 months of hard work. This made Jiang Ziliu sigh that becoming a beastmaster would not only improve one's strength, but also greatly improve one's status, income, and other aspects. Things turned out just as he expected. As soon as he got home, he saw a nervous family. The mother sat on the sofa, staring blankly out the window, her face full of worry that she couldn't hide. Although my father Zhang Yuan was smoking, the cigarette had been extinguished long ago, but he was still puffing. They even forgot to lock the door, and Jiang Ziliu opened it with a light push, and then saw the worried looks on the two people's faces. Jiang Ziliu felt like crying. Only then did he realize how much anxiety his trip to the copy space had caused his parents. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Zhang Yuan looked at him without saying anything, took out a cigarette as if he was relieved, lit it and smoked it in a relaxed manner. His mother ran to him and looked him up and down, examining him carefully, fearing that he might have any more injuries on his body. "I felt relieved when I found that except for his clothes which became a little dirty and smelly, his whole body was intact." Although his father Zhang Yuan didn't say anything, he was always paying attention to this side out of the corner of his eye. Jiang Ziliu tried his best to comfort them. Then he took the initiative to talk about some of his experiences in those situations, to let his parents know that he was very cautious and definitely not as arrogant as other young people. And although he didn't have much experience, he had brains and was always acting carefully. Sure enough, after hearing their son's experience, his parents felt relieved. Mother Jiang was even a little proud. "Look! This is my child. He is different from those arrogant children. He has been so smart and insightful since he was a child. He will definitely live a much better life than the average beastmaster in the future." Parents always unconsciously exaggerate the advantages of their children. "I'm glad you're okay. Remember, a beastmaster's priority is always to protect his own life." Father Zhang Yuan didn't say anything else, just reminded him again. "By the way, since your beast tamer Kong can use weapons, then come with me to our workshop tomorrow. Your mother and I will make it a short sword with earth attributes that is suitable for it. Weapons with the same attributes will be more flexible for it to use, and it can save more energy when launching skills. Zhang Yuan was an experienced beastmaster after all, and he noticed some shortcomings in Zhang Ziliu's actions. For example, the knife he is preparing now does not quite match the properties of the Kongqing Rock Man. This knife is of gold attribute, but the Kongqing Rock Man is an earth attribute beast. It can also carry a golden dagger when launching skills, but it will consume more dark energy. If you use weapons with earth attributes, it will not only be easier to control and save dark energy, but the compatibility between the beast and the equipment will also be higher. If the beast is satisfied, its favorability towards the beastmaster will also increase slightly. The key to deepening the relationship between a beastmaster and his beasts lies in many inconspicuous little details. However, these detailed experiences are what Zhang Ziliu lacks. While Zhang Yuan was speaking, Jiang's mother entered their bedroom and soon took out 3 notebooks. This is a record of our adventures when we were beastmasters. Both your father's and mine are included. I recorded it after our beastmasters fell asleep. Your eldest brother used it and achieved some success. Now I'm handing it over to you, and I hope you can walk more steadily than your eldest brother. Zhang Ziliu solemnly took the 3 thick notebooks. This is the hard work of parents. The life experiences and beast taming experiences specially recorded for the growth of children are very precious inheritances. His mother is also a very outstanding person. She can think so far ahead for her children and make preparations early on. The next day, Zhang Ziliu went with his parents to the family's weapons workshop. The Jiang family's weapons workshop is called Jiangji Bafang. My father rented the shop from the base resource management office through the relationship with his old friend. The price was not high and the lease term was as long as 30 years. None of the shops in the entire base city are private, all are the property of the base itself. But all these shops are also for rent, and the rent is not that expensive. As long as you have certain connections and are willing to pay some money privately to the agent, you can rent a shop. The main equipment in the store is an ultra-high temperature furnace that is nearly 5 meters high. Some exotic beast materials and copy space metals are special grade metals that are resistant to ultra-high temperatures. Ordinary low-temperature furnaces cannot process them at all, so such facilities must be available in the workshop. In addition, there are 2 forging machines, a cutting and mixing machine and a manual casting table. The back room is a warehouse, where many auxiliary raw materials are stored. Zhang Ziliu can also forge some metal weapons himself. He learned this from his father Zhang Yuan, but he is not very good at processing weapons with other attributes besides metal. The most common product produced by the Jiang family is semi-metal armor. For low-level beastmasters, their own safety is often very important. Because they are weak and have poor risk resistance, defense becomes very important. The wealthy will choose the skins of high-level exotic animals to make high-end products with higher defense, lighter weight, equipped with runes, and able to form energy barriers. What the Jiang family can provide is semi-metal armor, which is difficult to provide full-body defense and can only defend vital points. It's heavy and the only good thing about it is that it's cheap. The aristocratic and powerful families looked down upon this little bit of benefit, and the upper echelons of the human alliance opened it up just to give civilians a way to survive. After all, humanity has many enemies and many traitors, and if the lower-class civilians are pushed into a corner, big trouble will arise. After arriving at the store, Father Zhang Yuan began to make short swords for the Kongqing rock people. He took a material called red vein steel rock, a special rock produced in certain volcanoes, a special species of magma sea type. Although it is rock, its toughness is no less than that of ordinary metal. However, there are many ultramicro gaps in this rock structure, and special fillers need to be added after forming before it can be transformed into an earth-attributed weapon. Zhang Yuan started the furnace. What was used in the furnace was not charcoal, but the beast core of a lava fish fire crocodile that lived in magma, and it was a bronze-grade beast core that was higher than black iron. The power of the beast core was guided out and transformed into terrifying flame heat energy, and then the energy was gathered under its special structure, forming good smelting conditions. After the heat energy burns the red veined steel rock to a high enough temperature, it allows it to be cut at high temperature, and a piece of suitable shape is selected from it and cut into a rough piece of short knife. Then return to the original state and grind it finely under high temperature. This kind of red veined steel rock can only be processed under high temperature conditions. It is easy to crack at room temperature. In that case, the weapon will have hidden damage and may break during a critical battle. After sharpening the knife blank, Jiang Yuan melted a part of an extraordinary metal material called colorful crystal copper and poured it into the high-temperature tank. Then he took out a piece of black iron-grade earth attribute crystal and put it in. Jiang's mother then added a small amount of auxiliary materials to evenly fuse and disperse them under ultra-high temperature. Then came the last step. Jiang Yuan immersed the refined knife blank made of red veined steel rock into it and oscillated it at high frequency, allowing the metal liquid to blend into the ultra-micro gaps of the red veined steel rock, allowing the colorful crystal copper to evenly penetrate into it and form a stable metal filling. The last step is the natural cooling of the knife body, as well as polishing and sharpening. But because Ziliu needs the blade to be matte to facilitate rock and soil penetration, the polishing step can be directly omitted. Jiang Yuan was busy, and Ziliu's mother was responsible for helping him and providing various auxiliary materials. The two of them cooperated well and spent most of the day successfully creating an earth-attributed dagger. The Kongqing Rock Man was summoned by Ziliu and asked to try it out. It was very satisfied and felt that the knife was more convenient to use. It's a pity that we don't know how to draw runes, otherwise this knife could be upgraded to bronze level. Ziliu was very satisfied, but his father Jiang Yuan felt a little sorry. They have never had the opportunity to learn the knowledge of runes based on the runes of contract, so they cannot draw runes on their weapons to further improve their performance. The two daggers and a shield that Ziliu brought with him before entering the dungeon were both made at home, so he didn't need any special equipment. But Jiang's mother still used the skin of a rock-armored beast collected at home to make him a simple set of inner armor, which can provide a certain degree of physical defense and is also very light. This kind of animal skin has bone scales, which are very small and suitable for transformation into leather armor. This kind of leather armor is comfortable to wear and has good defensive effect. In fact, the skin of slime can also be made into armor, but that kind of armor has relatively low defense and is not as good as the skin of his rock-armored beast. This set of leather armor was found by Ziliu's parents at a bargain price in the market, and they have been keeping it as a treasure. But now they are giving it to Ziliu. The couple also prepared tough leather boots and leather pants that were anti-poison and anti-thorn for Ziliu, and then let him go with satisfaction. Parents always want to prepare something for their children, and Ziliu inevitably enjoys this treatment. Chapter 12. His parents no longer objected to his adventures in the copy space, but they only agreed to let him go to copy space number 1, which he was already familiar with. In the next few days, Ziliu went back and forth between copy space number 1 every day. His daily income was between 15,000 and 25,000, which was pretty good. The money he had accumulated before returning to school was enough for the basic expenses of taming beasts for the next 3 months. He also saved some beast cores that were suitable for the 2 beasts as backup. During this period of adventure, the main function of the mutant electric snake is to protect Ziliu himself. And 90% of the battles were carried out by the Kongqing Rock people. Time passed quickly, and the day before these students returned to school, Kongqing Rock Man finally developed a second new skill, which was also an attack skill that Ziliu needed very much. Mastery of Swordsmanship, D. This skill involves many subdivisions of swordsmanship, which takes time to accumulate, which is why it appears so late. Even though it is only a D-level skill, it greatly improves the combat capability of Kongqing Rock Man. Kongqing Rock Man can already fight some black iron level monsters head-on. If we consider its elusive rock and earth escape and rock and earth stealth, allowing it to kill some high-level black iron beasts, then there is no problem. Jiang Ziliu's own strength has also changed slightly. Occupation, 9-star limestone level beast tamer. Lifespan, 16, 147. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 14.1. Life level, limestone level life. Dark energy level, 9.9. Personal skills. Probability determination, birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Feedback skills. Life breath convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic control, SSS+. Beast tamer, 6-star black iron level sky blue rock man, 5-star black iron level mutated lightning snake. Beast taming skills. Kongqing rockman, life breath convergence, SSS level, rock and earth escape, sea end level, rock and earth invisibility, sea level, mutation spirituality, D+, rock and earth stealth, D+, sword skills mastery, D, earth space escape, not awakened. Mutated electric snake, electromagnetic manipulation, SSS+, electric current attack, C, lightning speed, D+, mutated spirituality, C. Beast level. Kongqing rockman, 6-star black iron. Mutated electric snake, 5-star black iron. Beast status. The Kongqing rockman is healthy and has an 87% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The mutant electric snake is healthy and has an 83% favorability towards the Beastmaster. It can be seen from the panel data that the level of the Beastmaster has increased slightly, and the favorability towards him has further increased. It's a pity that the Beast Tamer's skill level has not been improved. His soul strength increased slightly, and his beast control grew slightly, which also raised his dark energy level to 9.9. He is just a little bit away from being promoted to black iron level. Jiang Ziliu's Beastmaster was able to grow so quickly because he used probability judgment to prepare the Beastmaster's food in the form of potions. And his growth rate is not the slowest even among the children of the upper class. Of course, this is also because the growth rate of low-level Beastmasters is good in the early stages. Jiang Ziliu was just guessing whether there were other, hidden limestone-level soul stars above the 9 stars. After all, in the novels of the previous life, there was a saying about the 3000 levels of Qi training. His intuition told him that perhaps in the limestone level, there were more than 9 soul stars that could be opened. However, he could only sense 9 limestone level soul stars. He didn't know whether there was a more secret way to strengthen the foundation, and he needed to investigate further. However, as a 9-star limestone level Beastmaster, he is likely the most powerful one in the entire 9th middle school in terms of his personal life level. But he restrained himself and displayed his strength at the 2-star limestone level. If he really dared to appear with the 9-star limestone level, everyone would know that he had a secret, and he would be in great danger. The struggle between human Beastmasters is also very cruel. If you are not strong enough and have something that others covet, you will disappear very quickly and no one will care. Just like that, the next day Jiang Ziliu came to school with the aura of a 2-star limestone. But soon after he entered the classroom, he saw the envious looks in his classmates' eyes when they looked at him. It turns out that the school really did organize a special class. His talent was B-level, and he just happened to be in the position of Sun Shan, and entered the special class with excellent resources and various rights. Most of them can only stay in ordinary classes, and except for special circumstances, their future fate is visible to the naked eye. What they envied was Jiang Ziliu's position. Before the first class started, the teacher came and officially announced the news. Then a few selected people in the class began to pack up their things and went to the special teaching area for the special class together. The location of the special class is not in the main teaching building, but in a special newly built experimental building. The first floor is their classroom, and upstairs there are special libraries, network information rooms, beast resource specimen rooms and other basic facilities. The 9th middle school established the special class relatively late, only starting this year. This is because the support resources for education from above were only in place this year, making it possible to establish this special class. Don't be fooled by the simple name of the special class. The resources required to set it up are huge. The infrastructure alone requires very high standards. It's not something you can just think of. It could only be built with the resource support of the base's top management. The principal of the number 9 middle school begged for several years and finally got the resources this year to set up a special class at the number 9 middle school. The 9th middle school is the last middle school in the entire base to set up a special class. In other words, they are the least valued middle school, because 90% of the students in the school are from ordinary families. When he arrived at the classroom, Ziliu saw many familiar faces but he didn't know their names. After all, we are from the same school and we will always meet each other. Ziliu chose to sit in an inconspicuous position at the back, while other students were scrambling to sit in the front. After all, students in the front row can always attract the teacher's attention. In this special class, teachers can decide who can be allocated more resources. The resources that the school has worked so hard to obtain are destined to be used to cultivate better people and will not be distributed evenly. There are a total of 40 people in the entire special class. When Ziliu came in the morning, he heard that several children from high-class families came to the number 9 middle school and became students in the special class. These people belong to the wealthy class. Their families sent resources to them early for early awakening, but they only awakened talents below sea level. They had high investment and low returns, and they won the unlucky jackpot. Their talents may be at the C or D level, and they are neither able to make the grade nor get into a low-level high school, and therefore cannot stay there. But they are rich, and it seems that they donated a large amount of money to the school, which is why they successfully entered the special class of the 9th middle school and are looking for some opportunities. But in fact they are just here to grab some special opportunities. However, these people have little hope of rising again. Not long after Ziliu sat down, a short girl who looked very shy walked in with her head lowered. When she arrived, there was no room left in the entire classroom. There was only one empty table in the last row by the aisle. So she walked over with her head down again, sat next to Ziliu, and became his desk mate. As soon as Ziliu saw the little girl's low-key, luxurious, and exquisite clothes, he knew that she was either rich or noble. But her personality is very similar to Hinata in a story in her previous life. If this was not a world of beastmanship and she did not have a white eye, Ziliu would almost think that he was sitting at the same table with Hinata. After she sat down, she quickly glanced at Ziliu, then scanned the classroom, then quickly took out her Beast Tamer textbook and looked at it intently, very seriously. Her expression and reaction were filled with a desire to work hard and strive. Neither of them spoke, but since they were already desk mates, they would have many interactions in the future. Ziliu also doesn't want to have such a desk mate. He doesn't want to be accidentally involved in the infighting among the rich and powerful. Instead of spending your energy on sympathizing with others, it would be better to use it on treating your parents with care. But now this person is his desk mate, and he can't chase him away, as that would offend him and cause more trouble. So he just has to take it one step at a time. This girl is either rich or noble, and she is very serious, but the fact that she can come in alone like this shows that she is not valued by her family. Children from the powerful families in the base are all surrounded by bodyguards and nannies. After all, this is an extraordinary world, and life accidents caused by competition can happen at any time. Rich families attach great importance to the safety of their children. There were several children from wealthy families in the class who were escorted to the classroom door by bodyguards before they left. My desk mate did not receive this treatment. Next, it was the turn of the teachers. The head teacher and teachers of each course took turns to introduce themselves. Their class teacher's surname is Jiang, and he is a high-level bronze-level beast master. Such strength is among the middle and high level in the entire base. Most of the other teachers are mid to low-level bronze-level beast masters. Moreover, the practical teacher among their teachers is a beautiful lady of the royal sister type, dressed elegantly and coolly, with red curly hair and fair skin. Her name is Li Qingcheng. When the students saw teacher Li, some of them even howled like wolves. But the teacher didn't care. Instead, he focused his attention on these people and smiled strangely. The moment Jiang Ziliu saw this smile, he felt a chill all over his body. His intuition told him that this teacher was very dangerous and powerful, and that he seemed to have a terrifying aura of someone who had experienced endless killings. Perhaps, this teacher is even more powerful than his high-level bronze-level homeroom teacher, Mr. Jiang, and may even be a silver-level powerhouse. Since strengthening his soul and using the soul-cleansing mushroom, Jiang Ziliu's intuition has become much stronger. Li Qingcheng looked at a few people for a while, then her gaze fell on Li Wangqiu, and a trace of tenderness and pity flashed in her eyes. But this look passed so quickly that Jiang Ziliu thought he was dazzled. They both have the surname Li, so is there any connection between her and Li Wangqiu? He couldn't help but think of this. If this is true, then the future days of this special class may not be so peaceful. Chapter 13. After the other teachers left, the head teacher, Mr. Jiang, then introduced to the students their future learning tasks and key points. The special class is a class that focuses entirely on the path of being a beast master. Unlike other students, they have to learn other cultural knowledge while being beast masters, including physics, chemistry, biology, and languages, which Jiang Ziliu is familiar with. These courses account for a very small proportion of their subjects. The special class has a small amount of cultural courses and beast taming courses in the morning, but all beast taming classes in the afternoon. Their exotic beast class focuses on learning how many exotic beasts are currently known to humans, what are the strengths and weaknesses of these exotic beasts, what resources the exotic beasts produce, and what are the uses of these resources from the exotic beasts. The beast taming class focuses on learning how to train exotic beasts of various attribute categories and the issues that need to be paid attention to during the training process. In addition, they also have to learn beast taming medical science, beast taming strengthening and evolution class, beast taming habits class, beast tamer basic tactics, beast tamer survival and defense class, and so on. This is a course related to beast taming. There are also some additional elective courses, including alien studies, copy space resource studies, alien linguistics, beastmaster team composition structure studies, etc. It can be said that this knowledge is something that is studied intensively in higher colleges or beast taming university. But their special classes need to be exposed to learning in advance. In their first year of study, the focus was not on how to train their own beasts or go on dungeon adventures, but on learning advanced knowledge that was extremely important for beast masters. Jiang Ziliu also discovered that a lot of the knowledge here is completely inaccessible to ordinary people. It is knowledge that is only open to university students and students in their special classes. Only by mastering this fundamental knowledge can you clearly grasp how to proceed on your path as a beast master in a better and more stable manner. Jiang Ziliu vaguely felt that perhaps the problem he needed to solve in this special class, regarding whether he could continue to open the soul stars and strengthen his foundation after reaching the 9th star, could also be solved. There were no classes on the first day. The main purpose was to familiarize them with the various facilities so that they would not get in the wrong place in the future. Jiang Ziliu was in the Internet information room and discovered that this world also has Internet. But this civilian had little access to it, and after careful observation he discovered that the speed of this network was simply not fast enough. Because this network is interconnected by radio. This method consumes a lot of power, transmits less information, and can only transmit important information. The high-speed network information in the previous life relied on underground lines, but in this world, there are all kinds of strange beasts in the wild and underground. Even a giant monster could create a pit several meters deep with one step. Under such conditions, network communications based on cables would be impossible to achieve, and the internet would naturally be difficult to become popular among ordinary people. However, this information network facility is still very helpful for the transmission of messages. Some special information is also transmitted quickly through this network. For example, if a base is besieged by alien beasts or important personnel are needed to support certain places, the information will be transmitted quickly through the network. It is also for this reason that the information related to beast taming on the internet is relatively comprehensive, and the school has spent a lot of money to set up this online information room. There is a charge for using it, 100 yuan per person per hour. There is absolutely no possibility of free access in this place, except for the corresponding courses. In addition to this, the school's special classes also have a gravity room specifically for training beast tamers. This gravity room can enhance the training of beast tamer combat itself. In a hypergravity environment, beast tamers can conduct attack and defense training, which can more easily improve their training level and also help them absorb medicines. Similarly, you have to pay to open the gravity room, 10,000 yuan per hour. Students in the special classes also receive preferential treatment and can use the course for 1 hour for free every week. But even with such an expensive price, the whole class was still very happy, because the beast masters outside simply had no chance to use such advanced equipment. Next is the exotic animal specimen room. There are various common or extremely dangerous exotic animal specimens for students in the special class to observe and learn. You can even learn how to dissect some special animals and acquire related knowledge here. The last and most important one is the illusion simulation training room. To open it, one needs the assistance of a bronze-level illusion class beastmaster, who can allow everyone to enter the illusion and experience all kinds of unexpected situations that would only occur in the wild or in dungeon spaces, thus improving everyone's ability to respond to the unexpected. This has a great effect on improving the combat capabilities of all special class students, and is even better than going directly to the wild for survival adventures. Because in these illusions, there will be various types of strange events, including some well-known beastmaster deaths which will also be displayed in the illusions. But in the wild, those are the only kinds you experience. The more you experience in illusions, the more cautious you become, and the faster and more correct your reactions will be when you encounter similar situations. This illusion simulation training room can be said to be the most useful functional facility of the special class. This place is available free of charge to all students once a month. If you want to use it more often, you will have to pay at least 20,000 yuan per hour each time. It can be said that many things in the special class are good things, but you still need money to use them. Fortunately, they are all official beastmasters and can earn their own money. The next place was not taken seriously by the other students in the special class. But Jiang Ziliu attaches great importance to it. This is the library. The library of the special class is definitely not a simple place. It is filled with advanced knowledge about beast taming, and contains many biographies of beast tamers' growth experiences issued by the Human Alliance. The life experiences in it are all true, and many of them are not suitable to be made public. In addition, there is also information about some advanced materials, advanced exotic beasts, advanced alien races, and special types of copy space. It can be said that 70% of the books on beast taming here are inaccessible to ordinary people and low-level beast tamers outside. At present, less than 40% of humanity's extraordinary knowledge is circulated among the people and can be accessed by ordinary people and civilians before the age of 16. Most of the secret knowledge and information is not disclosed to the public. Among the unpublished books, many are now available in school libraries. Jiang Ziliu is most satisfied with this place. It can be said that this place satisfies his thirst for knowledge related to beast taming. Originally Jiang Ziliu planned to live at home, but now he lives directly in the school and paid for a single dormitory at the school. A teacher named Sun at the school was a friend of his father Zhang Yuan, so he was able to go to the number 9 middle school and get a single dormitory. The special class has started, but in the first 2 months we only learn pure theoretical knowledge. The actual aspects of beast taming will only be covered in the 3rd month. With this arrangement, Jiang Ziliu has time to achieve his goals. After class every day, he would run to the school library to read all kinds of valuable and advanced beast taming knowledge until the library closed. In the entire special class, he once again became the least sociable one. Others borrowed the facilities of the special class to constantly train themselves and their beasts, running around in places like the gravity room and the illusion simulation training room, or trying to get all kinds of precious resources and potions to carefully train their own beasts. Only Jiang Ziliu spent almost all his time in the library, eagerly learning the knowledge there, all kinds of knowledge that he had never been exposed to before. He became the only lonely figure in the entire library. During this process, Jiang Ziliu accidentally made a surprising discovery. One holiday, Jiang Ziliu returned home and took out his mysterious metal plate to explore it. Jiang Ziliu could not find the hidden location of this thing. His intuition told him that this was a great treasure, but he had never figured out where the treasure was or what its use was. Drop blood, inject dark energy, attract with soul breath. I have tried all kinds of methods, but nothing works for this thing. He also checked many books about treasures, but could not find any trace of the existence of this thing. Even now, he had flipped through the more advanced books in the school library about copy spaces and alien treasures, but had not found any useful information. On this day, he tried it and then forgot to take it back. Then Jiang Ziliu took out a new book he bought from the bookstore to read. But at this moment, his hand accidentally pressed on the metal plate of leaves. At this moment, his thinking became extremely clear and his memory improved many times. The whole person seems to have an extra high-performance engine. With just one glance at the new content in the book, he memorized the knowledge firmly in his mind. Enhance wisdom and memory. Is this the function of this treasure? Jiang Ziliu immediately came back to his senses, and after thinking secretly in his mind, he made a judgment. With his discovery, he began to experiment and quickly figured out the use of the leaf metal plate. He tied the metal plate of the mysterious leaf with a strong exotic animal skin rope, wore it close to his body, and then went to read. After that, his wisdom and memory will be greatly enhanced. However, after such high intensity and massive memory learning, he would become very easy to get hungry. The leaf metal plate enhanced his wisdom and memory, but also increased his physical consumption. His body had a greater demand for nutrition, and his appetite became very large. But Jiang Ziliu was still ecstatic. The effect was so good that he became even more obsessed with books. From then on, he wore the metal disc on his body every day, which enabled him to have a crazy memory of the entire library's contents. Gradually, Jiang Ziliu's image as a nerd in everyone's eyes became completely stable. He also has a nickname, Bookworm. The gap between him and his classmates grew wider and wider. Only Li Wangkai was willing to say hello to him, and the attitude of his shy classmate was neither good nor bad. Time passed day by day, and one day 2 months later, he finally recorded all the contents of the book in his mind. At this time, his amount of knowledge is probably the most terrifying in the whole school. Jiang Ziliu understands that this effort will lay an extremely solid foundation for his future growth. At the same time, he also found what he wanted, which was a way to unlock the 10th, 11th, and even 12th soul stars of the limestone level. Chapter 14. At the limestone level of life, opening 9 soul stars is not the limit. This secret is recorded in an ancient biography collected by the school. This information should be quite secretive, but no one noticed that such secret information would be recorded in an old biography. If anyone had known, this biography would have been destroyed. Jiang Ziliu only needed to think about it for a moment before he understood that the main reason why this information was suppressed was because the upper class of dignitaries needed to maintain their huge advantage in the field of beastmasters. If humans did not need more power to face the threats of strange beasts and numerous alien races, they would even directly monopolize the path of beastmasters and cut off the space for the lower class people to rise. This is the result of human instinct and interests. However, the huge threat from external beasts and alien races means that the upper class of humanity is destined to need the powerful strength of the entire nation. Only when humanity as a whole is strong can it resist foreign enemies, and the upper class of humanity can protect their own interests and lives. Otherwise, when the human beings on Earth are completely defeated, they will not only lose their status, wealth, and power, but even their own lives will be difficult to preserve. The alien race may need lower-class human slaves, but they will never allow the existence of upper-class people who have the ability to resist. The monster will just kill all of humanity together. This situation requires humanity to have a strong nation as a whole and requires a general trend of humanity to be strong across the board. Moreover, the awakening of all mankind is also a gift from the universe itself, and it is difficult to completely prevent the rise of other lower-level humans. However, some secret information involving powerful foundations is still banned by the upper levels. They are trying their best to maintain their continued advantages in all aspects. Fortunately, the world is always full of loopholes. This old book recorded this secret information but was not discovered directly by anyone, thanks to Jiang Ziliu, who was crazy about books. Human soul stars, each major level has 9 soul stars, which together form a soul domain. But what most people don't know is that within this soul realm, there exists another layer of extremely subtle soul stars. The 9 soul stars are the main stars. Those tiny, almost undetectable soul stars are hidden secondary soul stars, also known as hidden soul stars. There are 9 soul hidden stars in each major realm. The soul's main star determines the amount of dark energy contained in the soul. After the soul hidden star is turned on and lit up, it will not store dark energy, but it can purify and enhance the quality of dark energy and improve its quality. Every time a hidden soul star is opened, it means that a person's dark energy quality can rise to a small level. When the 9 soul hidden stars are fully activated, the quality of this person's dark energy will be 5 times higher than that of other beastmasters of the same level. Such a beastmaster is very powerful. He can fight against a higher level monster by himself without relying on the beast he controls. The soul hidden star also has another important function, which is to directly strengthen the soul strength and make greater use of dark energy to improve the quality and quantity of the beastmaster's soul. When the 9 soul hidden stars are fully opened, the soul strength of the beastmaster will be greatly improved, and it is entirely possible to contract one more beast. One more beast means one more powerful fighting force. The importance of this advantage can be imagined. But even if it is not possible to fully open all the soul hidden stars, it will allow the beastmaster to contract the next beast earlier in the next stage. When the accumulation reaches a certain stage, this person will have more beasts to control than others. The higher this person grows, the more exotic beasts he will possess. For a beastmaster, the strength of the beast is important, but the number of beasts is equally important. Increasing the soul strength of a beastmaster is much more difficult than improving the beast itself. Soul stars can enhance the strength of the soul, and this alone is enough to illustrate the importance of opening the soul hidden star. It is important, but it is not so easy to open a hidden soul star. Either you have a good talent, at least above S level, so that you can sense the existence of the soul hidden star under the guidance of the secret method and open it with the corresponding secret method. Or use special and precious resources to complete the compulsory opening of the soul hidden star. The former depends on talent, while the latter depends entirely on resources. Jiang Ziliu found a way, but his talent was not enough. If he wanted to open the hidden soul star, he could only rely on resources. After finding the book, Jiang Ziliu immediately stole it from the library. Because he discovered that this was a completely unique copy, which had accidentally flowed into the library of the special class. Otherwise, it would have been banned by the people above long ago. The reason why he took it away was because he didn't want other people to discover this secret existence. If other people also discover it, then the secret of the soul hidden star in this book will be revealed. The higher UPS will most likely ban it, or even take action against those who viewed it. If it is discovered that Jiang Ziliu has read this book and even opened the soul hidden star, the greater probability is that he will not be treated as a genius, but let him disappear silently. Don't underestimate others' determination and means to maintain their own advantages and interests. So, it is better to nip the storm in the bud before it arises. When you really want to change something, you have to have enough strength to absolutely suppress all opposing forces. At that time, even if he only showed an attitude, someone would come to help him achieve his goal. No matter how big a mess he makes now, the most likely reaction will be to strangle him to death to calm everything down. If a book is lost, the most he can do is pay some money as compensation. Jiang Ziliu hid the book, but not in his own home, as he did not want to bring risks home. Jiang Ziliu is now at the 9-star limestone level. If he wants to open the soul hidden star, he can only rely on resources to solve it. However, the solution mentioned in this book involves soul crystals. With soul crystals as the main component and other materials as the supplement, one can instantly and harmlessly increase a person's soul activity and improve the soul's energy control, allowing the Beastmaster to directly observe the existence of even smaller soul hidden stars, and thus manipulate his own dark energy to light them up and open them step by step. Soul crystal is the core material and resource for unlocking the soul hidden star. The soul crystal also awakens the contract pattern in advance, becoming the core material of the Beastmaster one step ahead. After all, the growth and training of a beast tamer takes time, and the time advantage will be transformed into a stronger combat advantage in the beast tamer in advance. But where do soul crystals come from? Soul crystals come from certain exotic beasts that are of silver, gold, or even higher grade. The physique of this kind of strange beast is already very powerful, so powerful that it can feed back to the soul, strengthen the soul, and allow the soul to form a core soul crystal. Powerful human beastmasters and alien races will also produce soul crystals after death. Because the essence of soul crystal is high-quality soul power, which is actually a high-level state of soul star. The soul energy contained in the soul crystal itself is extremely pure and very easy to absorb. It can be said that soul crystal is a super strategic resource similar to rare earth and nuclear fuel in Jiang Ziliu's previous life. The entire human alliance has very strict control over soul crystals, which is an absolute top-level distribution strategy. However, after countless years, this system has become almost useless, and as long as it is not discovered, the transaction of soul crystals can be carried out crazily in private. But the price of soul crystals is very expensive, the cheapest one is 100 million yuan. Jiang Ziliu now needs to find a way to get soul crystals, but not by buying them. He has now reached the limit of the 9-star limestone level. If he doesn't find a way, the next time the feedback caused by the continuous growth of the beast appears, he may automatically be promoted to the black iron level. Then he would miss the opportunity to open the hidden soul star. As for how to obtain resources like soul crystals, he set his sights on the skill of probability judgment. Now he has found some clever ways to determine probability. Chapter 15. The knowledge learning in the special class is very intense, but there is also a super long vacation of nearly 15 days every 2 months. There is no such thing as winter and summer vacations in this world, only midterm breaks during the study period. This 15-day long vacation is used to provide time for middle school students, the new beast masters, to train their own beasts. After all, in school, 90% of their time is occupied by study and life. Some of the enhancements of the beast are relatively private matters and are not suitable for public places such as schools. Jiang Ziliu had already made preparations in advance, planning to use these 15 days to get the soul crystal resources he needed. This is how he uses probability to make judgments. What are the chances that I can find soul crystals in the area 100 kilometers east of base 12? 10%. The result given by probability judgment shows that there are soul crystals to the east of base 12. What is the probability that I can find soul crystals in the area 50 km east of base 12? 0. The probability is judged to be 0, which means that the soul crystal only exists within a range of 50 to 100 km east of base 12. What is the probability that I can find soul crystals in the area 50 km to 75 km east of base 12? 43%. The scope of existence of soul crystals is further reduced. What is the probability that I can find soul crystals in the area 50 to 60 km east of base 12? 67%. What is the probability that I can find soul crystals in the area 55 km to 56 km east of base 12? 80%. What is the probability that the soul crystal is more than 3 meters underground? 100%. Carrying out probability judgment step by step, at this point, Ziliu has determined the exact area of the soul crystal. But after carefully comparing the distribution map of exotic beasts outside the base, he had a bad feeling. What is the probability that this soul crystal is guarded by the silver-level alien beast star pattern Swift-Winged Leopard? 100%. Ziliu felt it was a pity, even though he had discovered the exact location of the soul crystal. But the owner of this soul crystal is the thing with star pattern Swift-Wind and Leopard in that area. This strange beast has the power of wind. Although its strength is slightly less than that of a normal silver-level strange beast, its speed is comparable to that of a quasi-gold-level strange beast. Moreover, its hearing and sense of smell are extremely sharp, and its searching ability is very strong. It can be said that without quasi-gold-level strength, Ziliu would most likely die if he encountered this kind of strange beast, and would end up being eaten alive. Ziliu felt lost after finding the soul crystal but being unable to move it. Fortunately, he has already determined the location of a soul crystal through this method, and he can use a similar method of judgment and elimination to find soul crystals that may exist in other places. Ziliu calculated his dark energy, and every day he used probability to determine where the soul crystal might be and whether he could get it safely. After a week of trying, 3 days before the holiday, Ziliu finally determined the location of the 3 soul crystals. Moreover, these 3 soul crystals were ownerless, so perhaps he could find them safely. After repeatedly investigating the situation in the wild, Ziliu selected one of the targets. That is the ruins of an ancient city in the south. The conditions there allow him to obtain a soul crystal relatively safely. The holidays are coming soon. After some preparation, Ziliu started his wilderness adventure plan. He prepared thousands of small iron beads for his SSS and skill electromagnetic manipulation. After all, the electromagnetic gun is currently his most powerful means of attack. There are also the equipment his parents prepared for him, including compressed dry food, lighters, simple cold-proof sleeping bags and other items. He prepared many kinds of things, but they were all very small in size, and there wasn't much when all of them were packed together. After making full preparations, he left home early one morning. Fearing that his parents would worry, he did not dare to tell them that he had gone to the wilderness. He only said that he was heading to the copy space for a longer period of adventure training. The gate of the base is not difficult to enter and exit as long as you are confirmed to be a human. The reason for the lax setting is still to strengthen trade. After all, there are a lot of individual beast tamers and groups of beast tamers coming in and out every day. If the inspection is strict, there will be a lot of congestion. After leaving the south gate of the base, Ziliu moved forward in an S-shaped route. What if someone is targeting me and is waiting for me right in front of me? No beasts above limestone level are allowed to appear within 10 kilometers of the base, and nearby military stations will conduct regular patrols and cleanups. This range is relatively safe. Ziliu summoned the Kongqing Rock Man and the Electric Snake, and asked the Kongqing Rock Man to go forward to be on guard. He followed the Kongqing Rock Man 30 meters behind him. The mutant electric snake hid behind him and moved forward along the grass and bushes, keeping an eye out for anyone around who was ready to ambush him. It is very safe within 1 kilometer around the base. But 1 kilometer away, it is the world of strange beasts. To be precise, the alien beasts here are weaker than those in the copy space. Some of them are the offspring of the original invading alien beasts and the native beasts of the earth, and some are the native plants and animals of the earth that evolved in the dark energy environment. Compared to the strange beasts from behind the gate of the end in the copy space, they are still weaker in all aspects, but they should not be underestimated. Now Ziliu defends himself very well. He wore leather armor inside, a waterproof suit outside, and joint guards on his joints. The entire head is wrapped in a waterproof hat, and a mask with strong filtering function is worn on the mouth. The trouser legs are also tied tightly. This is not what he wanted, but it is the best configuration for all Greystone level Beastmasters when adventuring in the wild. The dangers in the wild come not only from visible large exotic animals such as wolves, tigers, leopards, eagles, snakes, pigs, and cows, but also from various insects and special bacteria and fungal mutations. They are more dangerous than large monsters because of their small size, so their attacks are silent and difficult to guard against. Although this kind of dressing may look ugly, it can protect you from the harm caused by these tiny insects. His defense was correct, for he had not been walking for long when he noticed something moving on his trouser leg. After a careful search, he discovered that it was a purple striped leech crawling up his trouser leg. Ziliu shook it lightly, and the huge shaking force directly shattered it. He is now a quasi-black iron level life form with great strength and high soul intensity. He can use his own power accurately to form a lethal tremor force. This type of insect can be considered an exotic life form, with strength at the quasi 1-star limestone level, which is weaker than the normal 1-star limestone level, but stronger than ordinary life forms without dark energy. As long as the Beastmaster finds it, it is not difficult to kill it. But if it is not discovered, it will quietly invade the body of the Beastmaster, suck blood, give birth to offspring, reproduce in the host body, and directly threaten the life of the Beastmaster. The purple leech is a parasitic, blood-sucking life form that evolved into a single-body fission reproduction in an environment with abundant dark energy. Its vitality should not be underestimated. The best way is to use the power of vibration to destroy all its tissues in order to effectively kill it. Otherwise its large fragments can easily recover and form a smaller purple leech. Throughout the wilderness, there are insects including blood-sucking mosquitoes, parasitic screws, ultra-micro fleas, etc., which are also microscopic creatures that are very dangerous to low-level Beastmasters. However, after the Beastmaster's life level is upgraded to the black iron level, his skin, muscles, and immunity will evolve to become extremely powerful. The only ones who could pose a threat to him at this time were a small number of relatively powerful microscopic creatures with higher life levels and degrees of variation. Most insects can't even bite off the hair of a black iron level Beastmaster. The more advanced bronze level Beastmasters have a higher life level and more terrifying physical strength. Only 1 in 10,000 insects can pose a threat to them. A silver level Beastmaster can completely ignore the attacks of these miniature alien beasts. Even their life energy alone is enough to cause these little creatures' souls to collapse. Therefore, the danger of the wilderness is mainly aimed at the limestone level Beastmasters with lower life levels. They are the largest in number, but their strength is low, and they face a wide range of dangers. They will always fall without realizing it. This time, Ziliu discovered the threat in advance with his keen perception. If this type of leech invades your body, treatment is not difficult, but it is very expensive and will delay time and things. Books are never as real and profound as intuitive experience. Ziliu immediately checked his entire body and discovered that in just a short while, there were 4 other purple leeches hiding on his body that he had not discovered. This made Ziliu break out in a cold sweat, and he gained a deeper understanding of the dangers of the wilderness. You know, his current location is still in a relatively safe area within 1 kilometer of the base. There are so many purple leeches here, it seems that the phrase higher safety needs to be put in quotation marks. After clearing the hidden dangers, Ziliu became more careful. As he moved forward, he kept an eye on his surroundings and checked himself from time to time to see if there was any dangerous intrusion. Base number 12 was built on a small plain, but several kilometers to its south was a semi-forest and semi-grassland area on the hills. After crossing a small river, he officially entered the more dangerous area of the wilderness. So Jiang Biliu immediately activated the skill of concealing his life breath and tried his best to hide his existence. At the same time, this ability was also given to the mutant electric snake, allowing it to launch a stealthy surprise attack at any time. Jiang Ziliu's pace also slowed down a lot. He would rather walk slower to make sure there was no danger around him so that he could move forward more safely. Chapter 16. After entering the hilly area, Jiang Ziliu began to move along the waist of the hilly area. He did not walk along the bottom of the ditch, where there was a river. However, there were usually strange beasts that wanted to drink water and aquatic beasts near the water, so it was a relatively dangerous route. The higher areas of the hilly terrain are usually the lairs of some powerful monsters. They place their nests at the highest point so that they can observe their entire territory. The territorial awareness of exotic beasts above bronze level is also very strong. Unless their lives are in danger, they will be careful of anything that enters their territory, especially their own kind. The area in the middle of the hills where he walked was usually not suitable for hunting and there were fewer ferocious beasts. Some of the living habits of low-level wild beasts are not much different from those of wild animals before the world changed, except that they are more powerful. There are many strange beasts in dangerous areas. Now he was passing through a relatively dangerous area far away from the base. When they had advanced less than 100 meters, his beastmaster Kong Qinjianxi discovered a group of strange beasts in front of him. They are the rock rats hiding underground. The rat-like monster is a basic type of monster, just like the slime in the copy space. It is the food of many powerful carnivorous monsters. It is an omnivorous animal that can live alone or in groups. Jiang Ziliu understood one fact, that is, the stories in his previous life about millions of rodent-like monsters forming a super beast tide were generally nonsense. The food of a rodent-like monster is of higher quality and has a smaller appetite, so the quality must be improved. Moreover, the movement distance of rodents is limited, and they must rest and eat if they move beyond a certain distance. Within this range, resources are extremely tight, and there is an upper limit to the number of rodent-like beasts that can be supplied. This is just like marching in a war, there are many soldiers and the marching speed is not fast, but the logistical needs are very great. Without enough food, a large group of rats gathered together would only starve and be unable to run. A car will break down if it runs out of gas, and the same goes for small creatures like mice. When some snakes catch mice, they keep chasing them from behind until the mice are too tired to run and become the snake's food. Therefore, the upper limit of a rat colony is about 50 to 60 individuals. There are no terrible scenes like rat tides in this world. The group of rats discovered by the Kongqing rock man was underground, and there were only 30 of them. The energy attribute of this rock-armored rat is a rock-type attribute subdivided from the earth attribute. In dangerous moments, it can gather a layer of light rock armor on its body for defense. Forming light armor is also their only extraordinary skill. There is a rule for the life of alien beasts, that is, the smaller the body, the fewer skills it can possess and the less dark energy it has. The larger the monster is, the more skills it has, the higher its dark energy is, and the more terrifying its strength is. Rock rats only have defensive abilities, eat insects, and have high resistance to poison, but they are very timid. Jiang Ziliu didn't take a detour and walked directly past their nest. The result was that this group of rock rats not only did not appear to attack him, but instead temporarily fled from this underground area. In the world of exotic beasts, not all exotic beasts are threatening to ordinary humans and low-level beast masters. On the contrary, humans are the threat to most low-level monsters. What's really scary in the wild are not the little guys, but the big guys. Jiang Ziliu crossed the hill and encountered a total of 10 nests of rock rats. This area is often cleared by humans, and the number of large exotic beasts has sharply decreased, which has improved the living environment of the rock rats as they have fewer natural enemies. Their resources are not valuable, so no beastmaster is willing to spend the energy to deal with them. In addition, he also encountered some basic monsters of the Gale Earth Rabbit type. The Gale Earth Rabbits are 2 feet long and 1.5 feet high. They have Earth attribute skills such as Earth Speed and Rock and Soil Perception. The Earth Speed allows them to use the power of the Earth to run as fast as the wind, so the word wind is included in their name. Rock and Soil Perception means that they can use the Earth to sense movements at very far distances, and can judge the size and strength of the opponent through the slight vibrations of the Earth. This perception ability makes them very sharp. There are few large exotic animals on land that can catch them, but they are the favorites of carnivorous birds such as eagles and kites because they are sensitive to the earth but insensitive to the sky. Although their hearing is also good, exotic birds are faster, and some can even fly at supersonic speeds. They are invincible against the swift earth rabbit. The swift earth rabbit is also a basic alien beast, and there are at least millions of them distributed near base number 12. Ziliu passed by its nest and startled one of them. He then watched it quickly disappear from his sight. This swift earth rabbit did not run far away, but looked here from a distance. It made this bold move because it had cubs in its nest. Ziliu just took a look at the little guy in the nest, then turned and left. This swift earth rabbit is also a strange beast that is harmless to humans and is one of the evolved branches of the world's original rabbit. There are small amounts of forests in the hilly areas, but more of them are dense grass. After crossing this hill, Ziliu will pass through a valley as it heads south. Humans once built a bridge here, but now, under the erosion of time and nature, only broken ruins remain. But when it reached its lowest point, the Kongqing Rock Man sent an alarm message. "There's a bunch of big guys down there." Ziliu immediately fell to the ground, using all his strength to activate the SSS-level life force to converge, then carefully climbed up a rock wall and looked down. There turned out to be a group of wild boar-like beasts below. There is a row of sword-like bone spurs on the spine of their backs to prevent large monsters from attacking from behind. Moreover, their fur is very sharp and tough, with a metallic luster. This is a strange pig-like beast called the sword-spiked golden boar. They are also metallic beasts that feed on plant nuts, young shoots, grass roots, and crustaceans. Their favorite thing is to swallow the fine sand by the river. This fine sand can not only help them grind up grass roots, nuts, insect shells, and other indigestible things in their stomachs, but also allow them to absorb the metal elements in the river sand and add them to their hair to form metallic burrs. Likewise, these metal elements can also strengthen their bones. A magnet can be used to attract large amounts of iron powder in the sand, and this wild boar absorbs this metal. Although they are omnivorous, they have violent tempers and are as dangerous as ordinary wild boars. The leader of this group of sword-spiked golden boars is a giant boar that is nearly 2.5 meters long and weighs at least 1 ton or even 2 tons. The sword bone on its back was longer and tougher, with blood-red scars still on it. Its fur is brighter and contains more metal. Moreover, this guy's life level is very high, he is at least a 5-star black iron level life form. Don't be fooled by their ferocious appearance, this is the world of exotic beasts. At this time, they were chewing river sand by the valley stream, and unknowingly they were surrounded by a group of wolf-like beasts. A hunting war between exotic beasts is about to break out. Chapter 17. The strange beasts surrounding the group of sword-pierced golden-haired wild boars were a pack of wolves, which were only half the size of the wild boars. This group of wolves are hairless, with their bodies covered with a layer of metallic scales. They have 4 legs and their claws also have a metallic luster. They are very thin with prominent bones, but have a long, thin-skinned bony tail. Their bony tails are extremely tough and can reach up to 5 meters in length, with a sharp, shining metal bone blade at the tip of the tail. This long and thin tail would affect the movement balance of other animals. But this long tail does not affect them at all, because their bony tail can be curled up. Normally its long tail is curled up, which does not affect its flexibility at all. Therefore, this kind of wolf, which has only 3-star black iron life level at most, is also called the curly-tailed bone-armored wolf. They are a kind of golden beast and a variant of the world's native wolves. This kind of wolf is not powerful individually, but they often move out in groups of more than 30, and dare to hunt high-level black iron or even bronze-level exotic beasts. Any strange beast that can be cut by the blade of their bony tail is their prey. They have extremely strong perception abilities and can use dark energy to sense the life fields of other exotic beasts, which is very powerful. If Jiang Ziliu had not been confident in his SSS level life breath convergence skills, he would never have dared to watch a hunting battle of the curled-tailed armored wolf at such a close distance. They carefully lurked around the herd of sword-spiked golden boars and slowly approached. There are about 27 golden-haired wild boars in this group, but there are as many as 13 cubs. 4 of the Drongo wolves were lurking near the leader of the sword-pierced golden boar. Others targeted the wild boar cubs and some weaker adult boars in the herd. They gradually lurked until they were less than 10 meters away from the herd of wild boars. The Drongo wolves are a group of exotic animals in a matriarchal society, and the female wolf king was the first to launch an attack. After it was ready, it jumped over quickly and pounced on a sword-like golden-haired wild boar 4 meters to the side. Its bony tail flicked forward, 1 stroke, 1 flick again, and 1 stroke again. Then it turned around quickly and ran away very quickly. In this series of double blows, the first stroke of its long bony tail pierced the belly of the sword-pierced golden-haired wild boar. The second time, it scratched the belly of the wild boar cub it was guarding. The defense of this sword-spiked golden boar is very strong, but its defense is mainly concentrated in its back and other places. Although its soft abdomen has fat, it is very tender, which is a more obvious weakness. It is difficult for ordinary predators to attack the belly of the sword-pierced golden boar. But the Drongo is not included in this list. They are metallic beasts, and humans speculate that their extraordinary abilities are the result of metal strengthening of their bones. The metal content in their bones is very high and their structure is extremely tough. Coupled with their flexible mobility, the blades of their bony tails can easily cut through the belly of the sword-pierced golden boar. However, their strength is generally weak. When attacked, their bones are tough but their internal organs are easily injured. Therefore, the general hunting method of the Drongo is to strike once and then retreat, regardless of whether it succeeds or not. The female leader of this group of Dunguru wolves was very experienced and killed 2 people with 1 strike. Although it did not kill the 2 wild boars, 1 big and 1 small, it left them with huge wounds, and even their intestines were flowing out. This state of injury and bleeding will continue on the sword-pierced golden boar because the bone blade of the Drongo has metal toxins that can prevent the wound from healing. This will cause the prey's wounds to bleed until they die. The leader of the Drongo moved, and the other Drongos followed suit and launched an attack, with the time difference being less than 1 second. They used the same method, pouncing to a distance of 3 to 4 meters from the sword-like golden boar, then stabbing or scratching the wild boar with their bony tails, injuring it and then quickly running away. However, these sword-pierced golden-haired wild boar monsters are not easy to deal with. They are experienced and will quickly climb down when they encounter a Drongo. After all, they are old acquaintances of each other and they just like to love and kill each other. This protective action caused the attack to fail to reach the target for some of the wolves, and only a small bit of skin on their backs was broken, with little or no wound at all. After all, the sword-pierced golden boar's defense is very strong. A slightly smaller, less experienced Drongo was scratched directly by the bone blade of the sword that pierced the golden boar's back. This time, it was the tail blade of the curled tailbone wolf that was broken into a gap. The bone spurs of this wild boar are not only their defensive weapons, but also their toughest part, even tougher than the bone blades of the Drongo. Moreover, the sword-spiked golden pigs also have long-range attack capabilities. The mature golden hair on their bodies is like sharp needles and can be ejected. Part of their fur will mature over time, and after a period of time, they will not use it for attack and will drop it on their own. When there are too many mature golden retrievers, it will affect their activities and even hurt themselves when they hit some rocks and hard trees. Of course, these needle-like hairs are most effective when used to defend against attacks. 2 Dungaroo wolves were killed by the wild boar's sword-piercing counterattack because they failed to escape in time after the attack, and their bodies were covered with sharp thorns. They whimpered and fled away. If they don't have their companions to help them bite out the golden hair, they will slowly die in pain. After this wave of attacks, a total of 10 sword-pierced golden pigs were seriously injured and their stomachs were cut. Among them were 7 cubs and 3 adults. The wild boar leader was also attacked, but it reacted faster and lay down in time. But the drongo attacked it just to provoke it. Look, the furious wild boar leader chased these drongos along the valley to the west, completely forgetting that he had his own herd of wild boars to protect. Wild boars are very powerful, but their irritable and aggressive temperament makes some predators wary of them, and also makes it easy for other predators to exploit them. Next, the drongo jogged around the wild boar herd, constantly harassing the herd of golden-haired wild boars and looking for opportunities to attack again. The drongo wants to get the wild boars moving, making them even more frightened after being injured. When running in a group of wild boars, the injured parts will lose blood faster, accelerating their death. For those that have been severely injured and cannot run, the sword-tailed armored wolf will finish them off from a distance until they are completely killed. Not long after, the leader of the golden-haired wild boars came to his senses and guarded the injured members. But after a while, it realized that they were beyond saving, so it had no choice but to give up and follow the smell to chase the living group. At this moment, Jiang Ziliu, who was hiding and observing, suddenly felt something and looked up. There were actually 2 gigantic blue-feathered eagles with a wingspan of 3 meters hovering in the sky. They were wind-attributed exotic beasts, at the black iron level. They liked to follow the drongo and snatch their prey. The drongo also discovered their traces and immediately dragged the 7 dying wild boar cubs towards the surrounding trees or rocks. The 3 adult wild boars were extremely heavy and the blue-feathered eagle could not carry them away at all, but they were not worried at all. But they react quickly, and the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle is even faster. They swooped down at high speed, dodging the bone blades that the furious drongo stabbed out, and took away the 2 sword-pierced golden boar cubs one by one. The blue-feathered eagle that pierces the wind successfully snatched away the spoils from the 2 curled-tailed armored wolves. Originally, their harvest was enough to give them enough food to last for the next week, and they even had some surplus. But after the blue-feathered eagle snatched so much food, their original food supply could barely last for less than a week. You know, the drongo still has cubs to feed, and the meat of 2 wild boar cubs is already a lot. Moreover, the flesh and core of the golden-attributed alien beast, the sword-spiked golden-haired wild boar, are most suitable for the growth needs of their cubs. However, metallic prey is not so common in the wilderness. The drongo wolf's prey was robbed and they did not wait for the injured wild boars to bleed to death. Instead, they rushed forward and quickly killed the surviving adult wild boars. Then the bony tail blade swung quickly, cutting the prey into large pieces that they could just carry away. They ate the parts they couldn't take away. After the wolf left, the remaining scattered flesh and blood quickly attracted a large number of scavenger insects and small rodents. They will quickly clean up all the flesh and blood, making it look as if no bloody monster hunting battle has ever taken place here. Jiang Ziliu watched the battle between the strange beasts and understood many things he had read in books before, and gained some greater insights. This made him think a lot, and he would have more experience in dealing with strange beasts. At the same time, the struggle between these exotic beasts will also allow him to summarize some details that need to be paid attention to when cultivating exotic beasts of the same type. That is, the beastmaster must protect the beast's weaknesses or supplement the defense. Although the exotic beasts in the wild do not have the absolute intelligence of humans, their hunting and fighting wisdom should not be underestimated at all. Chapter 18. Jiang Ziliu carefully avoided the battlefield, trying his best to avoid the bloody smell here. The remaining bloody smell from the hunt will attract some carnivorous and scavenger beasts. Some carnivorous and scavenger beasts will even follow the smell to find the lair of the drongo. However, the lair of the drongo is usually in caves and steep terrain, where its tail can dig holes. Whether those strange beasts can attack or not depends on their own abilities. 90% of wild beasts are predators themselves, and they may also become prey to others in the next moment. The further south Ziliu went along the established route, the more forest areas there were ahead. Originally there were forests here, but they were too close to base 12, so humans cleared some of the trees. Reducing the number of trees meant reducing the amount of food, and minimizing the number of exotic beasts near the base. The reduction in forests will lead to a reduction in food resources, which will make them less attractive to high-level exotic beasts. Therefore, with these measures, the closer you are to base 12, the safer it becomes. Human wisdom is not only reflected in this base, most other bases also adopt similar practices. The jungle here is dense, and humans have opened up a road to the south. But Ziliu did not follow this road, because it was easy to be targeted if he took the road. After all, he was just a weakling and could easily be robbed by some low-level adult beast masters with ill intentions. The wilderness is a lawless area. Not only are the weak beast tamers prone to being robbed, but even some small caravans are prone to being robbed. Another aspect of choosing this route was that he was training himself through the wilderness. Although the road he was walking on was a completely wild area, it was still a relatively safe area. The area outside the base is divided into relatively safe areas, more dangerous areas, and dangerous areas in order of grade. He can experience various situations in the wilderness step by step, and adapt to the outdoor adventure life in the wild environment from difficult to easy. If he takes the main road, Ziliu will be able to step directly from the safe area into the highly dangerous area in one step. After comprehensive consideration, he had already planned this route before entering the wilderness adventure, which would involve experiencing adventures from easy to difficult. By the time we watched the fight between the pig and wolf up close, it was almost dark. By the time he reached the second large hilly area, night had quickly crept up onto the horizon. Along the way, Ziliu encountered two groups of wild boar mutants, namely rock-armored unicorn pigs, and a 3-meter-long electric snake. But thanks to the powerful hiding effect of the life-breath convergence skill, they did not notice Ziliu, who was observing them closely. At night, Ziliu chose a safe place to rest. He climbed up to the crown of a 30-meter-tall mutant Huxiatun tree and rested there for the night. This native species of this world has become extremely large in the dark energy environment. They were originally very tall, about 10 meters high, but now they are 30 meters high. There is nothing dangerous about this tree, it just becomes thicker and taller. Its crown is very high and its trunk is relatively smooth, so it is difficult for ordinary exotic beasts to climb up. But this giant Huxiatun tree has many thick branches on its crown, making it easy for a person to find a place to live. So Ziliu decided to rest overnight on the crown of this tree. He now had great hand strength, and with the help of skillful use of the rope, he launched himself into the tree canopy. This tree climbing technique is one of the skills that must be taught in school, because it allows you to climb high trees and save your life at critical moments in the wild and in the copy space. After climbing up to the tree canopy, he carefully checked the canopy again and found that there were no major abnormalities around the canopy except for some bird nests. The main reason for his inspection was to determine whether there were any dangerous or poisonous insects in the tree canopy. After all, there were many kinds of insects on the big tun trees in the previous life. Fortunately, the tun trees in this world are different and have strong insect resistance. Next, Ziliu began to make a safety knot with his own rope and tied it around himself to prevent himself from accidentally falling after falling asleep. Then he took out his compressed dry food, soaked it in the clean water he carried with him, made it into a paste and started eating it. It didn't taste good, but it was nutritious enough to satisfy his consumption for the past 2 days. This kind of dry food is very expensive because it contains fruit powder from special high-grade plants. This fruit powder is high in energy and nutrition, but it is not easy to digest. It is a special food that can last for 2 days if eaten in one meal. It sells very well because it is really easy to use. Although it didn't taste very good, Jiang Ziliu still ate it all, and then took out a piece of beast core and dried meat to feed the mutant lightning snake. Another beast core was thrown down and was caught by the Kongqing rock man below. This piece is its food for the next 2 days. The Kongqing rock people can also draw power from the earth to sustain their own survival, and have lower requirements for food nutrition. After the feeding was finished, he asked the Kongqing rock man to rest and guard under the tree in the first half of the night, while the mutant lightning snake rested first, and it would guard the second half of the night. He himself entered a state of rest, half awake and half asleep, always on guard. At first, Jiang Ziliu still couldn't sleep. After all, this was his first night in the wild in his past and present life. Then Jiang Ziliu saw the wilderness under the moonlight and the horror it contained. Less than an hour after nightfall, a large group of dense things like evil black clouds surged in from the sky. Wherever they passed, everything was silent. It was a scene where countless strange beasts avoided danger and suppressed their own breath. The black cloud that was coming was a colony of mutant three-winged six-tailed bats. They live in the cracks of rock walls, are 1.5 feet long, have 3 pairs of wings, and 6 tails. 3 pairs of wings can produce flapping amplitudes of different frequencies. This body structure makes them extremely flexible in the air, allowing them to fly at high speeds, hover, and even backwards. The 3-winged six-tails is a dual attribute monster of the spiritual bloodline. Although their life level is only the highest 9-star limestone level, their numbers are extremely large, with a colony of around 1 to 3,000. Of their 6 tails, 3 are stinging tails that can inject paralyzing nerve venom into their prey, and also have the effect of corrupting the spirit and soul. The 3-winged six-tailed bats go out in groups and also attack in groups. Generally, strange beasts below bronze level find it difficult to resist these 3 thorny tails, and their skin can be pierced easily by them. The other 3 tails are shorter, but the structure at the tip of the tail is a blood-sucking needle that can suck the blood from the strange beasts that are injured and poisoned by them and fall to the ground. This animal only sucks blood and doesn't eat anything else. Their mouths can emit special and extraordinary ultrasonic waves, which can not only interfere with the hearing of animals and make them lose their direction, but also contain a certain mental attack effect. After the 3-winged six-tailed bats moved out in groups, this mental attack quickly increased in power due to the huge number of them gathering together, becoming extremely terrifying. They will make the strange beasts in the dark very irritated. When the strange beasts can no longer suppress their spirits and move around, the resulting noise will be detected by the 3-wing, 6-layer ultrasonic wave. What they will face next is the dense group attack of these little creatures. It is difficult for rodents that run underground to form colonies because of resource limitations. But the light-bodied 3-winged, 6-tailed birds do not have this problem because they can fly farther and have a larger range of activities. Moreover, the food and blood provided by the strange beasts give them sufficient energy. These conditions allow the 3-winged six-tailed bats to form large-scale group attacks. But their power is very small, and they rely entirely on this trick to survive. But everything has its natural enemy. Not long after the 3-winged six-tailed bat appeared, a 6-meter-long strange beast slid over from a distance. This is a multi-winged flying snake. They are called the one-horned lightning Quetzalcoatl. The unicorn-horned lightning-feathered serpent rushed into the group of 3-winged six-tailed bats, constantly flapping its wings like centipede legs, and it could swallow a 3-winged six-tailed bat with just one mouth. There is a powerful electric energy field near its horn, which fills the air with electrical power and can paralyze the surrounding 3-winged six-tailed bats, making it easier for it to eat the immobile 3-winged six-tailed bats in one bite. After all, the 3-winged six-tailed bat is very agile, and it is difficult for it to bite this kind of bat directly without paralysis. This three-winged six-tailed bat is the best food for the unicorn lightning-feathered serpent, and can provide them with rich life energy and nutrition. The skin of the unicorn horned lightning-feathered serpent is extremely tough. It is not afraid of the tail sting attacks of the three-winged six-tailed bats, and it is also highly resistant to their venom. Wherever the three-tailed six-winged bat passed, it consumed a large amount of blood of low-level exotic beasts. At this time, they themselves became food for the unicorn-horned lightning-feathered serpent. The unicorn-horned lightning-feathered serpent kept chasing the three-winged six-tailed bats, driving them out of the area, leaving a chance for survival for a large number of exotic beasts in the area. Only a small number of exotic beasts unfortunately became cannon fodder under the attack of the three-winged six-tailed bats. The wilderness at night was very dangerous. After a while, Ziliu heard very subtle and unusual noises again. He discovered that there was something moving not far from the tree. Then he saw what it was in the moonlight. It turned out to be a ball-shaped plant moving. Its vines stretched into the burrow of a strange beast, and sounds of resistance were heard from inside, but it soon became quiet. It was a swift earth rabbit. Soon the vine-like plant wrapped around it with its vines, and in a short while the windy earth rabbit turned into a dried corpse. He immediately remembered the records about this plant-like monster. This creature is called the rolling blood-sucking vine. It is a special plant that feeds on blood and is usually active at night. During the day, it will hide and become an ordinary plant, not moving or attacking. However, any animal or beast passing by it will be left with plant pheromones without its knowledge. At night, the rolling blood-sucking vine will choose a suitable hunting target according to the opponent's life level, quietly follow the direction determined by the pheromone, turn into a ball and roll to the opponent's nest to capture and suck blood. For low-level human beast masters, it is one of the most dangerous wild plants. Because of its strong camouflage ability, it is difficult for people to find the exact difference between it and ordinary vines. They often take advantage of the beastmasters sleeping in the wild and quietly follow up to launch attacks. Ziliu saw the scene just now and had a clear understanding of the visible, invisible, and ubiquitous dangerous factors in the wilderness. He also remembered the appearance of this plant deeply. Next he saw the appearance of strange beasts such as the shadow cat. If he did not have the skill to conceal his life breath, this shadow cat with a keen sense would definitely have discovered his presence. This shadow cat can hide in the shadows and launch surprise attacks. It is also one of the most feared beasts in the wild by low-level beastmasters. This is partly because shadow cats like to attack humans. After all, humans live in a safer environment, their vigilance is not as strong as that of wild beasts, and their reactions are not as fast. Shadow cats' success rate in hunting humans is higher than hunting ordinary beasts. The difference in difficulty makes them prefer to attack human beastmasters. In the first half of the night, Ziliu did not sleep at all. He kept watching the hunting and counter-hunting of the strange beasts in the night. Some special beasts even have the ability to cast illusions, disguising themselves as prey and luring nocturnal beasts such as shadow cats. Once the enemy pounces on them, thinking it is attacking food, it will fall into the trap. Danger is everywhere, and the wild world opens Ziliu's eyes. In the second half of the night, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Fortunately, nothing happened that night, and the mutant electric snake was also faithfully guarding him and protecting his safety. Chapter 19. When the night ended and the day began to dawn, Ziliu opened his tired eyes, and was awakened by the stimulation of the rising sun. There were so many thrilling scenes seen last night that he didn't dare to sleep too deeply and tried to stay in a state of half asleep and half awake as much as possible. Fortunately, there was a beast-taming mutated electric snake to keep an eye on his safety at night. After waking up, Ziliu ate something and wiped his face with a wet towel. Then he put away the mutated electric snake that had guarded him all night and let it rest, and then called back the Kongqing rock man who was resting in a secret place under the tree. If we don't talk about development and attack power, the sky blue rock man is a very good beast to tame. It is an earth-type beast that can maintain high energy for a long time without rest, and then take a long rest to relieve itself when needed. Unlike the mutated electric snake, it needs a certain amount of sleep every day to recover. With the morning sunshine, Jiang Ziliu continued to let the Kongqing rock man go forward to explore the way, and he followed closely behind. Along the way, he encountered mostly the same beastmasters as before. Because of this, there are more forests. It was almost noon when he crossed 2 hills and reached a small plain area. There is a river ahead, and there is a large grassland beside the river. After the great destruction of mankind, this wilderness has been evolving recklessly towards barbarism without looking back. His goal was at the end of the grassland. This grassland is a very dangerous place, because there are nearly 1 million basic monsters such as cattle, sheep, and rabbits living here. There are even more smaller types of strange animals such as rodents, insects, birds, etc. They were once plant-eating animals, but in today's era, many of the original plant-eating beasts have evolved into omnivorous beasts. Exotic animals like cattle, sheep, and rabbits don't mind eating small animals like insects and mice. They are more aggressive and more dangerous. When Jiang Ziliu entered the area, he summoned the mutant electric snake that was sleeping to recover its energy and asked it to protect him. He took an S-shaped curve instead of moving in a straight line. Because in this area, there are some powerful bronze or even silver-level carnivorous beasts, such as giant leopards, giant snakes, and other types. He had to avoid the territories of these dangerous guys and move along their territorial borders. Not long after they moved forward, Jiang Ziliu saw a kind of strange beast that lived in groups called the Earth Bull. They possess powerful physical strength, and can also use Earth-attributed extraordinary attack skills such as rock spikes and earth tremors. The Earth Bulls are widely distributed in this grassland area. Adult Earth Bulls generally have a life level of black iron, and a small number of mutants can grow to bronze or even higher silver levels. They are very strong, but they are also the food that more powerful beasts like wolves, leopards, and giant snakes like prefer to hunt. Those carnivorous guys are bigger and stronger, and are all bronze or even silver level. The crushing power brought by the higher level of life allows them to be fearless of the counterattacks of the Earth Bulls such as the ground spikes, and easily hunt these Earth Bulls. There is also the giant horned wind sheep, a strange beast with wind attributes. The highest mutant can grow to the silver level. This sheep-like beast grows extremely slowly. It takes them nearly 30 years to grow to the peak black iron level. Whether they can reach the bronze level depends on whether they can eat the special resources of life and non-life elixir in the wilderness. After eating precious medicines with corresponding attributes, they will undergo benign mutations and evolutions and advance to the bronze level. The knowledge base about beast taming evolution in pharmacy comes from the benign evolution process of this exotic beast. Benese, the drug-evolved product, is the product of the analysis and summary of various benign evolutionary factors of the alien beasts. Bighorn sheep are very fast and have high litter sizes, with dozens of cubs in a litter. The Earth Bull and the giant horned wind sheep are the most common choices for beastmasters with low human potential and D and C level talents. The Earth Bull has enormous strength and excellent endurance. It eats ordinary plants and a small amount of meat, and is an expert in wilderness transportation. It can be said that as long as a beastmaster with low-level talent contracts the Earth Bull, he will not have to worry about survival. The numerous trading companies' freight transportation, the resource trading freight transportation between bases, and the bulk commodity trading transportation of the beastmasters all require the use of these beastmasters who have contracted the Earth Bull. This type of beastmaster is equivalent to the truck driver in Jiang Ziliu's previous life. Together, they form the basic link in logistics transactions in this era of mankind, and are the basic part of trade within and between bases. A beastmaster with higher growth potential may choose exotic beasts with high transportation capacity and high combat power, such as the Earth Elephant and the Earth Dragon. This kind of people can transport some high-value goods and are the high-end existence in the beast transport industry. The highest level of cargo movement relies on giant flying beasts. It just costs more. The giant horned wind sheep, due to its terrifying speed and good endurance, has become the basic beast for the military members of each base. The military usually adopts human orphans who have lost their parents and raises them from childhood, so their loyalty is not a big problem at all. The members with high potential among them contracted high-level exotic beasts and became the main fighting force of the army. Those with low potential mainly contract with giant horned wind sheep to form the basic cavalry force of the beast taming world. The army chose the giant horned wind sheep because this sheep-like beast has low food requirements and is fast. The most important thing is that they are quite courageous and will not panic no matter what situation they encounter. When they act in groups, they will even attack some dragon-like monsters with dragon power. They will not be scared when they encounter ordinary powerful monsters. These characteristics make them a good choice for large-scale military beast tamers. At the same time, some beast masters with lower talents will also choose giant horned wind sheep. One reason is that its cubs are cheap, and the other is that it is a very good mount during adventures. It is also fast and can improve the life-saving ability of the beastmaster. As Jiang Ziliu passed through this grassland area, he carefully observed these earth bulls and giant horned wind sheep. If he didn't have the innate skill of probability judgment, he would definitely choose an exotic beast like the earth bull, which is economical and cost-effective. Fortunately, he has a golden finger and can find his own path to continuous development and growth. He even had the confidence to carry out special and continuous evolution on low-level beasts. Jiang Ziliu restrained his aura along the way, and even encountered a bronze-level blue-eyed wind thunder leopard in the process. This guy was patrolling the edge of his territory. Fortunately, Kong Qingjian's hidden skills were good enough that he managed to hide himself successfully without even smelling anything. If discovered, this strange beast would not mind tasting human flesh. Generally speaking, humans are quite attracted to carnivorous beasts in the wild. This is due to the source of their blood, that is, the blood instincts of the original beasts that came out of the gate of the end. Those beings have an instinctive hostility and desire for humans. He finally came to the river in the middle of the grassland. This river is very wide, up to 2 miles wide, but there is only shallow and narrow water in the middle. It is now the dry season for the river, and he had specifically inquired about this location, which is a relatively safe place to cross the river. Just as he reached the river, the Kongqing rock man suddenly sounded the alarm. It turned out that there was a small human caravan crossing the river ahead. But what was unusual was not this, but that the Kongqing rock man sensed the presence of other strange human beast masters. Jiang Ziliu immediately hid over, crawled in the grass on the shore and looked out carefully. It was a small caravan of about 50 people. They might have chosen to take a small road because they were worried about being robbed if they took the main road. This team was transporting basic earth bulls, each of which was loaded with cargo. There were 40 earth bulls alone in the entire caravan. Serving as guards are 10 beastmasters, among whom is a bronze-level beastmaster. Their beasts are the black-feathered thunder eagle, the big-beaked iron-winged bird, the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle, etc. There are also special land-based monsters including the blue-eyed wind thunder leopard, the giant horned wind sheep, and the phantom light fox. There are also special types of beasts used for reconnaissance in the entire team. It can be said that this configuration is already very good and can deal with most threats in the wild. But the Kongqing rock man discovered that the people in this caravan had no means to discover the hidden beast tamer. Because the hidden beast tamer was lurking in a small pool in the middle of the river. The opponent's strange beast was also very special. It was just a nearly 1 meter tall, extremely special large bronze-level skunk. Zhang Lu then understood why this person dared to ambush here. It turned out that the skunk-type beastmaster could actually release a colorless and odorless airborne poison gas that could make people and beastmasters unconscious. The skunk was located just upwind from the entire team. Not long after the poison gas spread, some people in the caravan began to feel abnormalities in their bodies. But it was too late, the entire team's beast tamers had been hit. Even if the beast tamers could withstand it, the beast tamers could not. All the beastmasters fell, and the beastmaster lost his command. Finally, under the cover of poisonous gas, all the beasts fell down in panic. Jiang Ziliu was also upwind. He guessed that this poison might be a temporary poison that would make the beastmaster and the beast temporarily unconscious, but would not cause direct death. But how could this person alone have the ability to rob an entire caravan? Unless he has advanced space items, or space-type beasts. But soon, Jiang Ziliu realized that he was totally wrong. This person was not here to rob, but had other goals. He emerged from the water, wearing a black leather jacket, leather pants, and leather hood, with special waterproof glasses on his eyes, hiding himself very well. It can be said that no one can recognize who he is dressed like this. He came to the knocked-down caravan, drew the scimitar from his back, and slashed the caravan members one by one. His neat and familiar beheading movements made it clear at a glance that he did this often. This is a killer. He actually just chose to exterminate all the humans in the entire caravan. With the death of the beastmaster himself, those beasts such as the earth bull also died after screaming uncontrollably in a coma, and the entire river was filled with wailing. But this person was like a cold machine, constantly killing. The lives of the beastmaster and the beast are related. If the beastmaster dies, the beast will definitely die. If the beast tamer dies, the beastmaster will not die, but will suffer a huge backlash. Generally speaking, when a beast tamer dies or falls asleep, the entire beast taming space will also become silent, making it impossible to train beast tamers and difficult to contract a new beast tamer. Jiang Ziliu understood that this guy who was suspected to be the beastmaster killer was here to destroy the entire caravan. The ability of the skunk also made him realize that no matter how big the monsters were, their abilities should not be underestimated. Just one bronze-level skunk brought down the entire team. After killing all the beastmasters, he set all the goods on fire. Then he quietly observed the situation around him in the bloody killing field for a while, and then he disappeared into the bushes opposite without any hurry. Jiang Ziliu felt that he might have stumbled upon something big. This was either a killing caused by a special business struggle or a special conspiracy between certain forces against each other. Because the other party came with the intention of destroying the entire caravan, and it was not a robbery as he had originally guessed. Jiang Ziliu did not move, as he suspected that the man might still be watching from behind. So he asked the Kongqing rock people to advance underground and search quietly. Sure enough, the Kongqing rock man quickly found the other party. The other party was hiding in the grass on the opposite bank, observing whether anyone had witnessed it. After waiting for half an hour, Kong Qinjianshi reported that the man had completely disappeared. But Jiang Ziliu did not move. Sure enough, after a while, the man actually sneaked back from the grassland behind him and was discovered by the mutant electric snake. Fang Rui's location was not far from Jiang Ziliu. The atmosphere was heavy. Jiang Ziliu thoroughly activated his life force convergence skills, not daring to make a single breath. At the same time, he also held an iron ball in his hand. Once the killer discovered him, he would directly use the electromagnetic cannon to deliver a fatal blow. He didn't believe that a human beastmaster could withstand the power of the electromagnetic cannon. Fortunately, he was lucky and the man did not find any trace of Jiang Ziliu passing by. This time he just confirmed it briefly and left quickly. Jiang Ziliu lurked for nearly 2 hours before quickly leaving the place and crossing the river from another more dangerous place in the distance to the other side of the river. This experience made Jiang Ziliu realize what it means to be a beastmaster. The danger does not only come from strange beasts, but also from his own kind. It was the most vivid and real lesson for him. He will not meddle in other people's business. Finding the soul crystal safely is his first goal. Chapter 20. The other side of the grassland river is the real danger zone. Not only are black iron level beasts common here, but bronze level beasts are also quite a few. There are even some more advanced silver level monsters. Fortunately, the route chosen by Jiang Ziliu perfectly avoided the territories of those more powerful alien beasts. Relying on his ability to gather his life energy, he could easily pass through the territories of weaker alien beasts. The next area is a real forbidden area, but this is also where he used probability to determine the location of the soul crystal of his innate skill. This was once a battlefield between humans and alien beasts, and was also the location of a large human city. But in the age of great destruction, after losing hope, the humans in this large city directly detonated a suicidal super high-yield nuclear bomb when the alien beasts invaded the city, completely turning this area into a death zone for life. At that time, powerful gold and diamond level monsters were destroyed by nuclear weapons. There are even rumors that a supreme top-level exotic beast has died here. Limestone, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, supreme. This is the level of beastmasters and exotic beasts announced by humans to the lower levels, but Jiang Ziliu speculated that there are even beastmasters above the supreme one. Because he heard some news that humans not only stick to this main planet of life, but also expand to other life planets. From this, he boldly guessed that there were higher levels of beastmaster realm that had not been announced to ordinary humans. Silver level means the top powerhouses in base number 12, the very top level. But in the forbidden area he went to, there were gold, diamonds, and even the remains of supreme exotic beasts. It is only the nuclear radiation and the remnants of supreme beast power that make this area extremely terrifying, forming a special maze of extraordinary ruins. This is a place where there is no exit. Human beastmasters have yet to find a way to break in and get out safely. Others couldn't find it, but Jiang Ziliu found a way to fight against the ruins maze created by the fusion of nuclear radiation and the extraordinary power of alien beasts through probability judgment. The solution is simple, just dig a hole and move forward. He knew through probability that the power contained in this fantasy area of the ruins only covered an area nearly 500 meters wide on the outer layer of the ruins. And inside the ruins, it is safe. The power of the original ruins fantasy realm also covered the underground, thus forming the legend of this horrific death place. But no one knows that the original terrifying power of this place has dissipated a lot under the erosion of time. In the underground level below 3 meters, the power of the ruins maze is no longer effective, allowing people to pass through directly. But even so, digging a cave that is 500 meters wide and 3 meters deep underground is not an easy task. But Jiang Ziliu has time for Qingjian people. Its skills such as rock escape and rock dive can control the power of the soil to a certain extent, making it no problem to form a stable cave in one place. But this is not its skill, so when performing this operation, the dark energy consumed by the Kongqing Rock Man is 3 to 10 times that of normal skills. But Jiang Ziliu was not in a hurry at all. After reaching the edge of the ruins, he dug a hole and hid underground. Then he quietly rested here and let the Kongqing Rock people open up the underground passage. Now that its dark energy has been consumed, let it rest and recover. Jiang Ziliu also brought enough low-level earth attribute slime beast cores, which were completely sufficient for the recovery of Kongqing Rock Man. Once it has recovered and rested enough, we will open up an underground passage. After 2 days of careful work in opening up the channel, the Kongqing Rock Man successfully opened up the channel. The Kongqing Rock Man entered to conduct preliminary exploration and determined that there was nothing inside and the ruins were just a ruin. After making sure there was no danger, Jiang Ziliu walked through the passage and came inside. The ruins of human buildings can be seen everywhere, but there are very few plants here. Jiang Ziliu walked inside and felt that the space here was completely different from the outside. He understood that the power of the relic maze was not that simple. It was probably a force field like a space wall, but it did not seem to completely cover the underground area. This should be a subspace type environment, which is a much lower level space domain than the copy space. There are dilapidated high-rise buildings everywhere, which shows that human technological civilization was well developed before the destruction of this planet. He searched the city. The place where the soul crystal might be must be at the core location where the alien beasts attacked the city that year, which was also the center of the nuclear explosion. But his probability judgment only determined a vague location, and he still had to search carefully here. The streets were overgrown with vines and weeds, and there was dirt everywhere. But it is also possible to see some scattered remnants of industrial debris, such as the frames of heavy vehicles. But most of the remains have turned into mud under the erosion of time. Only a few fragments have experienced the erosion of time and have barely preserved some traces of the past. There are no strange beasts in this place, and the power of radiation has made it barren, but it has only now regained some vitality. There is still some radiation left here. But Jiang Ziliu had used probability to determine at home that this level of residue was harmless to him, who was already a 9-star limestone level life form. It is precisely because of the special environment here that it becomes a relatively safe place for him to obtain soul crystals. Other places around the base where soul crystals exist are much more dangerous than here. After searching for nearly a day, he finally found the site of the battle. Around a giant pit of several kilometers in size, there are scattered bones of exotic animals that are dozens of meters long. They are still as special as living jade. Some of the strange beasts' bones are even golden, purple, or even colorful. But without exception, these bones exuded a terrifying aura, which made him and his two beasts feel extremely depressed. That is the remaining energy that has existed for who knows how many years after the death of a higher life form. It is already far inferior to the original life level of the alien beast, but it is still so terrifying. But under the power of large-yield nuclear weapons, they all became equal and were all reduced to ashes under that terrifying force. A nuclear explosion of this level has a temperature of tens of millions degrees at the center, which even powerful alien beasts cannot completely resist. Jiang Ziliu found the place where the powerful alien beasts fell, and was sure that the soul crystal he needed was here. Soul crystals exist in the pineal gland of alien beasts, so as long as he finds the remaining skull of a powerful alien beast, he may be able to find the soul crystals there. The place was littered with the remains of powerful beasts, and Jiang Ziliu soon found a skull as big as a room. This skull has been buried in the mud. Next, if Jiang Ziliu wanted to find the soul crystal, he had to start digging. He dug mud with the Kongqing rock man and carefully examined the dug soil, finding traces of earth soul crystals bit by bit. Generally speaking, soul crystals are not big. The small ones are only the size of soybeans, and the large ones are the size of fists. The larger the soul crystal, the better the effect will naturally be. The color of soul crystals is generally black, which makes them easier to identify. He also asked the Kongqing rock people, who had a keen sense of soil conditions, to help him search. But this time, he spent a whole day digging out the soil under the skull, but did not find any soul crystal. Jiang Ziliu understands that this is a normal phenomenon. No matter how powerful a strange beast is, there is a probability that soul crystals will appear, and not all strange beasts can form soul crystals. Because some strange beasts only grow in size and strength, but not in soul, and they have no talent for soul growth. Especially for the strange beasts during the Great Destruction, the possibility of producing soul crystals is even lower. Humans have noticed that the longer a strange beast stays on a planet with life, the greater the possibility that it will form soul crystals. But behind the gate of the end, in the original world of the alien beasts, the possibility of the alien beasts producing soul crystals is very low. This means that their souls grow very slowly or even not at all there. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the strange beasts want to pass through the gate of the end and invade this planet of life. Jiang Ziliu had to stop and spend the night here. The next day he found a second, larger skull of a strange beast and continued searching. This time, he successfully found a black soul crystal the size of a quail egg. In terms of size, the quality of this soul crystal is considered to be lower middle grade. On this day, he found a larger skull of a strange beast and discovered soul crystals again, but this time the soul crystals he harvested were only the size of soybeans. On the third day, he found a slightly smaller skull of an alien beast, but successfully opened a soul crystal of excellent quality that was half the size of a fist. On the fourth day, he had no luck and got nothing. Jiang Ziliu stayed here for 8 days and successfully found 5 soul crystals of different sizes. If people knew how much he had gained, they would be so envious that their eyes would turn red. He and his family will be in terrible danger. Now every soul crystal in Jiang Ziliu's hand is an extremely precious treasure, one of the best known treasures. If the corresponding power is not leaked out, he will be dead. What disappointed Jiang Ziliu a little was that he didn't find any beast core. He guessed that perhaps the beast core was a bit like the flesh and blood of life, and would eventually be corroded by the erosion of time, which was why it was not preserved. He was already very satisfied after finding 5 soul crystals. So he put away his greed to dig more soul crystals and quietly left. He asked the Kongqing rock man to directly destroy the passage leading here and clear all traces of his entry. Then he left quietly. After Jiang Ziliu left, he did not notice that there was a huge colorful cloud in the sky above the ruins. On this mysterious cloud, a giant colorful butterfly as big as a football field was lying on it and sleeping. After he left, the sleeping breath of the sky quietly weakened a little, and it has been continuing. Jiang Ziliu didn't know that there was a terrifying beast of unknown level, above the gold level, sleeping above his head. It was just that the probability judgment determined that he was incapable of waking up this sleeping being. Chapter 21. The return journey to Jiang Ziliu was not so smooth. Because at this moment he was not careful and was blocked by a blue-striped forest wolf that was at least 5-star black iron level. Unlike other wolf-like beasts, the blue-striped forest wolf is a solitary beast. Moreover, it is a solitary, special wolf species with wood attributes. The hair on the blue-striped forest wolf can be transformed into thorny vines under the influence of dark energy to carry out extended attacks. This kind of wolf has a very powerful energy conversion ability, and can convert the flesh and blood of all living things into the life energy it needs. Therefore, they are a very greedy lone wolf species with extremely strong digestive ability. They can eat flesh and blood food equivalent to twice their own body weight every day. In the jungle, the blue-striped forest wolf can use the wood attribute to completely blend its breath with the trees, and its concealment ability far exceeds that of ordinary beasts. This lone wolf is also very aggressive and dares to hunt some exotic animals that are stronger than them. The core and heart of the blue-striped forest wolf are also extremely precious things. They are the best neutralizing agents for preparing some high-quality potions. They are also a special main medicine that contains powerful life energy. When Jiang Ziliu was returning, as he passed by this jungle, the Kongqing rock man discovered the blue-striped forest wolf lying in ambush at the edge of the jungle. So Jiang Ziliu chose to take a detour. Now he was eager to go home and didn't want to have any conflict with the strange beasts around him. However, the Kongqing rock man was only 30 meters in front of him. Such a close distance was enough for the blue-striped forest wolf to discover his traces. It's just that his hiding skill can only conceal his breath and smell, but his ability to hide his traces while moving is weakened. The blue-striped forest wolf is an expert at detecting life breath and object vibrations. It can follow abnormal vibrations to find prey or natural enemies. Jiang Ziliu concealed his presence, but the extremely slight vibration he created when he walked on the ground was captured by the blue-striped forest wolf. Then it actually caught up with Jiang Ziliu following the vibrations generated by his walking. The SSS level life breath convergence skill is very powerful, but it is not so comprehensive and there are always shortcomings. It cannot interfere with the vibration information of external objects. Jiang Ziliu stopped, and the blue-striped forest wolf also stopped and approached quietly. The blue-striped forest wolf felt that the vibration caused by the prey had disappeared, and realized that the prey was hiding in the same place. So it boldly moved closer, ready to attack Jiang Ziliu. The blue-striped forest wolf will not pounce directly. On the contrary, it is very cautious. It will directly transform its hair into thorny vines and quickly cover the prey, thus forming a covering attack on the prey's hiding place. It is not afraid of the prey not revealing its tracks. It can be said that this blue-striped forest wolf is experienced in searching for prey. Jiang Ziliu could see that once a hunter like the blue-striped forest wolf set its sights on him, it would not let go easily. And this one is an old wolf. This experienced old wolf is more difficult to deal with, and the possibility of getting rid of it by yourself is not great. So Jiang Ziliu decisively prepared to fight. He found a small hill and climbed up. Then he took out an iron ball in his hand and prepared for the battle. The blue-striped forest wolf followed and carefully approached to a distance of more than 20 meters from Jiang Ziliu to observe. Originally Jiang Ziliu planned to have the Kongqing rock people launch a surprise attack using rock and soil sneak attacks. But now he has changed his mind. He wants the mutant electric snake to pay attention to its electromagnetic control process. He wants to give the mutant electric snake on-site teaching of its electromagnetic cannon capabilities. Facing the wandering blue-striped forest wolf, Jiang Ziliu used the SSS end-level electromagnetic manipulation skill in the electric field mode of the electromagnetic cannon attack. Boom! With a sharp sound, the electromagnetic marbles attacked on the spot. But this time, Jiang Ziliu missed. This blue-striped forest wolf was very experienced and was constantly moving around, which made Jiang Ziliu's attack a little off in accuracy. He hit the blue-striped forest wolf directly from its tail. Only the terrible heat generated by the electromagnetic bead flying past burned the blue-striped forest wolf's tail hair. The blue-striped forest wolf was also startled. It immediately realized that this was a terrifying long-range attack, and if hit, it would have absolutely no chance of survival. Contrary to Jiang Ziliu's expectations, the blue-striped forest wolf dodged the attack and realized the problem, and was indeed an old wolf. Not only did the other party not run away, but he quickly pounced on Jiang Ziliu himself. I have to say that the wisdom of this wolf-like beast is extraordinary. The wisdom of experienced exotic beasts should not be underestimated. Jiang Ziliu's electromagnetic cannon attacks are fast and fierce, and can hit very far. In this situation, if the blue-striped forest wolf fled far away, it would only become a living target for Jiang Ziliu and be constantly attacked by him. In this case, the possibility of the blue-striped forest wolf escaping Jiang Ziliu's attack was less than 1 in 10. But if the blue-striped forest wolf rushed to Jiang Ziliu and killed him directly, the probability of the blue-striped forest wolf surviving was at least 50 to 50. Because it was very close to Jiang Ziliu, with the speed of the alien beast, it only needed a quick charge to pounce in front of Jiang Ziliu. Although it also knew that Jiang Ziliu was being guarded by a black iron-level beastmaster, this was its best option for survival at the moment. As an experienced old wolf, it knows exactly when to escape and when to fight to the death. Jiang Ziliu is only strong in long-range attacks, and there is a greater possibility that he will be killed by the blue-striped forest wolf when he gets close. From a strategic point of view, its choice is correct. But it doesn't know that a beastmaster can have more than one beast. The moment the blue-striped blue wolf pounced on Jiang Ziliu, its fate was sealed. The Kongqing rock man, who had been lying in ambush between Jiang Ziliu and the blue-striped forest wolf, suddenly attacked and slashed open the old wolf's belly with a knife. This was extremely fatal, and even its internal organs were severely damaged. Although it was severely injured, the blue-striped forest wolf was not panicked at all. A green light filled with life energy flashed across the blue-striped forest wolf's body, and its wounds began to rapidly wriggle and recover. Jiang Ziliu didn't even know that the blue-striped forest wolf actually had life recovery and healing skills. This was something he had never encountered in human records. He immediately understood that perhaps this old wolf had undergone some mutation and awakened this powerful recovery and healing skill. His thoughts turned instantly, and Jiang Ziliu's hands moved quickly. He immediately launched his second attack, firing the second electromagnetic bomb, taking advantage of the moment when the blue-striped forest wolf recovered. The moment it activated its recovery skill, Jiang Ziliu showed no mercy. Kill it while it's sick. If you don't act quickly now, this rare opportunity will be gone in an instant. This time, Jiang Ziliu hit the target accurately. The iron ball entered the blue-striped forest wolf's head and exited from its tail, directly smashing its body into pieces. But the blue-striped forest wolf is worthy of being a wood-type creature, its vitality is terrifyingly tenacious. Even after suffering such severe damage, it is not dead yet. An even more intense green light emerged from the blue-striped forest wolf's body. It was obvious that it still had a glimmer of life left in it, and was trying its best to repair the injuries in its body. But the life energy it originally had was no longer enough to repair such serious injuries. Next, Jiang Ziliu saw that the blue-striped forest wolf's body was rapidly losing weight. It was actually able to squeeze out its original vitality to recover from its injuries. This guy's recovery skill works very quickly. Everything happened in just a short period of time. But Jiang Ziliu would not hold back. The Kongqing rock man followed, and with a sharp knife, he directly cut off the head of the blue-striped forest wolf. This knife completely ended the life of the blue-striped forest wolf, leaving it no chance. Without a head, there is naturally no possibility for it to survive. Generally, low-level monsters cannot be beheaded and reborn. Next, he left without touching the blue-striped forest wolf. The valuable parts of this blue-striped forest wolf have been broken, and the blood and flesh of the blue-striped forest wolf have very strong vitality, which is the best food for other exotic beasts. They can detect the smell of food from a distance. If he collected the resources from this guy, his return trip would not be so smooth. On the rest of the journey, Jiang Ziliu was even more careful and paid more attention to his steps, trying to move forward with the lightest steps possible. He walked slowly, but still returned to base 12 smoothly. Hiding the soul crystal in the mouth of the Kongqing rock man, Jiang Ziliu successfully passed through the gate of the base and returned home successfully before dark. Chapter 22. After returning home, Jiang Ziliu breathed a sigh of relief. But his parents' relaxed expressions made him realize that they knew he was going to the wilderness. He couldn't help but sigh, but he didn't know what to say. He could only work harder to improve himself so that he could have the power to decide his own destiny one day. Then he began to carefully examine the soul crystal he had obtained. This time, Jiang Ziliu obtained a total of 5 soul crystals, the smallest of which was only the size of a soybean, while the largest was as big as half a fist. Each of them is a super treasure, with the lowest price being over 100 million yuan. The greatest one may be of higher quality, and may not even be able to be purchased with hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth. When treasures reach a certain level, they cannot be purchased with ordinary currency. You have to use spirit crystals of at least grade A or above to be eligible to conduct an equivalent transaction with this treasure. Even the lowest D-grade spirit crystals are worth more than 100 yuan each. Jiang Ziliu decided to use the smallest soul crystal. It's not that he doesn't want to use high-level soul crystals, but that he can't use high-level soul crystals. His soul strength cannot withstand the impact of the high-intensity soul energy in the high-level soul crystals. His current soul strength is only 14.1, and he is simply unable to withstand the high-level soul crystal energy. Of course, part of the reason is that the resources he has are limited, and he does not have the best medicinal materials to delay and neutralize the powerful force of the high-level soul crystals. When those powerful families awakened the mark of contract prematurely, they used special, extremely high-quality medicines and resources to neutralize the powerful soul crystals, and processed the release and absorption of their energy. Jiang Ziliu didn't have the wealth to buy the corresponding advanced resource medicines. Although he collected some medicinal herbs during this trip to the wilderness, their levels were not very high. He could only choose some materials of grade D and C quality and concoct a usable gel potion that was compatible with the smallest power of low-quality soul crystals. The absorption of soul crystals is also not done through oral administration. It can also be taken orally, but the prerequisite is that the Beastmaster can withstand the violent and powerful soul energy released by it. Eating is the simplest way, but it is often the most dangerous and least secure way to utilize treasures. He first applied the prepared gelatinous medicine on the center of his eyebrows. Then he glued the smallest soul crystal in the middle. The power of the soul crystal was smoothly drawn out by the effect of the potion, entering his body through his forehead, nourishing his soul and making it stronger and more active. At this time, Jiang Ziliu's soul observation and control are more sophisticated and active. This allowed him to observe the extremely tiny soul hidden stars hidden near the 9 soul stars at the same level. This special existence that cannot be observed on a normal day now appeared in his soul vision. Next, what Jiang Ziliu needs to do is to use his soul power to control his dark energy to light up and activate these hidden soul stars. He started to move. A burst of light flashed, and the first soul hidden star was successfully opened. After the first soul hidden star was activated, it turned into a smaller, shining soul star. It and the first soul star main star that was opened spontaneously formed an interconnected dark energy binary star circulation small circle system. There was a circular flow of dark energy between the main star of the first soul star that was opened and this hidden soul star. After passing through the soul hidden star, the dark energy becomes less, but the quality is higher. The quality of his dark energy has been improved to a small level. Jiang Ziliu felt that his soul was a little tired, but not so obvious, which meant that he still had the energy to light up more soul hidden stars today. So following the first step, Jiang Ziliu successfully opened the second soul hidden star. The second soul hidden star and the second soul star main star that was opened established the same connection as the structure of the energy binary star small circulation. The quality of his dark energy was further enhanced. Every time a soul hidden star is opened, an additional dark energy binary star small cycle will be generated, which will further improve the quality of dark energy on the original basis. Next, Jiang Ziliu successfully opened the third soul hidden star, allowing the third binary star dark energy circulation small circle to appear. At this point, Jiang Ziliu felt that his soul had become extremely tired. This state is no longer suitable for the continued opening of the soul hidden star. Jiang Ziliu then collected the soul crystal and potion, hid them, and went to sleep. Sleep is the best way for him to restore his soul. He had also previously wrapped the other 4 soul crystals in a colloid and hid them. This colloid is made from the skin of a seemingly useless cat-like creature, but it can actually isolate odors, scents, and energy fluctuations. There are all kinds of beasts in this world. There are some beast tamers that have the ability to hunt for treasures, and some of their beast tamers often transform into treasure thieves. Later, other beast tamers also became smarter and adopted special methods to hide their treasures, with a special focus on guarding against beast tamers who were treasure hunting beast tamers. Jiang Ziliu also found a way to hide the soul crystal, which is this special colloid. He also used a special lead box for an extra layer of safety. Lead, a special substance, can also effectively isolate dark energy and soul signals, and is a good material for hiding treasures. After a deep night's sleep, Jiang Ziliu finally recovered. Soul crystals are expensive, and their function is not just to activate the soul and enhance the soul's microscopic observation depth. It will also strengthen the Beastmaster's soul in the process. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 9-star limestone level beast tamer. Lifespan, 16, 147. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 27.8. Life level, limestone level life. Dark energy level, 9.2. Personal skills. Probability determination. Birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Feedback skills. Life breath convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic control, SSS+. Beast tamer, 6-star black iron level sky blue rock man, 5-star black iron level mutated lightning snake. Beast taming skills. Kongqing rockman, life breath convergence, SSS level, rock and earth escape, sea and level, rock and earth invisibility, sea level, mutated spirituality, D+, rock and earth stealth, D+, Sword Mastery, D. Earth Space Escape, Not Awakened. Mutated Electric Snake, Electromagnetic Manipulation, SSS+, Electric Current Attack, C. Lightning Speed, D+, Mutated Spirituality, C. Beast Level. Kongqing Rockman, 6-star Black Iron. Mutated Electric Snake, 3-star Black Iron. Beast Status. The Kongqing Rockman is healthy and has a 90% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The Mutant Electric Snake is healthy and has an 88% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The improvement of the soul by the soul crystal is very obvious. Jiang Ziliu's soul strength has almost doubled. The soul strength data reached 27.8. After all, the beasts that can produce soul crystals are at least silver level. Most of them are gold level or even powerful beasts above gold level. The soul crystals they produce double the soul strength of a limestone level beastmaster, but this is already a weakened effect. The increase in soul strength at this time is not only an improvement in the quality of the soul, but also an increase in the quantity of the soul. It can be seen that the high price of soul crystals is justified. There is a saying among beastmasters, it is easy to train a beast, but difficult to improve its soul. Beastmasters can improve quickly if they have resources, but it is not so easy to improve a person's soul strength. Resources for soul enhancement are more scarce. Moreover, if some people have weak willpower, even if they have soul resources, they will not be able to strengthen their souls, and may even cause damage to their souls if they are not careful. After the strength of his soul increased, Jiang Ziliu felt that his wisdom, thinking, and memory abilities had also been greatly improved. Now he can achieve the same learning effect without wearing the mysterious metal plate with leaves. Of course, the effect is better after wearing it. He did not feel the improvement of his soul yesterday because his soul power was in a special state of activation yesterday. Moreover, his soul power is also used to open the hidden soul star. It is difficult to feel any obvious improvement in that exhausted state. After the strength of his soul increased, Jiang Ziliu already had the aura of a high-level beastmaster exerting pressure on lower-level life forms. The soul aura of a powerful beastmaster alone is enough to overwhelm a low-level beastmaster, making it difficult for him to resist. This is the result of the soul strength being increased to a certain level. Judging from the data panel, other aspects have improved, but his dark energy level has decreased. In fact, this is the result of a qualitative improvement in his dark energy, but it is also a process of dark energy compression. It will take some time for his dark energy to recover to its previous level, unless he is in an environment with relatively high dark energy, in which case he can recover quickly. For example, the base's public dark energy room isn't just used to enhance students' talents. Normally this facility is open to all beast tamers, and there is a fee for use, so that they can quickly restore their dark energy levels. In the past few months, Jiang Ziliu has been mainly studying, so there has been no special training to improve his beast taming level. Another reason is that once the level of the beast tamer is increased, there will be immediate feedback, pushing him directly into the black iron level of beast tamer. This was something he didn't want to see, and he wanted to postpone this step until the soul hidden star was opened. After checking his own condition, Jiang Ziliu opened a new soul hidden star. On the second day, he opened 3 more soul hidden stars, and the quality of dark energy was further improved, while the quantity was further reduced. On the third day, he opened the last 3 soul hidden stars and completely opened all the soul hidden stars. At this point, the smallest soul crystal he had used was completely consumed. The entire soul crystal structure lost its core power and turned into a point of light and disappeared. Jiang Ziliu discovered that every soul hidden star appears in correspondence with a soul star main star. Not one more, not one less. They are originally products that echo the soul that exists in the human body, but it is easy for people to find soul stars but difficult to find hidden soul stars. Between each soul star and each soul hidden star, there is a hidden small circulation system. When all his dark energy has been thoroughly enhanced through this small circulation, the quality of his dark energy will be no weaker than that of a high-level or even peak black iron level Beastmaster. The Soul Hidden Star is the most important and special foundation that a Beastmaster must lay. The full activation of the 9 Soul Hidden Stars and the complete consumption of the Soul Crystals also greatly improved Jiang Ziliu's soul, and new changes occurred in the data panel. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 9-star limestone level Beast Tamer. Lifespan, 16, 149. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 100.1. Life level, limestone level life. Dark energy level, 6.2. Personal skills. Probability determination, birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Feedback skills. Life breath convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic control, SSS+. Other information remains unchanged. Jiang Ziliu's soul strength suddenly increased to the order of 100.1. This is the dual effect of the power of the soul crystal and the soul hidden star strengthening the soul. A soul strength of the order of 100 is already the soul strength possessed by standard bronze level Beastmasters. Generally speaking, if a Greystone level Beastmaster wants to be promoted to Black Iron level, his soul strength must reach the order of 10. If an Iron level Beastmaster wants to be promoted to a Bronze level Beastmaster, he must cross the threshold of soul strength 100. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the Beast Tamer is, the level of the Beast Tamer will be stuck there, and may even hinder the improvement of the Beast Tamer's life level. Jiang Ziliu now has the qualifications to directly enter the Bronze level Beastmaster. The soul strength of 100 also makes his entire life pressure very strong, which will form a strong sense of life oppression for ordinary people and Greystone level Beastmasters. Fortunately, Jiang Ziliu quickly activated the SSS level hidden skill of converging life breath, and converged his soul breath to the normal level of 3-star limestone level. The SSS level hidden skills are really powerful. The breath of life can be restrained, the dark energy can be restrained, and even the breath of the soul can be restrained and hidden. This skill fully demonstrates the correctness of his choice of the Kongqing Rock Man as his first Beastmaster. 100 data are also another benchmark. For example, those Bronze level Beastmasters, if their beasts are completely dead or asleep, their soul data will directly decrease due to feedback, and they will no longer be able to burst out the original life pressure of the strong. That's what his parents were like. The death of a Beastmaster results in a permanent drop in soul strength data, which is real damage to the soul. If all the beasts are in a dormant state, their souls will be hiddenly damaged, which is a type of damage that can be recovered. However, this kind of damage that can cause the Beast Tamer to fall asleep directly in the beast taming space is usually a root injury. The resources and wealth required for true recovery are simply beyond the ability of ordinary beast tamers to afford. Therefore, their extraordinary powers were completely sleeping, and they became special ordinary people in this world. Now, Jiang Ziliu's dark energy level has dropped to 6.2. His dark energy is further compressed into an improvement in quality. Once he has restored the amount of dark energy, he can continue training Beastmasters and prepare to be promoted to a higher level Black Iron grade Beastmaster. Moreover, his soul strength increased to 100, which meant that just as the information he had obtained recorded, his conditions had met the standards and he could contract a third beast. Chapter 23. After completing this important improvement, Jiang Ziliu did not study anymore or do anything else. He just had fun for a few days. He still understands the principle of knowing when to relax and when to work hard, and that too much is as bad as too little. The high-intensity soul hidden star activation process must have certain negative effects, so he decided to let himself recover first. This time, Jiang Ziliu upgraded his Beast Tamer level to 3-star limestone level. The level revealed by the Kongqing Rock Man was upgraded to the 8-star limestone level. If no one mentioned the mutated electric snake, he would not expose it to outsiders. In his future studies, he plans to develop more subdivided skills in the application of electromagnetic control. The vacation is over soon. A new learning phase for the special class has also begun. After 2 months of intensive study, everyone in the class has laid a good foundation in the low and intermediate knowledge related to beast taming. They also have some understanding of some advanced beast taming knowledge. The new learning stage is the real practical stage of beast taming. Of course, the original proportion of knowledge learning has not ended. On this day, Jiang Ziliu rushed to school early in the morning. As soon as he entered the classroom, he noticed that more than half of the students in the class had already arrived, and 60% of them were surrounding a person in the front row. Tang Yunu, what happened? When Jiang Ziliu arrived, his desk mate, the girl whose personality was more like Hinata's, also arrived. So he asked the other party. My desk mate Tang Yunu is not a local, but a direct descendant of the Tang family from the second-level base, which is a higher-level base. But she only had C-level talent, so she seemed to be disgraced by the Tang family and was demoted to live in the 4th-level base number 12. But the Tang family still had some dignity and gave her enough money, allowing her to study in the special class of the number 9 middle school. This was not asked by Jiang Ziliu, but told to him by Tang Yunu herself. When two people sit together for a long time, they will start to communicate. Tang Yunu is also a girl who blushes easily like Hinata, but she has a really good personality. Being shy doesn't mean you're not smart. Born into a prominent family, her horizons are much broader than the average person. She initially discovered that Jiang Ziliu didn't like to talk at all and thought he just had low self-esteem. Later she angrily discovered that she was wrong. This guy is not shy, but he is unwilling to actively communicate with anyone around him. If you take the initiative to talk to him, he will respond in a friendly manner. Gradually, the clever Tang Yunu realized that this guy seemed to be out of tune with the whole world and seemed to be restraining himself all the time. She also inadvertently discovered that her desk mate Jiang Ziliu had a hidden pride, a pride that he believed that his growth and future were far greater than those of ordinary people. Tang Yunu didn't understand where Jiang Ziliu's arrogance came from, which was so hidden that even he himself didn't notice it. But she understood that Jiang Ziliu was definitely a rational, intelligent, and cautious person. How could he be so arrogant without any special confidence? Tang Yunu's shy personality also made her like to see the world from her own perspective since she was a child. Life in a large family also gave her a vision far beyond that of ordinary people. In some aspects, she was very accurate in judging people, but she never mentioned it in front of others. These special places allowed Tang Yunu to invisibly see many details about her desk mate Jiang Ziliu. Different from the people in his class who focus on their own beast training, Jiang Ziliu always likes to stay in the library and read books alone. Because of this, I was given the nickname of Bookworm by my classmates. Others do not value what is written in books, but Tang Yunu understands that a powerful beast master like her grandfather likes to read books and learn all the knowledge related to beast taming. The more advanced the beast master, the more importance he places on the breadth and depth of knowledge. However, low-level beast masters are always pursuing what is in front of them. In the eyes of Tang Yunu, who understood some things, Jiang Ziliu's actions were really powerful and showed a long-term vision. The more knowledge a beast master has, the greater his potential for growth in the future. What Jiang Ziliu himself didn't know was that Tang Yunu had already discovered that he was hiding his power. On the one hand, the beast master that Jiang Ziliu publicly revealed is the Kongqing Rock Man. However, Tang Yunu knew that the Kongqing Rock Man was definitely not a good choice for beast taming, but this strange beast had an SSS level skill of hiding its breath and life level. If Jiang Ziliu chose to give back this skill when contracting the beast, then his strength might have been hidden. Sure enough, one time when she and Jiang Ziliu were walking out of the school gate, they encountered a mad beast taming earth bull rushing towards them, and almost hit Jiang Ziliu who was walking in front, but he dodged it nimbly at that moment. Only Tang Yunu saw this scene most clearly. When the favorability between the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster decreases, although the Beastmaster cannot resist, he will go crazy uncontrollably. After being overworked, the Earth Bull's favorability towards the Beastmaster will drop sharply, so it is not surprising that it goes crazy. Jiang Ziliu was able to dodge the attack of the Earth Bull, not because he was lucky, although on the surface it seemed that he was lucky. But she was well informed and had been exposed to various beast taming since childhood, so she understood that it was impossible to avoid that kind of situation with the strength of a 2-star limestone level. Even if you don't have the strength of 6-star limestone level or above, you can't escape. Jiang Ziliu's aura and life level were very well restrained, but there are always surprises in life, and his strength was inadvertently exposed to Tang Yunu's eyes. Jiang Ziliu's talent is B level, and his strength is at least above the 6-star Greystone level, which means that his Beastmaster Sky Blue Rock Man is at least above the 4-star Black Iron level. Or maybe he has hidden a second beast. Moreover, both beasts must be of Black Iron grade, so that the feedback they produce can give him such strength. The extremely hidden Jiang Ziliu shocked Tang Yunu. Fortunately, this girl is not nosy and has never told anyone about her discovery. It's just that she paid more attention to Jiang Ziliu's secret observation and was willing to communicate with him. She also noticed that Jiang Ziliu was just cautious in character and was neither a bad person nor a good person. Moreover, envying the strong is the nature of all female creatures, and it is an instinct inherent in the process of life evolution. Tang Yunu was willing to communicate with Jiang Ziliu and wanted to make friends with him, so she had more exchanges with him. She understood that if she could make friends with such a hidden potential stock, it would only benefit her and not harm her. Besides, Jiang Ziliu is not ugly. In order to make friends with such a potential stock, she suppressed her shy personality, took the initiative in the few exchanges, and even spoke sincerely about her past. Jiang Ziliu was also willing to say something to Tang Yunu later. Because Tang Yunu came from an upper-class family and had broader horizons, he also used Tang Yunu's help to understand some knowledge, secrets, and the world's context that the lower-class people could not access. Since both parties had their own needs, they became closer over the following month. That's why Jiang Ziliu took the initiative to ask what was happening in the class. I heard from them that Li Wangqiu has now reached the 9-star limestone level. It won't be long before she will be the first genius in our class to advance to the Black Iron Beast Tamer level. Although Tang Yunu was very quiet, she was keeping an eye on all directions and listening attentively. She was much more informed about the news in the class than Jiang Ziliu. But at this moment, she was thinking in her heart, "You guy, maybe you have already reached the Black Iron level. But, this guy may not know the secret of the soul hidden star. What a pity." Tang Yunu had no idea that Jiang Ziliu not only knew this, but had already fully opened the 9 soul hidden stars. Jiang Ziliu's strength is stronger than Li Wangqiu, who is the top student in the class and has SS level talent. Hearing Tang Yunu say this, Jiang Ziliu sensed Li Wangqiu's position. 9-star limestone level breath of life. Faintly, Jiang Ziliu also sensed a secret aura similar to his own. That was the aura he had after he activated the hidden soul star. This means that Li Wangqiu, like him, has also opened the soul hidden star. Li Wangqiu, who had SS level talent, could indeed observe the soul hidden star without using soul crystals, but if no one reminded her and told her the method, she would never have been able to discover the existence of the soul hidden star. Isn't it possible that Li Wangqiu's family will stop cooperating with the Li family? Then how did she know? In the moment he sat down in his seat, his mind turned many times and he thought of many problems. But while he was thinking, he had no idea that the little girl Tang Yunu had been secretly paying attention to him. Tang Yunu didn't even look at Jiang Ziliu's shocked expression, not even a hint of shock. Jiang Ziliu's instinctive reaction is to think. This shocked Tang Yunu. If he was not surprised by the 9-star limestone level, then didn't it mean that this guy had already reached or even exceeded this level? Only in this way, Jiang Ziliu would not have such a calm and thoughtful reaction. You know, Jiang Ziliu was born into a common family. It's not surprising that aristocratic families grow fast with strong resource support, but it's strange that Jiang Ziliu grows so fast. Tang Yunu suddenly thought of a reason. Knowledge. Maybe this guy really found a path to improvement through knowledge. It's even possible that this guy is a hidden pharmacist. She guessed correctly. Jiang Ziliu's medicine preparing skills were definitely those of a true beast taming pharmacist. Since she just took a glance, she lowered her head out of habit, and did not let Jiang Ziliu notice her shocked expression. Jiang Ziliu also figured out a problem at this time, and Li Wangkai knew the source of the soul hidden star. Li Qingcheng, the beautiful practical teacher in the special class. Although the practical classes of the special class have always been knowledge classes, they have not yet started real practical teaching. But Jiang Ziliu was able to discover that Li Qingcheng had always been secretly paying attention to Li Wangkai. This powerful lady who was suspected to be at the silver level or even stronger had a special relationship with Li Wangkai. Perhaps, she was telling the SS level talent Li Wangkai the secret of unlocking the soul hidden star. It's just that the opening degree of Li Wangkai's soul hidden star seems to be only in the early stages, so the leakage of his breath is more obvious and can be clearly sensed by him. Most of the students in the class are currently beast tamers at around the 2 to 5 star limestone level. Now most of his perceptions have been upgraded to above 3 stars. The 3-star limestone level he performed at was in the middle and lower levels of the class, still not the last and not eye-catching. But in comparison, Li Wangkai, who was at the 9-star limestone level, was far ahead, so it was no surprise that he was surrounded and watched by his classmates. After all, this is an advanced supernatural world. His deskmate Tang Yunu, although not very talented, was from a good family and had a lot of money, and now he was at the 5-star limestone level. Judging from this strength, Tang Yunu is in the upper middle level of the class. After all, no matter how disliked Tang Yunu is in the Tang family, her beast taming talent is still the best among her peers. The one with the lowest strength in the special class is now at least a 2-star limestone level. But among the students who have arrived now, Jiang Ziliu has not found anyone in the class whose strength is lower than the 3-star limestone level. But he knew that most of the beast masters in the ordinary classes were still advancing at the 1-star limestone level, and only a few had reached the 2-star limestone level. It can be said that the distance between the special class and ordinary students has quietly widened, and in the future it will only widen due to factors such as knowledge, information, resources, opportunities, etc. Chapter 24. The formal practical training class has begun. All of them were taken by a school bus to a military camp outside the base, less than 100 meters away from the high wall of the base. This would be their next training camp. Now the military garrison at the base has advanced to 3 kilometers to form the first level of defense for the base. So this place was abandoned and turned into a training base for various middle schools. The training camp of the number 9 middle school is very close to the base wall and is not a good place for training. The training camp for the children of wealthy and powerful people in the number 1 middle school of the base is located 5 kilometers away from the base and is mixed with the original military personnel. There you can come into contact with more wild animals and get more practical training. With the protection of the army, their security will not be too bad. From today on, they will live and eat in the camp, where they will also learn various knowledge and conduct practical training. There are also 3 regular classes of students coming for training in this camp. It's just that the ordinary classes have to take turns coming, but their special class has to stay here permanently. When the beautiful and royal teacher Li Qingcheng appeared in the training ground with a gentle smile, the entire special class suddenly fell silent, so quiet that it was scary. At that moment, it was as if I had entered a quiet valley from a bustling market. Li Qingcheng's invisible terrifying aura suppressed everything in an instant. The entire special class of students understood one thing from their own personal experience: a woman with an intoxicatingly beautiful appearance will have a heart, intestines, lungs, and liver that are all black when cut open, with no other colors. When Li Qingcheng first appeared, those students with outstanding performance were even more miserable. In the first class, Li Qingcheng called them up to answer some basic questions. But several people couldn't answer the question, so Li Qingcheng punished them for not preparing for the exam. Several people uncontrollably changed into the women's clothing prepared by Li Qingcheng, and then performed an eye-catching dance in women's clothing in front of the whole class with bitter faces. These people almost died on the spot. Afterwards, the whole class realized that one of the skills of the beautiful and domineering teacher Li Qingcheng was telekinesis. It was she who used her powerful telekinesis to delicately control several people, making them dance in women's clothing without any resistance. Powerful, terrifying, and sinister. These labels were instantly attributed to teacher Li Qingcheng by the students. Next, she will make anyone who disrespects her and tries to resist her understand what it means to be not to be trifled with. She will make you do what you think is the most shameful thing, in front of the whole class. But she was laughing happily, as if she had found a bunch of fun little toys. The students in the special class understood that they were just fun toys in the eyes of Mr. Li. Especially the moment you fall into her hands. Moreover, their powerful strength made this group of students understand what it meant to cry out to the heavens and the earth for help but get no response. Students, today is the first practical lesson. As a beast master, other abilities may not be strong, but the ability to protect yourself must not be too weak. I brought some very interesting exotic beasts, and now they will test your ability to survive. As soon as Li Qingcheng finished speaking, the whole class became frightened. One of Mr. Li's hallmarks is not playing by the rules. What she said was fun might be a terrifying, nightmarish experience for those in the special class. Sure enough, when Li Qingcheng pulled open the curtain of the fiberglass cage, everyone saw what kind of strange beast they were going to face. Everyone's face turned pale, and the girls almost fainted from fright. If anyone dares to faint, I will kick him out of the special class. Then, Li Qingcheng's words forced those who were about to pretend to faint, and those who were really about to faint, to perk up. What kind of strange beast could cause such a reaction from the entire class? Everyone recognized them, including Jiang Ziliu, who also looked unhappy. The strange beast in the fiberglass cage was only the size of a palm, with a pair of bat-like wings, like a miniature humanoid. They have a special name, stinky little bats. This is a special kind of beast, belonging to the bat family. The stinking little demon bat is a little creature that is hated by humans and most exotic beasts because they like to attack things that are much larger than themselves, but their attack is not to bite, but to pounce on the big guys and get their urine on them. Once their urine sticks to the skin, it will be difficult to wash off and will emit a terrible stench that lasts for nearly a week. The stench is so bad that it can even make people vomit. But the strange thing is that these little guys don't have any bad smell on them. Some researchers have found that this odor is the product of the reaction between their urine and biological sweat. But they themselves will not sweat. This habit makes other strange beasts dare not attack them, and they naturally avoid them, providing the necessary protection for their survival. Therefore, predatory animals do not dare to approach the areas where these little guys live easily. They also like to attack humans and are the most hated monsters by humans, especially girls. The people in the special class knew that something bad would happen, but they never expected that they would have to face such a terrible beast. This is training for you. Next, you have to run away from them and avoid their attacks. Anyone who gets their urine stuck on them will be considered a failure. No matter what method you use, in this forest, you must find a way to avoid their search, pursuit, and attack on you. Li Qingcheng then talked about her training rules. And you are not allowed to summon beasts during this process. For anyone who summons a beast, I will deduct 5% from his resource allocation. After hearing this rule, some students with ulterior motives became desperate. The reason why they enter the special class is because of the various resources provided by the school that they cannot afford or buy. A 5% deduction in just one class will be a huge loss for them and will further widen the gap between them and their peers. The emergence of this rule completely put an end to their thoughts of summoning beasts to fight against the smelly little demon bats. Tang Yunu. Li Qingcheng pointed out a few names of people in the class who had relatively good family background. You guys are a little special. If you dare to summon the beast, I will not deduct your resources, I will make you get out of the special class completely. Now, do you understand? Then came a weak reply, I understand. Okay, now everyone, collect your training field uniforms and change into your own clothes. In 20 minutes, we will begin the first lesson of practical training. Li Qingcheng looked at the cute students below and showed her signature devil smile. It looked as if she had grown 2 horns on her head, turning into an extremely beautiful and terrifying succubus. No one dared to neglect Li Qingcheng's words. After everyone quickly changed their clothes, she directly opened the iron door of the cage. Chapter 25. The moment Li Qingcheng opened the cage, those smelly little demon bats that rushed out locked onto the first target. Li Qingcheng herself. There is a priority order in which the stinking muffets choose to attack with their urine. That is, the greater the threat, the more likely it is to become their target of attack. The purpose of their attack is to make the threatening beings harmed by the stench, so that they will no longer dare to harm them and gain safe living conditions for them. These little guys' life perception abilities are also extremely powerful. They locked onto Li Qingcheng at the first opportunity because they were sure that this female human was the biggest threat in their vicinity and they needed to eliminate the threat as soon as possible. Everyone in the special class was stunned when they saw this scene, and some even wanted to stay where they were and watch the devil teacher make a fool of himself. The smarter ones fled as soon as possible, running into the surrounding jungle, looking for places to hide and avoid the searches and attacks of these smelly little demon bats. They fled into the jungle, but a few of them did not run away. Jiang Ziliu is one of them. He was very sure that this class was just a warning to the students, a special training that was destined to make the students suffer greatly. This stench lingered for a week and could not be removed. It was absolutely unforgettable. This will also allow these special class students to remember this day deeply, and will also allow them to actively learn how to improve themselves in the future. No matter how unlucky they are now, they will just be covered in stink, feel uncomfortable for a while, and experience social death. This is better than being careless in the future and losing their lives in the wilderness or dungeon space because they did not learn the skills to protect themselves. Although the methods used by the school and teacher Li are terrible, they are well-intentioned, solid and effective. Jiang Ziliu understood that since this was a training to give everyone a deep memory, the possibility of them escaping into the bushes and avoiding the smelly little demon bats was very small. The school and teacher Li must have taken precautions in advance. But there is still a glimmer of hope. Jiang Ziliu saw a glimmer of hope, and he also guessed that this was the only chance Li Qingcheng left for everyone not to fail. But this opportunity requires a lot of courage. Jiang Ziliu didn't care about his face at all. He quickly ran to the edge of the flat ground, broke off a hollow plant stem, put it in his mouth, and then quickly walked to the muddy pond at the edge of the open space which was also full of stench. He immersed himself completely in it. He just held the hollow stem in his mouth to breathe. Yes, this smelly muddy pond is what Jiang Ziliu guessed, the only hope of survival that Li Qingcheng left for the special class. It is better to be smelly for a while than for a week. Haven't you seen the training uniforms the school prepared for them today? They are all very old and about to be discarded. This shows that the school has made sufficient preparations. Jiang Ziliu acted quickly, and Tang Yunu, who was watching him, was a little dumbfounded. When she saw the smelly little demon bat, she already knew that their whole class was in trouble. The training in the high-level base school was not as terrible as this, but it was much more cruel than this, and there was even a death quota. So at that time, she was also very panicked. But she soon thought of her special desk mate. Maybe, she could learn from her desk mate's approach. But when she actually saw Jiang Ziliu's decisive actions and sinking himself into the smelly mud pond, she was dumbfounded. This seems to be only slightly better than being attacked by the smelly little demon bat. But Tang Yunu was also a smart person, and she quickly realized that this lesson was meant to trick everyone, and it was a complete, unconditional show of power. The only chance is indeed the choice made by Jiang Ziliu. Tang Yunu was a little confused, but she soon had no time to think. Because the smelly little demon bats that attacked teacher Li Qingcheng couldn't get close to her at all, her telekinesis actually formed a telekinesis shield with a diameter of 2 meters. The stinky little demon bat had no way to deal with teacher Li Qingcheng. Then, under Li Qingcheng's gaze, they quickly shifted their targets of attack and rushed towards the group of people who were still in a daze and watching the show. Tang Yunu was also very ruthless. She suppressed the urge to vomit, took the stem of a hollow plant, and sank herself into the muddy pond with tears of grievance. At this moment, her heart was filled with indescribable discomfort. I was a pure and innocent little girl, but I took the initiative to bury myself in the stinky mud. Blame it on Jiang Ziliu. Girls' minds are sometimes so unreasonable. Tang Yunu also understood that today's situation was considered good. If she really encountered a life-threatening situation, she would probably have to do something more terrible and difficult to accept than this. All beast masters must learn something. This is just like the horrible corpses that medical students must learn to dissect. But the smart people in the class, not only Jiang Ziliu and Tang Yunu, but also other quick-witted people, also quickly learned in the same way. Following Tang Yunu, Li Wangkaiu, the class beauty, also jumped in without hesitation. As a goddess-level beauty, it is not easy to do this. But Li Wangkaiu remembered what his father said, when a beastmaster makes a choice, there is no distinction between men and women, and no distinction between face. The only thing that matters is staying alive, and survival is the first choice. Everything else is a losing battle in the battle of blood and fire. She did as she was told because her father once said that Jiang Ziliu was not simple. So she didn't think too much about it, but seeing Tang Yunu, Jiang Ziliu's desk mate, did it without hesitation, she did the same. Because she knew that Tang Yunu's background was not simple. The fact that Tang Yunu also learned to do this can only mean that this is the right choice. People's choices are very important. Li Wangkaiu always remembered this sentence. After Li Wangkaiu, a fat classmate and a tall, thin classmate also jumped in, following closely behind Li Wangkaiu. These two are boys, and they are also two of the children of the powerful who are not talented and have to pay to enter the 9th middle school. Their perspectives and experiences, which are different from those of ordinary people, also made them make the same correct choice at this moment. They had already understood everything, but they didn't know what to do. Now that Jiang Ziliu, Tang Yunu, and Li Wangkaiu have set an example, they also came with gritted teeth. It is much better to be smelly for a while than to be smelly for a week and leave a terrible psychological shadow. As a teacher, Li Qingcheng has been watching everyone's performance. When Jiang Ziliu was the first to jump into the mud pond, her eyes were filled with amazement. Her impression of Jiang Ziliu was very vague. It was as if he didn't exist in the whole class, as if he was just a transparent person. This is an alternative marginal effect of the SSS level life hidden convergence skill. To a certain extent, it also makes the sense of existence of a life very low. The only thing Li Qingcheng remembered was that Jiang Ziliu loved reading and was the most unsociable bookworm in the class. But now Jiang Ziliu's first reaction, the only correct approach, made Li Qingcheng realize that she had underestimated this person. Apart from anything else, it is rare for others to have such ruthlessness and decisiveness. And from this incident, she also saw Jiang Ziliu's intelligence, keen insight, and careful judgment. Obviously, his plot had been discovered by Jiang Ziliu, so he immediately jumped into the stinking mud pond, the only place with life. From this moment on, Li Qingcheng remembered Jiang Ziliu deeply. She also realized that this was a guy who didn't like to show off and was very low-key. The ruthlessness of Tang Yunu, Li Wangkaiu, and the other two male students also made her feel gratified. The fat guy is called Chen Zheng, and he comes from the wealthy Chen family. The tall and thin man is called Hu Yifeng, from the Hu family, a military family. Li Qingcheng understood that in the future these 5 people would most likely be the ones who would go the furthest and achieve the highest achievements in this class. It's because they have wisdom, decisiveness, and ruthlessness that other beastmasters don't have. A beastmaster relies on his talent, but other things also affect his growth. This world is full of opportunities and mysteries. Talent can determine some growth factors, but not all of them. Some hidden and scarce advanced secrets, resources, and treasures can also help improve your talents. On the contrary, this kind of intelligence, decisiveness, and ruthlessness are what a beastmaster can benefit from throughout his life. Among the 5 people, Li Wangkaiu, unless there are any accidents, has a chance of growing into a diamond level or even higher level warrior in the future, which is more than 80%. This is Li Qingcheng's analysis. To be honest, she couldn't see clearly what Jiang Ziliu's future would be like. Because she couldn't see through this person. But she had no intention of investigating him, because Li Qingcheng understood that if she rashly investigated someone, she might end up making an extra enemy. Don't touch other people's secrets easily. There is always no shortage of miraculous people and miraculous things in this world. While Li Qingcheng was thinking, a few people who did not have time to run away, as well as those who ran into the jungle, were caught as expected. A terrible stench soon began to emanate from them. The sound of vomiting came from everywhere at once. After the attack, these smelly little demon bats immediately and flexibly moved away from the place. Because of the stench they produce, they themselves are extremely disgusting. Li Qingcheng didn't care at all about the stench lingering in her nose. Based on her past experiences, the horror of death was far worse than the current tragedy. She had long been accustomed to worse situations and had seen more horrific environments than this. In the next week, these little guys will not be able to eat or sleep well in this stench, and will experience the consequences of not escaping from the beast's mouth. Such an experience is terrifying, but it is better than losing their lives in the future. Good medicine always tastes bitter, which is good for the disease but not good for the heart. Chapter 26. After the first training session, everyone experienced the sourness and excitement of surviving in the wilderness. After the last person was attacked by the smelly little demon bat, practical teacher Li Qingcheng took out a special pill and put it in the cage. After a while, those smelly little guys seemed to have received some signal, and they flew back quickly and scrambled to get in one after another. Then Li Qingcheng easily closed the cage door, ending this nightmarish practical teaching. She blew her whistle, which was the signal for everyone to come back. After hearing the whistle for the end, the few people trapped in the muddy pond struggled to pull themselves out. Then, a few people like mud children wiped their faces to make their vision clearer, endured the stench of mud, ran to the edge of the camp, and used the water pipes on the ground to wash their whole bodies. Several people were almost fighting over the water pipe. Fortunately, the school was well prepared and there are 3 water pipes here just for situations like this. After washing, due to their extraordinary physical constitution, they were not afraid of the cold and just sat on the ground to bask in the sun. The fat Chen Zheng and the tall and thin Hu Yifei even ran to Li Wangkaiu and showed their courtesy. But it's good enough that Li Wangkaiu didn't vomit it out now. She was in a very bad mood and scolded the 2 men away. The 2 men had no choice but to sit dejectedly on the grass on the other side and watch others suffer misfortune. The 3 boys washed off the mud on their bodies, while Tang Yunu and Li Wangkaiu were still washing vigorously, not caring even though their seductive figures were exposed. It seemed as if at this moment they could wash away the shadow of the stinky mud pond in their hearts by constantly washing. Chen Zheng and Hu Yifei secretly looked at the 2 girls for a while. They felt a terrifying gaze like that of the god of death. They turned around and saw teacher Li Qingcheng staring at them with a bad look. The 2 of them shuddered together, and turned around guiltily to watch the show being performed by others. Jiang Ziliu lowered his head and said nothing. He did not look at the exposed bodies of the 2 girls, nor did he look at the miserable plight of others. He knew that everyone now had huge psychological shadows, and if he looked at it carelessly, he might attract other people's fire. In the middle of the open space in the training ground, a few students who foolishly did not run away at the beginning were now vomiting weakly. They were already extremely tortured by the horrible stench on their bodies and their bodies' instinctive reactions. Your own happiness is built on the pain of others. After making a comparison, people will find that their own experiences are nothing. The fat Chen Zheng and the tall and thin Hu Yifei laughed unscrupulously, which immediately attracted the attention of several classmates who were feeling uncomfortable. They found that the two guys hiding in the mud were fine, but they had to suffer the torture of the stench for another week. There is no harm without comparison. What's more, the two guys were still laughing unscrupulously. Although one boy vomited weakly, he came up with an idea and whispered a few words to the people around him. Several people immediately stood up and rushed towards the two men. Chen Zheng and Hu Yifei were very smart people. They immediately realized that those guys wanted to make life difficult for them. If a few people pounced on Chen Zheng and Hu Yifei now, the stench on their bodies would also be on the two of them, making them one of them. The two men ran away immediately. Noticing this scene, Jiang Ziliu immediately and decisively stood up and ran to the side of teacher Li Qingcheng. With Li Qingcheng's intimidation, others would not dare to play the same prank on him. Li Wangkaiyu and Tang Yunu also noticed this scene. They also reacted and quickly ran to Li Qingcheng's side. Girls are more likely than boys to put into practice the idea that if they don't have a good time themselves, they should also make others have a bad time. The two girls were also prepared to guard against this situation. What if someone does this? They don't want this stench to follow them for a week. Li Qingcheng didn't care about everyone's actions at all, nor did she care about those people's pursuit of Chen Zheng and Hu Yifei. The other students came back, they were equally exhausted and emitting a terrible stench. Everyone ran to the water pipes and rushed at themselves with all their might. This is not very effective and can only remove a small part of the odor source, but it can make everyone feel better psychologically. It's summer now, and after these people rinse, they can hang their clothes in the sun for a while and they will dry. After a while, Jiang Ziliu's training clothes had dried and there was no smell on his body, he felt very refreshed. The same was true for Li Wangkaiyu and Tang Yunu. The two women looked at Jiang Ziliu with a little gratitude at this time, but he did not respond. Li Zheng and Hu Yifeng also reacted and ran to Li Qingcheng's side and escaped the disaster. The entire training ground was filled with a strong stench, but Li Qingcheng didn't care at all, and they had to cover their mouths and noses. They were very afraid of Li Qingcheng's evil nature. After everyone came back, Li Qingcheng opened a box on her back, which contained masks. She wore one herself and gave one to Jiang Ziliu and several other people who escaped the disaster. The other students all wanted it, but Li Qingcheng had no intention of giving it to them. Then she formally gave her post-session speech. I know you are feeling very uncomfortable right now, and many of you may even be scolding me in your heart. But I just want you to deeply engrave your experiences of the next week into your hearts. This psychological shadow is what I need. Being a beast master is not a path of enjoyable growth, but a path paved with blood and bones. You will only be oppressed by this stench for a while today, but you must remember that in your future adventures in the wild and in dungeon spaces, and even in the journeys of other beast masters, you will encounter many, many more terrifying things than today. If you fail to lay a good foundation and are not mentally prepared enough, then today's experience will not be the end of your tragedy, but the starting point and lowest point of countless painful experiences. If you can remember this day, study hard, think rationally, and make decisive choices in the future, like Li Wangkaiyu and the others, then today's experience will only be the climax of the shadow of your life. Whether today's shadow is the highest point of your life's tragedy or the lowest point of your life's tragedy depends entirely on your efforts and choices. The entire lecture lasted nearly an hour. Jiang Ziliu didn't expect that Li Qingcheng was usually ruthless and didn't talk much, but when she talked a lot, she could be very powerful. She also told the students some real stories of beast tamers, so that they could understand some truths, have a sense of urgency, and take the initiative to study hard on everything related to beast taming. Then today's practical beast taming teaching came to an end. Jiang Ziliu and his companions were allowed to live normally in the camp and return to their own dormitories in the camp. But all the other people who were infected were assigned special areas to eat and sleep. Because they smelled so bad, and there were other students from other ordinary classes who had to train here, so they were isolated in disguise, except when they were in class. This time, the special class became famous in the number 9 middle school because this time the matter was not hidden at all. The people in the ordinary class finally discovered the bad aspects of the special class. It turns out their training is so miserable. But truly smart and wise people understand that this kind of training must be of great use, and even such miserable training will not appear in ordinary classes. Even if students in ordinary classes wanted to go through this tragic experience, the school does not have enough resources and energy to do so. The unfair path of growth was doomed the moment the special class was established after the talent levels were announced. Chapter 27. That night, Jiang Ziliu was alone in the dormitory. The dormitories here usually have 4 people in one room, but the other 3 have been temporarily isolated and can only come back after the stench from their bodies dissipates. Life in the camp may not be smooth for everyone. Jiang Ziliu had already guessed all this. Today's was just the appetizer for their training. No one could predict how Li Qingcheng would torment them in the future. But he knew that the first day experience of the special classes in other middle schools was definitely not as terrible as theirs. Shortly after returning to the dormitory, Jiang Ziliu suddenly felt that his dark energy had returned to normal levels. Jiang Ziliu then summoned his Kongqing Rock Man and gave it a C-grade Earth attribute crystal to absorb. An hour later, the Kongqing Rock Man, who had been on the verge of a breakthrough, had his life level raised a small level under the influence of the Earth-attributed Yuan crystal. The life level of Kongqing Rock Man has been upgraded to the 7-star Black Iron level. Then came the feedback on the improvement in beast control. Jiang Ziliu's dark energy level increased, and the first soul star of the 2nd level was lit. The next moment, he successfully broke through from the limestone level to the Black Iron level. After some twists and turns, he successfully grew into a Black Iron level life form. If no one in the class performs the same hidden action, his own life level should be the strongest in the entire class. After the breakthrough, Jiang Ziliu quickly restrained his life force and continued to maintain the 3-star limestone level. After reaching the Black Iron level, he can boldly upgrade the levels of his 2 beasts without having to worry about accidentally breaking through and making himself unable to unlock the soul hidden star. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation: 1-star Black Iron Beast Tamer. Lifespan: 16, 185. Life status: healthy. Soul strength: 101.6. Life level: Black Iron level life form. Dark energy level: 12.7. Personal skills. Probability determination: birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Feedback skills. Life breath convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic control, SSS+. Beast Tamer, 7-star Black Iron level Sky Blue Rock Man, 5-star Black Iron level Mutated Lightning Snake. Beast Taming Skills. Kongqing Rockman, Life Breath Convergence, SSS level Rock and Earth Escape, Sea End level Rock and Earth Invisibility, Sea level, Mutation Spirituality, D+, Rock and Earth Stealth, D+, Sword Skills Mastery, D, Earth Space Escape, Not Awakened. Mutated Electric Snake, Electromagnetic Manipulation, SSS+, Electric Current Attack, C, Lightning Speed, D+, Mutated Spirituality, C. Beast Level. Kongqing Rock Man, 7-star Black Iron. Mutated Electric Snake, 5-star Black Iron. Beast Status. The Kongqing Rock Man is healthy and has a 91% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The Mutant Electric Snake is healthy and has an 89% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The lifespan of Iron-level human beast tamers will increase significantly. After Jiang Ziliu was promoted to Iron level, his lifespan increased by several decades, from the original 149 years to the current maximum lifespan of 185 years. Longevity is also one of the great benefits brought by the extraordinary profession of beast tamer. Even the desire for immortality is enough to make countless people desperately advance on the path of taming beasts. And 185 years of life is not his limit. After that, every time his life level increases from the black iron level, his lifespan will increase to a certain extent due to the improvement of his life level. It can be said that the higher the life level of a beastmaster, the longer his lifespan will be. In addition, this breakthrough has greatly improved his dark energy level and the favorability of the Beastmaster Kong Qinjianxi towards him. Improving the life level of the beast is one of the ways to greatly increase the beast's favorability towards the Beastmaster. After all, every life desires its own growth. His current dark energy level has only increased to 12.7. Generally, the dark energy level of the black iron level is between 10 and 100. The increase in quantity is not significant, but his dark energy value of 1 point will most likely be equal to others' dark energy value of 1.7. His dark energy is even more powerful at the qualitative level. After he is promoted to the 9-star black iron level and activates the black iron level soul hidden star, the quality of his dark energy will be increased by more than 2 times. At this point, Jiang Ziliu has to consider issues such as the improvement, evolution, and skill development of the beasts. For the Kongqing Rock people, there is an important skill that has not yet awakened. That is the special skill of escaping into the earth space. Because this skill is a composite skill with both earth and space attributes, once it is fully awakened, Kongqing Rock Man will have not only earth attributes but also special space attributes. In order to awaken this skill, not only does the Kongqing Rock Man need to have the basic conditions for awakening, but he also needs to prepare the most important space resources and treasures for it. Only if the body of the Kongqing Rock Man is strong enough can it reach the foundation of awakening the spatial attributes. This step is not difficult. As long as there are high-level earth attribute resources for it to absorb, making its affinity for the earth attribute higher, the physical toughness of the Kongqing Rock Man can be improved. After completing this step, resources with spatial attributes are needed. However, space resources are relatively rare, and Jiang Ziliu needs to use probability judgment to conduct precise directional elimination search in order to find them. After fully awakening the Earth space escape skill, Jiang Ziliu can start to improve the bloodline origin level of the Sky Green Rock Man and evolve it. He wanted to continue evolving the potential of the Kongqing Rock Man so that it could grow to a higher level. Mutated electric snakes are also something to consider. His training of the mutant electric snakes was still insufficient. Due to resource issues and other issues, his training focus was on the Kongqing Rock people. Now both beasts must be taken seriously. Because the Kongqing Rock Man will be his main reconnaissance force, helper in escape and hiding in the future, and the mutant electric snake will be his main attack force. The mutated electric snake does not need to awaken any skills. However, its existing SSS and level skill electromagnetic control can be used for in-depth development of skill application. After completing the promotion to the black iron level, he thought carefully about his future goals and took out a scientific book on electromagnetic research and started reading. Now the main focus of mankind is to tame beasts, but mankind has not completely given up its efforts in science and technology. This scientific work on electromagnetic force will make Jiang Ziliu more familiar with the application of electromagnetic force, and he can develop some branch abilities related to electromagnetics based on it. Both he and the mutant electric snake need to conduct more extensive and applied research on electromagnetic manipulation skills. Chapter 28. The next day, a new course began. Everyone came to the training ground. Teacher Li Qingcheng was still the one presiding over today's class, with other teachers providing assistance. This week, all the classes are practical training classes taught by teacher Li Qingcheng. Jiang Ziliu saw that starting from this open space, 2 red lines extended into the depths of the jungle. Obviously this must have been arranged by the teachers last night or early this morning. Your task today is jogging training. Teacher Li announced today's training focus. See those 2 red lines? The area between them is the route for your running training. As everyone knows, beastmasters often need to travel long distances in the wild. Even if you are escaping, you still need your long-distance mobility. Your beasts may encounter various accidents and be unable to carry you. If you want to survive here, you must rely on your own legs. I believe everyone can understand the necessity of this kind of training. Start now. The whole class had expected that today would not be a good day, and sure enough, not only did they have to endure the stench on their bodies, but they also had to continue the difficult training. Jiang Ziliu and other people who escaped the disaster yesterday ran in front of the team. The others had a strong smell and ran behind the team after a while. Even though Li Wangkaiu, the class beauty, was one of them, Jiang Ziliu could still sense the dissatisfaction of other students towards them. There's no way, one of them stinks and the other one doesn't have any odor at all. The harm of comparison has always existed. Now the whole class has been invisibly divided into 2 groups, those with taste and those without taste. But soon everyone had no energy to think about anything else. Because the teachers had no intention of letting this group of students take the normal route, the first thing they had to pass through after entering the jungle was a patch of weeds and thorns. And there is a teacher supervising them, and they must pass through here. The weeds are not so bad, at most it is a little difficult to walk, and you may get some grass seeds and other things on your body. The thorn bushes were scary because the gaps between them were very small, but they had to pass through them quickly under the urging of the teachers. These thorns are plants that have been nourished by dark energy in the wild. Their spines can cause pain, itching, and even scratching of the skin. The fast passing made it inevitable that everyone would be scratched. They felt a mixture of pain and itchiness on their bodies, and they had to keep jogging. You can imagine how uncomfortable it was. Even Jiang Ziliu, who was already a black iron level life, could not avoid being hit. His skin was not yet strong enough to resist the scratches and negative effects of the thorns. But Jiang Ziliu was better, as he had already experienced these things in his last wilderness experience. But Tang Yunu, Li Wangkaiu, Chen Zheng, and Hu Yifeng were in a miserable situation. They tried to scratch themselves while running. This feeling made them extremely uncomfortable and confirmed their guess that Li Qingcheng would not let them have an easy time. After finally passing this area, they had to face the second difficulty. A wetland. This is obviously a man-made muddy ground. There are teachers supervising here, and they have to jog through this muddy ground. This area is dirty and slippery. Tang Yunu even slipped several times, and Jiang Ziliu also fell once. In the end, Tang Yunu and Li Wangkaiu supported each other, and Hu Yifeng and Chen Zheng helped together, and they finally passed this area. Jiang Ziliu performed much better and seemed very familiar with the terrain. At this point they had already left the training camp area. The few people in front have already distanced themselves from the group behind them. Whatever happens to them will have the same outcome as that of the people behind them. And after they pass, the wetland will become more slippery and more difficult for those behind them to move forward. The third difficult place is a slope. They had to jog up the slope and then down. The slope was full of sharp rocks and they could easily hurt themselves if they were not careful. The fourth level is a river channel with a water depth between 1 meter and 1.5 meters. They had to move upstream for about a kilometer in the fast-flowing river. The teachers told them that no matter whether they walked or swam, they must complete this section within the specified time. Otherwise, this part of the training will be considered a failure. This will be summarized and recorded in the learning performance for the entire academic year, which involves the final resource allocation amount. So everyone is still trying hard to find ways to fight against the erosion of the river and move forward. Jiang Ziliu swam forward this time, which was faster. If you walk forward, the impact of the river will be greater and faster, and it will be easier for you to lose your strength. After they passed, the river water became more turbid, which would cause more suffering to those behind them. The next level is the most special. They don't need to run for this level, but they have to pass through a short forest of trees. Zhang Tong from Qiaomulan was given an air cushion by the teachers. They had to climb up 3 trees at the edge of the woods and then jump through the air to the branches of the second tree. Or they could jump forward by grabbing branches like an ape. This part of the training is the treetop leap training. It is designed to enable these beast masters to have the ability to escape from the jungle in dangerous situations. After all, if you escape to a tree when in danger and you stay on the tree alone, the strange beasts below may directly break the tree. At this time, you need to learn to jump to other trees in the air to save your life. Jiang Ziliu chose to move forward in leaps and bounds because he felt that this approach was more appropriate. There are still differences between humans and gibbons. The entire forest was 500 meters long. By the time the few people finally managed to hold on, they were too tired to run any further. If they were not beast masters, and had not received life feedback from the beasts they tamed, and their life levels had been elevated and strengthened, they might not have been able to endure even 1/10 of the training. Fortunately, when they slid down from the last tree, they saw teacher Li Qingcheng waiting for them outside the woods. This means that their training journey has come to an end. When they got here, their morning training was over and everyone rested and had a meal. Chen Zheng from the front team was fatter and unfortunately fell from the tree. But after the supervising teacher confirmed that he was not injured, he drove him back up the tree and asked him to continue completing this step of training. In the special class, you have no chance to slack off unless you are really injured and cannot train. That morning, the entire class was tortured to death by this long-distance jogging cross-country training. They had no energy to think about anything else and just prayed that such training would end soon. There was another training session in the afternoon. Teacher Li Qingcheng prepared wooden swords, wooden knives, wooden spears and other weapons, and asked everyone to wear defensive clothing and conduct defensive and offensive weapon training. But this step is not random. Basic weapon training had already been taught before they awakened the mark of contract. If anyone's movements, attacks, or defenses are incorrect, or if he does not use his full strength in attack or defense, Master Li will pull him out and practice with him personally to make him understand what a more terrifying battle is. The training suits were very good, so there was no need to worry about getting injured, just pain. Everyone gave their all without hesitation and fought desperately with their opponents. Jiang Ziliu's opponent is his desk mate Tang Yunu. He is experienced, but he was almost defeated by Tang Yunu. Although he has rich practical experience and is more ruthless and decisive, his mastery of martial arts and the level of martial arts he possesses are not as good as Tang Yunu's. So the two of them, one ruthless and the other clever, ended up in a draw. Both of them got hit by the other several times and both felt pain. Jiang Ziliu had no intention of holding back, and Tang Yunu was also irritated by his straight man performance. His attacks became tricky and ruthless, making it difficult for Jiang Ziliu. For the next week, they did long-distance multi-terrain running training in the mornings and weapon and fist fighting between beast masters in the afternoons. The pattern remained the same, and this training continued for a week until those who were infected no longer had the smell on them. By the last day, everyone realized that they had been tricked by the smelly little demon bats, and that sweating profusely and continuously was the quickest way to get rid of the odor. Li Qingcheng's arrangement was very reasonable. After a week, everyone in the class became more mature and calmer, and their will became stronger through these repeated tortures. They gradually developed a kind of sharpness, which was a mark left by the continuous and merciless fighting. Li Qingcheng is indeed amazing. In just 1 week, she has made great progress in the entire class from the inside out. Now, Dao will no longer let factors like bad smell affect his judgment, his psychology, and his ability to perform. This week's training is a transformation of everyone's mind and will. Chapter 29. The first week of training lasted 7 days. Everyone did not have a chance to rest. The second week of training courses began the next day. At the same time, they had to attend knowledge and cultural classes in the evening during this week. There were not many classes, but they had to be there. This week, the real beast taming practice class started. Still on the open space in the training ground, Li Qingcheng let everyone's beasts show off. In the past, no one revealed their own beast tamers, although most people knew each other's beast tamers. However, the most talented students in the class have never revealed what kind of beasts they can control. The moment all the beasts appeared, the gap between the students in the class was completely revealed. After all, the foundation of a beast master is his own beast. Jiang Ziliu then saw that in the entire open space, every person had their own beast appearing beside them. The first person he noticed was Tang Yunu. Tang Yunu's beast taming is very special, her talent is sea level, and she can contract exotic beasts with bloodline talents within the sea level range. Generally speaking, the highest growth limit of her beast tamer is the peak of black iron. Her future growth path is very risky, because to continue to improve, she needs to evolve her beast. The evolutionary process is full of uncertainty. Even if benign evolution exists, there is still a great possibility of failure. Just like Tang Yunu, the Tang family spent a lot of money to awaken her, but she was unlucky and still ran into a low-level talent with a relatively low probability. Tang Yunu's beast is a football-sized four-tailed demon with silver pupils. This is a special kind of spiritual and telekinetic beast, and a relatively rare branch of the eye demon class of strange beasts. The four-tailed silver-eyed eye demon is simply a huge eyeball. It has 4 silver tentacles on its back, one of which has a mouth part, which is where it eats. The other one is the excretory organ. The remaining 2 tentacles are equivalent to human hands and feet. It has a strong telekinetic power and is very light in weight. It can rely on its telekinesis to keep itself suspended in the air, and it can fly for 4 or 5 hours without having to land to rest. Powerful recovery ability is another characteristic of this eye demon-like beast. As long as there is enough food, it can make its recovered mental power equal to the mental power consumed during the floating flight. At the same time, it can form mental attacks such as mental screams. The four-tailed silver-eyed demon can usually only grow to the peak of black iron, but its biggest characteristic as a strange beast is that it is easier to evolve and mutate. There is a 30% chance that it can evolve into the 8-tailed golden-eyed demon. However, the 8-tailed golden-eyed demon is of S level and can grow to the level of a gold-level beast tamer. Many people with low talent would choose this kind of exotic beast when choosing a beast to tame, betting on the 30% possibility of it evolving into an 8-tailed golden-eyed demon. However, this kind of spiritual beast has keen perception, strong ability to escape, and great resistance. This makes the chances of catching their cubs alive very slim. The high price is one of the characteristics of the four-tailed silver-eyed demon. Another is that if it wants to evolve, the resources required are also very expensive. Therefore, only those with low-level talents from powerful and wealthy families will choose it. And there is too much gambling involved. If a family has no shortage of outstanding children, they would be more willing to invest this part of resources in their talented children. Tang Yunu chose the silver-eyed demon, obviously unwilling to be mediocre. At the same time, she may also know that this bad choice is her best choice for the future, there is no other choice. Because the evolution of other strange beasts may be even more uncertain. But the better choice was not something she could afford. Tang Yunu has cultivated it to the 8-star black iron level, and it will soon reach its peak of growth. When Jiang Ziliu sensed its level, he realized that Tang Yunu might have completed the awakening of the contract mark before the age of 16. That's why this four-tailed silver-eyed demon can grow to this level. However, the black iron rank was too low for her, so she could only transfer around from one middle school to another, looking forward to the moment when her four-tailed silver-eyed demon could evolve successfully. Only then will her fate in the Tang family be able to truly take a turn for the better. But she is not the only one who is special. The fat boy Chen Zheng's family is very rich, and his beast is actually a unicorn-scaled snake with scales and a single horn. Similarly, it is just a snake-like monster that has grown to the highest black iron level. But this unicorn-scaled snake has a faint unicorn bloodline. This is the most special thing. Its combat power is even stronger. It has a trace of dragon power in its body. Its pure physical strength is far stronger than that of ordinary beasts. If it could be cultivated with high-quality dragon-blooded beasts' flesh and blood resources, perhaps its bloodline could be improved, thus evolving into a more advanced dragon-blooded beast. This strange beast with dragon blood, although low-level, is hard to come by. When the other powerful children in the class saw the beast Tamer, they looked at the fat boy with a look that showed they wanted to replace him. The cubs of this exotic beast may be pitifully small. The fact that the fat guy Chen Zheng signed a contract shows on one hand that he is rich, and on the other hand it also shows that he is lucky to have met him. Exotic beasts like this one with dragon blood are extremely rare animals. Whoever encounters it will never let go. In comparison, Hu Yifeng's beast is more ordinary, a four-winged mantis with knife-like legs. This insect-like beast is ferocious, fearless, and has extremely strong attack power. It is also very likely to undergo both benign and malignant evolution. It can be said that Hu Yifeng's choice of exotic beasts focuses more on combat power and does not seem to care much about evolutionary potential. Most of the other students in the class have contracts with exotic beasts such as tigers, wolves, bears, snakes, and cows, which are relatively common exotic beasts. Their resources are limited, and their exotic beasts are still in their juvenile limestone stage. But there are also lucky ones among ordinary students. For example, a girl named Chen Ke, who has a B-level talent, has a contract with a plant-like monster called a 100-blade thorny vine. This type of beast tamer can grow to silver level, but has strong combat power. The top silver level 100-blade thorn vine is rooted in the ground for defense, and its combat power is even comparable to that of ordinary gold level monsters. Similarly, its evolutionary potential is relatively strong. As long as its master dares to take risks and as long as she can succeed, she may have gold level combat power or even diamond level combat power in the future. The gold level is the middle and upper level of human beings, while the diamond level is the true upper level of human combat power. It can be said that Chen Ke is lucky, and his future potential is comparable to people like Li Wangkai to a certain extent. Chen Ke was also cautious and did not reveal his beast master until now. When the teachers saw Chen Ke's beast, their eyes lit up. They understood that this was another talent with special potential. There was also a thin boy named Jiang who actually contracted a strange beast called the Light Unicorn. This kind of strange beast has very weak combat power and average growth potential. But it is an advanced healer and a talent that all teams desire. It can be said that as long as Jiang plays the role of a wet nurse well and chooses the right force or team, he will also be a well-protected upper-class person in the future. Chen Ke and Jiang are the more outstanding ones among ordinary classmates. As for the few people in the class with talents above A level, none of them had an easy way to tame beasts. If you have good talent, you don't need to say anything, the school or some forces will actively send you high-level exotic beast cubs for you to make a contract. In the special class of the 9th middle school, there are 2 people with S-level talents, 1 boy and 1 girl. The one with the best talent is naturally Li Wangkai, SS level. The boy with S-level talent is called Li Chinqi, and his beast is a Frost 5 pattern bird that can grow to gold level. It is an ice-attributed bird-like beast that is not big but has very strong speed and combat power. This Frost 5 striped bird has terrifying combat power, but its potential for evolution is extremely low. From this we can see that this is a very stable person who does not pursue anything risky. Although this person is talented, he is not rebellious and is popular in the class. Jiang Ziliu, another S-level talent, is a girl who is arrogant and looks down on other people in the class. She is full of jealousy towards Li Wangqiu, who is more talented, and often has nothing nice to say. But Li Wangqiu didn't pay much attention to her. Her beast is not bad, it is a shadow night fox, a very cunning shadow beast. Everyone in the class felt that Jiang Ziliu and her beast were the same being. This girl is also one of the least popular people in the class. However, the SS level Li Wangqiu's beast Taming was the most shocking. Its beasts landed on Li Wangqiu's shoulders at this time. There were 2 pure and beautiful birds and beasts, with lovely white wings and 7 long, crystal clear jade-like feathers on their tails. That pair of special eyes that were as special and clean as a crescent moon showed that the whole animal was very beautiful and noble. Double-headed white moon ice phoenix. This is its name, a young form of a high-level exotic beast that contains the blood of the ice phoenix. At the same time, it also contains some of the power of the white moon. It can be said to be a phoenix-like beast with ice attributes, and it also possesses the power of the white moon. The blood of the phoenix, the dual attributes of ice and white moon, made this beast attract everyone's attention when it appeared on Li Wangqiu's shoulder. Just this one beast means that as long as Li Wangqiu survives, he will definitely be a top-level boss in the future. In the entire venue, Li Qingcheng was the only one who did not show any surprise. Jiang Ziliu couldn't help but show shock and envy, but he then calmed himself down. At the same time, he also noticed Li Qingcheng's reaction. Jiang Ziliu understood that the school would never be able to get such a beast cub with its ability. It seems that this beast was most likely obtained by Li Qingcheng with the help of Li Wangqiu. People with background and talent are extraordinary. They are already at the top of everyone based on their basics. It can be said that the beast tamers who appeared now all lay on the ground after the appearance of the last 2-headed white moon ice phoenix, for fear of angering this little guy with noble blood and terrifying combat power. The special suppression caused by the blood between the exotic beasts is very powerful. Everyone in the class showed off their own exotic beasts, but Li Wangqiu gave everyone a big scare. Now, no matter in every aspect, Li Wangqiu is far ahead of other people in the class. Chapter 30. After everyone's beasts were revealed, their life levels were truly revealed. For example, Li Wangqiu's double-headed white moon and ice phoenix. This phoenix-blooded beast, which is almost like a mythical beast, is a black iron level being from birth. Right now, it is only a 4-star black iron grade. This growth rate is not fast. But it still allowed Li Wangqiu to reach the 9-star limestone level of life. The life feedback of SS level talents is at least above 70%, and there are certain differences between different people and different beasts. Such a high life feedback gave Li Wangqiu the strength of a 9-star limestone level. Even though this little thing is only 4-star black iron, its combat power can even be compared to some ordinary bronze-level monsters. Coupled with the pressure of its high-level bloodline, it would be impossible for it to defeat ordinary monsters. The levels of other people's beasts are mostly around the beginning black iron level. A small number of people have a higher level of beast taming. For example, Jiang Ziliu's Shadow Night Fox is a 5-star black iron level. So she was very dissatisfied with Li Wangqiu. Moreover, her own strength is at the 8-star limestone level, and her personal strength is also among the top 3 in the class. Now seeing her Shadow Night Fox succumb to the pressure of the 2-headed white moon ice phoenix, she was so angry that she wanted to change a beast. Another S-level talent, Li Qingqi, is also very powerful. His Frost 5 pattern bird has the strength of 3-star black iron level. He is the second student in the class whose individual life level is at the 8-star limestone level. 2 S-level and 1 SS-level talented people are obviously the strongest in the class. This is excluding Jiang Ziliu, who is already iron. If he fought at full strength, Jiang Ziliu had no confidence in defeating the 3 of them, but he was confident that he could kill all 3 of them. Because he has the special super attack ability of electromagnetic cannon. As for the remaining people, if they have no hidden strength, most of them have beast taming abilities at the Greystone level. The highest life level among their own beast masters is Jiang, who is at the 6-star limestone level. There are no students at the 7-star limestone level in the class. Jiang Ziliu's Kongqing Rockman only showed the 8-star limestone level, and his own 3-star limestone level of life was still the lowest in the class. As he discovered at the beginning, there was really no one in the entire class whose life level was lower than the 3-star limestone level. It seems that everyone has worked hard in private. The lowest level is a 3-star Greystone level Beastmaster, and the lowest level is a 6-star Greystone level Beastmaster. You have performed very well, and I am very satisfied. Li Qingcheng opened her mouth, and the whole class instinctively shuddered, not knowing what kind of suffering they would experience next. Next, you will undergo real beast taming combat training. But I think it's not a good idea to directly conduct actual combat training for beast taming. In order to continue to improve your survival ability and give you a better chance of surviving in your future beast taming life, I have made special preparations. After hearing this, the group of students felt that their guess was about to come true. You guys follow me. The Beastmasters, with a large group of beasts of various shapes, followed teacher Li Qingcheng to a relatively remote area of the training camp that had never been open to the public. The further they moved forward, the more panicked everyone felt, and there was even an indescribable feeling of oppression that grew stronger and stronger. Their beasts became more and more uneasy and less willing to move forward. They soon came to a larger open space. In the middle of the open space there was a stone pillar with a glass cabinet on top. There is a bone inside the glass cabinet here. Jiang Ziliu immediately understood what kind of routine this was. It turned out that this bone was actually the bone of a high-level silver-level exotic beast, and it still retained the life pressure of a silver-level exotic beast. Even if it is just a bone, it is equivalent to the oppressive feeling that everyone would have when facing a high-level bronze-level monster. Most of the people in the class are low to medium-level limestone grade life forms, and their beasts are also at the medium-level limestone grade. Facing the pressure from bronze-grade beasts that are 2 levels higher, both their life instincts and their will and mind will be greatly suppressed. Jiang Ziliu understood that teacher Li Qingcheng wanted everyone to conduct practical training in taming beasts under the pressure of such high-level exotic beasts. The actual situation is indeed so. You will come according to the school, and each of you will demonstrate the attack and defense skills that your beast has mastered. I will give you an evaluation, and then instruct you on how to adjust your skill training and how to coordinate the use of these beast skills. Teacher Li Qingcheng asked all students to demonstrate their beast taming skills. Here is a silver-level exotic beast bone. Its life pressure can allow you and your beasts to experience in advance what it's like to face a higher-level exotic beast. It will train you and your beasts. Li Wangkaiu, Li Qinqi, Zhang Zili, the rest of you, follow me later. You will need to train under the life pressure of the gold-level exotic beast bone. Only in this way can the training be effective for you. She won't let anyone go. The pressure from the bones of this silver-level exotic beast is nothing to the few people with higher beast taming bloodlines. But she had something more advanced just for them. Teacher Li Qingcheng did not let everyone show their beast taming feedback skills, because this kind of skill is life-saving and is absolutely private. The school will not require them to disclose this. The students in the class came forward one by one to demonstrate their various beast controlling skills: wind, water, fire, lightning. Powers of different attributes continue to bloom in this open space. As expected, most of the students like attacking monsters and are well trained in their attacking skills. But when it comes to other types of skills such as defense skills and escape skills, they are far behind. Teacher Li Qingcheng is a great practical teacher, and every time she gives advice she hits the point. She didn't hide anything and told everyone many fighting skills. Of course, most people were concentrating on accepting it, while a few brainless people didn't take it seriously. Judging from the look in teacher Li's eyes, they might be the ones who were given a break and taught a lesson. If you don't take it seriously yourself, how can you expect others to push you forward? There is no shortage of fools and idiots among human beings. Jiang Ziliu stepped forward and demonstrated the Kongqing Rockman's mastery of swordsmanship, rock stealth, rock thrust, rock invisibility, and other skills without reservation. After seeing this, Li Qingcheng showed a look that was slightly surprised, but not so surprised. She quickly gave instructions, allowing Jiang Ziliu to understand how he should train and improve his skills. She had long known that Jiang Ziliu was extraordinary, so the guidance she gave was more detailed. Jiang Ziliu also took out a small notebook and recorded the contents in great detail. Seeing what Jiang Ziliu did, Li Qingcheng was very satisfied. She also gave Jiang Ziliu a book on swordsmanship suitable for Kongqingjianxi people so that Kongqingjianxi people could learn it. The teacher has already figured out that Jiang Ziliu's Kongqing Rock Man has spirituality that ordinary beasts do not have. It is obvious that he has a special opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Kongqingjian Rock Man to use the knife so skillfully. Kongqingjianxi is much better at using swords than some human beast masters who practice swordsmanship. This book of suitable swordsmanship is also her reward and investment. From Teacher Li's guidance, he has understood how to further improve the skill level of the Kongqing Rock Man. After she finished instructing the ordinary students, she let everyone train on their own here. The class teacher is watching here to avoid any accidents. She took several students with high beast taming bloodlines to another training ground. After nearly twice the time of guidance here, Teacher Li Qingcheng came back to check on the situation in this country and see if anyone had any new questions. Obviously, in terms of teaching time, both Teacher Li and the school pay more attention to those few people. Others were uncomfortable with this, but Jiang Ziliu didn't care at all. Being a loner is how he defines his own growth. He has never longed for the guidance and resources of the school. He wants to get the best, and he doesn't care if he can't get it. The next training involved beast taming battles between students, and the school also found a teacher with therapeutic beast taming skills to provide on-site supervision. Every day is repetitive learning and training. Such days have lasted for nearly 2 months, and a new long holiday is here again. Chapter 31. 2 months later, Jiang Ziliu had been training in the training camp. Fortunately, the school provided some resources for the training of beast masters. But very few of these resources fell into Jiang Ziliu's hands. It was not as much as what he gained from adventuring in the copy space, which was only enough to maintain the basic needs of his 2 beasts. However, people like Li Wangkai with SS-level talent, Li Qinqi with S-level talent, Zhang Zili and others received tremendous resource support. Each of the 3 of them received resources in exchange for money every month, and the amount was in the millions. The 1,000-fold gap in resource sharing will gradually widen the strength gap between everyone, allowing them to grow faster and become stronger. Those who teachers are more optimistic about will be given higher scores and can also get more resources. The special class adopts a credit system. Some high-level resources can be used to exchange for special resources such as precious medicines. The other students in the class are all trying their best to obtain advanced resources through credits and work hard to improve their beast taming abilities. Tang Yunu and others can also exchange for credits. But they bought some ordinary resources themselves and then exchanged these resources for credits, and these resources became the basic resources distributed by the school to ordinary civilian students. As civilian students grow, the strength of the entire school becomes stronger. The evaluation of the school by the upper echelons of the base will also be improved, and in the future the school will be provided with more high-level resources that are difficult to obtain through other channels. Through credits, these people gain access to advanced resources that they would not normally have access to. Under this model, the school, students from wealthy backgrounds, and ordinary students achieved mutual benefit for all 3 parties. Li Wangkai and others who are above S level can receive a large number of credits for free every month. The 3 of them are the privileged people in the entire special class and even the school. Credits are very useful, but Jiang Ziliu doesn't care about them at all. He had been stuck at the bottom of the performance spectrum, and teacher Li Qingcheng, who had seen something, had no intention of letting him come forward. She understood that if Jiang Ziliu, who did not have much talent, came to the fore, it might not have a good ending. Her main focus is still Li Wangqiu. Jiang Ziliu even suspected that this powerful beastmaster came to the 9th middle school as a teacher just because of Li Wangqiu. After the holiday begins, it is time for Jiang Ziliu to improve. During these 2 months, his Kongqing Rock Man was upgraded to the 8-star Black Iron level. This was only achieved by utilizing the school's resources, as well as some earth-attributed medicinal herbs and resources he bought himself, to achieve a small-scale improvement. Jiang Ziliu also found a way to improve the mutant electric snake. That is to let it swallow a large amount of flesh and blood, and within 1 to 3 hours after it completes digestion, it will be continuously shocked with a low-voltage current of less than 10 volts. This move will make the mutant lightning snake very uncomfortable, but it is special after all and has SSS and level electromagnetic control skills. This ability will make it not so disgusted by electric current attacks. For the mutant electric snake, this uncomfortable yet not unpleasant feeling did not reduce its favorable impression of Jiang Ziliu, who was operating the entire process. Since there were other people in the dormitory, he could only continue this process in some deserted part of the camp. After 2 months of this, the mutant electric snake also improved by 2 small levels and reached the 7-star Black Iron level. Now that he was on vacation, Jiang Ziliu also planned to go to those special copy spaces, or the wild, to look for special treasure resources that could help them continuously improve. As for the Kongqing Rock Man, he planned to first upgrade it to the extreme state of 9-star Black Iron level. To achieve such a goal, one would need a B-level or even A-level Earth attribute treasure. Jiang Ziliu carefully screened through his mind and thought of an Earth-attributed treasure that could be found safely. The name of this treasure is stalactite vein milk. It is a stalactite that is more than 10,000 years old, combined with the power of Earth in a dark energy environment, forming an A-level Earth-attributed treasure. This kind of treasure is usually found in underground caves, and only 1 drop can be produced in a year. Because it is located underground where it is difficult for ordinary people to find, once it appears, the accumulated amount will definitely not be small, and the risk of obtaining it is also very low. More importantly, the stalactite milk has the effect of strengthening the beastmaster's physique and increasing the strength of his body. It can be said that this kind of A-level treasure is difficult to find, but it is very precious. What is the probability that there is stalactite vein milk in base city number 12 and that I can obtain it safely? Jiang Ziliu once again used probability judgment to determine the location of this treasure. 10.3%. The answer came out. There was no doubt that such a treasure existed in base 12, but the risk was too great. There was nearly a 9/10 chance that he would be in danger. What is the probability of safely obtaining stalactite vein milk within 100 km east of base 12? 98.6%. This time, the probability judgment was successful in one go. This means that there are treasures such as stalactite vein milk to the east of base number 12, and the risk of him obtaining this treasure is pitifully small. What is the probability that this stalactite vein exists 50 km east of base 12? 100%. What is the probability that this stalactite vein exists in the east-southeast direction? 100%. What is the probability that this stalactite vein exists within 10 to 20 meters underground? 97.3%. Consuming dark energy bit by bit, Jiang Ziliu gradually determined the exact location of the stalactite vein. He then made a probability assessment and determined the hidden locations of 3 stalactite veins in other directions of the base. What is the probability of a benign evolution by using stalactite vein floating to evolve a 9-star limestone level beastmaster, Kongqing Rock Man? 54.6%. Stalactite vein milk can improve the life level of the beast taming Kongqing Rock Man, so is it also possible to evolve the bloodline of the Kongqing Rock Man? With this question he made a probability judgment. The result is obviously that although the probability is not high, it is still possible, and this is the result of using only one resource, stalactite vein milk. After knowing that this possibility was achievable, Jiang Ziliu immediately used the knowledge he had learned about beast taming evolution potions to start making a large number of formula combinations. He then made a probabilistic judgment on these formula combinations. Recipe 1. Use stalactite vein milk, add 300 grams of D grade slime gel, 1 C grade earth attribute crystal, 3000 grams of D grade swamp millennium charcoal mud, 100 grams of sea and earth 6-eyed rhinoceros horn powder, and 400 grams of purple rock horn tree roots. Slightly heat and mix, let the empty green rock man soak and absorb. What is the chance of a 9-star black iron level Kinjian person evolving with Formula 1? Jiang Ziliu made a probability judgment on Formula 1. 75.2%. This probability is already very high, proving that Jiang Ziliu's medicine ratio is very good. But Jiang Ziliu was not very satisfied with this. He quickly made a probability determination using Formula 2. Recipe 2. Let the stone man of Kongqing Mountain drink the stalactite vein milk directly, then use a C-grade earth attribute crystal, 2000 grams of slime gel, 500 grams of C-grade volcanic sediment ash, 100 grams of earth attribute fossil sediment, and 300 grams of D and earth demon earthworm powder to make a gel and stick it on the skin surface of the stone man of Kongqing Mountain. What is the chance that Formula 2 will allow a green rock man at the 9-star limestone level to evolve? 87.4%. What is the chance that Formula 3 will allow a green rock man at the 9-star limestone level to evolve? 75.3%. What is the chance that Formula 4 will allow a green rock man at the 9-star limestone level to evolve? 88.9%. After repeated probability judgments, Jiang Ziliu finally determined that the 16th formula was the most effective. Formula number 16 makes the probability of Kongqing rock man evolving as high as 99.1%. It's just that formula number 16 is rather special, and the other materials are not very advanced, but it does require the addition of a smallest soul crystal in his hand. It actually requires a high-value treasure like soul crystal. Jiang Ziliu did not hesitate and used it. After buying all the medicinal herbs at the beast taming market, Jiang Ziliu made preparations and once again stepped into the wilderness, heading southeast of the base. Chapter 32. Stalactite vein milk, about 35 kilometers east of base 12. Strictly speaking exists in a small mountain. It is actually a dangerous area in the wilderness. But there happened to be no powerful beasts in that hill, which gave Jiang Ziliu the space to obtain it safely. After the experience of the first wilderness adventure, Jiang Ziliu was more fully prepared for the second time and planned the route more reasonably. He also assessed the probability of danger while traveling on this route and chose a safer time point. He didn't set off until 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the second day after the holiday. The reason why he left so late was because the probability judgment told him that if he went there at this time, the possibility of him encountering unknown danger would not exceed 2.3%. With such a low risk level, he naturally had to set off at this time. The probability judgment was quite reliable. Jiang Ziliu had a very smooth journey. In addition, he was careful enough in his progress. He did not encounter any trouble at all and arrived at the hill very smoothly. Unfortunately, he had made his judgment based on probability before. What is the probability that there is a channel in this mountain that leads directly to the stalactite veins? The answer is 0. This means that he needs to dig a downward passage himself to get down and get the stalactite veins in the area between 10 and 20 meters. However, the rocks here are very thick, and the firm rocks are extremely hard. Generally speaking, it would be difficult for him to dig a passage leading underground here. But Jiang Ziliu has Kongqing Rock Man. As an earth-attributed beast, it can easily break the rocks and create a rock passage. But before taking any action, Jiang Ziliu first moved a large area of fragrant grass and thorn bushes over. He inserted the thorn branch here and then poured a liquid that promoted plant activity at its roots. From the outside, this looks like a very natural thorn jungle. Some adventurers passing by would never have thought that there were people inside, let alone treasures underneath. For safety reasons, Jiang Ziliu also sprinkled a special powder here that can interfere with the sense of smell of nearby exotic beasts and imperial beasts. Then the Kongqing rock talents began the work of digging the hole downwards. The rock was 10 meters thick, and it took the Kongqing rock miners a day and a half to dig a small passage. There turned out to be a closed underground cave space below. Jiang Ziliu let the mutant electric snake go down to test it out and found that the air below was sufficient and there was oxygen. So he sealed the entrance of the cave with large stones, and then went down with the Kongqing rock man. There was indeed a huge underground space below, 4 meters wide and nearly 10 meters high. Jiang Ziliu searched forward for a while, and at the end of this closed underground cave, he saw a 20-meter-long stalactite hanging from below. At its tip, a milky white liquid was forming. That stalactite is exactly the stalactite vein that is transformed from ordinary stalactites in a dark energy environment, and the milky liquid it forms is the A-level treasure stalactite vein milk. After the stalactite vein milk dripped down, it gathered in the small stone pit below, amounting to about a bowl. Such a large amount of stalactite veins cannot be gathered without at least 900 years. It took 900 years to produce a bowl-sized amount of this, which is definitely an astonishing harvest. Normally, if someone can get a drop of such stalactite milk, it is already a huge gain. Jiang Ziliu immediately took out a jade bottle and carefully put it into it. This jade material can be regarded as an alternative material with earth attributes, which can be used to maintain the medicinal properties of stalactite vein milk. After collecting the precious stalactite milk, Jiang Ziliu thought about it and decided to temporarily use this cave as his backup base for survival in the wild. In case anything happens to base number 12 in the future, this place can also become a place similar to a safe house in the wild. He planned to upgrade the Kongqing rock man here while processing this underground space to make it more suitable as an underground safe house. If there is no need to evolve, just let the Kongqing rock man swallow the stalactite vein milk. Jiang Ziliu took 2 drops of stalactite vein milk and asked the Kongqing rock man to swallow them. Then he also fed a drop to the mutant electric snake. As an earth-attributed creature, the Kongqing rock man can directly absorb the earth-attributed stalactite milk, and can use it to improve his life level and even evolve. This kind of treasure, 1 drop of which contains an enormous amount of earth attribute power, is enough for Kongqingjianshi people to enter a small class. Jiang Ziliu fed it 2 drops to be on the safe side. After swallowing this treasure, the Kongqing rock man began to advance in a dormant manner. Most of the advancements of earth-attributed life forms are carried out in a dormant manner. He put the Kongqing rock man into the beast-controlling space and observed the situation of the mutated electric snake. The mutated electric snake is a strange beast with lightning attributes, and cannot absorb the earth-attributed medicinal properties contained in the earth-attributed stalactite milk. However, the extraordinary energy contained in this treasure can strengthen the flesh and blood. Although living things have different attributes, their life and flesh are a mixture of multiple attributes such as earth, wind, electricity, light, metal, wood, and water. Therefore, it can play a role in strengthening the flesh and blood of other lives. The same is true for the mutated electric snake. After swallowing a drop of this stalactite vein milk, the mutated electric snake's flesh and blood will be strengthened, laying a better foundation for its growth and combat power improvement. Seeing that the mutant electric snake was also slowly absorbing and digesting the power of the stalactite milk, Jiang Ziliu began to observe this underground space and waited. The amount of stalactite milk he obtained this time exceeded his expectations, and he will not be short of this resource for a long time to come. Therefore, he no longer planned to explore the other 3 places where stalactite veins might exist. He carefully observed the entire cave and had an understanding of its general structure. In this cave, there is a small underground river, which flows out from the upper end of the cave and seeps out from a stone crack at the end. The ground part of the entire cave is relatively humid. In order to transform this place into a safe room, he needed to dig some new caves on the rock walls on both sides to ensure that it would be dry inside. It could be used to store food and weapons that are more sensitive to moisture. But how to carve a cave in the wall? Jiang Ziliu thought of his own way. That is to use electromagnetic control to simulate an electromagnetic cannon, continuously bombarding the rocks, which can break the rocks and create a cave. At the same time, he can also practice the speed, accuracy, and power control of his electromagnetic cannon. He began to try, and when he threw an iron ball, it made a big hole. 3 iron balls were thrown over and successfully shattered a piece of rock, creating a hole of moderate size. He used it 9 times in total, and consumed 90% of his dark energy. The attack of this skill of the electromagnetic cannon is really powerful, but the consumption of dark energy is also very huge. Next, Jiang Ziliu performed recovery. 3 hours later he recovered half of his dark energy, and at this time the mutant electric snake had completed its strengthening. After being strengthened, its snake skin appears whiter, like jade. At the same time, its strength and physique have nearly tripled from the original levels. It can be said that the flesh and blood strengthening of the mutated electric snake is very effective. Jiang Ziliu trained it to use electromagnetic cannon, asking it to focus on the location of its previous attack. While practicing electromagnetic cannon attacks, it could also increase the speed of opening the cave. The mutated electric snake is very powerful. After only 10 attacks, it has mastered the skill of electromagnetic cannon attack to perfection. From then on, it's all about pointing and shooting, but this process requires Jiang Ziliu to continuously provide iron bead ammunition. As a snake, it has no way of holding an iron bead. This problem will be solved when Jiang Ziliu develops the ability to control and move metal objects through electromagnetic forces. In the next 2 days, Jiang Ziliu and the mutant electric snake took turns to train the electromagnetic cannon capabilities again and again. Then another person was replaced to recover. After 2 days, they successfully opened a rock passage that was 10 meters deep and 3 meters wide. If a door is installed outside this passage, it can be used as a relatively dry food storage room. Then they started the electromagnetic cannon attack on the rocks on the other side. After 90% of Jiang Ziliu's iron beads were completely used up, they successfully opened up 3 more stone caves. The efficiency was improved at this time because their accuracy was better, and Jiang Ziliu also figured out where to strike so as to break larger pieces of rock, thereby improving the efficiency of opening the cave wall. He opened up 4 caves in total, 1 of which was a supply storage warehouse and 3 were rest rooms. Although crude, this safe house already has all the basic functions. Next, as long as the entrances and exits are hidden, the house will be completely completed. Jiang Ziliu planned to open a secret exit at the back as an escape route at a critical moment. But there is no rush. Jiang Ziliu felt that the Kongqing Rock Man had awakened from his slumber. So he immediately summoned the Kongqing Rock Man. Now the Kongqing Rock Man has grown a lot taller, about a quarter taller than before, and its body shape has changed more obviously, more like an ordinary flesh and blood life form rather than a rock life form. The life level of Kongqing Rock Man has also been completely upgraded to the 9-star Black Iron level, and has reached the peak limit state of the 9-star Black Iron level. Its growth also produces life feedback. Jiang Ziliu also reached the life level of 2-star Black Iron. After reaching this stage, the Kongqing Rock people can already evolve their lives and have met the basic conditions for the evolution of life. Because of the 2 drops of stalactite milk, 1 drop is used to improve the life level of the Kongqing Rock Man, and the other drop is used to strengthen its body. Once the life level and physical strength meet the standards, the Kongqing Rock Man can evolve it according to formula number 16. Before setting off, his backpack was already filled with various materials and equipment for preparing medicine. Jiang Ziliu let the Kongqing Rock Man adapt to his explosive power and familiarize himself with his body and skills, while he began the meticulous process of preparing medicine. This time, the evolution potion is more complicated to prepare and the medicine is also expensive. Therefore, Jiang Ziliu carried out every process carefully, fearing that he might make a mistake and waste so much investment. It took him a whole day to prepare the medicine needed for recipe number 16. Similarly, this is a recipe for internal and external use. After another probability assessment, the resulting potion was successfully prepared. This time, the probability of the Kongqing Rock Man evolving reached 99.7%. So he let the Kongqing Rock Man swallow 5 drops of stalactite vein milk, and then carefully applied the medicine on the skin of the Kongqing Rock Man, allowing it to begin the process of evolution. After an hour, the external application medicine turned grayish-white, indicating that the medicine had been completely absorbed. Jiang Ziliu then cleaned the medicine residue on its skin before calling it back to the beast taming space to allow it to evolve there. After completing this step, Jiang Ziliu let the mutant electric snake protect him, and he began to take stalactite vein milk to strengthen his physique. Jiang Ziliu is just a life form that has just entered the black iron level, and is a human with an even weaker physique. Therefore, he could only take half a drop of stalactite milk, which was the upper limit of his absorption and digestion. After taking half a drop, Jiang Ziliu felt a heat rising from his stomach, and then his whole body felt warm, and he fell asleep directly in the newly dug cave. His physique began to strengthen, and the Kongqing Rock Man in the beast taming space also began the extraordinary evolution of life. It is relatively easy to determine whether the evolution of the beast is benign or malignant. But whether the degree of evolution is low or high is a very uncertain thing, involving multiple factors such as the beastman's physique, will, potential, etc. It could be very high, or it could be very low. But Jiang Ziliu didn't care much about the level of evolution. He just hoped that the Kongqing Rock Man could evolve successfully. Steady growth makes him feel more at ease than achieving everything at once. To what extent the new Kongqing Rock Man will evolve will only be known after the evolution is completed. The entire underground cave fell into silence all of a sudden, with only the white jade-like mutant electric snake faithfully guarding Jiang Ziliu. Chapter 33. Jiang Ziliu woke up, and his strengthening took a day. A day later, he felt a huge improvement. The strength of a limestone-level life form is in the hundreds of kilograms, while the strength of a beastmaster who is a black iron-level life form is close to tons. His strength used to be around 2 tons. But now, he can easily lift a rock that is 1 person tall, and such a rock weighs about 3 to 4 tons. This means that Jiang Ziliu's strength has now nearly doubled. But it's not just his strength that has increased, his physique, vitality, and the toughness of his flesh and bones have also increased by about 2 times. Jiang Ziliu found that he had improved so much that his combat power alone was already very strong. He couldn't help but feel a desire to swallow some more stalactite vein milk. But he suppressed his desire. He understood that the initial strengthening of this thing only absorbed less than 70% of the treasure's power, and the remaining 30% would take several months to be thoroughly absorbed before the second portion of stalactite vein milk could be swallowed. Of course, treasures of other attribute categories have certain restrictions, but there is no such a big restriction that the same kind of precious medicine cannot be taken excessively. Jiang Ziliu was greatly strengthened and he was very satisfied with it. Then he summoned the Kongqing Rock Man and found that the Kongqing Rock Man had evolved successfully. However, the evolved Kongqing Rock Man did not grow bigger, but became smaller instead. Now it is less than half a meter tall, a tiny creature. But it has a faint blood pressure that only high-level exotic beasts have. The blood pressure is very weak, but it really exists. Moreover, its spirituality has also been greatly improved. I don't know why, although it looks very small, Jiang Ziliu always feels as if there is an extremely terrifying giant standing in front of him. He knew that this might not be an illusion. That was most likely a horrifying life illusion produced by the bloodline of the alien beast. Jiang Ziliu opened the panel and his eyes fell on the information of the Kongqing Rock Man. Empty blue rock man. Life Breath Convergence, SSS Grade, Rock and Earth Incarnation, S, Rock and Earth Escape, B Grade, Rock and Earth Invisibility, B Grade, Mutation Spirituality, C+, Rock and Earth Stab, C+, Sword Mastery, D, 1.2% Dwarf Titan Bloodline, D, Earth Space Escape, Not Awakened. Kongqingjian Rockman is still at the 9-star Black Iron level. Its life level has not been improved, but its bloodline has indeed been greatly improved. The Kongqing Rockman actually awakened the bloodline of the Dwarf Titan. Although the blood concentration is only 1.2%, it can be regarded as a high-level existence like the blood of a divine beast. Titans are super life forms of the earth and rock system and are mythical beings. Legend has it that real titans can play with planets like balls. Jiang Ziliu had no way of confirming whether the legend was true, but he knew that under the Titan bloodline there were many equally powerful secondary bloodline branches. Dwarf Titans are a type of Titan that is not as tall as humans. They are very similar to the alien race called dwarves, but they are different from dwarves. They are true alien beast-like life forms. Because they are the favorite and noblest beasts of the alien intelligent life form dwarves, they are also called Dwarf Titans. Those members of the dwarf tribe who can contract with the Dwarf Titan will automatically become the Quasi-King level combat forces of the dwarf tribe and enjoy the treatment of a Quasi-King. Once this kind of dwarf grows up, he will be the top powerful among the real dwarves. However, the blood of the Dwarf Titan was awakened in a low-level being like the Kongqing Rock Man. If it were in the dwarf tribe, it would be equivalent to obtaining an entry ticket to the Quasi-King level. Even if there is only 1.2% of the Dwarf Titan bloodline, it is a huge life evolution for the Kongqing Rock people. Because of this bloodline, it awakened the S-level rock and soil incarnation skill. As the master of the Kongqing Rock Man, Jiang Ziliu quickly figured out the specific function of this skill. This rock and soil incarnation can freely manipulate the rock and soil within its controllable range, forming free manipulation of rock and soil, similar to the electromagnetic manipulation skills of the mutated electric snake. But its most powerful feature is that it can summon the surrounding rocks and soil, wrapping itself up to form a huge rock and soil giant incarnation. As powerful as the energy of the Kongqing Rock Man is, the rock giant formed by this rock incarnation will be as huge. At the same time, as long as the control of the Kongqing Rock Man inside is not interrupted, the rock giant can be quickly reassembled even if it is broken into pieces. Before the energy is exhausted, it can be said that the Kongqing Rock Man transformed into a rock and soil giant will have continuous giant-type combat power that can be repaired at any time. As long as this gigantic skill does not encounter specific targeted skills, the Green Rock Man can have extremely terrifying combat power. Jiang Ziliu asked Kongqing Rock Man to try out this rock and soil incarnation. Under the Kongqing Rock Man, the rocks and soil automatically split into small pieces and covered his body, forming a huge rock and soil giant that was nearly 10 meters high and nearly 4 meters wide. It looked very similar to the Kongqing Rock Man. This is not its limit, it's just that this underground space restricts the performance of the Kongqing Rock Man. If necessary, the Kongqing Rock Man can summon a rock giant twice as large as this one. It is worthy of being rated as an S-level skill. Although it is only the initial S-level, it still makes up for the shortcomings of Kongqing Rock's combat power, making its combat power extremely terrifying. If it were a pure battle of strength, Jiang Ziliu believed that by summoning the rock and earth incarnation and transforming into a rock and earth giant, it could tie with a peak bronze level 1 level higher than it, and could even compete with some silver level monsters. The mere appearance of the S-level skill of rock and soil incarnation has already shown that the evolution of Kongqing Rock Man was extremely successful. In addition, Kongqing Rockman's other rock and soil skills have also been improved by at least 2 small levels. Taking all these into consideration, Kongqingjian's current talent can be evaluated as an A-level or even quasi-S-level Beastmaster. Jiang Ziliu believed that even if its bloodline no longer improved, it could still grow to the peak of silver or even gold level life form. Before the evolution, the Kongqing rock man could grow to the bronze level, which was its limit. Among all the skills of Kongqing rock man, only the swordsmanship mastery skill has nothing to do with the earth attribute, so it has not changed due to evolution. This skill requires practicing more swordsmanship, or practicing swordsmanship more deeply, in order to be improved. However, its spirituality has been greatly improved, reaching the C-end level. Jiang Ziliu believes that as their spirituality improves, the wisdom of the Kongqing rock people will become higher and their ability to learn will become stronger. In this way, it won't be that difficult to improve your swordsmanship skills. He valued this mutated spirituality very much and looked forward to it being able to rise to a higher level during the next evolution. If they could be improved to a certain level, the Kongqing rock people might be as intelligent as humans, and they might even be able to speak and communicate. After carefully studying this information, Jiang Ziliu determined that this evolution was very successful. Just like humans have drug resistance, if you want to use treasures like stalactite vein milk to allow the Kongqing rock man to continue to evolve and strengthen, you will have to wait for some time. After all, it needs to adapt to this state of life only after life itself has made sufficient preparations. However, with the improvement of life level, the Kongqing rock man will be able to be upgraded to bronze level soon. After completing the evolution of the Kongqing rock man, Jiang Ziliu's eyes fell on the mutant electric snake. He had to find a way to strengthen and evolve the mutated electric snakes as well, and not favor one over the other. Moreover, the position of the Kongqing rock man is to hide himself. He is a reconnaissance assassin-like existence, and the mutated electric snake is his main combat force. If you want to upgrade or evolve the mutated electric snake, since it is a strange beast with lightning attributes, you still need to find a way to get the resources of lightning power. Jiang Ziliu looked at the time and found that he still had 1/3 of his vacation left. You can use probability judgment to search and see if you can find an opportunity to upgrade the mutant electric snake within this period of time. Chapter 34. Time is running out now. Jiang Ziliu can only choose to search nearby to see if he can find advanced resources that can strengthen and evolve the mutant electric snake. With my current location as the center, what is the probability that there is a treasure within 10 kilometers that can help my beast-controlling mutant lightning snake improve? Jiang Ziliu began to use probability judgment for analysis. According to the current time, he can only get things within a 10-kilometer radius on time. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have time to return before school started. Therefore, he must find a high-level treasure within the specified time that can allow the mutant electric snake to upgrade or even evolve. The probability analysis gave the result, 99.7%. This means that within a 10-kilometer radius centered on him, there is one or more lightning treasures that can strengthen or evolve the mutant electric snake. What are the odds of such treasures being east of me? 0. What is the probability that such treasure is 5 kilometers away from me? 97.6%. What is the probability that such treasure is more than 3 meters underground? 100%. What is the probability that there is no deadly danger nearby for such treasures? 86.3%. By making probability judgments step by step, Jiang Ziliu successfully located the exact location of this treasure. He also knew that he had 3 treasures stored nearby that could strengthen the mutated electric snake. But the best one was to his southwest. Moreover, by going to this location, he can also return to the base after obtaining the treasure. The only thing Jiang Ziliu couldn't be sure of was what exactly this treasure was that could strengthen and even evolve the mutant electric snake. But after knowing the exact location and making sure the danger was not great, he set off. The area where he is now is in a small forest, and the place he is heading to has a small peak. Judging from the map, the treasure is located on that small peak. After finally climbing to the middle of the mountain, Jiang Ziliu found the place where the treasure was suspected to be. It was actually in the crevice of the rock wall. After changing his position, Jiang Ziliu finally knew the true purpose of the treasure. It was a peach tree that was broken into pieces, the broken surface was very black and had marks of burns. From these marks, Ziliu judged that this big tree was attacked by extremely strong natural lightning. It can be said that this peach tree itself is a top-quality precious material, lightning-struck wood. Originally, after being struck by such a strong lightning, this peach tree should have been dead. However, not only did it not die, but it actually gained new life from death, reviving and growing new branches after the destructive power of lightning. The peach tree struck by lightning regenerated its life, not only growing new branches, but also blooming and bearing fruits, producing new fresh peaches. Ziliu already understood that this peach tree had regained vitality after the lightning and thunder, and now it had become a precious medicinal plant. It can be considered an alternative plant-like monster. The precious peaches it produces not only possess extraordinary dark energy power due to special mutations, but also have powerful vitality and the even rarer power of thunder and lightning. It can be said that although there are only 3 ripe peaches on this peach tree, they are all treasures with dual attributes of wood and lightning. At least the B-grade kind. Why do you think so? Because Ziliu discovered that this peach tree would spontaneously emit flashes of lightning from time to time. Even the peach was shining with lightning. That is the mutant power of the peach tree itself, and also its means of self-defense. The special location of the cliff and its own lightning make it impossible for ordinary beasts to deal with it. But even so, this precious peach has a fatal attraction to some exotic beasts. Ziliu has not found the strange beast guarding it yet, but he knows that there must be some kind of strange beast guarding the lightning-struck peach tree. So he asked the Kongqing rock man to lurk over there and finally determined what was guarding this treasure. It's a thunderbird. This is a mutant of the sparrow in the original world. Its strength is only at the limestone level, but there are many of them, and they are special social beasts. The small holes that were originally densely covered on the rock were not weathering holes in the rock at all, but their own nests. There were at least tens of thousands of thunderbirds around that peach tree. The strange beast thunderbird is also very dangerous. When they gather together, they can form a special group thundercloud. Every thunderbird is part of the thundercloud. When these lightning gather together, they will launch a terrible lightning energy attack. The power of the lightning attacks launched by their group is in no way weaker than the full-strength attack of a bronze-level lightning beast. It is extremely powerful. The gregarious thunderbirds are not easy to mess with and are very aggressive. This is something that everyone knows, and people generally don't go near where they live. Ziliu also understood why this special lightning-struck peach tree existed here but was not discovered by the adventurers who often appeared nearby. It turned out that they were afraid of the thunderbird itself, so no one approached here, and naturally no one would notice the abnormality here. This special peach is a very good treasure for strengthening or evolving the mutant electric snake. But Ziliu needs to think carefully about how to get them. He thought of the weakness of the thunderbirds, which is that they are very powerful during the day, but their vision is not so good at night. So he made a plan and prepared a secret cave for hiding at the foot of the mountain in advance. Then he returned to the mountain and waited until night fell. He asked Kongqing Rock Man to use the rock and earth escape skill to pass through the rock layer and quietly arrive under the rock where the peach tree grew under the cover of night. Then it quickly stole the 3 peaches. Its movements were fast, but they still attracted the attention of the vigilant thunderbirds. As a result, that stretch of cliff was filled with constant lightning. The thunderbirds could not see who had stolen their treasure, but they launched indiscriminate lightning attacks in an instant. But their attack was a little late, as the Kongqing Rock Man had already escaped from inside the rock with the 3 thunder peaches. But the lightning power of this kind of treasure is very strong. In order to obtain them, the Kongqing Rock Man was struck by lightning and electrocuted by the peach tree itself, suffering some minor injuries. If it had not evolved, the injury from this lightning attack would have definitely become serious. Ziliu was very successful. The darkness, the weak night vision of the thunderbird, the fact that the Kongqing Rockman could carry objects and escape through the rocks and soil, and many other factors combined allowed him to successfully obtain the 3 precious peaches. There is also hope for the further improvement and evolution of the mutated electric snake. At this time, there are still 4 days before school starts, and there is still enough time to strengthen and evolve the mutated electric snake. Jiang Ziliu still has plenty of time. Chapter 35. After getting these 3 peaches, Jiang Ziliu made some probability judgment and determined that this kind of peach with lightning attributes can strengthen the mutant electric snake and can also be used as a potion material for the evolution of the mutant electric snake. During the next day, Jiang Ziliu did not leave the basement where he was hiding. His course of action was correct. After he stole the precious peach, the enraged thunderbirds circled in the sky all day long, attacking all humans and monsters within 5 kilometers. It seems that all the creatures here are suspected targets of treasure theft. Because of Jiang Ziliu, many nearby exotic beasts were attacked by the thunderbird and had to quickly flee the area. There are no powerful beasts in the area where the thunderbirds live, and they are the biggest overlords here. There are only 4 human adventurers active in this area recently. 2 of them received severe electrical injuries from the thunderbird's attack but managed to escape. They didn't think much about it and just moved away from here. After all kinds of abnormal situations could happen in the wilderness. However, 2 young beast masters, one fat and one thin, chose to hide in the bushes and watch. These 2 people are wilderness adventurers with bandit attributes. They don't like to venture into tightly controlled dungeon spaces, but instead specialize in adventures in the wild. The 2 are cousins, and their hunting targets include exotic beasts as well as lone beastmen among human beast tamers. They are like jackals in the wilderness. They are usually very peaceful, but when they find an opportunity, they will transform into extremely cruel and insidious demons. In the wilderness, there are many people like them who make a living. After all, most of the resources in the base are controlled by the powerful and wealthy, and these people have no chance of rising through general channels without any talent. Therefore, the best choice for this kind of people is to seek opportunities to rise in the wilderness without rules by using wolf-like habits. Cousin, what's going on? Why are the thunderbirds acting like crazy? The thin man asked with some confusion. This was a guy who didn't like to use his brain, but he was very ruthless and cruel, and dared to fight. The fat man with small eyes who was also lying in the grass next to him was his cousin. The fat man's eyes revealed a cunning light of wisdom, and he said, "What's going on?" The reason why the thunderbirds are so persistent is probably because the treasure they are guarding has been stolen. We didn't expect that this group of thunderbirds also have treasures to guard. Now they are probably getting angry. No way, could it be that their cubs were attacked? The skinny cousin didn't seem to believe it, but he knew that the monsters would become very ferocious when there were problems with the children. How is that impossible? Thunderbirds are social creatures, so it's very common for their children or eggs to be destroyed. But have you ever seen a riot of thunderbirds under such circumstances? No. The only thing that could make them riot so violently and in such a large group is the treasure they are guarding. A treasure with lightning attributes. The fat man bit his lips, his eyes shining with excitement. Looking at this situation, the one who stole their treasures was most likely an adventurer, probably some kind of special beastman. And the other party probably didn't run far away, and didn't scare the thunderbird, so he stole the treasure secretly, which means that the other party is not too strong, and it is very likely that he acted alone. After hearing what his fat cousin said, the thin cousin also became excited. Doesn't this mean that we can live again? Kill this guy, and the treasure he got will be ours. There was a flash of excitement and cruelty in the thin man's eyes, filled with greed and desire for treasure. Both of them brothers are beginner bronze level beast masters. But their original talents were only sea level, and they could not grow to this level at all. They used the looted resources and treasures to exchange for the resources they needed from the secret black market near base number 12, and only then did they improve themselves from an impossible state to the entry-level bronze level. The 2 of them also successfully contracted a second beast tamer, which they had trained to a bronze level beast tamer. Greed, cunning, ruthlessness, and close cooperation among cousins are the basis for their growth. So, they are like greedy vultures, not missing any opportunity in the wilderness. Well, I'll be the lookout this time. I'll climb to the highest peak and have my beastmaster, the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle, scout from high in the sky. My other beastmaster, the shadow cat, will keep an eye out for any movements at night. The fat man thought about it and then spoke out his plan of action. Wait at the exit of this area. Your first beast, the thunder leopard, has strong lurking attack power, and the earth bull can chase prey for a long time. Let's communicate using the intercom. Once I give you the target, you can attack, and I will quickly attack from behind the target. As a very experienced wilderness hunter, the fat cousin's tactical arrangements were very good. His skinny cousin is very ferocious and fights bravely. He is a very good knife. Every time he made a tactical arrangement, he calmly left a retreat for himself, while the dangerous work of close contact with the enemy was left to his cousin. Both of them are dangerous guys in the wilderness, no matter if they are dealing with exotic beasts or human beastmasters, but the fat guy is obviously more skilled. The thin cousin had no objection to this arrangement, as it had been done in the past and their success rate was very high. On the other side, Ziliu didn't know that someone was watching him. He stayed in that underground space, completely ignoring the furious search of the thunderbirds above, and took out a precious peach and let the mutant electric snake swallow it directly. He wanted to strengthen the mutated electric snake, which was already at the 7-star black iron level, and upgrade it to the 9-star black iron level. The energy contained in this precious peach is enough to give it a huge boost. The moment the mutant electric snake saw the peach, it conveyed to Ziliu a strong desire to eat it, which shows how attractive this thing is to the mutant electric snake. After swallowing the precious peach, the mutated electric snake fell into a deep sleep. Ziliu took it back to the beast taming space and waited quietly in this temporary underground space. He took out a blank notebook and started writing and drawing, thinking about the electromagnetic knowledge he had learned and conceiving of the application of related SSS and level electromagnetic control. He already had a plan for this, and now he could carry out further analytical calculations. Ziliu has sorted out several directions that can be used. He then began to experiment with the first application of electromagnetic manipulation. The first skill he designed was based on Magneto's metal control. It's just that Magneto's control is instinctive, while he has to make detailed calculations and studies on the distribution of force and the amount of use. Magnetic force can be used to attract metals, and can also create a special repulsive effect. Ziliu carefully distributed his power, used electromagnetic manipulation skills to transform dark energy into the corresponding electromagnetic force field, and then familiarized himself with its strength and changes. Finally, he exerted his power on his dagger. The dagger flew up tremblingly, but its trajectory was difficult to control. Ziliu needed to constantly change the strength and direction of the electromagnetic force to achieve control over the metal. At first, he almost accidentally let the knife fly over and cut him. But he is a black iron level life form after all, and his soul strength has long reached a value over 100, with the soul power of a bronze level beastmaster. This made him learn very quickly. After only half a day of practice, he had mastered the ability to use electromagnetic force to steer and control the flying knives. Now he can not only control flying knives, but also other metals. But now he only practiced controlling the flying knife, and practiced for half a day, and mastered it to a very proficient level. After all, it is better to specialize in one thing than to be proficient in 10 things. The next day, the mutant electric snake had not yet been strengthened, so he began practicing new electromagnetic control applications. Previously it was electromagnetic metal manipulation, and this time it is the use of electromagnetic microwave heating. This is the application of the principle of microwave oven. After all, microwave is also a sub-branch of electromagnetic force. This is much easier to learn than electromagnetic manipulation of metal. Soon, he successfully converted dark energy into microwaves for directional emission and roasted his own special dried meat food. Microwave heating can be effective against exotic beasts, beastmasters, and other flesh and blood creatures, and is an effective way of attacking them. But Jiang Ziliu found that this kind of attack took a certain amount of time to take effect. After all, his dark energy was still insufficient and could not generate a large amount of heat instantly. It can be effective against stationary targets, but it is not so easy to hit moving targets. With this trick, the best effect is that you can roast food, and eating cooked food in the wild is not a problem at all. Before this, he had been munching on cold dry food throughout this adventure. Because the heating speed is relatively slow, Jiang Ziliu thought that its current function is to heat the water in the target's body, thereby interfering with the target's body function. If the opponent is more alert and dodges, or hides behind an obstacle, his microwave heating trick may not be effective. Zhang Lu also has another application direction for electromagnetic heating, which is to use the electromagnetic induction principle of alternating current. This is the principle behind the operation of induction cookers in the past. This principle can heat metals, but microwaves cannot. This application of electromagnetic heating can be used to deal with metallic beasts or the metal weapons of beastmasters. Jiang Ziliu also practiced this ability. After half a day's hard work, he had mastered the ability to create high temperatures in a targeted manner. He successfully heated an iron bead from a distance of 10 meters, turning it into a drop of molten iron within 3 minutes. It must be said that the prerequisite for this ability to be effective is that the amount of dark energy of the Beastmaster is extremely huge and it must be released in an instant. The current operation of melting metal iron in 3 minutes is still very slow and difficult to apply in actual combat. But it can still have a very good interference effect. There is another application direction of electromagnetic control, which is energy shield. However, it will take some time for Jiang Ziliu to study its formation, and it is not possible to form an effective electromagnetic shield now. The technology in this world has developed well, but there are still some shortcomings. Some things require Jiang Ziliu to conduct research, analysis, and calculations himself. By the time he had mastered the two-branch applications of microwave heating and electromagnetic induction heating, the mutant electric snake had completed its upgrade. When Jiang Ziliu summoned it, it was already a 9-star black iron level life form. The feedback from the beast taming this time pushed him to the 3-star black iron level. At this point, Jiang Ziliu's basic goals have all been achieved. As for the evolution of the mutant electric snake, he decided to solve it after returning to the base. Now he had no other medicinal materials to complete the preparation of the evolution potion of the mutant electric snake. That night, Jiang Ziliu returned to the base under the cover of darkness. Now he has the evolved Sky Blue Rock Man and the 9-star Black Iron level mutated electric snake, and can already move forward in the night. But his intuition gave him a bad feeling, and Jiang Ziliu subconsciously made a probability judgment. What is the probability that I will encounter danger on my way back this time? 100%. What is the probability that I will encounter danger on my way back during the day tomorrow? 100%. What is the probability that I will encounter danger from the beast tamer on my way back this time? 100%. Jiang Ziliu determined through probability that he would definitely encounter an ambush by a beastmaster on his way back, which meant that a beastmaster had already set his sights on him. He suddenly thought that perhaps it was because the Thunderbirds had been searching continuously in anger over the past 2 days that some of the smarter beastmasters guessed that he had obtained the treasure from the Thunderbirds. Human beings are intelligent beings, and some of them are smart enough to analyze the key points. What is the probability that I can kill the other party? 81.6%. Jiang Ziliu understood that as long as he was careful, the people who ambushed him would not be his opponent when he fought at full strength. What is the probability that the opponent will escape after I counterattack? 31.5%. The possibility is nearly 1/3, which means that the person in ambush is also very cautious and there may be more than one person. What is the probability that the other party is 2 people? 100%. What is the probability that the opponent will attack one after the other? 100%. Jiang Ziliu smiled when he saw the result of the probability judgment. He had never fought a life and death battle with a beastmaster before. This seemed like a good training opportunity. When he came to this world, he was already prepared to fight against beasts and humans. I have already had actual combat with beasts, but I have not yet had actual combat with humans. Now that I have such a high chance of winning, it seems that this can be regarded as a special experience. The fat and thin cousins did not expect that Jiang Ziliu had already known the important details of their ambush before they even set out. Jiang Ziliu also conducted some probability judgment and made a comprehensive analysis and judgment on the situation of the two guys who ambushed him. Then he started his return journey without hesitation, waiting for the two ambushers to appear. Chapter 36. Jiang Ziliu asked Kong Qingjianshi to explore the area ahead underground, while he himself walked carefully in the wilderness under the night with a bag on his back. His backpack was heavy, as if it contained something. Jiang Ziliu moved forward very carefully, taking one step at a time, as if he was afraid that someone around him would notice him. He would also lurk in the bushes from time to time to observe the movements around him. Jiang Ziliu looked like a lone traveler who had found a treasure, was extremely nervous and had no experience. His appearance happened to catch the eyes of the fat man on the hill not far away. The fat man in the duo, seeing Jiang Ziliu's look, was not excited but rather a little cautious. As a veteran dangerous adventurer with rich experience and wide knowledge, how could he not understand a special truth? That is the best hunter, who often appears in the form of prey. Even the two cousins often do this. Anyone with a little brains and knowledge can do fishing. Now seeing Jiang Ziliu's appearance, the fat man was sure that Jiang Ziliu must be related to the riot of the Thunderbirds, and he was the guy who got the treasure of the Thunderbirds. However, Jiang Ziliu had a mask on his face, so it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. And although his movements were well acted, there were still some traces of deliberateness, which made the experienced fat man notice something wrong. Adventurers who truly obtain treasures will not be as boastful as Jiang Ziliu in the fat man's night vision telescope. The fat man, who often commits robberies, knows the true movements of those who carry valuable treasures. What Jiang Ziliu didn't know was that he still underestimated the people who ambushed him. These adventurers who survive in the wild dare to rob others, and each of them is risking his life to make a living. No one dares to be careless when it comes to their own life. They dare not be careless in every action they take. After all, none of the adventurers in the wilderness are simple beings. They all have beasts to tame and possess extraordinary powers. The skills of each beast are different. Even beastmasters of the same species may experience changes in their skills due to mutation, evolution, and other factors. What kind of skill feedback the beastmasters have mastered is their core secret. You will never know what kind of weird and strange skills the beastmaster in front of you possesses. Even the most common limestone-level beastmaster, if he possesses sufficiently unique skills, could cost the life of another powerful beastmaster. Greedy, yet cautious, and cunning, these are the hallmark characteristics of veteran wilderness bandits. The same was true for the fat man. As soon as he saw Jiang Ziliu's carrying a treasure performance, he knew that this guy was fishing. You may appear to be the prey, but you may be the hunter in the next second. The fat man's beast, the blue-feathered eagle, can see very far at high altitudes and can also sense the life levels of life on the ground. After all, eagles hunt by soaring from the sky. If they cannot determine the level of their prey, and originally thought it was food, but pounced on it and found out it was actually a vicious beast-like predator, wouldn't that be a tragedy for them? Therefore, during the long process of evolutionary selection, most carnivorous beasts in the sky can accurately sense the life breath of other creatures. His wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle told him that the guy below was only 3-star limestone level. But the fat man just felt something was wrong. This guy is obviously acting. How dare he think of himself as a hunter if he doesn't have a certain level of confidence? You know, in the real wilderness, the identities of hunter and prey often change in an instant. It is obvious that their original goal was based on this. Cousin. Something is wrong. Don't come out yet. This guy is probably waiting for us to show up. The fat man couldn't figure it out, but he immediately contacted his thin cousin through the walkie-talkie and told him not to act rashly. His eyes rolled around, wondering what to do. Should he rob the treasure and put it in his pocket? Or should he be cautious and sell the boy's case? There is no doubt that for this pair of brothers, the latter is a safer choice, but it is easy to miss important opportunities. The fat man was thinking about what to do. Jiang Ziliu has arrived at the safe exit area of this area. At this time, Jiang Ziliu's beastmaster, the Kongqing Rock Man, had already locked onto the thin man's position and knew where the ambushers were. At this time, the fat man was guessing one thing in his mind: maybe his cousin has been exposed. When he thought of this, his heart tightened involuntarily, but when a certain thought came to his mind, he did not tell his cousin this information. The fat man did not tell anyone that when he was asked to give skill feedback by the contracted beast tamer Shadow Cat, he did not choose the shadow skills that people usually choose, but chose a special skill called Wilderness Intuition. This made his intuition extremely sharp, enabling him to detect some hidden dangers. His intuition told him that the best option was not to warn his cousin further. So the fat man lay there, wanting to see what Jiang Ziliu would do. Should he pass directly or attack his cousin? But to his surprise, Jiang Ziliu did not take action immediately, but chose to pass through that area, as if he had not noticed the thin man's ambush. Cousin, did you see it wrong? This guy did this on purpose to make us afraid? Do you want me to catch up with him and kill him now? After a while, the thin cousin began to lose his patience. He felt that Jiang Ziliu was not acting fishing. After all, his observation and wisdom were not as good as his fat cousin's. Okay. Go up and take a look. The fat man's wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle paid attention to Jiang Ziliu's movements and saw that he was still moving forward in the same way as before. Am I seeing things? Is this guy really just a rookie among adventurers? He couldn't help but have this thought. Moo! Roar! Suddenly, the miserable roars of the earth bull and the wind thunder leopard resounded throughout the wilderness, and then quickly fell silent. The fat man's heart beat rapidly. He recognized that this was the sound made when a beast was dying quickly. There is only one situation that would cause the beastmaster to scream so miserably. That is the situation where the beastmaster dies, which leads to the death of the beasts outside the beast taming space. If a beast dies in the beast taming space, it will not make any sound at all, but will turn into powder as the beast taming space collapses. My cousin died so soon. This fellow who seemed to have a treasure on him turned out to be a terrifying hunter who appeared in the form of prey. The fat man didn't care what I thought and immediately recalled his beast, the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle. The blue-feathered wind-piercing eagle was very powerful. When it swooped down, the fat man leaped nimbly onto its back, letting this beast carry him away from here. His reaction was quick. The fat man was very heavy, but the blue-feathered eagle was a strange beast after all, and it could easily carry him and fly away. But the next moment, the fat man's intuition sensed a terrible danger, and he immediately made the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle change direction in the air. A sharp sound then exploded beside him. Immediately afterwards, the fat man let out a painful scream. One of his arms was shattered from the shoulder, and the broken arm fell from the sky. But the fat man had an extremely strong will. He endured the severe pain and let the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle fly forward quickly. During this process, the blue-feathered eagle continued to change its trajectory under his command. The fat man escaped. He knew that the mysterious and powerful attack just now was aimed at his beast, the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle, but he made the beast change its course in time, and the attack did not smash his wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle, but hit his arm. The fat man was not annoyed by this, but was very grateful. If the blue-feathered eagle died, he would definitely fall down. If he didn't die, he would be killed by the mysterious guy who deliberately played the role of prey. That attack just now was too fast and too terrifying. On the other side, Jiang Ziliu, who had walked a long way, learned from his contact with the mutant electric snake that the raid had failed. He couldn't help but sigh, feeling that he had underestimated these adventurers who were fighting for life and death in the wilderness. Originally, he was planning to have a life and death battle with the ambushers. But when he pretended to be a prey and passed by, the ambusher did not make a move. Jiang Ziliu then realized that the other party might have seen through his disguise and adopted a cautious attitude. Jiang Ziliu changed his response plan. He sent the mutant electric snake to the highest mountain in sight to search for the location of another ambusher, and let the mutant electric snake kill the opponent with an electromagnetic cannon. He placed an iron ball in the mouth of the mutated electric snake, which could be used to launch an electromagnetic cannon mode attack at any time. But Fatty was unlucky, as he sent out his Shadowcat, which followed Jiang Ziliu 300 meters behind and monitored him from the ground. There was not a single beast beside him. Then the mutant electric snake came near him, and the fat man didn't even notice. Although the fat man's intuition is powerful, it also has some limitations. When he uses his intuition to sense something, his sense of another danger will not be effective. At that time, Fatty's intuition was sensing the situation on Jiang Ziliu's side. The mutated electric snake can now generate a natural induction to the biological magnetic field through electromagnetic manipulation. With this, it easily found the fat man. However, this ability of the mutant electric snake belongs to electromagnetic control skills. Even Jiang Ziliu himself didn't know that electromagnetic manipulation had this application, let alone that the mutant electric snake had this natural search instinct. The fat man was luckier, as his thin cousin died before him. The death of the other beast gave him a warning. So he reacted and quickly flew away with the eagle. This saved the fat man's life even though he lost an arm. If the mutant electric snake could only carry one iron bead at a time and was unable to launch a second attack, he would have been dead. The death of his thin cousin was not an accident. That was also done by Jiang Ziliu. When he came, he prepared a bottle of extremely poisonous micro-poisonous centipedes and put them in the bottle as a special backup. This time, it was the Kongqing rock man who quietly came to the thin man's vicinity and released the bottle of poisonous centipedes. The thin man is accompanied by the earth bull and the wind and thunder leopard. The wind and thunder leopard has a keen sense of danger, so Jiang Ziliu did not let the Kongqing rock man attack directly from the ground under the thin man, but released poisonous insects. This poisonous centipede is quite aggressive towards humans. They sensed the thin man's presence and crawled over. As a result, the thin man who was only paying attention to Jiang Ziliu's situation had the centipede crawl onto his hand. After being bitten, he was poisoned by the deadly poison that would kill him if he bleeds. The centipede's poison, when injected beneath his skin, doomed him to a quick death. However, the life breath of this centipede is very weak, so it would not make the wind and thunder leopard feel dangerous, so the thin cousin would not be warned and would be hit in one go. Jiang Ziliu's wisdom and caution allowed him to kill an ambusher. The fat man's cunning and experience also allowed him to escape from Jiang Ziliu. In the contest between the ambushers and the counter-ambushers, Jiang Ziliu has a slight advantage. Jiang Ziliu, who had not done his best, left with regret and did not search for his spoils. Not long after he left the area, he threw away the contents of his backpack, which turned out to be filled with a pile of rotten wood fragments. He asked Kongqing Rock Man to hide the Thunder Peach in the safe house he had opened earlier, and he didn't carry it with him at all. Both sides have their own hidden tricks, and Jiang Ziliu is more cautious. The next day, he returned from the north gate in the other direction of the base. But this time, he was searched by some powerful bronze-level beast masters. The reason given was that they were searching for a wilderness bandit. Anyone can see that these people are just using the name of searching for robbers to achieve their own goals. They must have received news that someone in the wilderness had obtained a treasure and wanted to intercept it here. Jiang Ziliu understood that the fat man who escaped sold out his information very quickly. But he allowed these strong men to check him and showed a very unhappy attitude, and finally successfully returned to base number 12. Chapter 37. A new stage of study and life began, and Jiang Ziliu upgraded his outward life level from 3-star limestone to 4-star limestone. He guessed that the students in the class would have a lot of growth during this stage. Because of the school's funding and the support of the students' families, everyone will be able to grow to a certain extent. It is normal for the special class to move up one small level in the Greystone level in 2 months. It was Jiang Ziliu's parents who gave him nearly 100,000 yuan in financial support during this period. Even his eldest brother sent him a B and grade Beast Core, hoping that he could have a good foundation. If he is like this, the others in the class won't be too bad either. Ordinary families still put a lot of effort into supporting their children's growth because children are their current hope. Moreover, many people in the class have signed training agreements with organizations such as trading companies, noble families, companies, and adventure groups. They have become their reserve personnel and have also received resources and financial support from them. His analysis was correct. When school started the next day, the lowest beast tamer level in the class was indeed 4-star limestone level. And there are only 6 people at the 4-star limestone level. Most people have been promoted to the 5-star limestone level. The learning tasks at this stage have changed to a certain extent, and students have more freedom. In the special class, these students now have to go to school only the first 4 days a week. For the remaining 3 days, it is up to everyone's choice whether to come to school for training, to train in the school's training camp outside the base, or to find a place to train freely. Now some important basics, intermediate and advanced knowledge have been taught. Their focus is to improve the level and strength of the beasts. Moreover, students also need this free time to make reasonable arrangements and grow appropriately. After all, everyone's beast is different, and the growth plan they need is completely different. Teachers are now mainly responsible for answering questions and providing guidance. This also gave Jiang Ziliu an opportunity. On the 5th day after school started, he quietly left the base, but did not stay away from the base himself. Instead, he asked Kongqing Rockman to return to his safe house and bring back the 2 thunder peaches he had hidden there. This time, Jiang Ziliu passed through the gate of the base smoothly. A few days passed, and the beastmasters who had been waiting here naturally realized that it was impossible to snatch the treasure away. Although many low-level beastmasters are unhappy with this kind of authoritarian inspection, they dare not speak out. If they dare to do this, they are not afraid of being held accountable by the top leaders of the base, or even if they are members of the top leaders of the base. This experience made Jiang Ziliu realize how necessary his previous caution was. The school's current 3-day-a-week schedule makes Jiang Ziliu feel very relaxed. Without any arrangement from the school, students in the class have already started exploring some low-level dungeon spaces individually or in teams. The school also supports such actions, but the school will not organize collective adventures in the copy space. Because if something happens, the school will also bear a lot of responsibility. Therefore, the school adopted the attitude that each student should take their own risks and be responsible for themselves. However, the school will post the things to pay attention to in the copy space in the form of posters in conspicuous places throughout the school so that everyone can see and remember them at all times. Exploring the dungeon space has become a normal activity for students during the holidays. Tang Yunu wanted to venture out with Jiang Ziliu, but Jiang Ziliu did not agree. He just wanted to maintain a certain amount of information exchange with Tang Yunu, but he had no intention of taking risks with her. However, Tang Yunu soon found his adventure partner, Li Wangkaiu. That experience of jumping into the mud puddle together made their relationship better all of a sudden, and now they are considered a pair of good best friends. However, the chaotic activities in the class had little impact on Jiang Ziliu. He has been paying attention to the various medicinal herbs that appear in the scattered market, keeping an eye out for those that can make the mutant electric snake evolve. During this period of time, he has sorted out the formula for its evolution, and through probability judgment, determined the best formula ratio, and is now preparing to collect medicinal materials. At the same time, on weekends he would also venture into other low-level copy spaces in the base, mainly to make some money to subsidize his own financial expenses. 1 month into the new learning phase, their study place was once again moved from the school's special class teaching building to the camp outside the base. This time, as soon as they arrived at the camp, they heard a strange, extremely dull roar. The eyes of many knowledgeable students lit up. Like Jiang Ziliu, they understood what the roar was. That is the language of alien life forms that have invaded Earth and are extremely unfriendly to humans. Sure enough, not long after the class started, the teachers let them see the big guy in the cage in the middle of the camp. A humanoid race with some wolf-like features. Werewolf tribe. The werewolves are a branch of the alien orcs. They have human-like limbs and torsos, and their heads have some characteristics of both beasts and humans. This werewolf is nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall. This level of height is considered average among werewolves, with taller werewolves even reaching 3 meters. The king of the werewolf tribe is even 4 meters tall. The orcs have many branches, and the powerful races such as the werewolves are one of the enemies of mankind. But some weak orcs are afraid of humans. For example, the fox girls of the legendary fox people and the cat girls of the cat people are the races that the underground forces of mankind like to hunt the most. They are the favorite slaves of the dignitaries of the human race in private. The human race today does not allow itself to become slaves, but they do not mind other races becoming slaves of the human race. As long as it is not brought to light, no one will care in private. Similarly, powerful races among the orcs, such as the lionmen and tigermen, like to capture humans as slaves. The relationship between the two sides has become extremely bad with each other going back and forth. Between the human race and the orc race, whoever is stronger will plunder and suppress the other. However, the human race has many enemies, and the orcs also have many enemies, and the power of each other maintains a delicate balance. Base number 12 is located in a relatively safe area for humans, and alien races are very rare. Jiang Ziliu had never seen an intelligent alien race, but he did not expect that this time the school would actually bring a real werewolf to teach everyone. This means that they are likely to come into contact with other races in the future. I believe many of you have figured it out. This is an intelligent alien race, and also our human race's enemy, the orcs. Teacher Li Qingcheng told everyone a shocking story. A new B-level permanent wild dungeon space appeared 110 kilometers southwest of our base 12. The orcs invaded our area through there, and this werewolf is one of their forces. A few months ago, a human caravan was completely wiped out by an elite scout from the skunk tribe who came out of the dungeon space. This skunk-type orc tribe is one of the alien races that is closest to humans in appearance and height. Therefore, I would like to remind everyone here not to go on adventures in the wilderness recently. If you do go out, it is better to act with a more powerful beastmaster for safety. Jiang Ziliu was shocked when he heard the news from Li Qingcheng. He always thought that the guy who destroyed the human caravan was due to a power struggle among humans, but he never expected that the guy was actually a scout of the orcs. The orcs are very hostile to humans, so it is not surprising that they were able to completely wipe out that caravan. At the same time, he also understood why that guy was so cautious and repeatedly confirmed whether anyone had observed his killing. It turns out that he is an elite alien scout. The other party might also be worried about the appearance of the orcs and being discovered by humans in advance, so they are very cautious and try to act as carefully as possible. Jiang Ziliu was also feeling lucky that he did not encounter the orcs during his last adventure, and his probability judgment was also exceptionally good. Judging from the situation, many people have fallen victim to the orcs. Now, the base has activated the quasi-war mode. All beastmasters can go hunt the orcs in the wilderness. Their heads will be the military merit symbols of all beastmasters, and can be used to exchange for wartime military merits. And military merits during wartime can be exchanged for the scarce high-level resources you need. In order to encourage everyone's enthusiasm and ensure everyone's privacy, everyone is allowed to go to the base with a mask on to receive a temporary military merit number. You can set a password for this number yourself, and it will not involve your private information. Of course, if someone wants to be famous, they can use their real name. But what I want to tell you is that the alien race will have an assassination plan against our young talents or those with strong combat power. So for your safety, I still suggest that you don't participate. If you really want to participate, I suggest that you act anonymously and hide your information. Teacher Li Qingcheng spoke out a long string of information. But this information is good for Jiang Ziliu because these measures can ensure that he can hide his identity. The assassination of young people with high growth potential in the human race by alien races is obviously one of the main reasons for the introduction of such measures. After all, this kind of assassination is cutting off the future potential of the human race. The human leaders are not fools and have no way to deal with it. After hearing the news announced by the teacher, all the students in the special class turned pale and started talking. Just the orc in the cage is enough to make people extremely scared. You know, orcs are also an intelligent race, and they also have beast taming. However, they have limited choices in the types of beasts they can tame, and the werewolves can generally only contract wolf-like beasts. Like other exotic beasts, it is difficult to make a contract with werewolves. However, the wolf-like beasts that the werewolves can contract are usually 1 or 2 levels higher than the contract limit of human beastmasters with the same level of talent. The advantage of the human race is that they can contract any exotic beast. Their ultimate combat power is weaker, but their methods are far more diverse than those of the werewolf race. Jiang Ziliu noticed that the teachers were also observing the students' facial expressions and reactions. He immediately understood that this was probably another screening process, and those who were extremely afraid of aliens would likely be downgraded in future training. After all, some alien races are the enemy of mankind. The human upper class and colleges need brave beastmasters, not cowards. Chapter 38. Your lesson today is to fight a life and death battle with this orc. Let me explain the premise. Everyone needs to sign a life and death document, because your training this time involves a certain degree of life-threatening danger. Of course you can choose not to sign the life and death document. But those who make such a choice will not be allowed to exist in the special class, and you will be demoted to the ordinary class. The human race's resources do not need beastmasters who are afraid to fight against alien races. Teacher Li Qingcheng's words contained a lot of information, and only then did she announce what they were about to face. Sure enough, Teacher Li will not let anyone have an easy time. Jiang Ziliu already knew from his parents' discussions that Teacher Li Qingcheng was definitely the most terrifying practical teacher among the 9 middle schools in the base. Practical teachers in other schools would not let their students suffer so much. But the parents support Teacher Li Qingcheng's approach. Because her training is just very hard and looks dangerous, but it is actually not that dangerous. On the contrary, it can improve students' ability to survive and save their lives. These parents who have experience with animal tamers are best able to judge the good from the bad. The students in the special class were all a little scared. There is no need to worry about taming this guy who is nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall. His sharp teeth and claws are enough to cause terrible damage. And everyone knows that the power of a werewolf is extremely terrifying, twice that of a human of the same level. Their sense of smell and intuition are very sharp, and their speed is also very fast. Moreover, the werewolf in front of them is a bronze-level werewolf, and its own combat power is even stronger. Faced with such a ferocious and terrifying opponent, the students hesitated and began to think. But they also understood that unless they wanted to leave the special class, they had no choice. There are also some people who are not afraid at all and have already had the courage to try. No one chose to quit, and almost everyone did not want to leave the special class. They were afraid of the werewolves from this orc branch, but they were more afraid that they would lose their status in the special class and their resources. Did anyone choose to retreat? Asked teacher Li Qingcheng. No one said a word. Seeing this scene, she knew that everyone had made their choice and they were willing to face the terrifying aliens. But at this moment, someone came out unexpectedly. Teacher. I'm quitting. 90% of the people in the class were not surprised to see this person appear. A bookworm is a bookworm. Sure enough, I'm scared. Many people laughed with a sense of superiority. He comes from an ordinary family, and he is only at the 4-star limestone level now. It is the right choice for him to withdraw. After all, not everyone has the potential to grow. With Teacher Li's style, the dangers we will face in the future will only increase. His withdrawal is the only hope for survival. A small number of people made a rational analysis and believed that the choice of this person who withdrew was not shameful but very wise. The wisdom and character of people are always different, which also determines that their future heights are destined to be different. Different from the reactions of 90% of the students in the class, Tang Yunu, Li Wangkaiu, Fatty Chen Zheng and Hu Yifei all felt it was incredible. Because the one who made the choice was Jiang Ziliu. He is now the only one in the class who chooses not to face the aliens. But how is this possible? Why would Jiang Ziliu make such a choice? You know, he would be expelled from the regular class. They had all experienced Jiang Ziliu's agility, ruthlessness, and tenacity up close. That time when everyone followed Jiang Ziliu into the muddy pond, the terrible stench almost made several people collapse. But Jiang Ziliu remained motionless, enduring the situation like a mountain. This made several people compare, others can persist, why can't I? Young people have a strong competitive mentality and a strong desire to succeed. It was precisely because of this mentality that the 4 of them endured, persevered to the end, and became the victorious group in that test. After that incident, the resource support they received was upgraded to a higher level. It is precisely because of the same personal experience that they have a certain understanding of the nature of Jiang Ziliu, the bookworm. How could a person who is not afraid of a muddy pond be afraid of an orc? They didn't believe it. After a moment of confusion, they speculated that perhaps Jiang Ziliu had made other choices. And this choice seems to be closely related to the appearance of orcs. With the knowledge and intelligence of Tang Yunu and others, they analyzed some things, but they still couldn't figure out why Jiang Ziliu retired at the height of his career at this moment. Seeing Jiang Ziliu's expression, which seemed a bit fearful at this moment, practical teacher Li Qingcheng was also very surprised. After spending a few months together, she has a better understanding of the people in the class. Jiang Ziliu is smart, resilient, intelligent, and decisive, but more importantly, this guy is very mysterious. Some time ago, when Jiang Ziliu went to the wilderness, she was noticed by her who happened to be outside the city investigating orcs. This living werewolf was the result of her trip out of the city. It was she who discovered the truth about the orc's appearance and issued a warning to the entire Base 12 and other nearby bases. The other people in the class did not dare to go to the wilderness with uncertain risks without the company of a strong person. They just went to the copy space for some adventures. Jiang Ziliu's expression at that time clearly showed that he was very familiar with the wilderness, without any fear or worry at all. He went to the wilderness with the same confidence as if he were going for a picnic in his own garden. If such a person said that he retreated because of the orcs, she, Li Qingcheng, would be willing to write her name backwards. The fear on his face seemed a bit fake. Li Qingcheng looked deeply at Jiang Ziliu with her beautiful eyes, and finally made her own choice. Since you have made your choice, then go back. From now on you will be a member of the ordinary class, and the school will make adjustments. Jiang Ziliu nodded, bowed respectfully to Li Qingcheng, bowed to several other teachers present, and then walked towards his dormitory, ready to pack up and leave. The whole class was silent, as most people prepared to deal with the orc in the cage. But at this moment, someone timidly raised his hand. The person who raised his hand was Tang Yunu. What do you want? Li Qingcheng asked. Teacher, Can I take half an hour off? Tang Yunu asked in a low voice. Li Qingcheng looked at Tang Yunu deeply, a hint of teasing flashed in her eyes, and she actually agreed. Tang Yunu immediately ran towards her dormitory in small steps, very anxiously. Looking at Tang Yunu's reaction, Li Wangkaiu hesitated for a while, finally made up his mind, and raised his hand. Teacher, I have something to do, I want to ask for half an hour's leave. Li Qingcheng was slightly surprised and nodded in agreement. Li Wangkaiu also ran in small steps like Tang Yunu. The whole class was dumbfounded, but some of the more sharp-minded ones quickly realized what they were going to do. Some of the boys looked extremely gloomy. But the next moment, Chen Zheng and Hu Yifeng looked at each other and raised their hands together. Teacher, we also have something to do, we want to ask for half an hour's leave. Li Qingcheng agreed and said, everyone, rest here for an hour. The actual battle with the orcs will begin in an hour. You can discuss your tactics first. As soon as these words were spoken, the students came back to their senses and decided to think about how to deal with this werewolf. If you are not careful this time, it may cost you your life. After saying that, Li Qingcheng also left. Some of the students who originally had gloomy expressions, including the boys who had ulterior motives, suddenly had a hint of fear in their eyes. On the other side, Jiang Ziliu returned to the dormitory and quickly packed up his things, ready to leave the camp. But before he walked out of the dormitory door, he saw someone waiting for him. This person is none other than my good classmate Tang Yunu. I don't know what you are going to do or why you made this choice, but I feel that you may be away from us. So, please take this. It has my contact information. If you go to other places and see the location of Tang's company, you can get some help with this business card. Tang Yunu had already guessed Jiang Ziliu's real choice. So, she gave Jiang Ziliu a black metal business card with a phone number and her name, Tang Yunu, on it. Ordinary people in base number 12 cannot use tools such as telephones, but in the advanced bases, some things have no restrictions. This mark of Tang family members can also bring some conveniences in Tang family business. Thank you. I'll remember that. Jiang Ziliu took the business card without hesitation. He also knew what this meant. It was friendship, and also an invisible investment from Tang Yunu. Tang Yunu then looked at him thoughtfully and left. Jiang Ziliu put away the business card and walked out of the camp. When he reached the camp gate, he found 3 unexpected people waiting for him. Li Wangkaiu, Chen Zheng, Hu Yifei. Li Wangkaiu handed over a thick notebook. This is a beast taming notebook I got. It contains a lot of unconventional information. I hope it will be useful to you. When we meet next time, I believe you will be able to surprise me. She came to see him off because of her father's past judgment and because of something her father had said to her. On the road of life, one more reliable friend means one more way forward. Thank you. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Jiang Ziliu didn't talk much, but Li Wangkaiu knew that the other party recognized him. People with SS-level talent are not only good at taming beasts, they also have advantages in other areas. The SS-level contract talent made her feel that Jiang Ziliu was extraordinary. So, she had this choice. The fat boy Chen Zheng and Chen Yifeng came over together, handed over a bank card and said, "This is a little gift from us brothers. I hope that when you achieve something in the future, you will not forget us brothers. This type of card is bearer and has the same nature as a check issued by a bank. Thank you very much. I will never forget your support." Jiang Ziliu took the bank card. He understood that this was their investment and also a symbol of friendship. This money is nothing to them, but if Jiang Ziliu really grows up in the future, they can gain the friendship of a strong man. This kind of harvest is really a big profit. Don't think that they will invest in everyone. If it weren't for Tang Yunu and Li Wangkaiu's actions, even if they recognized Jiang Ziliu's extraordinariness, they would not directly invest money. But Tang Yunu came from the Tang family, a family far superior to theirs. Although Li Wangqiu had severed ties with the great Li family, he was also an SS-level genius. Coupled with teacher Li Qingchen's strange reaction, they took this action. When faced with Jiang Ziliu's choice, Li Qingcheng was just surprised, not angry. She even expressed vague indulgence and support for his choice, and had no intention of persuading him at all. You know, they knew very well that Li Qingchen's background was very profound. These factors led them to make such a choice. Jiang Ziliu took the bank card, which meant he accepted the kindness of the two. If he didn't accept it, it would be a slap in the face, and even to some extent make the two people enemies. As a person of relatively cowardly character, he would naturally not make an irrational choice. After all, it was their good intention, but there were no conditions attached. Jiang Ziliu then left the camp directly and said goodbye to the three people. If this guy doesn't die in the future, it will probably shock all of us. Looking at Jiang Ziliu's comeback, Fatty Chen Zheng suddenly said this. When Jiang Ziliu walked to a place 300 meters away from the camp, where the people in the camp could not see the situation here at all, he stopped. Because a man fell from the sky. This person turned out to be teacher Li Qingcheng. She flew over from the sky without using any beast control. The fact that a beast master can fly represents his great strength. Teacher Li. Why are you here? Jiang Ziliu was a little nervous. Li Qingcheng looked at him and said, You chose to leave the special class because it is no longer useful to you. For you, the most useful thing in the special class is the knowledge in the library. But you must have learned it all now. As if she had cut open Jiang Ziliu's heart and lungs, she described Jiang Ziliu's situation so calmly. You don't want or need the resources of the special class. So, you are not leaving the special class, but leaving this student life. And you must have hidden your strength, which is very strong compared to your peers. Rational, tenacious, decisive, and unconventional. Jiang Ziliu, to be honest, I am very optimistic about you. Since you have made your choice, I won't object. But I need a commitment here. Li Qingcheng responded word by word, but Jiang Ziliu did not refute. He knew that some things could not escape the teacher's eyes. He really didn't dare to show himself openly and get the resource support of the special class. Because his talent is only B-level, he is unable to break the norm in his performance. There is only a fine line between genius and madness. It depends on how others see it, but that is to tie yourself to the judgment of others. There really is nothing in the special class that meets his needs. Extraordinary outstanding performance means a special secret, which will be coveted by many beastmasters who have poor talents but good families. Being low-key is the benchmark for his growth path. Given his situation, he was destined to be a loner like Han Lao Mo, and the university environment was not suitable for him. That's why he took the opportunity just now and chose to leave the special class, but this was also his choice when he was about to leave the 9th middle school. Going on adventures as a lone traveler is the best way for him to survive by using his greatest skills and probability. What promise? Jiang Ziliu was very cautious about this request. No matter what your future situation is, I hope you won't betray the human race. After hearing this, Jiang Ziliu understood that teacher Li Qingcheng was really special. Her status, back, and even identity were all extremely special. He naturally agreed to this promise. Please rest assured, teacher. I will never betray the human race. Hearing this, Li Qingcheng did not comment, but she took out a chain and handed it to Jiang Ziliu. At the end of the metal chain is inlaid with a grey-black bead. This is a space orb. It has about 20 cubic meters of space inside, which can be used to store supplies. The teacher is very optimistic about you and hopes that you can become an important member of the human race in the future. Jiang Ziliu took the space treasure without hesitation. He knew that this thing was extremely valuable and was exactly what he needed most. He did not bother to be polite with Li Qingcheng as there was no need to do so. When he grows up, I will repay him well. What's more, Teacher Li Qingcheng made an investment in him from the perspective of the overall situation of the entire human race. If it were someone else, Teacher Li Qingcheng wouldn't even look at the other person. Being able to perform so exceptionally well among commoners and knowing how to conceal himself, Li Qingcheng is as optimistic about Zhang Ziliu's future as Li Wangqiu, who has SS-level talent. I hope you have a safe journey and grow up well. After saying this blessing, Teacher Li Qingcheng stood up and flew away, leaving Zhang Ziliu alone. He sighed and carefully put the chain around his neck. Then he bowed again in the direction of the training camp and left very firmly. Chapter 39. Zhang Ziliu had long thought about not going to school, but he had never made up his mind and had not found the right opportunity. After he returned to the base, he submitted an application to drop out of school. However, this application was rejected by the principal, who changed it into an application for leave of absence. The principal of the 9th middle school had known about the situation for a long time, and at Li Qingcheng's suggestion, he changed the decision to take a leave of absence. Originally, the principal was going to persuade Zhang Ziliu. After all, every student with talent above B level is relatively precious in the 9th middle school. It was also Li Qingcheng's opinion that made the principal agree to Zhang Ziliu's request, but changed it to a leave of absence. It can be seen that Li Qingcheng has a special status. Zhang Ziliu returned home and told his parents what had happened. The old people were very confused and almost beat him with a whip. But Zhang Ziliu quietly revealed his black iron level aura and disappeared in a flash. This made the two elders realize that Zhang Ziliu's strength was the best in the special class. As far as they know, the students in the special class are currently below black iron. This means that their son is very strong. The two elders had been through a lot, and they knew that their son only had a B-level talent. To have such strength, he must have a big secret or a big opportunity. But this is also a big danger, which is more likely to be exposed in a student environment. After knowing this situation, the two elders agreed with Zhang Ziliu's choice after thinking about it all night. But what they didn't know was that Zhang Ziliu was about to leave Base 12 and venture out to other places. Growing up in Base 12, it was easy for him to bring danger to his parents. But before setting off, he had to at least allow one of the two elders to recover from his dormant beast. He had thought about this before, but now it is possible to implement it. His father Zhang Yuan used to be a bronze-level beastmaster with 3 beasts. However, during a dangerous experience, all 3 beasts were seriously injured and fell asleep, and the couple were the only ones who survived. The same is true for Zhang Ziliu's mother. Among Zhang Yuan's beasts, there is a beast called Lightning Eagle. Lightning Thunder Eagle can use the thunder peach he obtained to recover with a high probability, but if it is combined with other medicinal herbs to make a special formula, the probability of recovery will increase to 91.5% based on Zhang Ziliu's probability. Now Zhang Ziliu only needs one medicinal ingredient, but he can't afford it. The last kind of medicinal material is not found at all near Base 12. It is a product of other special terrains that are extremely far away. This time, he originally planned to change his identity and hunt orcs himself, and then earn enough money to buy the last batch of medicinal herbs. But now, the money given by Chen Zheng and Hu Yifei gave him this hope. As long as one of his father's beasts is restored, they will have the ability to protect themselves, and he will find a way to restore his parents' other beasts in the future. If his parents' Zhang Yuan's Lightning Eagle recovers, he can go out on adventures without any worries. The next day, Zhang Yuan checked the anonymous bank card and found 2 million in it. This money can be used to buy the medicinal herb he needs. Seeing such a large sum of money, no matter what those two people thought, he was full of gratitude. In everything, it's not the intention but the deeds that matter. Zhang Ziliu has already used blood to recognize the owner of the space orb given to him by teacher Li Qingcheng. This is a space object that recognizes the owner through both genes and soul breath. Human blood contains a special breath of the soul. After recognizing the owner, Jiang Ziliu put his important belongings inside and also prepared a large amount of food, water, lighters, and other basic supplies to deal with the crisis. After finishing all this, he was ready to use this card to buy the last material he needed. Tang's business is a beast taming materials store opened by the Tang family. It is also a relatively high-end store in the entire base, with a large number of scarce materials. It does not cover a large area, only less than 100 square meters. But many of the things you want can be bought inside, thanks to the existence of space equipment. The less valuable supplies of the Tang family were placed in an underground warehouse, which was guarded by special beast masters. The precious beast taming materials above grade B are in the hands of the store manager, the deputy store manager, and the supervisor sent by the higher UPS. They are stored in a specially refined space locker that requires the store manager, deputy store manager, and supervisor to open together. In fact, most of the businesses in the entire base operate in this way. This situation was told to him by Tang Yunu, who also told Jiang Ziliu about many private and powerful operating modes. "Guest, what can I do for you?" The beautiful salesperson in the store came up to ask. Generally, stores like this like to hire beautiful women as salespersons, which can make customers more willing to spend money. The security guard in the store is a man. "Do you have Snow Thunder ginseng for sale here?" Jiang Ziliu asked. This Snow Thunder ginseng is a mutated ginseng. Moreover, its origin is very special. It needs to be on a snowy mountain, and on a snowy mountain where there is thunder and snow. Today, the natural environment has changed drastically, and many natural celestial phenomena that had not appeared before have appeared under the blessing and activation of dark energy. For example, this mountain with snow and lightning. In such a place, ginseng grown only needs 3 years to mature, and the older the better. It is the precious medicine that can be used together with the thunder peach to repair the lightning eagle, the beast that Zhang Yuan controls. This snow thunder ginseng, because it grows in an extremely cold environment, stores a large amount of life energy and nutrients, and absorbs the icy properties of ice and snow, as well as some of the special power of thunder and lightning. It can have an excellent restorative effect on thunder and lightning beasts. Yes, sir. 1-year-old snow thunder ginseng costs 1 million, 2-year-olds cost 1.5 million, and 3/4 of it costs 2 million. The beautiful sales lady introduced. Then give me a 2-year-old one. Jiang Ziliu said that if there was no trouble, he would not be willing to take out the business card given by Tang Yunu. Then, a precious ginseng that looked like jade ice color with 3 lightning-like patterns was placed in front of Jiang Ziliu. Jiang Ziliu also swiped his card happily. Then just leave. The trouble he was worried about did not occur. After all, his clothes were just civilian attire, so it wasn't surprising that he ran into some trouble. Fortunately, everything went well and Jiang Ziliu successfully got the last medicine. For the next 2 days, Jiang Ziliu locked himself in the room and worked, and the smell of medicine was always around. 2 days later, Jiang Ziliu walked out of the house excitedly. There was a bottle in his hand, which contained a black semi-gelatinous substance with traces of lightning appearing from time to time. He asked the family not to leave yesterday. "Dad, quickly summon your lightning hawk. This is the medicine I made for it, it can heal its injuries." Zhang Yuan half-believingly summoned his lightning thunder eagle, a giant beast that almost filled half the room. But under its belly, there was a wound that occupied half of its body, and the entire wound was dark brown. It was the residual power of the strange beast that had injured it, a special kind of lifelike toxin power. At this time, the lightning eagle had completely fainted and was in a dying state. Fortunately, the beast controlling space can suppress the expansion of the injury, which is why it has been able to survive in a half-dead state in a dormant state until now. Jiang Ziliu carefully applied the colloid to the wound, and then quickly sutured the entire wound with needle and thread. During this process, he wore insulating gloves all the time, otherwise the lightning force from the medicine would hurt him. He also used this protection when preparing medicine. But this medicine not only did not hurt the lightning eagle, but made it feel very comfortable while it was unconscious. After finishing the work, Jiang Ziliu quickly said, "Dad, quickly summon it back and let it recover in the beast taming space." Zhang Yuan did not dare to delay and did as he was told immediately. He felt that when the lightning eagle was applied with the medicine just now, it did not feel uncomfortable but comfortable, which meant that the medicine might really be effective. His son is really an amazing person when it comes to making medicine. In the following week, Jiang Ziliu used the last Thunder Peach to prepare an evolution potion for his mutant electric snake and let it swallow it, starting the evolution process in the beast taming space. A week later, Zhang Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that Lightning Thunder Eagle's injuries had healed by 90%. At this point, no treatment is needed, as it can recover on its own with the powerful vitality of a bronze-level beast master. Less than a day after Jiang Ziliu removed the stitches, the last bit of injury was completely healed. At this point, one of his father Zhang Yuan's beasts recovered, allowing him to regain life feedback and possess a certain degree of self-defense capability. At this point, Jiang Ziliu can start planning his next step. It also serves as the final preparation for his adventure. Chapter 40. After solving some of the problems with his father's beast recovery, Jiang Ziliu felt relieved. Although only one of his father's beasts was restored, this was also a major breakthrough, as it gave them a certain ability to protect themselves. Next, Jiang Ziliu checked the condition of the evolved mutated electric snake. When he summoned the mutant electric snake from the beast taming space, he noticed its changes. The mutated electric snake now has a body length of nearly 3 meters. Its scales become whiter and more delicate, as if they were pieces of jade-like patterns. What's even more special is that a row of tiny down feathers grows on its back, extending from the head to the tail, just like the legendary feathered serpent. On this row of special snake feathers, there were tiny flashes of electric light. Just from the appearance, it looks extraordinary. As soon as this guy came out, he showed that he was very hungry. Jiang Ziliu immediately brought out the chopped exotic beast meat that he had prepared and watched him swallow it mouthful by mouthful. He looked like a starving ghost. At this time, Jiang Ziliu checked the information of the mutant electric snake. Mutated electric snake, electromagnetic manipulation, SSS+, electric current attack, very happy face, lightning skies, B+, mutated spirituality, very happy face. The skills of the mutated electric snakes have been improved by almost a large level, all upgraded to above level B. The original lightning speed was upgraded to B and level lightning speed. The skill of lightning speed can only allow the mutated lightning snake to move at high speed on the ground, but lightning sweep the sky is a high-speed flying skill. The upgrade of this skill is due to the appearance of the row of wings of the mutated electric snake. This turned it from a purely land-based beast into a sky-based beast that could fly in the sky. The emergence of this skill means that the evolution of the mutated electric snake was very successful this time. It was upgraded to an air combat beast, which meant that Jiang Ziliu had air power from today on. If it were upgraded to bronze level and became larger in size, Jiang Ziliu could even sit on it and realize his dream of flying. It can be said that this evolution was very successful and of great significance. Moreover, this evolution has greatly enhanced the potential of the mutant electric snake. Now its comprehensive ability is comparable to that of a beast with a level potential. Jiang Ziliu is very satisfied now. After the mutant electric snake had eaten its fill, he took it back into the beast taming space to allow it to recover from the consumption during this evolutionary process. Next, Jiang Ziliu's goal is to find his third beast. As the number 1 beast tamer, he pursues a powerful ability to hide his strength, and his SSS level life breath convergence skill fully satisfies his needs. The second beast he was looking for was the all-round attack and defense capabilities. The SSS and level electromagnetic control from the mutated electric snake not only derives high-attack electromagnetic cannons, but also interference-type capabilities such as microwave heating and electromagnetic induction heating. Recently, he has perfected the control of electromagnetic manipulation modes of metal objects and defensive electromagnetic barrier capabilities. It can be said that after in-depth development, this electromagnetic control capability can fully meet the needs of high attack, control, range attack, interference, defense, and many other aspects. If it is further developed, more applications can be derived. The needs of the third beast master are quite special. Jiang Ziliu could have contracted his third beast a long time ago, as his soul strength had already reached the required level. Although he was also observing the beast tamers that appeared in some bases, none of this could satisfy him. As for the third beast, he had recently decided to leave school life and was ready to go out of the base for a larger adventure. That is a beast tamer who can change his identity at any time without letting others discover his flaws. Special beasts that can change their form, such as the phantom fox and the skin-changing beast, are targets that more closely meet his needs. However, the transformation skills of these strange beasts are not that high. What Jiang Ziliu needs is a beast with S level or above transformation skills to make a contract. He had not made a probability assessment on this before, but now that he had solved some problems, he had elevated this need to a more urgent level. What is the probability that there is an S-level beast cub with transformation skills in the base? 100%. It actually exists. Jiang Ziliu smiled, as long as it was there, it would be fine. What are the chances it's somewhere east of the base? The eastern part of the base is the main area where civilians are located, while the powerful and wealthy are concentrated in the central and western parts. 100%. This probability shows that the difficulty for Jiang Ziliu to obtain it is greatly reduced. At this moment, Jiang Ziliu suddenly came up with a bold idea. What is the probability that it is free? 100%. Sure enough, this special beast with S-level or above transformation skills exists in the base in a free state. Because shape-shifting monsters are very smart, it is difficult for ordinary people to catch them. Moreover, some special shape-shifting beasts like to escape to human bases to survive when they are weak, because some areas such as the sewers in the bases are suitable for hiding and are much safer than the wilderness full of unknowns. Food inside the base is also more readily available. He continued to make probability judgments and finally determined that this strange beast cub was actually the cub of a special green-skinned shape-shifting elf. This is a special type of omnivorous beast, and its highest growth potential is bronze level. But like the Kongqing Rock Man, it has a special skill of a very high level, the Kongqing Rock Man's hidden breath skill, while the green-skinned shapeshifter has a transformation skill above S level. This strange beast is very special. It can be said to be a plant-like beast. Because its skin is green, when it transforms into plants such as grass and shrubs, it can transform into a plant and absorb nutrients from the soil to perform photosynthesis to survive. But when it transforms into animal form, it can eat grass, trees, meat, and other foods. Its diet is very wide and its survival ability is extremely strong. It is difficult for people to determine whether it is a plant or an animal, because its transformation has enabled it to switch seamlessly between plant and animal forms. But its combat power is very weak, almost non-existent. It does not yet have the ability to hide its life breath, and is easily targeted by some sharp-eyed exotic beasts. Therefore, this type of shape-shifting beast, like some other shape-shifting beasts, likes to hide in human bases to spend its childhood. The food in the garbage produced by humans is enough for its safe growth. Because it is very intelligent, people initially classified it as a natural elf-like beast, and later this name was finalized. Jiang Ziliu also successfully located the exact location of this deformed beast. After making preparations, he went out. But in less than 3 hours, Jiang Ziliu returned to his home with a small suitcase. He had just successfully captured this green-skinned shape-shifting elf cub. The little guy was very smart. He transformed himself into a small bamboo and hid in a bamboo forest in a park in the east. This is its concealment, and also its confidence in the humans passing by it. But this confidence also lowered its defenses. Jiang Ziliu used electromagnetic manipulation to create an electric current with dark energy, which directly knocked it out and easily captured it. Jiang Ziliu opened the box and found a little guy, only half a foot tall, humanoid, like a mini elf, with pointy ears, unconscious inside. It is exactly what the green-skinned shape-shifting elves really look like, and bears some resemblance to the truly intelligent alien elves. Without waiting for it to wake up, Jiang Ziliu immediately made a contract with it. This time it was very successful. The little guy was instinctively a little afraid of it, but he didn't resist because of fear. After the contract was successfully concluded, Jiang Ziliu started to read the little guy's information. Green-skinned shapeshifter, flesh transformation, SS, plant transformation, C, animal transformation, C, super digestion, D+. The little guy's skills are pretty good, including SS level flesh and blood transformation ability. When Jiang Ziliu saw this skill, he chose it without hesitation for feedback. He then mastered this skill through the contract. His flesh and blood changed and he turned into Tang Yunu's appearance, but his clothes remained the same as before. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ziliu felt tired. This skill is very powerful, but the overall transformation consumes a lot of dark energy. After all, this is a complete change of flesh and blood. Looking at himself in the mirror, if he said that he and Tang Yunu were twins, no one could refute it. He felt a little ashamed and immediately changed back. This SS level flesh and blood transformation skill is indeed powerful. It can completely transform him into another person, completely achieving his original goal of changing his identity and hiding himself. He looked at the other information of the little guy. Sea-level incarnation of plants and animals is also a branch of transformation skills, and seems to be able to be used as a part of flesh and blood transformation. But this is different. When it uses these two skills, it becomes a real plant or animal and does not need to continuously consume dark energy. If the deformation of flesh and blood is to be maintained, dark energy will be continuously consumed, and it will also require mental effort to maintain. Fortunately, this consumption is very small, which can ensure long-term deformation. Another skill is the super digestion skill of the digestion type, which is only at level D+. This skill may be the basis for it to be omnivorous and eat everything and digest it. This shows that the digestive ability of the green-skinned shape-shifting elf is very strong, and it has been listed as a separate skill. The little guy's level is not high either, only 7-star limestone level. But Jiang Ziliu has the information to cultivate and evolve it to a higher level. Not long after the contract was signed with the little guy, the green-skinned shape-shifter woke up, still a little frightened. Jiang Ziliu used good food and Yuanjing to comfort the beast, and only then did his third beast accept him. At this point, he became a beast master with 3 beasts and could start his own adventure. Chapter 41. After completing the third beastman's contract, Jiang Ziliu had a long talk with his parents and told them that he was going on a long journey. He left the base under the watchful eyes of his parents. But Jiang Ziliu didn't really leave, and he didn't tell his parents his real plan. Shortly after leaving the base, Jiang Ziliu came to the safe house he had prepared, where he took out other combat uniforms and changed into them, even his weapons. Then his whole appearance changed, and he became another more stern young man. Because he planned to change to another identity, hunt orcs in exchange for military merits of the base, and then use the military merits to upgrade all his beasts to a certain level of bronze, and then truly leave base number 12. In the battle with orcs, various accidents are inevitable. Jiang Ziliu didn't want to bring these unexpected troubles to his parents, so he did this to make them think that he had really left and would not leave any loopholes. In addition, he changed his appearance, took another name, and acted under the ordinary name of Zhang Feng, looking like a young man. If there is any problem, what Zhang Feng did has nothing to do with me, Jiang Ziliu. After tidying up this safe house, Jiang Ziliu started heading towards a certain place. There is a special wilderness black market here where one can buy identities from other bases. He then obtained an identity here under the name Zhang Feng. He used to think that the mark of contract could not be forged. But now the special flesh and blood has been transformed, and even the pattern of the contract has been changed. This made Zhang Ziliu not afraid of the appraisal of the base's contract pattern at all. He didn't know it before, but now he understands that some things are not absolute. The power in the black market, the special skills of the beasts in the contract can modify some electronic information and also falsify identities. But the fee is very expensive, as high as 200,000 yuan. This identity fraud is not a small force, but a special organization spread throughout the entire human race. As human beings, when we have needs, there will be someone who can satisfy them, provided that you are willing to pay the price. Ordinary people can only forge certificates and information, but cannot change the pattern of the contract. Zhang Ziliu's transformation ability has even been adjusted. But his contract pattern did not change at all. It was just the result of changes at the flesh and blood level. If other people come and really want to investigate, they can still find the real person through the contract pattern. But if this matter is put on Zhang Ziliu, only Zhang Feng can be found, but not Zhang Ziliu. After making sufficient preparations, Zhang Ziliu bought detailed information about orcs from the black market, then returned to base number 12 to handle the relevant procedures and joined the ranks of hunting orcs. Contrary to his expectations, many people signed up here. With the temptation of military merit, these beastmasters were still very interested. Zhang Ziliu walked alone to the south of the base and began his action. 3 days later, 90 kilometers southwest of the base, Zhang Ziliu was lying on the hillside of a mountain, carefully observing the movements around him. He had been here for 2 days. For safety reasons, he built his own underground safe house on a hill 3 kilometers behind him, and then established an observation point in this place with a better view. Zhang Ziliu did not dare to set up an observation point in the place with the best view. Because of that location, the orcs would pay more attention to it and focus on reconnaissance during their operations. Orcs are not fools, their intelligence is not much worse than that of humans. Yesterday, 3 waves of werewolves passed by here, but he didn't dare to move. Because each of these werewolves has a size of nearly 30 or more, and they ride on their special beast controlling wolves to move, they are a cavalry force with great speed and terrifying combat power. This wolf-like beast is nearly 2 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long. Each one is a black iron level wind-type beast. They have the same mind as their masters and are very powerful in combat. Moreover, the werewolves were equipped with eagle-like beast scouts, so Zhang Ziliu didn't dare to act recklessly. He simply can't handle such a large number. In fact, in this area many beastmasters have formed large groups to fight werewolves everywhere. Around base number 12, the troops from level 4 base number 13, level 4 base number 10, and level 4 base number 9 together formed an outer defense circle, encircling the location of the orc copy space dominated by werewolves. They are now in this circle, hunting werewolves and other orcs. Military forces would often be deployed to deal with large groups of werewolves, while ordinary beastmasters would mainly deal with small groups of werewolves. Fortunately, there are a lot of werewolves, so there is no need to worry about not having enough for all the beastmasters. What Zhang Ziliu was waiting for was a small group of werewolves with a number of less than 10. When it was almost dark, Zhang Ziliu finally got his chance. This small werewolf reconnaissance force consists of 7 werewolves and their wolves. There is also a black iron level eagle flying in the sky, but it does not fly very high. They stopped not far from Zhang Ziliu and began to rest. Zhang Ziliu stretched out his hand, an AC and grade metal dagger quietly rose into the air, slowly and silently flying towards the flying eagle. This is a derivative capability of Zhang Ziliu's electromagnetic manipulation, the application of metal manipulation. He can control metal flying knives and flying swords like a sword immortal, and controlling daggers is even easier than that. When the metal dagger was less than 100 meters away from the flying eagle, it suddenly accelerated, arrived in an instant, and pierced its body completely from behind. Jiang Ziliu's first attack was to kill the reconnaissance force of this group of werewolves. Osa, Kudumia. A string of Orcish language roared out from the wolves' mouths. Jiang Ziliu had learned this language before, and the general meaning was that there were enemies, and everyone should be alert. They did not notice who had attacked their eagles, and even the wargs, known for their keen sense of smell, could not detect the scent of the enemy. But in an instant, Jiang Ziliu made them understand what human insidiousness is. A thin wire suddenly emerged from the ground and directly wrapped around the necks of the 9 werewolves. Then it fiercely contracted inwards and directly cut off the heads of the 9 werewolves. The complete death of the werewolves also caused their beastly eagle wolves to die screaming. Near them, screams of other small beasts dying could be heard. Apparently, this group of werewolves also deployed other small beasts to provide guard around them, but these effective deployments failed to save their lives. Ever since he mastered the method of controlling metals through electromagnetic manipulation, Jiang Ziliu has been thinking about how to use this method. Controlling metal objects over a long distance through electromagnetic manipulation consumes a lot of its own dark energy. Fortunately, he now has enough dark energy in a high enough quality to achieve this long-distance operation. After much thought, Jiang Ziliu decided to focus on small metal objects such as small daggers, metal threads, and metal needles. What he valued most was the use of metal wire. Jiang Ziliu took advantage of his strong hiding ability and formed a good hunting tactic for open enemies through remote control operations. This was the first application of this tactic. He had prepared a grade B metal wire long before he went out on the adventure, and now it finally came in handy. Just now, while he was controlling the metal dagger to kill the opponent's reconnaissance beast, he asked the Kongqing rock man to send the ball of metal wire to their vicinity, so that he could control it remotely. It's just that this ball of metal wire is very expensive and has a limited length, so Jiang Ziliu did not attack groups of more than 10 orcs. His hunting strategy is to kill the opponent's air reconnaissance force first, and then eliminate all enemies second, trying to avoid a protracted war with the enemy. Being able to kill all enemies with one blow, he can then quickly take away the orc heads that represent his military achievements. If the war turns into a protracted one, how can he quickly get his spoils? I'm afraid that before he gets close, the enemy will have already launched a long-range attack on him. There are all kinds of strange skills in the world of beast taming, but it is best to be safe and cautious. Jiang Ziliu has always acted with caution as the core. If you deal with a team of more than 10 people, it will not only be difficult to get the spoils back, but it will also be easy to attract werewolf teams roaming nearby. This hunting operation was very successful. He rushed over quickly, collected the bodies of the 7 werewolves, their belongings, and their wolves, and put them into his own space orb. The materials from this wolf are also top quality goods and can be sold at a good price. After taking the things, Jiang Ziliu put away the meritorious metal wire and walked away from here. Less than half an hour after he left, a group of werewolves arrived here. They found the traces and roared angrily. But to their disappointment, they found no trace of the enemy and had no way to track them. After they left, more human army scouts and small beastmaster groups discovered this small battlefield with traces of blood. The smell of blood here will quickly attract the attention of many forces. Jiang Ziliu moved stealthily all the way and quickly returned to the safe house he had set up on the other side and began to check his spoils. Chapter 42. Jiang Ziliu returned to the safe house and first sealed the local base to ensure that the smell of blood would not spread through the gate. It doesn't matter that there are several ventilation passages to carry the smell of blood away. There are rocks everywhere and people outside can't get in. After making sufficient preparations, Jiang Ziliu released the 7 werewolves and their wolf corpses to inspect and deal with his spoils. These are all dark iron level wargs and werewolves. The value of a werewolf is not low. The heart of a werewolf can be used as a special strengthening auxiliary medicine. In addition, their bone scimitars, bone bows, and bone arrows are sea-level weapons made with special orc extraordinary technology, and can be used as equipment by humans. Jiang Ziliu collected 7 werewolf hearts and 2 sets of bone knives and bone bows for his own use, and planned to sell the rest. He also collected a kind of dark brown pills from the 7 werewolves. These are the werewolves' backup food and potions during war, and they contain powerful vitality and healing effects. Humans call it the orc's precious food. They are harmful to humans, but can be used as high-energy food for beastmasters, whether they are carnivorous or herbivorous. The werewolves rely on this special orc food to carry out continuous high-intensity combat. It is somewhat similar to the Bing Liang pills in a certain ninja world. This is a relatively common harvest, and there are also very good harvests, including some C-level and D-level human weapons. This is what this group of werewolves got after hunting down the human beastmaster. Werewolves don't like other things from humans, but they like to collect human weapons. The most valuable things he got from these 7 werewolves were 15 D-grade wind crystals, 7 C-grade wood crystals, and 1 B-grade crystal each for wind, earth, and light. This is the werewolf's greatest treasure and possibly their most precious trophy. As for the 7 wargs, Jiang Ziliu skinned them. The skin of this kind of wolf can be used to make sea-level defensive leather armor, which can have a certain acceleration effect. The spine of the wolf is also an excellent material and can be used to make weapons. If the spine is not strong enough, they will not be able to carry the heavy werewolves for long distances. There is also the beast core of the wolf. After dealing with the wolf, he obtained a total of 7 sea-level beast cores. These were all he gained from the processing. He also collected the meat of the wolf, which could be used to feed Jiang Ziliu's beast taming mutant electric snake and the green-skinned shape-shifting elf. The final harvest was the werewolf's head, which was a symbol of military merit. After cleaning up the debris, Jiang Ziliu quietly left the underground safe house through another safe passage and returned to the base. There is a military building near the gate of base number 12, which is where the military merit exchange place is located this time. Jiang Ziliu, who used the alias Zhang Feng, walked in and placed the package on his back in front of the exchange staff at the military merit office. He got some other unwanted resources and weapons and took them out as well. Not only military merits are calculated here, but also some special resources about orcs are collected. He didn't dare to reveal the fact that he had a space treasure. 7 werewolves, and they are all lone wolves. Awesome! You might consider it. The army is recruiting people now, and your combat power can get good treatment. The military personnel who sorted out the spoils identified them while issuing invitations. Jiang Ziliu shook his head, "Sorry, I haven't considered this for the time being." He refused directly because the character he played, Zhang Feng, looked like a very cold person, so the stiffness in his words had to be consistent with that. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. You can get a total of 15 C-level military merit points for these. Is there anything you want to exchange for? The other party was not upset. He invited many people every day and was rejected many times. The behavior just now was the task mentioned above, which is to take 2 shots regardless of whether there is a date or not. Jiang Ziliu looked at the exchange menu and finally chose to exchange for 15 C-grade earth element crystals. Yuanjing is the truly valuable extraordinary wealth. Any resource can be purchased with Yuanjing. He also saw that a resource with special space properties called space dust powder could be exchanged here. But this requires 100 points of A-level military merit to redeem. He wanted this very much, but after careful calculation, he found that even if he killed 300 ordinary werewolves, he could not exchange it for this kind of space dust powder. If you really want to exchange it, the risk is relatively high and you may be targeted. But he remembered the resource called space dust powder, because it was the only resource with space attributes that could be exchanged here. After completing the exchange, Jiang Ziliu looked at his family's workshop from a distance, saw his busy parents, and did not go any closer. I hope they are safe. If possible, he would also find a way to restore one of his mother's beasts so that they would both have the power to protect themselves. My father's beast can fly, so he can escape quickly under certain conditions. His father was also smart and never revealed the fact that he had recovered his beast taming skills to outsiders. After taking a look at his parents, Jiang Ziliu once again embarked on a hunting mission against orcs. It's the same old tactics, the same old target selection method. In the second week, Jiang Ziliu hunted 2 more werewolf teams, one with 5 werewolves and the other with 7 werewolves. This time, he exchanged for 40 sea-level lightning crystals. He accumulated earth-attributed Yuan crystals and lightning-attributed Yuan crystals in order to upgrade his 2 beasts, the Kongqing Rock Man and the mutated electric snake, to the bronze level. In the third week, Jiang Ziliu used the same trick to kill 23 werewolves and obtained 50 sea-level earth crystals. For 2 consecutive months, Jiang Ziliu killed at least 100 werewolf aliens. They all have black iron level strength. This made his alias Zhang Feng famous in the wilderness, and everyone knew that he was a good werewolf hunter. However, the huge harvest and fame gradually attracted some prying eyes. The werewolves are an intelligent race after all. They used high-level resources to bribe human beast masters to act as spies and learned of the existence of Zhang Feng, the terrible werewolf hunter. Werewolves exist in tribes. Their number is not large. In fact, there are not only werewolves coming out of the orc copy space, but also other orc races. It's just that the werewolf is in charge of the direction of base number 12. The orcs invaded this world not for resources, but for humanity itself. They would capture humans directly, but what humans were used for in the hands of the orcs was a secret known only to the real upper-class humans. One person hunted and killed more than 100 werewolves, which was something the werewolf tribe could not tolerate. They also began to prepare to take action against the hunter Zhang Feng. Chapter 43. After 2 months of continuous action, Jiang Ziliu did not act recklessly again, but took a half-month rest. At the same time, he also allowed his 2 beasts to continuously absorb Yuan crystals, allowing them to continuously consolidate their foundation. During this period of rest, they finally achieved a breakthrough in their life level. Because Jiang Ziliu attaches great importance to the foundation, their breakthroughs can be regarded as a natural breakthrough. It is completely the state of accumulation of foundation to the point of being full of water, thus reaching a new height of life. After the 2 beasts broke through, the life feedback also allowed Jiang Ziliu to grow slightly. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation: 5-star iron level beast tamer. Lifespan: 16, 198. Life status: healthy. Soul strength: 109.7. Life level: black iron level life form. Dark energy level: 57.2. Personal skills. Probability determination: birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Feedback skills. Life breath convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic control, SSS+. Flesh transformation, SS. Beast tamer, 2-star bronze level sky blue rock man, 1-star bronze level mutant lightning snake, 9-star grey rock level green-skinned shape-shifting elf. Beast taming skills. Empty blue rock man. Life breath convergence, SSS grade, rock incarnation, S, rock escape, B grade, rock invisibility, B grade, mutation spirituality, C+, rock stab, C+, sword mastery, D, 1.2% dwarf titan bloodline, D, earth space escape, not awakened. Mutated electric snake. Electromagnetic manipulation, SSS+, electric current attack, very happy face, lightning swipe, B+, mutant spirituality, very happy face, green-skinned shapeshifter. Flesh transfiguration, SS, plant transfiguration, C, animal transfiguration, C, super digestion, D+. Beast level. Empty blue rock man, 2-star bronze. Mutated electric snake, 1-star bronze. Green-skinned shapeshifter, 9-star limestone. Beast status. The Kongqing Rockman is healthy and has a 95% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The Mutant Electric Snake is healthy and has a 92% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The green-skinned shape-shifting elf is healthy and has a 70% favorability towards the Beastmaster. After this series of breakthroughs, Jiang Ziliu's Beastmaster Sky Blue Rockman was upgraded to 2-star bronze level, the Mutant Electric Snake was upgraded to 1-star bronze level, and the green-skinned shape-shifting elf was also upgraded to 9-star limestone level with the support of a small amount of resources. This series of life feedback accumulated and raised Jiang Ziliu to the 5-star black iron level. After his life level was raised again, his lifespan increased to nearly 200 years. As it is now, his sheer strength is enough to crush 90% of the strength-type limestone level monsters. You know, the strength of the same level monsters exceeds that of humans. With this upgrade, Jiang Ziliu's overall combat power has reached the high bronze level, and he can even defeat some life forms at the peak bronze level. If necessary tactics are used, Jiang Ziliu is confident that he can fight against the silver level monster. The silver level is the strongest level of the level 4 base number 12. At this time, in this world full of wonders and powerful people, Jiang Ziliu finally had the basic ability to protect himself and a sense of security. After this upgrade, the Kongqing Rock looked more like a human being, and its upgrade seemed to be constantly moving towards the direction of a human. The little guy's size didn't grow any bigger, but his strength increased terribly. The current Kongqing Rock Man has terrifying power because he has the blood of the dwarf Titan. It can now lift objects weighing nearly 200 tons. After being upgraded to bronze level, its power reached the 100-ton level. One punch was enough to make a big hole in the ground and create a small earthquake. And its rock and earth incarnation, after reaching the bronze level, can summon a rock and earth giant that is nearly 50 meters tall. It is a truly terrifying giant life form. The Kongqing Rock Man in the rock and soil incarnation state can completely withstand the siege of dozens of tanks. This is the power of bronze level life. They are only the third level of extraordinary life forms. Although they are called bronze level, they may not seem that high-end, but their destructive power is terrifying. Such power can pose a threat to the defense system of base number 12. The Mutant Electric Snake improved a little bit slower and only reached the 1-star bronze level. However, the shape of the mutated Electric Snake has undergone tremendous changes. Once it reaches bronze level, its surface is still as white as jade, and it still looks very beautiful. But its size grew to 7 meters. A 7-meter-long giant snake that can fly is a monster that makes people feel scared at first sight. The mutated electric snake's gigantic size is completely consistent with the situation that the stronger the strength of most exotic beasts, the larger their size. The 7-meter-long mutant electric snake can already easily carry Jiang Ziliu soaring in the sky. Jiang Ziliu experienced the feeling of flying the beast. Except that the electricity on its body made people feel a little uncomfortable, the feeling of flying was really great. Only by soaring in the sky can you experience the fear, excitement, pleasure, and longing for a wider world. When people achieve the goal of soaring in the sky, they will feel extremely comfortable and will yearn for a higher level of sky. Jiang Ziliu has become addicted to flying. Fortunately, he suppressed his desire, and after learning to control the mutant electric snake to fly, he began to test its other abilities. Having reached the bronze level, its B-level electric current attack skill can be better utilized. Now it can spit out a bolt of lightning to launch an attack, and the maximum striking range of the lightning is about 100 meters. At the same time, it can also use the electric current attack skill to create a chaotic electric storm within a range of 20 meters around it. All life within this range, except the mutant electric snake itself, will be struck by Tathagata's terrifying random lightning power. The most powerful feature of the bronze-level mutant electric snake is the electromagnetic cannon derived from its electromagnetic control skill. It can launch an electromagnetic cannon and create an electromagnetic cannon attack with a maximum range of 100 kilometers. Its effective high-power damage range is 10 kilometers. That is to say, as long as another bronze-level beast is within a range of 10 kilometers and there are no obstacles between it and the mutated electric snake, the mutated electric snake can eliminate this being of the same level with one shot. Such combat power is already extremely powerful in long-range attacks, and is comparable to the terrifying silver-level combat power. In close combat, it is slightly weaker. But this weakness is only relative to the power of the electromagnetic gun. Now it can evolve into a flying snake. It is a sky combat force, and its flight combined with electric shocks gives it a naturally powerful special advantage when facing ground beasts. In general, the mutated electric snake can be regarded as a powerful force at the high-level bronze or even quasi-silver level. If the two cooperate with each other, plus Jiang Ziliu's strength, the combination of the three will give them a true primary silver-level combat power. The green-skinned shape-shifting elves are truly auxiliary forces and can be ignored. After the initial contract was signed, due to fear and shock, its favorability towards Jiang Ziliu was only 60%, but that was due to fear and submission. Finally, after constant comforting and feeding, its favorability level increased to 70%, which was a good start. It was allocated fewer resources, with only a small improvement, and its strength was enhanced to the 9-star limestone level. It improves very slowly, mainly because Jiang Ziliu's main resources are used on the first two beasts. This wave of enhancement is an advancement in the life level, and its main consumption is Yuan crystal. Jiang Ziliu had been hunting for Yuan Jing for nearly 2 months, consuming nearly 1 in 4. What he has on hand now are mainly crystals of other attribute types. What Jiang Ziliu didn't know was that many forces were already targeting him. And they didn't know what Jiang Ziliu's true strength was, let alone the great improvement in strength that Jiang Ziliu had achieved this time. The world of beast taming is like this, the situation is always changing and is always full of uncertain unknown factors. Chapter 44. After this small improvement, Jiang Ziliu prepared to continue his hunting journey. After 2 months of adaptation, he gradually understood the habits of his opponent, the werewolf. Werewolves have a very keen sense of smell. They can smell unusual odors within a radius of 20 kilometers, which gives them an advantage in roaming the wilderness and being able to detect opponents and dangerous enemies in advance. Therefore, as long as they have a small team and a flying beast, they dare to ride on the wolf and run through the wilderness without any scruples. Ordinary beast masters simply cannot ambush them, because as long as they are close enough, they will be discovered in advance. Therefore, werewolves are difficult to kill. The only way is to form a large encirclement and wait for the opportunity to surround them and then launch an annihilation war. But this is also a fighting method that requires a large number of adventure groups to cooperate with each other and fight head-on. Only Jiang Ziliu's life-breath convergence skill can perfectly hide even the smell. Just because of this, he killed so many werewolves alone, which made him seem so different and gradually made him famous. A werewolf's sense of smell is his key to success, and his sense of smell is also his key to failure. Later, some adventure groups began to spread large amounts of highly irritating smelling objects such as chili powder, pepper, and ammonia around the battlefield, making the werewolves dare not use their sense of smell at all, which led to good results. After all, when your sense of smell is sensitive, it means that you will also be very sensitive to pungent smells. If they really get hit, they will feel very unnatural and uncomfortable for a long time, which will directly affect their combat effectiveness. Moreover, werewolves like to appear in hard and dry places. In places with more mud and swamps, they will move carefully and slowly. After all, werewolves and wargs are very heavy. If they are not careful, they will fall into the quagmire and it will be difficult to get out. Also, the most suitable contracted beasts for werewolves are generally wolf beasts. When they contract exotic beasts of other races, the difficulty increases significantly. Although werewolves also have flying beasts, a bronze-level werewolf can only contract with flying beasts with growth potential at the early to mid-level limestone level. Those with high potential, they simply cannot be contracted. Therefore, Their flying force is mainly used for aerial reconnaissance, and their air combat capability is very weak. When Jiang Ziliu killed the werewolf for the first time, the flying eagle beast was only at the mid-level of Greystone and was completely unable to resist his aerial sniping. This time, he set the ambush site in a wetland. This place is not suitable for werewolves to appear, but it is a point that werewolves must scout for both offense and defense. The werewolf scouts are here, and Jiang Ziliu's new combat target is them. 3 days later, a group of werewolves carefully explored the swampy mud area to see if any human forces had passed through this area. There are only 5 werewolves in this werewolf team. Because of the special terrain restrictions, they reduced the number of each team, but expanded the number of teams. It's the same old routine. The dagger flew into the sky and killed the flying beast in the sky. On the ground, a metal wire silently cut off the heads of all the werewolves. The whole process was smooth and efficient, and the kill was completed in the blink of an eye. But this time, Jiang Ziliu did not show up immediately, and then 2 teams of 5 werewolves quickly approached and were on high alert. There were only 10 of them in total, but even though they were careful, Jiang Ziliu still acted quickly. This time he brought 3 of these wires, which, combined with his skilled movements, allowed him to take out a team of 20 werewolves in one go. The wire slid silently, quickly cutting off the heads of 5 werewolves, 1 on each side. On the other side, the same piece of metal came in an instant, wrapping around the neck of each werewolf like a snake, twisting inwards and directly cutting off their heads. The 10 new werewolves were also killed instantly. Then Jiang Ziliu quickly emerged from not far away, ran over, collected all the werewolf corpses and everything related to them, then sat on the back of the mutant electric snake and flew away. There are only traces of blood left here now, but these traces of blood will also be cleaned up by the swamp scavenger insects. Not long after leaving here, Jiang Ziliu landed on a hill. He did not reach his safe house, but discovered the enemy. Thousands of meters in the sky, a blue-feathered eagle was flying and staring at him. It was obvious that he had been targeted by someone. The blue-feathered eagle was flying so high that he could only kill this reconnaissance force if he also flew up. However, the mutated lightning snake could only fly to a maximum of 1,000 meters and could not reach the height of the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle. Obviously, the beastmaster who controls the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle is also a very cautious guy. Jiang Ziliu disappeared into the jungle, completely avoiding the sight of the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle. He quickly hid to see who was watching him. Someone is targeting me. One reason may be that they are after money, and another reason may be that they are targeting the way I always get what I want. Orcs symbolize military merit and a more prosperous channel for exchanging resources. His gains alone were greater than those of many groups, so naturally he easily attracted the coveted attention of others. Originally, he planned to use Zhongfeng's alias for 3 months and then change it, but now it seems that 3 months is not safe. After lurking here, Jiang Ziliu asked the Kongqing rock man to quickly open a small passage leading to another hilltop from underground as his backup escape route. But he did not move. He wanted to see who was plotting against him. If he doesn't get any information about this enemy, he won't feel at ease even if he changes his identity. Jiang Ziliu hid in the jungle, which forced the blue-feathered eagle that was monitoring him from high in the sky to descend. But when it landed at a height of 300 meters above the ground for reconnaissance, Jiang Ziliu controlled a small piece of metal wire only 10 centimeters long to fall on its back, lurking in the gaps between its feathers and waiting. Since Jiang Ziliu has decided to meet the person behind the scenes, he will not alert the enemy. After a while, a group of people riding on big horned wind sheep quickly approached the area. There were more than 30 of them, each riding a giant horned wind sheep. After arriving here, they quickly summoned their own beasts and directly surrounded the jungle where Jiang Ziliu was. When Jiang Ziliu saw the red eye mark on the other person's clothes, he knew the other person's identity. Blood Eye Adventure Team. The Blood Eye Adventure Group is privately known as the Blood Eye Thieves Group. On the surface, they are an adventurous group of beastmasters, but in reality they are a group of bandits who enjoy killing and robbing. The Blood Eye Adventure Group operates near several level 4 bases such as number 12, and is the biggest cancer in this area. But they have not been dealt with, and even the information about the II Adventure Group is strictly controlled in various bases. Jiang Ziliu only learned about the existence of this adventure group after purchasing some secret information on the black market. It is the black glove of some upper-level families or dignitaries, specializing in handling some things that are not convenient for them to handle, or helping these upper-level forces to deal with black items that are difficult for them to sell. It can be said that in this area, the Blood Eye Adventure Group has no taboos and is very rampant. Jiang Ziliu understood that they were targeting him, most likely not because of the Blood Eye Adventure Group's own will, but because someone in the upper echelons of the base had designs on him and wanted to know the secret of how he could hunt orcs alone and quietly. What they seek is military merit. Only military merit can be exchanged for precious, high-level, and special resources that are impossible to obtain through normal channels. Military merit is the biggest hard currency at this stage. These people are targeting their own nature, or they are seeking greater military merit. If his method of hunting orcs could be universally applied, then with the numerical advantage of these forces, he could quickly accumulate a large amount of military merit and obtain more valuable resources. After analyzing the situation, Jiang Ziliu decided not to be polite. He ordered the Kongqing Rock people to the outermost layer to kill all those who escaped. He wants to kill all the members of the Blood Eye Adventure Group here. After careful consideration, Jiang Ziliu formulated his own combat strategy. At this time in the sky, the number of flying beasts was already very large. Unlike the orcs who were limited by their talents, human adventure teams were generally equipped with more than 3 flying beasts. Moreover, human adventure groups pay more attention to teamwork, and their flying beasts are generally very powerful. The Blood Eye Adventure team has 2 flying beasts with powerful attack power, the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle, the lightning thunder eagle, and the dark blood black bat. Their wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle is a 3-star black iron level beast and is relatively weak. But the lightning thunder eagle and the dark blood bat are both bronze level beasts, with the lightning thunder eagle being 3 stars bronze and the dark blood bat being 5 stars bronze. The lightning eagle can launch lightning strikes from high altitude, and the dark blood bat can interfere with the enemy's blood flow from high altitude, use ultrasound to locate, and even use ultrasound to form a sonic vibration attack that can cause coma. It can be said that the strength of these 3 flying beasts alone is already extremely terrifying. An ordinary beastmaster would inevitably end up defeated when faced with this situation. The Blood Eye Adventure Group has been active for many years, and its strong strength is an important aspect. In addition to the 3 strong flying beasts in the sky, on the ground they also have the black iron level burrowing poison scorpion, a dual-element beast of earth and poison, the 9-star black iron gale lion, agile beasts, the 9-star ordinary electric snake, a speed-type beast, the 9-star black iron level hellfire 2-headed dog, and the 9-star black iron level earth bull, a strength-type beast. In addition to their original giant horned mad sheep and a large number of ground-type beasts ranging from 1 star to 6 stars black iron. The entire Blood Eye Adventure Group that came here is extremely powerful and comprehensive, with forces covering the sky, land, and underground. There are all kinds of attack skills such as speed, strength, energy, etc. This force was extremely powerful, and together they formed a special encirclement that surrounded the jungle where Jiang Ziliu was. But after Jiang Ziliu figured out what they were doing, he was still not panicked at all. The battles of beast tamers are terrifying, but when it comes to beast taming, the beast tamers themselves still have a huge weakness. Jiang Ziliu is very confident about attacking the Beastmaster. Chapter 45. After forming the encirclement, these Beastmasters stayed far away from the jungle, but sent beasts such as the lightning snake and the burrowing venomous scorpion into the jungle to search for Jiang Ziliu. Jiang Ziliu did not move, but ordered the Kongqing Rock Man to take action. The Kongqing Rock Man ran over, and its rock and soil incarnation directly controlled the rock and soil underground, causing the burrowing poisonous scorpion in the earth-burrowing state to be squeezed into the rock and unable to move. When two beast tamers with the same attributes compete, the beast tamer with the higher level will have the advantage. The rock and earth incarnation of the Kongqing rock man is an S-level skill. Although this skill contains the word incarnation, its essence is a skill for controlling rocks and soil. In contrast, the ability of the subterranean scorpion is only to burrow into the ground. In this battle, the underground poisonous scorpion was completely defeated and was directly controlled by the Kongqing rock man. His flesh and blood were crushed by the rocks and he died directly underground. There were 3 burrowing poisonous scorpions that appeared underground, but they were all dealt with by the Kongqing rock man very quickly. Near the encirclement, 3 beastmasters suffered backlash due to the deaths of their beasts. They vomited blood and their souls were severely damaged. Originally this was a good opportunity to deal with them, but Ziliu did not do so. He ordered the Kongqing rock man to continue to move, and began to use the ability of rock and soil stealth from underground, attacking the 3 electric snakes that entered the jungle with knives. These electric snakes are of the same species as Ziliu's mutated electric snakes. It's just that the mutant electric snake has mutated, its skin is white jade, while their skin is purple-black. The Kongqing rock man succeeded again and killed an electric snake. Ziliu's mutated electric snake also rushed out, using its more advanced life pressure to shock the other electric snake's wills, and then rushed forward, biting the remaining 2 electric snakes to death directly with physical force. At the same time, he ordered 2 of his beasts to drag back the bodies of the enemy beasts and put them into the space orb. Without leaving behind a corpse, the opponent would have no way of judging the details of Ziliu's beast. The soul impact caused by the death of the Beastmaster will also make it impossible for the Beastmaster who suffers the backlash to fully remember the information fed back by the Beastmaster. Ziliu handled situations that might expose his intelligence very carefully, not even leaving any corpses for the enemy. He did not activate his own or the beast's powerful skills, but instead used a soft knife to cut the flesh, using the beast's death backlash to continuously cripple the opponent's strength. Once a Beastmaster backfires, they will not be able to command the operations of other Beastmasters well. These people died directly from controlling their beasts, and the backlash was quite severe. Ziliu's parents also talked about their situation. They were more cautious at the time, so they recalled the beasts immediately after they were seriously injured, which only made all the beasts fall into a dormant state instead of killing them completely. The successive incidents made the Blood Eye Adventure Group realize that their opponents were not easy to deal with, but it also allowed them to confirm some information, that is, the enemy was not very powerful, but was very smart and made good use of the advantage of the crowd to ambush. They also got some information, such as Ziliu had at least 1 beast that could burrow underground, and another one that was a snake that could fly. The Blood Eye Adventure Group only knew that the mutated electric snake could fly, but they were not sure what kind of beast it was. It is a mutant breed after all. They became cautious, but no longer worried too much about Ziliu's terrible killing methods. Their analysis is exactly what Ziliu wanted. It was during this process that Ziliu gradually completed his arrangement. While the 2 beasts were fighting, he took out hundreds of metal nails from the space orb. This kind of B-grade metal could allow the metal nails to pierce the defense of the bronze-grade beasts. It was a backup item that he had prepared at a high price. Ziliu let them move slowly on the ground, and gradually hid beside these beastmasters, in the grass outside their encirclement. It can be said that he had ambushed these metal nails in many key positions. The Blood Eye Adventure Group had a leader this time, who, after discussing with his men, originally planned to use fire to burn the forest. But thinking of the instructions to capture him alive, they had no choice but to use space assault. The Beastmasters of the Blood Eye Adventure Group first prepared to send out Dark Blood Black Bats for an aerial search. Only its ability, Ultrasonic Wave, can lock onto the location of their target through the jungle, but the Dark Blood Black Bat has to fly very low, which is quite dangerous. This used to be very risky, but now after weighing the pros and cons, it has become a better approach. So the dark blood black bats were dispatched, and the wind-piercing blue feather eagle and lightning thunder eagle provided cover in the air, and began searching the jungle. But just as it flew over the jungle, 2 flashes of lightning flashed, and Jiang Ziliu and the mutant electric snake launched an electromagnetic cannon attack. Jiang Ziliu's attack knocked off the head of the dark blood black bat. The mutant electric snake's attack broke the lightning eagle's neck. The last wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle also died suddenly, and the Blood Eye Adventure group didn't even see what attacked the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle. Little did they know that Jiang Ziliu had used the metal lurking in its feathers to pierce its heart directly. In one wave, Jiang Ziliu killed all the opponent's sky beasts. 3 more beastmasters were severely injured and temporarily lost their main combat power. Up to now, the members of the Blood Eye Adventure group have not figured out what kind of attack Jiang Ziliu launched. The Blood Eye Adventure group only knew that the attack was related to thunder and lightning, and it was fast and powerful. Ordinary beastmasters do not pay much attention to scientific and technological theories, and the knowledge of the Blood Eye Adventure group members is even poorer, so they did not recognize that this was an electromagnetic cannon attack. After the flying beast was killed, the Blood Eye Adventure group lost its aerial combat capability. But they still did not give up, because that kind of attack was difficult to launch in the jungle and was only suitable for fighting in the wilderness. They didn't think Jiang Ziliu had the ability to kill them, they just judged that Jiang Ziliu was very smart and had been targeting things that were more dangerous to him. There is only one person on the other side, and his strength is not that strong. The Blood Eye Adventure group had no choice but to leave only one beast tamer with the beast tamer, and let all the other beast tamers go into the jungle in teams of 3. They want to use their numbers to suppress the mysterious guy in the jungle. But what they don't know is that everything they have is exactly what Jiang Ziliu wants. Jiang Ziliu has now completed the development of a special extended skill, which is bioelectromagnetic induction based on electromagnetic manipulation. This extended ability allows him to judge a life's strength, location, type, and many other aspects. It can be said that up to now, the entire battlefield is transparent to Jiang Ziliu. The ability of electromagnetic manipulation, which requires a lot of knowledge, is of great help to him. It can be said that electromagnetic control has become a comprehensive skill since its development, which can be composed of multiple types of sub-application skills such as attack, defense, and reconnaissance. All the Beastmasters left the Beastmaster, which gave Jiang Ziliu an opportunity. Because the defenses around these Beastmasters have now been weakened to the extreme. He asked the Kongqing Rock people to ambush outside. Then the mutated electric snake protected itself, and he unfolded his electromagnetically controlled metal manipulation ability. On the west side of the jungle, there are only 3 Beastmasters. Metal spikes suddenly rose from behind them and pierced the necks of 2 of them. But the third Beastmaster's feedback skill turned out to be the ability to petrify. Their own bodies were petrified, protecting themselves from the metal spikes, but only some of their body tissues were shattered by the metal spikes, but their necks were not pierced. Jiang Ziliu had already been prepared for this. The moment he was petrified, a metal nail entered directly through his nostril and pierced his brain, which was still in flesh and blood. His petrification skill is not very high. He can only petrify his skin and part of his bones, but cannot completely petrify his internal organs. Inside this Beastmaster's head, there is still flesh and blood. The death of these 3 Beastmasters directly led to the 5 beasts in the jungle starting to scream and die. This is their beast. Jiang Ziliu ignored this side and immediately shifted his mind to the northwest. There are 5 Beastmasters here, but they are scattered. So Jiang Ziliu quickly killed 4 of them one by one through sudden attacks of metal spikes, directly targeting the Beastmaster himself. The last one actually had a special nurse-like life recovery skill. He quickly suppressed his injuries and began to escape. But he didn't know that Jiang Ziliu didn't care about him at all. Just as he was about to escape, an electromagnetic cannon was fired by a mutated electric snake from the tallest tree in the jungle, which blew his body into pieces, leaving no room for him to be put back together. Jiang Ziliu is performing a group kill, and the mutant electric snake is finishing off the enemy from a distance. Then the Western plan was implemented, and the 5 Beastmasters were also dealt with instantly, and this time there were no unusual incidents. South, southeast, north, northwest, northeast. In one direction after another, Jiang Ziliu used the metal spikes he had hidden in advance to carry out close-range group killings on the weaker Beastmasters. However, the leader of this force of the Blood Eye Adventure Group is in the east direction. When they heard the tracks of lightning and the screams of beastmen in other directions, they felt something was wrong, but their men died too quickly and did not convey any useful information. But this still made the leader of this force feel extremely dangerous. But by the time he reacted, only a few people around him were killed in their group. For Jiang Ziliu, it doesn't matter what the trick is, as long as it is safe and can effectively deal with the opponent. If he were to confront those beasts head-on, he would be confident of winning, but the disclosure of his detailed information would be inevitable, and the enemy would have a chance to escape. Delaying the beastman and attacking the beastmaster is an effective way of fighting. His previous series of actions were to make the other side judge the jungle as dangerous and make their beastmasters become cautious and slow when in the jungle, thus buying him time to directly kill these beastmasters in a group. In the confrontation between beastmasters, skills and strength are important, but strategy and control of the combat rhythm are equally important. If he fails to deal with the aerial and underground forces well, this move will put him in great danger. Jiang Ziliu launched an attack on the last wave of enemies to the east. There are 8 beastmasters here, but Jiang Ziliu only killed 4 of them at a time, because these 4 actually had defense abilities similar to metal incarnations, which allowed them to transform their bodies into metal and had strong life-saving abilities. One of them is a real nanny-type beastmaster. The 4 beastmasters had no idea that they had fallen into the opponent's trap and started to flee immediately. But the mutated electric snake immediately launched a long-range attack, first smashing the body of the nanny-type beastmaster. Then he killed 2 more. Even a metal incarnation cannot defend against the terrifying power of an electromagnetic cannon attack. The last leader was able to temporarily transform himself into a thin snake, moving at an extremely high speed and making large S-shaped maneuvers along the grass, thus avoiding Jiang Ziliu's metal nail attacks and the electromagnetic attacks of the mutant electric snake. If Jiang Ziliu had not made arrangements earlier, he would have escaped long ago. But the next moment he fell directly into a pit. This was a hollow trap made by the Kongqing rock man in the direction in front of him. He was buried directly in it, and then the rock and soil squeezed him hard in an instant, turning him into bloody foam. At this point, all members of the Blood Eye Adventure Group who besieged Jiang Ziliu were killed. Jiang Ziliu only breathed a sigh of relief now. A powerful adventure group of more than 30 beastmasters, a combination of black iron and bronze level forces, was destroyed by him by taking advantage of the absolute rhythm. During the whole process, his soul power was consumed greatly. After this battle, he was not only extremely exhausted mentally, but his entire dark energy was also completely depleted. After this battle, he will need at least 3 days to recover. Jiang Ziliu's victory was huge, and one strike was equivalent to destroying a small or medium-sized beastmaster force. But he did not completely relax. He immediately ordered the mutant electric snakes and the empty blue rock men to go out and drag back the enemy's corpses and all the surrounding items that might be human artifacts. Jiang Ziliu knew the information about the Blood Eye Adventure Group. They had over 100 people, and there were even some hidden beastmasters. It seemed that he had achieved great results in the battle, killing more than 30 enemies in one breath, but this was less than 1/3 of the enemy's strength. Moreover, the opponent only dispatched the initial bronze-level force this time, but next time they might send out the mid to high-level bronze force, or even the silver-level force. Jiang Ziliu is not naive enough to think that a bandit group that can shut up all the bases does not have silver-level power. He put all the corpses and items into the space orb and prepared to dispose of them in a secret place. The reason is that he wants to clear all traces as much as possible, to make it impossible for the Blood Eye Adventure Group to find any remaining information about him, and even to make it impossible for the other party to determine where the battlefield is. After putting everything away, Jiang Ziliu carried out destructive treatment on all the land, and took back all the metal nails he had put out. At the same time, he also used a highly volatile chemical to cover up the smell here, making it difficult for the other party to locate this place by smell. He looked at the weather and it might rain in the next 2 days. As soon as it rains, everything will be covered by the heavy rain. Moreover, this area is very close to the orc battlefield, and the actions of those werewolves may also be concealed. After everything was over, Jiang Ziliu sat on the back of the mutant electric snake and moved away. Chapter 46. Jiang Ziliu came directly to a place 100 kilometers away from the battlefield between humans and orcs, established a new underground security layer, and began to deal with the things he had obtained. After carefully searching all the bodies, he asked the Kongqing rock people to bury them in an area 100 meters underground. Some items may be problematic and may attract special tracking signals. He chose another place and buried himself 100 meters underground. If Kongqing rock's current ability was not only to dive below 100 meters, and the huge rock and soil pressure upwards would make it unable to resist, he might have chosen to bury himself deeper. Leave no information, no traces, making it difficult for the enemy to find the target. He has brought these Lao Liu's abilities to their fullest potential. If he hadn't had any items like corpse dissolving powder to destroy corpses, he might have just dissolved these corpses. If it could be found even though it was buried so deep, Jiang Ziliu would accept it. The other party has this ability and strength, so it is not difficult to find him. When strength reaches a certain level, any skills or strategies may be crushed by absolute strength. Jiang Ziliu is very clear about this. After dealing with these troublesome things, Jiang Ziliu sorted out the remaining things that he was sure were safe. Everything he threw away were those he judged to be risky based on probability. These were the trophies that were judged by probability to be 100% safe and without any danger. The Blood Eye Adventure Group is really rich, worthy of being a robber, and they have the dark power supported by the powerful. Just the remaining spoils after the cleanup made Jiang Ziliu rich. First is Yuan Jing. Jiang Ziliu got a total of 153 Yuan crystals. Among them, there are 100 D-level crystals, 42 C-level crystals, 9 B-level crystals, and 2 A-level crystals. The most important thing is that these 2 A-grade crystals are of the lightning type. The other element crystals have the 5 elements of earth, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, and wind. The number of each attribute is not too different. Among the 9 B-grade crystals, 7 have higher level life attributes. Yuanjing with life attributes is extremely rare. Strictly speaking, the wood attribute is a subcategory under the life attribute. Moreover, the Yuan crystal with life attributes can be absorbed by any living being of flesh and blood. This means that Jiang Ziliu, the mutant electric snake, and the green-skinned shape-shifting elf can absorb these 7 life attribute crystals to allow themselves to grow. The Yuan crystals with the same life attributes can also be used to restore consumed dark energy. It can be said that the functions of the Yuan crystal with life attributes are more comprehensive. If converted into ordinary currency, its value is 10 times that of the ordinary B-grade Yuan crystal with wood attributes. These 7 life attribute crystals are worth about 100 million yuan. The 2 more advanced A-level lightning crystals can completely help the mutated electric snake improve its strength. Its value is also in the tens of millions to hundreds of millions of yuan. These 153 yuan crystals alone mean that Jiang Ziliu has made a fortune. And this is only the wealth that the members of the Blood Eye Adventure Group carry with them. The wealth they hide privately in the Blood Eye Adventure Group's treasure house is probably even more astonishing. Jiang Ziliu also understood why there were upper-class dignitaries willing to be the umbrella for the Blood Eye Adventure Group. The profits alone would make countless people jealous. The members of the Blood Eye Adventure Group hid these crystals very carefully. Some even hid them in the handles of their swords, in their hair, and in the heels of their shoes. There are also cruel people who cut a wound on their body and hide it under the scar. This ability to hide treasures opened Jiang Ziliu's eyes. But they were still carefully searched out by Jiang Ziliu. In addition to Yuan Jing, the weapons they carry with them are another type of wealth. Among them, there is a B-level short spear, 73 C-level armor weapons, and 36 D-level equipment, with a total value of about 15 million yuan. Next, it is the special supplies they carry with them. For example, there are nearly 84 animal cores. Among them, there are 13 B-level beast cores and 71 C-level beast cores. They look down on the D-level beast cores and do not carry them at all. Among them, Jiang Ziliu has 23 beast cores with earth, thunder, and life attributes, which can be used to help his beasts grow. Especially the beast core with life attribute, which is very useful to the green-skinned shape-shifting elves. Now its strength has somewhat affected Jiang Ziliu's performance. Jiang Ziliu wanted to try whether he could evolve the green-skinned shape-shifter and allow it to awaken life-type skills, preferably healing skills. In this way, his beast taming team will have the capabilities of attack, defense, and healing, and can form a more comprehensive hexagonal combat force coordination. But this still needs careful consideration later. Apart from these, Jiang Ziliu's remaining harvest was not large in quantity, but each one was very precious. For example, precious medicine-type loot. The first thing he spotted was a grade B soul-cleansing mushroom. He didn't expect to find the soul-cleansing mushroom on a beastmaster who was only at the Black Iron level in the Blood Eye Adventure group. This treasure is useless to this person because his level is too low and he cannot withstand the medicinal effect of the high-level soul-cleansing mushroom. In addition, this person is not proficient in medicine and cannot prepare medicine to delay its effect. So in this situation, he could only keep it carefully on himself and wait for the opportunity to use it in the future. But he didn't expect that he would die at the hands of Jiang Ziliu, and the treasure he had carefully hidden became Jiang Ziliu's trophy. For Jiang Ziliu, this soul-cleansing mushroom came just in time. Because his current soul power is growing too slowly. His soul strength is around 109.7, which seems powerful, but it grows extremely slowly, only growing to less than 9% of the original value of 100. This growth rate is very slow compared to his own growth rate. This soul-cleansing mushroom can be combined with other soul-related medicines and the remaining 4 soul crystals in his hand to continue to enhance his soul strength. It was exactly what Jiang Ziliu needed to grow further, and it appeared before him in the form of a trophy. This made Jiang Ziliu think that just getting the soul-cleansing mushroom and killing the more than 30 people from the Blood Eye Adventure group was not a big loss. In addition to these loot, he also had 5 anonymous credit cards that could be used to withdraw money without a password. He didn't plan to use these things himself, but planned to sell them when he moved to other main bases in the future. In addition, there are nearly 50 C-level satiety potions and 75 C-level beast blood pills. The satiety potion contained rich high-level nutrients. Drinking 1 bottle could allow a C-level beastmaster to go without food for 10 days without lacking any nutrition. The beast blood pill is made of high-quality nutrients extracted from the meat of exotic beasts. 1 pill can ensure that a black iron level beast will not go hungry for 7 days, and a bronze level beast will not feel hungry for 3 days. Satiety potions and beast blood pills can be said to be essential military rations for high-end adventure groups when conducting long-term operations. They were also very useful to Jiang Ziliu, so Jiang Ziliu kept them as well. The final harvest was the beast taming notes recorded by several beast tamers themselves. It contains some of their experiences in taming beasts, and also records some of their special observations. Obviously, the beastmasters who can keep such records are relatively smart, and this kind of notes can definitely be passed down as a family heirloom. Even if a family is in decline, one day it may allow a younger generation to rise. Some of the niche knowledge and insights above are very useful to Jiang Ziliu. It can be said that the harvest this time was huge, which could make Jiang Ziliu rich overnight, even greater than what he gained from hunting orcs. However, this kind of harvest is also extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you may lose your life or even get yourself into endless trouble. As for the materials on the beasts, Jiang Ziliu did not touch them this time out of caution. Anyway, those materials are not scarce and can be bought with money, so he tried his best to leave himself as few loopholes as possible. After sorting out the spoils, Jiang Ziliu made a rough count. If this gain was converted into money, his gain would be around 600 to 900 million yuan. Because many things can be sold at higher or lower prices in different situations, only a vague range of numbers can be formed. The profit is at least over 600 million yuan, which is huge. His previous wealth may not even exceed 100 million yuan. Is this the result of real wealth, or the result after he gave up many precious things? After knowing this number, Jiang Ziliu couldn't help but want to cause trouble for the Blood Eye Adventure Group. Fortunately, he forced himself to suppress this thought in the end. After finishing sorting out the spoils, Jiang Ziliu quickly moved to another location. After this time, he will discard the alias Zhang Feng forever. He planned to use other vests and other hunting methods to continue to hone himself through this battle between humans and orcs. Chapter 47. Jiang Ziliu transformed himself with SS-level life form into another young man with ordinary appearance who would be inconspicuous in a crowd, and began to act under this vest. He then cleared out the safe house he had originally set up, and then started his activities near Base 10. Level 4 Base number 10 is located 300 kilometers southwest of Base number 12. During that great human catastrophe, the entire planet expanded nearly 10 times under the mysterious influence of dark energy. Therefore, the distance between human bases is now very large. The 4th level base is already the lowest level base, but the range it has to guard is more than 150 kilometers. The distance between two different level 4 bases is usually around 200 to 300 kilometers. He decided to stay at base number 10 for a while, and then return to base number 12 to avoid the limelight. And more importantly, his probability judgment determined that a special medicine could be found at base 10. This medicine can be used to help your green-skinned shape-shifting elves evolve healing abilities. The probability judgment shows that the probability of this drug allowing the green-skinned shape-shifting elf to awaken healing abilities is as high as 85.3%. The flesh and blood transformation of his third beast master is very useful, but if it is only a pure feedback transformation ability, then the green-skinned shape-shifting elf will be a half-crippled useless beast master. It is difficult for it to have strong combat power, so it can develop towards the auxiliary type. Moreover, its attribute is life attribute, which is just right for evolving into life-like healing abilities. As long as this ability is awakened, its position as an auxiliary beast tamer will be very stable. With this in mind, Jiang Ziliu came to base number 10. His current alias is Li Tao, a very common name, and the ID with this name was also obtained on the black market. The largest output commodity of base number 12 is slime gel and its related potions. And there is a special copy in base number 10. The creators of this copy are the elves, an intelligent race in the universe. They created this copy space not to invade humans, but as a trading copy. Not all copies on Blue Mercury are of the invasion and counter-invasion type. Many races are not keen on fighting, so they have opened up a large number of trading copy spaces to trade with other intelligent races and exchange what they have. This is the case with Base 10. Originally, this copy space was opened in the wilderness. Later, the human upper class built a new base around the entrance and exit of this copy space, stationing forces here specifically to deal with the elves. And the materials Jiang Ziliu needs happen to be from the elves. Moreover, it is a monopoly product and is only sold individually, not in large quantities. Except for base number 10, it is difficult to buy it at the lowest price elsewhere. Another reason for coming here is that Jiang Ziliu wanted to see the intelligent alien race such as the elves. He wanted to see whether the elves were as handsome as he had imagined in his previous life and as people said today, to satisfy his curiosity. Jiang Ziliu came to base number 10 wearing Li Tao's vest and saw the base's prosperous population. The entire base number 10 has a population of approximately 1 million, but only 300,000 are permanent residents, and the remaining 700,000 are migrant population who come here for the sake of its reputation. The entire base number 10 not only has a strong defense force, but also has developed commerce. The guarding force here is mainly to guard against the elves. This copy space can be a trade type, but it can also be converted into an invasion type. After collecting some information, Jiang Ziliu did not immediately go to the copy space where he could trade, but first came to a boutique clothing store with a good reputation. This boutique clothing store is one of the more high-end ones among the thousands of clothing stores in base number 10. Dear sir, do you need custom-made elf clothing? Jiang Ziliu received a warm welcome, and the store provided him with high-end elf tea. The clerk in the store is also a beauty. She showed a lot of exquisite clothing patterns that were rich in natural elements such as green leaves, grass, trees, etc. with great enthusiasm. After careful selection, Jiang Ziliu spent nearly 300,000 yuan to customize 2 sets of exquisite, natural style, mid- and low-end custom clothing patterns. The clothes here are all handmade, and machines simply cannot produce such exquisite and delicate things. Among the drawings he saw, the lowest end one cost 100,000 yuan, while the highest end one cost 1 billion yuan. This set of clothes worth 100 million yuan has a more delicate style, and the materials used are all from the elves, which are silk threads obtained by processing the leaves of their elf mother tree. The ingredients are purebred, coming from the soft hair on the back of the natural unicorns of the elves. These precious materials, coupled with exquisite patterns, make this set of clothes have an extremely high price of 1 billion yuan. The elves' pursuit of beauty and nature is engraved in their bones and souls. If you are dressed ugly, shabby, and dirty, sorry, the elves of the elven clan will not only not trade with you, but will also ask you to leave their trading copy space. But humans are such smart creatures. Some people dress up specially to make themselves look clean and beautiful, and wear clothes that are extremely in line with natural green elements, and they are very exquisite clothes. As a result, these people not only successfully developed trade with the elves, but the other party also took the initiative to lower the price. Those who did this first got a big advantage. Later, everyone did this, and this created an invisible rule in this trading copy space, which is that you must dress in a way that conforms to the elves' aesthetic in order to complete the transaction successfully. Purity, beauty, and nature are the core of the trade with the elves, but profits are not. This invisible rule seemed to be pampering the elves, but Jiang Ziliu secretly analyzed that this was most likely the work of base number 10. Just think about it, with such a rule, everyone coming to base number 10 is covered in dust and looks dirty. But if you want to meet the elves out of curiosity or want to trade with them, then you must customize your clothes at base number 10. Thus, the customized clothing industry of base number 10 began to develop. There are similar shops everywhere on the streets of base number 10. They all know how to make clothes that best suit the elves' aesthetic tastes. It can be said that this huge industry also brings huge profits. The formation of this invisible rule is completely inseparable from the full promotion of base number 10. When Jiang Ziliu came here, he could only follow the local customs and spend this money in vain. It takes 10 days to make his clothes, and these 10 days are obviously also the rules controlled by base number 10. Because people will stay in hotels, eat and go shopping during this period of time. The buildings and gardens of base 10 are also modeled after the elves, and a large number of ornamental trees from the elves are planted. This is also another waste of money. But Jiang Ziliu just stayed in the hotel for the past 10 days, concentrating on using probability to make deductions and researching some specific beast taming related potions. Even though I went out for a walk twice, I was looking for the unique knowledge books related to elven pharmacy here. Even though he is usually busy in the wilderness, he will not give up studying as long as he has time. It is his rich knowledge and diligent study that enable him to always find ways to make his beasts grow and evolve based on probability judgment. Otherwise, with only probability judgment but no corresponding knowledge, it would be tens of millions times more difficult to evolve the beast. 10 days later, Jiang Ziliu finally got his 2 sets of clothes. To be honest, the 300,000 yuan was well spent. This set of clothes is exquisite, natural, and elegant, exuding the quiet beauty of a forest. This set of clothes can be used as formal wear for important ceremonial occasions. After changing his clothes, Jiang Ziliu went to the special trading copy space. Chapter 48. The trading copy space of base number 10 is an A-level copy space, which can accommodate up to silver-level life forms. This copy space is nominally under the control of the elves. But in fact, in a copy space that is nearly the size of a county, the elves only control 3/4 of the area, and 1/4 is controlled by humans. The human race built an extra-large defensive fortress here. It is obvious that the human race is not very confident about the elves. The same is true for the elves. In a quarter of the area at their exit, they built a special plant-based fortress using special plant-based beasts such as ancient elven trees, ancient war trees, and thorny jungles. The area in the middle is the real trading street. Although the human race made certain compromises with the elves on details, they were not confused on the overall strategy and were always on guard against the elves. Similarly, the elves are also on guard against the humans because of the humans' plundering of the elven beauties in other copy spaces. But everyone needs some special resources produced by each other to train their own beast masters, so such a trading copy space appeared. This area is jointly controlled by humans and elves. There are shops and businesses owned by humans and elves mixed together, but the style respects the elves and is built entirely based on the original ecological concepts of the elves. This is more like a forest park than a trading place. The elves created a large number of super trees here, and then built small trading places under the trees to facilitate one-on-one transactions. They also built many tree houses on the giant trees, where more refined material transactions were carried out. This is a completely beautiful natural market, and it covers a very large area. Jiang Ziliu entered here and also saw the elves of this world. They were really beautiful, even more beautiful than the fantasy elves he had seen in the movies in his previous life. Elves all have emerald green hair, fair skin, and long pointed ears. Their appearance is indeed full of natural, beautiful, and holy charm, and their temperament gives people the feeling of a vibrant jungle. This is a kind of beauty that is difficult to accurately describe in words. Even more beautiful than Jiang Ziliu's fantasy about elves, the male elves were very handsome and the female elves were even more beautiful, but that was a kind of heroic beauty, not the gentle beauty that humans pursued. Male elves like to wear green armor made from special leaf fibers that retain the green color. Female elves mostly wear emerald green skirts. But the design of their skirts is very special. They are beautiful, do not affect their flexible movement, and do not expose themselves too much. This kind of skirt actually also serves as a battle suit. Every elf carries a longbow, a quiver, and an exquisite long sword. They were all armed, and it was obvious that they were more wary of humans than humans were of them. The elves are very tall, ranging from 1.8 to 2.2 meters tall. But they are very slender in appearance, and according to Jiang Ziliu's judgment, their body weight is much lighter than that of humans. Even in this place, the elves can easily use some vines to jump lightly on the trees, and their ability to move on the treetops is no less than that of the gibbons that specialize in moving on trees. It was because of seeing so many elves walking lightly on the trees that Jiang Ziliu was sure that their bodies were very light. Moreover, their physical strength is weaker than that of humans at the same level. But the spiritual power of the elves is very strong. From the perspective of the soul, the elves have a lifespan far longer than humans. The lifespan of elves is over 1,000 years. If you see a female elf, she may look like an elf girl, but her actual age may be that of an ordinary human's ancestor. They will only reach adulthood after they are 200 years old. Jiang Ziliu also noticed that the elves around him would sometimes release their own beasts. Unlike humans who are comprehensive, the elves can only contract with exotic beasts with life attributes. Although the scope of the contract is limited, they can contract with beasts with higher life levels and potentials if they have the same level of talent. Here, Jiang Ziliu also saw a unicorn for the first time. This kind of holy life also has many classifications. The elves can contract with unicorns with emerald green pupils that have life attributes. This unicorn is a high-blooded exotic beast that can grow to SS grade diamond level. Its strength was very strong. Jiang Ziliu only took a look at it from a distance and felt as if he saw a green sky, as if it was going to cover his mind. He immediately withdrew his gaze. Jiang Ziliu understood that the life level of this unicorn was definitely at the peak silver level. The invisible suppression of the opponent's powerful bloodline made him feel as if he saw a green sky. Having a strong bloodline can sometimes be quite advantageous. The one who contracted the unicorn was an elf girl who was not even as tall as him. When Jiang Ziliu saw the other party's beast, he realized that this girl must have a high status in the elves and noble blood, otherwise she would not have signed a beast control contract with the unicorn, a sacred beast in the eyes of the elves. He just observed the girl for a few seconds and saw the wary looks of the other elves scattered around. Jiang Ziliu immediately retracted his gaze. He didn't come here to explore the other party's secret identity, and he didn't want to cause trouble by observing the elf. In fact, the most common beast controlled by the elves is the treeman, a strange beast that can animate giant trees into treemen. The tree herder is a humanoid semi-intelligent life form that looks like a large tree. Jiang Ziliu also saw the tree herders. They did not look much different from the tree people. The only difference was that they had lush green leaves on their bodies and their life energy was extremely powerful. Obviously, this majestic life energy is the key to their ability to revitalize the giant trees and turn them into tree people. The elves can also contract some lower-level, wood-type animal beasts. The number of their beasts they control is slightly higher than that of humans because of their powerful souls. However, due to the low fertility of the elves, their overall strength is not as strong as that of humans. Jiang Ziliu toured the entire elf market, observing and collecting all the information. He will also write down this information later when he takes a break. He intends to inherit his mother's habit and preserve what he sees and hears as knowledge. It will record many of his own analyses and insights. The best-selling products here of the elves are fruits produced in various forests unique to the elves. These fruits are at least D-level precious medicines. They can be used as food, and can also provide some help for the growth of the beast. These daily necessities of the elves are precious commodities in the human world. Wearing naturally gorgeous and clean clothing does make it easier when trading with the elves. Jiang Ziliu felt their friendly attitude after taking a look at his outfit. He used Yuanjing to buy a lot of high-level C and B-level life attribute fruits. But the elves are indeed a relatively honest race. The male elf selling the goods saw that he was a novice, but he did not raise the price. Jiang Ziliu plans to use these special fruits to make medicine to see if he can continue to restore his parents' beasts. Among the fruits he chose, a large portion of them had restorative effects. However, this kind of fruit can only be preserved for a long time in space treasures. In the outside environment, their shelf life will not exceed 1.5 months. Even if Jiang Ziliu's parents knew that there were good things in the elves, they had no money to buy them, let alone space-type items to store them. He also bought some other elven materials that might be useful in the future, such as the special dust on the Tree of Life. This dust is contaminated with the scent of the Tree of Life and can act like a catalyst in medicine. It took Jiang Ziliu 3 days to explore the entire trading copy space, which greatly broadened his horizons. He also bought a large amount of knowledge opened up by the elves, about taming beasts, other worlds, alien races, and exotic beasts. He had studied Elvish, so understanding these books was not a problem at all. These books can increase his knowledge. In addition to these, Jiang Ziliu also took a look at the elves' plant-type fortress from a distance. The special defense wall made up of thorny jungle that is hundreds of meters high looks really shocking. However, he could not see the special lives such as the ancient war trees in the inner layer because of the huge wall of thorns. After completing this travel-like itinerary, Jiang Ziliu used up nearly 1/3 of his Yuanjing savings and bought his real goal, the last medicinal ingredient to evolve the green-skinned shape-shifting elf. Moon Spring Water. Chapter 49. Moon Spring Water is a special holy water that comes from the moon spring near the elf mother tree. The moon spring is a special building of the elves, and it is also a sacred object they researched based on the elven mother tree and the power of runes. It can only produce moon spring water when it exists near the mother tree of life. Moreover, each sip of moon spring water can only be produced under the moonlight at night, and the production time is extremely limited. Fortunately, many moon springs can be built around the elf mother tree, which allows it to produce continuously and even have a certain surplus. But their shelf life is less than a day. Therefore, if you want to use this moon spring water, you can only come to the elf trading copy space in base number 10. It simply cannot be taken to other places as a commodity. In this copy space, there is a secondary elf mother tree, and there is also a moon spring there, so the moon spring water is sold as a commodity. The moon spring water is sold here, which is the result of negotiations between the human high-level officials and the elves. Normally, they would not sell the holy water of the elves. The moon spring water, which has special life characteristics and moonlight characteristics, is very expensive. Jiang Ziliu spent nearly 60 million yuan worth of crystals to buy less than 100 milliliters. But this price is still a conscience price. The elves are peace-loving, nature-loving, and sincere people, and rarely think of raising the price for the sake of profit. After getting the moon spring water, Jiang Ziliu spent a D-level crystal to rent a treehouse in this copy space, which could only be used for 3 days. In transactions with alien races, the only hard currency that can be used for trading is Yuanjing. Or it could be precious medicinal herbs or special materials that can maintain their value. Normal human currency cannot be used here. Next, Jiang Ziliu stayed in the small house he rented and began to prepare the potion needed for the green-skinned shape-shifting elf to evolve. Human pharmacists are graded. If Jiang Ziliu's pharmacy level is divided by rating, he can be considered a peak silver or even quasi-gold level pharmacist. With continuous learning, preparing medicines has become a very basic skill for him. His main achievement has reached the point of deducing a potion formula that can enable a beast to evolve. Each beast has its own special situation. Therefore, the evolutionary potions used by different beast masters are completely different, just like the physical constitutions and illnesses of different human patients vary, and the prepared potions also need to be adjusted. The potion formula prepared by Jiang Ziliu, without adding probability judgment factors, can allow the beast to achieve a minimum evolution probability of 65%. The formula deduced by an average gold-level pharmacist has a maximum evolution probability of 70%. This time, he invested a huge price, spending about 150 million yuan on pharmaceutical materials, before he successfully prepared the potion for the green-skinned shape-shifting elf. Because this time, what he needed was to make the green-skinned shape-shifter evolve in a specific direction and to have healing skills, so the cost was so high. If we just let it evolve without conducting directed evolution, the cost might be less than 500,000 yuan. A small designated goal would increase the difficulty of preparing the medicine and the level of the required materials by dozens of times. The prescription was successful. But this time the evolution potion was a green viscous liquid, not the gel-like potion he had prepared before. It is also very easy to use. Drink. After preparing the potion, he summoned the green-skinned shape-shifter. The green-skinned shape-shifting elf is indeed a highly intelligent beast. As soon as it came out, it saw the potion in Jiang Ziliu's hand, and then its intuition told it that this potion would be of great benefit to it. This medicine is full of attraction to it. The little fellow did not pounce directly, but instead sent a message of extreme desire to his beast master. Jiang Ziliu did not delay and slowly fed it to the little guy, and finally gave it a drop of stalactite vein milk to swallow. After using stalactite vein milk in this way, it can replenish the energy needed by the little guy during the evolution process. After drinking it, the green-skinned shape-shifter fell into a deep sleep, Dormant evolution is a common way of evolution for alien beasts. Jiang Ziliu called it back to the beast control space, and then continued to deal with his next matters. He took out the soul cleansing mushroom he had obtained, and then, together with a low-level soul crystal, began to prepare a potion to strengthen his soul. This time, he didn't plan to waste time and make a good improvement. After using high-level materials such as soul cleansing mushrooms and soul crystals, Jiang Ziliu also added the remaining moon spring water to allow the efficacy of the entire potion to be exerted more smoothly. Eventually, he concocted a soul power-enhancing potion in pill form. Taking one of these pills can slowly and steadily increase the strength of your soul over the next month. The soul is the core of human beings. It is not a good thing to violently strengthen the soul in a short period of time, and it should not be done frequently. To address this problem, he made improvements in the preparation of the medicine this time. He slowed down the soul-strengthening effect of the soul potion, so as to achieve the goal of improving the soul smoothly without leaving any hidden dangers. This time, Jiang Ziliu prepared a total of 5 of these soul-strengthening potions, enough to strengthen his soul for the next 5 months. After the preparation was successful, he tested it using probability judgment. What is the probability that this potion will produce potential risks during the soul strengthening process? The answer came out quickly, 0.21%. This ratio is very low, with less than 1 in 500 likely to cause a problem. But when it comes to medicine, it is impossible to achieve a value of 100%. Medicines always have certain toxicity and risks. This ratio is already extremely low. Even for medicines prepared by many higher-level diamond-level pharmacists, it is difficult to reduce the risk to below 3%. Jiang Ziliu can maintain the risk at a probability of 0.21%, which is supported by the ability of probability judgment. After preparing the potion, he swallowed one without hesitation, then put the remaining 4 in a jade bottle and hid it in his space orb. Jade material can be used to preserve the efficacy of many medicines. He did not feel any obvious spiritual improvement, but only felt that his whole mind was very clear and all the fatigue had dissipated. This is the result of the slow release of the soul potion's effects. By the time he completed this step, the green-skinned shapeshifter had completed its evolution. Jiang Ziliu summoned it and found that its appearance had not changed much, but it had a more intelligent spirituality. He then opened the information panel and saw the information about the green-skinned shape-shifting elf. Green-skinned shapeshifter. Flesh transfiguration, SS, plant transfiguration, C+, animal transfiguration, C+, super digestion, C, emerald light, D+. The green-skinned shapeshifter has completed its evolution. Its flesh transformation skill level is too high, so it has not changed, but its other skills have all been slightly improved. Most importantly, it contained Jiang Ziliu's most desired healing skill, the D-level Emerald Light. When this skill is activated, the green-skinned shapeshifter can summon a beam of emerald light to hit the target, using life energy to restore the target's injuries and heal them. It even has a slight effect of removing toxins and negative effects, but it is very small. The healing ability is there, and the extremely weak ability to expel toxins and negative effects is also very important. Although they play a small role in the overall Emerald Light skill, they are there. In the future, as long as the Emerald Light skill is strengthened and upgraded, these two abilities will become usable and may even be converted into powerful abilities. It can be said that this time the green-skinned shape-shifting elf not only evolved the healing ability that Jiang Ziliu needed most, but was also very comprehensive and had abilities with extremely high growth value. Emerald Light can not only heal other targets, but also heal the green-skinned shapeshifter itself. This successful evolution has equipped Jiang Ziliu's beast taming group with the role of a nurse, making the entire beast taming group more comprehensive and efficient. Moreover, this successful evolution also allowed the green-skinned shape-shifting elf to be upgraded from the 9-star limestone level to the 3-star black iron level, greatly enhancing its life level. The life feedback generated by it also allowed Jiang Ziliu to make up the last small growth distance of the 5-star black level and successfully advance to the 6-star black iron level Beastmaster. Chapter 50. After completing the preparation and use of the 2 potions, as well as important matters such as the beast evolution, Jiang Ziliu did not stay in this copy space for long. He bought everything that he might need here, and then he left this trading copy space. Jiang Ziliu kept his exquisite outfit. He himself started his adventure near base number 10. He set his sights on the orcs here, ready to use their lives to make an important contribution to his own wealth accumulation. Base number 10 is also responsible for the siege and attack mission against the orcs. Different from the werewolf tribe that base number 12 dealt with, the military force in this direction was mainly aimed at the bear people of the orc tribe. The bearmen are a branch of the orcs. They are extremely powerful, like giant bears, and have a good affinity for bear-like beasts. 90% of their contracted beasts are bear-like beasts. Jiang Ziliu bought some weapons and equipment specifically for dealing with the bear people at base number 10 and set off immediately. Soon after leaving base number 10, Jiang Ziliu's mind couldn't help but tense up. He discovered that there was a tail behind him without him noticing. There is a mysterious person following behind him in an extremely secretive way. The other party has actually achieved optical invisibility, smell invisibility, and movement invisibility. Jiang Ziliu thought about it carefully and concluded that this was most likely a supernatural power called shadow, which allowed people to hide in the shadows of all special things. It is a special level that is half real and half unreal. The power of shadow cannot be underestimated. The person who follows him silently is also very powerful. If it weren't for the biological electromagnetic induction derived from Jiang Ziliu's SSS and level electromagnetic manipulation skill, he might not have been able to discover the mysterious pursuer behind him. Could it be that the people from the Blood Eye Adventure group have targeted me? Jiang Ziliu guessed. According to his analysis, apart from the Blood Eye Adventure group, there seemed to be no one else who was hostile to him. The strange beasts in this world were all kinds of strange, and their abilities were all kinds of strange. If the Blood Eye Adventure group was able to find him in a different disguise, it wouldn't be a strange thing. But the probability of this happening is very small. What is the probability that this stalker is a member of the Blood Eye Adventure group? Jiang Ziliu pretended not to notice, continued to move forward, and secretly used probability judgment to analyze the intelligence. The answer came out quickly, 0. He was not a member of the Blood Eye Adventure group. This was beyond Jiang Ziliu's expectation. So why was this person targeting him? What is the probability that this stalker is a human adventurer? The answer is still 0. Jiang Ziliu understood that the guy who followed him was not a human. What are the chances that he is a werewolf? Jiang Ziliu knew that the other force that was determined to kill him was probably the werewolves that he had hunted most ruthlessly. They were neither the Blood Eye Adventure group nor humans, so the probability that the people behind them were werewolves was the highest. The result disappointed him, the answer was still 0. Jiang Ziliu also analyzed the situation using other conditions, and the results showed that the other party's identity was incorrect. He thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered a power that loved nature and had a good character, which he had subconsciously ignored. What is the probability that the other party is an elf? 100%. Now Jiang Ziliu was certain that the mysterious stalker who was targeting him was actually from the elf clan. But, what's so special about me that makes the other party target me specifically? He was a little weird. He used the alias Li Tao and did not do anything out of the ordinary among the elves. He just bought some moon spring water. But every day, there are at least 100 people coming to the elves to buy moon spring water. Why did the elves specifically target me? He suddenly thought of a special place, that is, he was refining the potion in the tree house he rented in the trading copy space. Could it be that something was missed at that time, allowing them to discover something special about themselves? But Jiang Ziliu still couldn't figure it out. There are also many pharmacists entering the elves' trading copy space, so there should be no shortage of high-level pharmacists. I am nothing in front of them, right? It seems that only by catching the elf that is following me can I find out why the elves are secretly following and monitoring me. Jiang Ziliu thought to himself. After advancing for a distance in an S-shaped path and finding a suitable position to ambush him, the elf still did not launch an attack, which made him guess that the other party's main goal was to monitor him. So he started thinking about how to subdue the opponent with one blow. Suddenly, he had an idea. When Jiang Ziliu passed a corner, he quickly summoned the Kongqing Rock Man, let it hide underground, and put a thin needle coated with special medicine into its hand. Then he continued on his way. The Kongqing Rock Man used all his strength to activate his life-breath convergence skills and hid himself very secretly. Even if the elves have special reconnaissance skills, they cannot detect its existence. After all, its hidden skill is SSS level. When the elf tracker came near the Kongqing Rock Man, Jiang Ziliu suddenly launched an attack. He suddenly fired a long-range electromagnetic cannon, and the attack was extremely deadly and sharp. If the elf didn't dodge, he would be killed immediately. The elf's reactions were indeed very sensitive, much faster than those of humans, and their experience was much richer due to years of experience. The opponent just dodged the iron ball of the electromagnetic cannon with an easy sideways movement. But this elf didn't know that Jiang Ziliu had predicted his prediction. When the elf dodged, a thin metal needle pierced out from his back at an extremely fast speed and pierced his neck. The high-performance knockout drug prepared by Jiang Ziliu directly entered his blood vessels and spread throughout his body along the blood. The elf felt something was wrong with his body and wanted to pull out the poison needle. But in the next second, the Kongqing Rock Man suddenly appeared, flashed in front of the elf, and slashed at the elf's legs with a knife. The attack came suddenly, but also seemed fair and just. If the elf hadn't dodged, his legs would have been chopped off. There was no way out, the elf could only give up removing the poison needle from his body and dodge the attack of the Kongqing Rock Man. But the Kongqing Rock Man pounced on him again, attacking again and again with his exquisite sword skills, leaving the opponent no room to dodge, nor the energy to summon his beast, or time to perform the skill of entering the shadow. Kongqingjian's swordsmanship is steady, accurate, and ruthless. If the opponent hesitates for a moment, a part of his body will be cut off. But for the beauty-loving elves, the state of disability is more painful than death. At this time, the nature of loving beauty became a constraint for this elf. He had no time to suppress the poison, no chance to escape into the shadow level, and no chance to summon his own beast. In less than 10 seconds, the poison in the elf's body finally spread throughout his body, and he felt dizzy. The elf was about to summon his life-type beast to heal himself, but the Kongqing Rock Man suddenly disappeared underground, which gave the elf time. Instead of escaping into the shadow space, the elf subconsciously chose to summon the beast at this moment. This subconscious action completely deprived the elf of the chance to escape. Before the elf could actually start the summoning, a powerful electric current hit him, paralyzing his entire body and causing his thinking to temporarily stop. Jiang Ziliu's second beast mutated electric snake sneaked over and launched a ranged electric current attack. It was precisely because the mutated electric snake launched a range attack that the Kongqing Rock people retreated. The original poison, coupled with a burst of electric current, finally knocked the elf down completely. Jiang Ziliu immediately ran over and tied up the elf with strong ropes. At the same time, he gave him a potion that restricted his dark energy and mental power, making it impossible for him to summon the beast from the beast space. As long as the dark energy and spiritual power are completely suppressed to an extremely low level, this elf will not be able to summon its own beast. Jiang Ziliu then placed the elf, who was wrapped in a black robe, on the back of the mutant electric snake. It was during this process that he was surprised to discover that the elf following him was actually a female elf. But he didn't care about that and directly let the mutant electric snake carry him and the female elf captive and fly away from this area. Jiang Ziliu wants to figure out why the power of the elves is targeting him. Chapter 51. After arriving at a location nearly 150 kilometers away from Base 10, Jiang Ziliu found an underground cave as his temporary safe house. He placed the female elf inside and did not interrogate her immediately. Jiang Ziliu knew that the elves were strong-willed and that they would almost never choose to betray their own race. It is basically impossible to get the answers you want through torture. Even if he got it, he might not dare to believe the authenticity of the information. However, if you want to pry open someone's mouth, you don't necessarily have to use violence. The methods of a reckless man are not suitable for someone like Jiang Ziliu who values wisdom and knowledge. He is a very good pharmacist. No matter what the problem is, he can always find a solution with the help of something as miraculous as potion. Now, he has to prepare a special potion similar to the truth serum in the magical fantasy world. This is a formula he obtained from his past studies and research on pharmacy, and he has been constantly improving it. Simply because there was no need to waste resources on it, he never prepared it. But he did have the materials for this potion. Next, Jiang Ziliu immediately took out a lot of equipment and medicinal materials and began to prepare the truth serum. The coma-like toxin that this elf is injected with has a long-lasting effect, which can ensure that the elf will not wake up while it is preparing the potion. Once he had prepared the potion, he simply named it Truth Serum. This is a special type of drug targeting the soul. It can confuse the soul of a living being for a short period of time and make the living being believe that the person in front of him or her is his or her closest person. It does not distinguish between races and mainly targets intelligent life forms. After completing the preparation, Jiang Ziliu walked up to the elf captive, picked up the equipment she carried with her and began to look at it. She had no other equipment except a dagger. After a careful search, Jiang Ziliu noticed the headband on her head. After a careful inspection, Jiang Ziliu confirmed that this metal headband was actually a special space storage equipment. It's just that it was specially designed as a headband and is very inconspicuous. The elf in front of him, like most female elves, was extremely beautiful, but this elf did not have the natural feeling that ordinary elves had. Instead, she had a special temperament that was murderous and domineering. Even in a coma, she instinctively maintained an attacking posture. Apparently, fighting in secret is the norm in the life of this mysterious female elf, which is why she has this fighting instinct only when she is in a coma. This female elf is indeed not an ordinary member of the elf tribe. This elf is more like a special character such as a killer or a death warrior. He examined him carefully and found everything on his body that could reveal his secrets. The female elf was very beautiful, but Jiang Ziliu didn't have much other thoughts. He knew very well what he should do, and some thoughts had to be discarded when it came to his life. In the end, he didn't find anything useful, and he couldn't open the headband-shaped space storage equipment before the female elf died. It seems that the other party's important things are all in this space equipment. After failing to find anything valuable, Jiang Ziliu fed the other party the truth serum he prepared himself, and then performed detoxification on him. The elves might be weaker in strength, but their physique is not that bad. Less than 5 minutes after the detoxification, the female elf woke up, but she was in a daze, as if she was in a mysterious illusion, and her instinctive vigilance also slowed down under the effect of the soul potion. She had no idea who was in front of her, she just felt extremely close to him, and there was an instinctive force in her heart that made her believe in the other person. "What's your name?" "Kailantia Mimir Tyrnda." After hearing this, Jiang Ziliu couldn't help but complain about the long name. The other party spoke pure Elvish. Fortunately, he had learned this language before and could understand it completely. The effect of this potion is very good. Just as the previous probability analysis showed, there is a 98.6% chance that this female elf will tell the truth. You have completed your mission and can relax. But you are injured and are now well taken care of. You can rest assured here. The medicine worked, but Jiang Ziliu still used words to make the other person relax. "Tell me who you are." A secret agent from the secret department of the Moonlight Elf King's Court and the Dark Night King's Guard of the Elf Clan. Jiang Ziliu understood that the elves in the copy space of base number 10 were the Moonlight Elves, a branch of the elves. The secret agent confirmed his analysis. This female elf was indeed a secret agent. Why did you track that human during your mission today? Next, Jiang Ziliu asked the most critical question. Because Princess Alan's beast, the unicorn, discovered that the human had opened all of his soul-hidden stars. In addition, the semi-divine weapon on the princess detected that the other party was very powerful and posed a threat to the princess. The elf girl slowly revealed the truth. So the members of our Dark Knight Royal Guard secret department judged that the other party was a hidden genius of the human race. The human race's beasts have no restrictions on attributes or types. The human race's growth potential is too strong and poses the greatest threat to all races in the universe. According to the secret oath of limiting the growth of human beings among all races, we, the members of the Dark Knight King's secret department, need to abide by the agreement of the oath, track him down, and assassinate him in the way of the orcs at the right moment. Let the human race think that the orcs assassinated their genius, and let those stupid orcs attract the hatred of the human race. Good job! It's really an astonishing revelation. Jiang Ziliu was very shocked. As expected, there is no truly kind intelligent race. The competition between civilizations has always been cruel and unscrupulous. Even the elves, who seem to love peace and nature, are secretly purging the geniuses of the human race and are transferring conflicts to the orcs. These beautiful elves can be very sinister when it comes to plotting conspiracies. No wonder she didn't take action when I gave her the chance. It turned out that she thought that place was not the best and blamed it on the orcs. Jiang Ziliu felt that his choice of a low-key way of development was indeed the right one. If he really became arrogant and high-profile because of his genius, he would probably be targeted by aliens at the first moment and included in the assassination list. Young animals are always the easiest prey in nature, and very few survive to adulthood. This is the law of nature, and it is also the case with competition between intelligent civilizations. Young geniuses are weak and easiest to attack, and they will also cut off the other party's civilization potential, so why not do it? The elves are proceeding in secret, and other intelligent races are probably working even harder in secret. I am afraid that in places unknown to ordinary people, there are countless human geniuses who have lost their lives in such a secretive way, and only a few of them will eventually grow up to be geniuses. No wonder teacher Li Qingcheng discovered her abnormality but chose to let it go, and also secretly protected Li Wangkaiu, who had SS-level talent, in the class. And this time's hunting operation against orcs also allows most people to hide their identities. This oath of all races is probably one of the reasons. Human nature is complex. Without external constraints, humans may even start fighting among themselves. For the sake of profit, how could the upper class easily allow the lower class to grow unless they have to? Maintaining the growth of the lower classes is also protecting the long-term interests of the upper classes. But there are always loopholes under the rules, such as the appearance of the Blood Eye Adventure Group this time. What will happen if we don't abide by the oath of all races? The details are not very clear, but the oath is powerful, a power that is almost like that of a god. If you don't obey it, a mysterious power will appear and punish the elves. Jiang Ziliu is very concerned about this oath of all races to restrict the growth of the human race. Unfortunately, he still didn't get any useful information. But he still got some key things, such as the semi-artifact that the elf princess had, and the power of oath that was like that of a god. All these indicate that above the supreme life forms that people are familiar with, there may be even more powerful realms. Demigod, God, these words don't explain the problem exactly. It's just that the human race's top leaders have never announced this information to the common people. Next, Jiang Ziliu asked many questions about the secrets of the elves, the beastmen, the royal court, and other exotic beasts. During this process, he also learned how the other party passed through the human race's tight defense and entered the human race through the human race's copy space defense. It turned out that the detection device of the human race in space number 10 was secretly set up by the elves, and it was impossible to detect the members of the Dark Night King's Guard. There might be elven spies in base 10. Jiang Ziliu asked while quickly recording the information he got. In the end, he actually wrote down the contents of a thick book. And his elf captive almost lost his voice from talking so much. Jiang Ziliu named this book, which contained many elven secrets and knowledge, the Dark Emerald Book. Dark Emerald represents the dark secrets of the elves. He wouldn't use the word elf directly. After completing this step, it also means that he has squeezed out the last bit of value from this female elf. Then he took out a werewolf knife, and without any pity for her being a beauty, he directly hacked the female elf to death. The way he attacked was also very clever, using the werewolf's method of wielding a knife. Next, he took away the opponent's headband-type space storage equipment. Because it had lost its owner, he could then perform blood dripping to recognize the owner. Fortunately, the elves did not set up any backup plans, and perhaps did not have the ability to do so, allowing him to successfully obtain the space storage equipment and the things inside. Jiang Ziliu took the elf girl's body to the werewolf's territory under the cover of night and dumped it in a very secret place. As for whether this move could cause some conflicts between werewolves and orcs, he didn't care at all. Chapter 52. After dealing with the elf spy, Jiang Ziliu began to check the items in the headband-shaped space storage device. You know what, there are really a lot of good things in there. For example, 3 of the elf cloaks are of A-grade quality. This kind of cloak is not a common material of the elves. It is a cloak made of solidified spider silk from high-level shadow-type monsters. It can hide a person's breath, light, and shadow very well, and has a great effect on enhancing the invisibility ability. The Dark Night King guards are obviously a force belonging to the Moonlight Elf Royal Court, so their equipment is so advanced. There are 3 spare A-level cloaks alone. In addition, there are 2 spare A and grade longbows. This kind of longbow, equipped with the same A and grade elven mithril long arrows, can cause powerful damage to silver grade monsters. You know, among the 4 level bases of mankind, the strongest one is at the silver level. The same is true for the elves. There are relatively few gold level strongmen in each race. They are a scarce force and a truly upper middle level force. A bow and arrow that can cause damage to silver level enemies is already excellent equipment. If you sell a set of bows and arrows like this on the human black market, you won't even be qualified to touch it if you don't have 100 million yuan in funds. The Moonlight Elf Royal Court is still very generous to their Dark Night guards. Jiang Ziliu found nearly 120 spare bows and arrows among them. With the bows and arrows combined with the power of taming beasts, this elf spy alone could fight a miniature war. In addition to cloaks and bows and arrows, the most abundant item inside was a ton of elven dry food. This green dry food specially made by the elves is made of dried fruits of some advanced plants with life attributes. It has many advantages, such as being light in weight and being able to replenish dark energy in large quantities. Eating a small piece can last for 1 to 3 days. Moreover, it can also be used as a staple food and the taste is quite good. The female elf spy prepared nearly 1 ton of dry food, obviously to deal with emergencies such as being trapped. There are also some notes in this space equipment, which record the information about various races that the female elf has found out. There is also a large amount of backup water to deal with emergencies. The other things were foods like elven dried fruits, as well as some potions produced by the elves for recovering from injuries. But among all these things, there was one thing that made Jiang Ziliu in a good mood. That is the water of life. It is packaged in a high-grade wooden bottle, which is emerald green in color and has a strong breath of life. Jiang Ziliu carefully took a drop and dropped it on a piece of moss in the cave. The moss grew wildly and quickly grew into a big ball half a meter high. This water of life is the real treasure. SS level treasure. It is a magical item produced from the Elf Mother Tree. The entire Elf Mother Tree produces only 1 drop of it per day. How could such an SS-level treasure appear on the possession of a spy of the Elf's Dark Night Guard? Jiang Ziliu felt strange. He then came to a conclusion that perhaps this was related to the Elven Princess. Perhaps because she was someone close to the Elven Princess, she had such a small bottle of water of life on her. Such a small bottle only has about 20 drops. But its value is over 10 billion yuan, and it is an item that the elves absolutely must not buy. It can be said that no matter how serious the injury is, as long as 1 drop is taken, the injury can be healed immediately. Jiang Ziliu was very glad that he acted decisively and did not give the other party a chance to breathe. If he had given the opponent a chance during the confrontation at that time, as long as the opponent drank a drop of the water of life, he could fight him to the death. The other party doesn't have to worry about getting hurt at all, so you can play like this. Fortunately, he subdued and captured the female elf in 1 breath, and all her life-saving treasures became his trophies. The Moonlight Spring Water of the Elves is actually a reduced version of their research on the water of life. Jiang Ziliu was very excited. This water of life was truly a treasure from heaven and earth. Just 1 drop of this treasure is enough to completely revive any of the parents' beasts from their slumber. It can be said that the treasure of water of life is his greatest gain since the beginning of his adventure. Unfortunately, after the death of a Beastmaster, the Beastmaster's space of a low-level Beastmaster will collapse automatically, and the beasts inside will not be able to survive. Otherwise, Jiang Ziliu can also harvest some materials for taming beasts with life attributes. After discovering the water of life, Jiang Ziliu's original itinerary had to be slightly changed. He planned to return to base number 10 as soon as possible to recover his parents' beasts and give them basic self-protection capabilities. Originally, he planned to hunt the bear people at base number 10, continue to practice his combat skills, and accumulate the materials needed for growth. Although the itinerary changed, he did not implement it immediately. Jiang Ziliu summoned his beasts. They sensed the breath of the water of life and immediately showed signs of flattery and desire. He didn't hold back and fed each of them a drop of water of life, and the green-skinned shape-shifting elf 2 drops, which was the most suitable amount. Even he himself swallowed a drop of the water of life. This water of life contains tremendous life energy, which can improve physical fitness and strengthen and enhance the life level of humans and beasts. Always remember to make improving your strength your top priority when there is no risk. Jiang Ziliu did not lose his mind and immediately began to improve his strength. This improvement of him and the Beastmaster took nearly 2 days, and they both made great progress and even partially evolved. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 9-star Black Iron Beast Tamer, self-suppressing. Lifespan, 16, 300. Life state, self-suppression state. Soul strength, 113.8. Life level, bronze level life form. Dark energy level, 69.5, 99.9. Personal skills. Probability determination, birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Feedback skills. Life breath convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic control, SSS+. Flesh transformation, SS+. Beast Tamer, 7-star bronze level Sky Blue Rock Man, 6-star bronze level Mutant Lightning Snake, 2-star bronze level Green-skinned Shape-shifting Elf. Beast Taming Skills. Empty Blue Rock Man. Life Breath Convergence, SSS level, Rock and Earth Incarnation, S, Rock and Earth Escape, B level, Rock and Earth Invisibility, B level, Mutation Spirituality, B+, Rock and Earth Stab, C+, Sword Mastery, D, 1.6% Dwarf Titan Bloodline, D+, Earth Space Escape, Not Awakened. Mutated Electric Snake. Electromagnetic Manipulation, SSS+, Electric Current Attack, B+, Lightning Swipe, B+, Mutant Spirituality, B+. Green-skinned shapeshifter. Flesh transfiguration, SS+. Plant transformation, B+. Animal transformation, B+. Super digestion, B+. Emerald light, very happy face. Beast level. Kongqing Rock Man, 7-star bronze. Mutated electric snake, 6-star bronze. Green-skinned shapeshifter, 2-star bronze. Beast status. The Kongqing Rock Man is healthy and has a 99% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The mutant electric snake is healthy and has a 99% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The green-skinned shape-shifting elf is healthy and has a 90% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The Water of Life is indeed an SS-level super treasure. It has greatly enhanced everything about Jiang Ziliu. First of all, the Dwarf Titan bloodline of the Kongqing Rock Man actually increased from the original D level 1.2% bloodline to D and level 1.8% bloodline. Although the properties are different, it still has a certain strengthening effect on the Dwarf Titan bloodline. The slight improvement in bloodline also allowed Kongqing Rock Man's S-level Rock and Earth incarnation to be upgraded to S-level, a small rise. The skill improvement at the S level is completely incomparable to the improvement of the skill level below the S level. The difference is equivalent to the speed difference between moving between planets and flying within a planet. It is not a change of the same level. At the same time, the Water of Life also further improved the mutant spirituality of the Kongqing Rock Man and the mutant electric snake, both reaching level B+. The life level of Kongqing Rock Man was upgraded from the original 2-star bronze to 7-star bronze, an increase of 5 small levels. The mutated electric snake was also upgraded from 1-star bronze to 6-star bronze, which was also an increase of 5 small levels. If it were normal training, it would take between half a year and a year for a bronze-level Beastmaster to advance to a small level, but he had completed the enhancement of their life level in just 2 days. This is the preciousness of the Water of Life. The one with the most significant improvement is the mutated green-skinned elf, which has life attributes itself. All of its skills have been greatly improved, and all of its skill levels have reached B level. The most special thing is the improvement of the core skills of the green-skinned shape-shifting elves. The flesh and blood transformation was actually upgraded from SS level to SS and level. The level of SS level skills is slightly increased, the difficulty is about 10 to 100 times that of S level, and the resources consumed are also huge. But Jiang Ziliu obtained the precious treasure of Water of Life. For beast tamers with life attributes, it is more precious and effective than those SSS level treasures. The Water of Life is even more in tune with it. The green-skinned shape-shifting elf swallowed 2 drops of Water of Life, which greatly improved its life level and directly entered the bronze level, and it was a 2-star bronze. Now his 3 beasts are all at bronze level, and the green-skinned shapeshifter who plays the role of nurse has made the most progress. Having reached the bronze level, it can fully take on the responsibility of a wet nurse. In addition, their 3 sensitivities to him have been greatly improved, with the sky blue rock man and the mutated electric snake reaching 99%. The green-skinned shape-shifting elf also gained a huge evolution, and his favorability towards him skyrocketed to 90%. Jiang Ziliu has a feeling that when the Beastmaster's favorability rises to 100%, there will be special changes, and it will definitely be a good thing. It's just that he didn't know this information. The overall improvement of the beast tamers also brought about terrible life feedback, but Jiang Ziliu, who had reached the black iron level and opened the limestone level soul hidden star, could already partially control the contract mark and suppress his own life feedback. He only dared to break through to the peak state of 9-star black iron, and did not dare to enter the bronze level in one go. Jiang Ziliu temporarily suppressed his breakthrough state. There is always a loophole. He forgot that if his realm was raised too quickly, he might be pushed back to the bronze level. When the feedback came, he slowly realized his negligence. Jiang Ziliu was preparing to open the 9 soul hidden stars at the black iron level, so he had to suppress his breakthrough. He couldn't do this when he was at the grey stone level, but now he can. The next thing he is going to do is to open the Soul Hidden Star. Chapter 53. Unlocking the Black Iron level Soul Hidden Star is Jiang Ziliu's most urgent task at the moment. He had no shortage of the main material, Soul Crystal, but he still had to find a way to prepare some other high-quality auxiliary materials. However, now he absolutely cannot appear in base number 10 under the name and image of Li Tao. Jiang Ziliu used flesh and blood to reshape the figure of a very gentle young man. This is his new vest. But no matter which vest he uses, his appearance is relatively ordinary. Think about it, a handsome guy or a super ugly guy can both leave a deep impression on others. Wouldn't that increase the risk of your information being exposed? The black market of base 10 is located in a cave in a small valley where base 10 used to be. He didn't plan to go to base number 10 to buy materials because he didn't have the corresponding documents for his new identity. The pseudonym Li Tao will never appear again. The black market near base number 10 is much larger and more prosperous than the black market at base number 12. The entire black market, which is 2 kilometers long, is a trading area. The black market at base 12 is designed like a shanty town and may be moved at any time. But the shops here at base number 10 are fixed shops formed by digging caves. Obviously, everyone here is not worried about someone coming to check. However, everyone came to trade wearing masks and black robes. The transactions here are conducted in various caves, and some small caves are also rented out to be used by individual cultivators and small adventure groups who have difficult to handle items. The transaction commission here is high, but it is relatively safe. However, Jiang Ziliu had no intention of dealing with some of his things here, he just wanted to buy things. He went to some specialized shops selling pharmaceutical materials and finally bought what he wanted. But the cost here is about 1.5 times that of the scattered market within the base. Soul condensing flowers, ghost tears, the gastric juice of the soul devouring snake, the crystal pupils of the soul fixing eye demon. These extremely special and rare materials are what he used to prepare and open the Soul Hidden Star. They were the most suitable formula materials for opening the Black Iron level Soul Hidden Star that he finally combined after making a probability judgment. According to this formula, his chance of successfully opening the Soul Hidden Star increased to 98.6%. It is much more difficult to open the Black Iron level Soul Hidden Star than the Limestone level. Fortunately, he is not short of wealth now, and can fully afford to use more advanced materials to prepare potions to open the hidden soul star. After buying all the materials, Jiang Ziliu left the black market. But not long after he left here, he found that 3 black-robed beastmasters were eyeing him. Those 3 beastmasters were also of black iron level. It is indeed easy to be robbed when trading on the black market. These 3 people obviously had the same idea. But not long after they followed Jiang Ziliu without any scruples, Jiang Ziliu took action directly. 3 iron nails hidden in the ground suddenly flew out and pierced the necks of the 3 people. The 3 of them also summoned their own beasts, but although their beasts had strong attack power, they were only beasts of wind, fire, and water attributes, and there was no way they could support them in defending against Jiang Ziliu's attack. Jiang Ziliu's move was secretive and swift, and could take lives in an instant. Some people who were watching from behind stopped immediately, realizing that Jiang Ziliu was not so easy to mess with. They also noticed that Jiang Ziliu was a lone wolf. His strength was not strong, but his moves were pretty good, so they wanted to rob him. But they didn't expect that Jiang Ziliu's strength aura was only 1-star black iron, but when he started fighting, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a bronze-level strongman. It is not uncommon for Lao Lu to hide his strength. Most of the beastmasters in this area are at the high-level limestone level, black iron level, and bronze-level beastmasters are already masters. Facing Jiang Ziliu who had hidden his strength, they were naturally unsure and had to retreat quickly to avoid being killed by the other party. Fearing the strong and preying on the weak is the survival nature of black market beastmasters. Jiang Ziliu acted decisively to shock the others. As for the ability to manipulate metal, it is not a very rare ability. There are many beast masters who have this skill because it is indeed useful. Therefore, Jiang Ziliu is not afraid at all to expose his information on this issue. After killing the chicken to scare the monkey, Jiang Ziliu continued on his way, with no more pursuers behind him. He stayed in a hidden corner for a moment, and after confirming again and again that no one was following him, he let the mutant electric snake take him away. After returning to his underground safe house, he quickly began to prepare the potion. The vintage and quality levels of advanced medicines are different, so the required amounts also need to be fine-tuned. Jiang Ziliu checked the condition of the medicines he had received, and then made minor adjustments to the original dosage based on the actual situation. Then he determined the probability of this potion opening the soul hidden star. 99.3%. After fine-tuning, the success rate of this medicine formula was indeed improved. His soul power had not been enhanced before, but in the potion he prepared this time, he added some effects that directly enhanced soul power. Because he doesn't have that much time to worry about drug or poison issues, he now decided to use the potion that Soul Cleansing Lady had prepared to increase soul power. This can minimize the side effects of drug poison in enhancing soul power. This time he spent 3 days and successfully used a higher level soul crystal as the main ingredient to prepare the potion he needed to start the soul hidden star. This is also a drug in gel form. The method of use is also to stick the medicine on the center of the eyebrows to enhance absorption. The state of the black iron level soul hidden star after it is activated is the same as the black iron level, and a small energy cycle is formed between the soul main star and the soul hidden star. He opened the 9 soul hidden stars one by one, forming 9 small energy cycles. The power of the soul crystal, coupled with the effects of the soul cleansing mushroom potion, allowed him to successfully increase the strength of his soul, and he didn't feel anything was wrong. After all 9 soul hidden stars were activated, he also completely reached the true limit state of black iron level. Then he could no longer suppress his own life feedback, and his whole body quickly absorbed the dark energy between heaven and earth and converted it into power in his soul star. His life level rose rapidly and finally reached a new height. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 6-star bronze beast tamer. Lifespan, 16, 319. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 183.7, 1000. Life level, bronze level life form. Dark energy level, 236.3, 657.1. The entire upgrading process took nearly 10 days. Jiang Ziliu was unable to suppress himself and successfully broke through to the bronze level, a 6-star bronze life level. The life feedback generated by the 3 beasts together, even if the feedback effect was only about 40% due to his talent, but the combined force pushed him to the 6-star bronze level. Jiang Ziliu's lifespan also increased to 319 years. The actual upper limit of his soul strength is increased to 1000. This is the soul strength that only silver-level strongmen have. But because he improved too quickly, his actual soul strength was only 183.7. This value will naturally rise until his soul strength naturally increases to the level of 1000. After being promoted to the 6-star bronze level, the upper limit of his dark energy reached 657.1. But his actual dark energy is only 236.3. But his soul star will continue to absorb the dark energy between heaven and earth and transform it into its own power, constantly rising until it reaches the expected level, which is the numerical level of 657.1. This time, the soul hidden star was opened, and the quality of his dark energy was further improved. The bronze level life that was opened by the soul hidden star twice, not counting the skills, is only the dark energy plus his sublimated life strength. When it bursts out with all its strength, it can easily destroy a reinforced concrete building with one blow. The destructive power has been unprecedentedly improved. His body's defense, immunity, regeneration, and other physical attributes have all been greatly improved. The current Jiang Ziliu, not counting his feedback skills and beast taming, is already a little Superman with terrifying destructive power. The complete opening of the soul hidden star twice allowed him to be comparable to some ordinary mid to high level monsters. In terms of combat power, he can also be compared to some low-level silver-level monsters with high-level bloodlines that do not have a good foundation. It can be said that with a solid foundation and 3S level or above feedback skills, Jiang Ziliu himself has the potential and real combat power that only a monstrous genius has. In this state, as long as there is no gold-level Beastmaster, he can roam freely around the 4th level bases such as base number 10. But Jiang Ziliu has no idea of becoming the king, and his main strategy is to survive and develop. Although the silver level may seem powerful here, in the outside world, there are countless talented beast tamers who are younger and stronger than him. Jiang Ziliu has not forgotten that he awakened at the age of 16. However, many upper-class geniuses from privileged families awaken the mark of contract shortly after they are born. Other people's talents may not be bad, and they have grown up much longer than him. He still has a long way to go and is still in the starting stages. Chapter 54. When everything was over, Jiang Ziliu suddenly realized that yesterday was his birthday and he was 1 year older. At this moment, he is 17 years old and his lifespan is 319 years. With the help of his innate skill of probability judgment, as well as the knowledge and preparation he had learned over the past decade, he quickly grew to the level of a 6-star bronze life form in less than a year after awakening the mark of contract. Now he is an extraordinary life form on the 3rd level of transcendence. This growth rate is the result of his hard work alone and is extremely terrifying. Other geniuses may be able to grow so fast, but they are all the result of S-level or above talents, massive amounts of extraordinary resources and potions, natural treasures, and the guidance of powerful people. And he was a success. If the outside world were to know about his growth, he would instantly become the focus of attention of all human beastmasters, and countless people and forces would be eager to obtain the secret of his rapid growth. Choosing to develop in a low-key manner and leaving school to grow up is the truly correct choice. Among his peers, most of those in the special class can grow 4 small levels in 1 year and are extremely talented. Even the growth of the 4 small realms is the result of the accumulation of various factors such as great resources, school education, superior training, and talents above level B. Compared with their growth rate, Jiang Ziliu is moving forward at a trot. Generally, a beastmaster will only take the risk of evolving the beast unless he has no other choice, and he would only choose to strengthen it. For them, evolving beasts is an extraordinary adventure that costs their future. And the strengthening and evolution of his beasts is normal. Because of the probability judgment, he was given absolute confidence to strengthen and evolve the beast. What Jiang Ziliu didn't know was that he was very confident in opening 9 soul hidden stars at once. For an ordinary genius, being able to successfully open a hidden soul star once is a huge step forward. They are not even sure they can open all the hidden soul stars. Because there is a possibility of failure in this process. If one is not well prepared, or is in a bad state, or one's will is unstable, then the opening of the soul hidden star will fail. In serious cases, it may even backfire on the main star of the soul, causing terrible hidden injuries to the soul. The cost of recovering from hidden injuries to the soul is more difficult and greater than opening the soul's hidden star. With the probability judgment, he can be confident of opening all 9 at once, while others have to proceed step by step carefully. Many people even feel unsure after opening only 1 or 2, and directly advance to the bronze level in this state. The upper echelons of humanity judge a genius's growth potential based on the number of hidden soul stars that have been opened and the talent itself. But as long as one unlocks a soul hidden star, no matter how poor one's talent is, one can be listed as a genius, and can become a reserve force in the top beast taming university in the top base. 1 to 3 are geniuses, 4 to 6 are medium geniuses, and 7 to 8 are advanced geniuses. There are very few people who can open all 9 of them. They are top geniuses. The reason why Ziliu was noticed by the unicorn of the Moonlight Elf Princess Alan was that this unicorn actually had an SSS level soul detection skill, and it was this skill that discovered Ziliu's abnormality. With the addition of a semi-artifact, he opened 9 soul hidden stars, which made him undoubtedly a top human genius in the eyes of the elves and a target to be killed in the oath. Ziliu got this information from the elf after he interrogated her. Ziliu used to think that opening 9 soul hidden stars was not that great. But he only realized at this moment that opening 9 soul hidden stars at the limestone level was so amazing and it would be so difficult for ordinary geniuses. If the formula of the potion he used to unlock the 9 hidden soul stars were to be leaked out, it would definitely be blocked by the human upper echelons and treated as the most precious strategic formula. The formula for unlocking the soul hidden star modified by probability judgment is so awesome. This also made Ziliu more determined to be careful in her development in the future. You can change into thousands of aliases at any time, but your true identity must never be exposed. It has become his firm action strategy at this time. It was already too late for him to learn the deeper secrets of the hidden soul star. Now the elves' Dark Night Guards have found the beheaded female elf agent and listed the alias Li Tao and the werewolf tribe as suspects. His first alias, Zhang Feng, was also the target of searches by some of the dignitaries of the Level 4 base, the Blood Eye Adventure Group, and the werewolf secret agents in the area. After completing the main tasks of promotion, Ziliu suddenly thought of these questions and began to make probability judgments. What is the probability that the elves are now searching for my second alias, Li Tao? 100%. Although Ziliu had his own guesses, he was 100% sure that the upper elves took him very seriously and had mobilized considerable resources. What is the probability that the werewolf tribe, the Blood Eye Adventure Group, and the upper echelons of the Level 4 base are trying hard to search for my first vest Zhang Feng? 100%. Sure enough, at this time, humans, werewolves, and elves were all targeting him. Ziliu felt that something was wrong. He didn't dare to underestimate the reconnaissance capabilities of those powerful racial forces. Now, even with SSS level life breath convergence and SS plus level flesh and blood transformation, he felt that it was not particularly safe. After thinking it over again and again, he made up his mind to temporarily leave the area around base number 10 and start over somewhere else under a pseudonym. So Ziliu changed his image again and restrained his aura to the 1-star black iron level. He also did not plan to fly forward in this area on the mutant electric snake. Instead, he let the green-skinned shape-shifting elf, which was already a 2-star bronze, transform into a wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle as his mount, so that outsiders would think that his beast was the wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle. Before running away, Ziliu returned to base number 10. Instead of going home directly, he asked the green-skinned shapeshifter to transform into a human at night and knocked on his door. The green-skinned shapeshifter brought a letter and half a bottle of water of life. After receiving the letter, Father Zhang Yuan only glanced at the words on it, then invited the green-skinned shape-shifting elf into his home and closed the door. My son has been away from home for a long time and there has been no news from him, but the news came today. He opened the letter and saw Ziliu's greetings and a brief description of some situations. His son Ziliu brought them a treasure to restore the beast, and he was about to go on a real journey. Zhang Yuan was greatly shocked when he learned from the letter that this thing was actually the water of life, which could be called a super treasure. He understood that there was an elf trading copy at base number 10. Ziliu must have done something dangerous to successfully obtain this bottle of water of life. The son did not say in the letter how he got it, only that he was now at the bronze level and had never used his appearance to take action, so he could rest assured. The letter also clearly stated that the person delivering the letter was his beast, which could transform, so they were asked to rest assured about their safety. The parents were very happy, but also more worried, but they still wrote a letter back to Ziliu. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the green-skinned shapeshifters, they burned Ziliu's letter, summoned their own beasts, and fed them the water of life. Zhang Yuan was also a careful person. He hid the excess water of life in a lead box and a jade box. He did not plan to hide it in his own home, but found an unfamiliar place to hide it. This way, even if a treasure hunting beast finds the water of life, it will not be able to determine who hid it. The green-skinned shapeshifter stayed at home for 3 days, and saw with his own eyes that Jiang Ziliu's parents had fully recovered, and then left with the letter from the parents to their child. His father is a bronze-level beastmaster, and his mother is a high-level black iron-level beastmaster. After the parents' beasts fully recovered, they already had strong self-protection capabilities. Jiang Ziliu also told them the locations of the 2 outdoor safe houses he had set up, so that they would have a safe retreat if any problems arose with the base as a whole. After the green-skinned shape-shifting elf transformed into a human and left, he took a detour to a messy slum area and was suddenly called back by Jiang Ziliu through the air. The higher the soul strength of the Beastmaster, the farther the distance at which the beast can be recalled from the taming space. The distance between him and the green-skinned shape-shifting elf reached 800 meters. Knowing that 4 forces were looking for him, Jiang Ziliu was cautious and careful in every move he made. After watching his parents from afar for another 2 days and making sure that no one was targeting them and that they were all fine, Jiang Ziliu left in tears and embarked on his own journey towards a further adventure. Chapter 55. There are a total of 5 bases near Base 10, which together form a small level 4 base cluster. But strictly speaking, they are still in the hinterland under human control, an area where the number and level of exotic beasts are weakened, making it difficult for powerful exotic beasts to survive for long. These level 4 bases don't even have names, most of them only have a number. They are like villages and towns in a normal society, without a real front line to provide basic forces and resources such as population. Truly advanced bases exist in areas close to where exotic beasts are active or powerful. These are dangerous areas, but also areas with extremely rich resources. Jiang Ziliu's next target is the junction of a river and a lake, nearly 600 kilometers away from base number 12. There exists a large base here with a population of over 3 million. But this kind of base is just a 3rd-level base under Chang'an base, but the 3rd-level base has a name. This base is called Linjian base. Because this base has existed for nearly 600 years. It was built under the leadership of a gold-level beastmaster named Yu Linjian. During the construction of this 3rd-level base, a terrifying tide of beasts broke out and attacked it. It was Yu Linjian, the beastmaster, who fought a bloody battle with the hostile high-level gold-level beasts and repelled the enemy, allowing the Linjian base to be successfully established. This was an era when individual power was incomparably terrifying. In order to commemorate Yu Linjian's military exploits, people later called the entire base Linjian base. There is a rock-paved avenue leading to base number 12. The avenue is nearly 1,300 kilometers long and 100 meters wide, making it a true super avenue. The huge stones used to build the avenue are also 5 meters long, 3 meters wide and 3 meters thick. A large number of extraordinary beastmasters cut through the mountains to make roads and paved stones to build roads, successfully building this highway that connects all the 4th-level bases to the Linjian base. The powerful strength and extraordinary skills of beastmen and beastmasters make it possible to build such roads at a speed no slower than in the ordinary industrial era. After humans have acquired powerful strength, their work efficiency is very high. Such a wide road was built to facilitate the travel of giant beasts. If the road was like the one in Jiang Ziliu's previous life, some large beasts would not be able to pass quickly. The design requirement is to allow giant beasts to pass through, so the bearing capacity of each of its boulders is also hundreds of tons. After the great changes in the world, rivers and lakes have also expanded greatly. Humans used their extraordinary strength and skills to build giant stone bridges across these transformed super rivers. These stone bridges were also built using tough boulders weighing hundreds of tons as bricks in an extremely crude and simple manner. Although its structure is simple, its sturdiness and bearing capacity are no less than those of steel and concrete bridges. Because this boulder is a tougher stone than granite. In order to build the Eagle Bridge, humans mobilized a large number of giant apes that were hundreds of meters tall. The power of this beast ranges from hundreds to tens of thousands of tons, and it can easily manipulate rocks to complete this task. The roads throughout the human heartland were built in this way. The emergence of beast tamers not only did not reduce mankind's productivity, but because of the existence of extraordinary powers and skills, it greatly expanded mankind's productivity, making it possible to do many things that ordinary technology could not do. Jiang Ziliu did not delay, but let the green-skinned shape-shifting elf transform into a wind-piercing blue-feathered eagle and fly along this road all the way to the third-level Linjian base. Along the way, he saw caravans of all sizes traveling back and forth on this road, and the majority of the transportation work was basically undertaken by beasts such as the earth bull. Some caravans used giant elephants that weighed 70 to 80 tons and were more than 30 meters tall for transportation. The carrying capacity of this giant beast is also over 50 tons. The transport capacity of the beastman is in no way inferior to the torrent of trucks in his previous life. It was not surprising that the merchants below saw Jiang Ziliu flying in the sky with a different face. Jiang Ziliu rode on a flying eagle and saw many other people riding eagle-like beasts traveling back and forth in the air along this road. On this avenue, there is a military fortress every 30 kilometers or so. It is the power that maintains the road. There are service areas near the military fortresses that can provide accommodation, animal food, drinking water, and other supplies and services. The green-skinned shape-shifting elf has a B-level skill to transform into an animal. It can completely transform into an eagle and take Jiang Ziliu flying. His journey was very smooth, and human forces were constantly clearing out the threats on both sides of the road. In less than 3 days, Jiang Ziliu arrived at the Linjian base. This place is far away from the reach of the Blood Eye Adventure Group, the elves, and the werewolves. Jiang Ziliu planned to go to the Linjian base to take a look before making any plans. The wall of Linjian base is 200 meters high and nearly 500 meters wide, and is made up of 10 layers of stone bricks. The entire city wall is 90 kilometers long and 60 kilometers wide. Initially it was only 50 meters wide, but it was later reinforced layer by layer until it reached its current size. It took nearly 50 years to build and reinforce the walls of the entire Linjian base. This time, Jiang Ziliu used the pseudonym Zhou Ziok. The black market's counterfeiting work is very thorough. As long as you can afford the money, they can make it flawless and withstand inspection. He successfully sneaked into the Linjian base and saw the true situation of the base. The Linjian base is very large, but only 1/10 of the area is urban area, and the other 9/10 are agricultural areas. The city wall, which is nearly 90 miles long and 60 miles wide, was mainly built to protect the plain farmland within the city. The Linjian base is different from other bases in that it mainly produces food for humans. The feces of advanced life forms such as alien beasts can become better fertilizer than chemical fertilizers in the previous life after processing. After all, this is a supernatural world, and many things are magical. This piece of farmland in Linjian base not only meets the human food base of Linjian base, but also meets the food needs of more than a dozen level 4 bases nearby. The reason for such high productivity is that everyone has specially contracted a beast with life attributes. This kind of life-controlling skill of taming beasts, combined with good fertilizer, can allow the entire base to produce 4 or even 5 crops a year. As long as there is enough feces from the exotic beasts, humans will not have to worry about food shortages at all. The Linjian base was built at the confluence of rivers and lakes, and what it values is the grain production potential of this plain. What humans truly lack are various advanced resources that allow beast masters to grow, such as Yuan crystal, soul crystal, etc. The third level base is the real basic base for mankind. The fourth level base is a small expansion of humanity on the original basis. It is mainly to provide basic living space for the gradually expanding population, and also to enhance the war potential of the human race in order to deal with the threats from various alien races and beasts. Linjian base is also a special fortress, and it also has enemies to deal with. Less than 100 kilometers away from Linjian Base is a huge rocky forest, where there exists an S-level exotic beast copy space. It was a copy space completely controlled by alien beasts, and it was difficult for humans to enter. The main purpose of Linjian Base is to weaken and control the number of alien beasts rushing out from it, especially the number of high-level alien beasts. But compared to other third-level bases, the pressure here is relatively small. Its main function is to provide food. After arriving at the Linjian Base, Jiang Ziliu lingered in the major bookstores, public libraries, and other places here, constantly collecting and reading books related to beast taming that he had never read before, as well as some other miscellaneous books. He planned to stay here for a month to get to know the situation of nearby and more advanced bases before deciding what to do next. Chapter 56. In the following month, Jiang Ziliu was either reading books or buying books. The blessing of the 6-star bronze life level on memory and comprehension abilities, the soul transformation brought about by the opening of the soul's hidden stars twice, and the improvement brought about by the continuous progress of soul power towards the upper limit, have made Jiang Ziliu's wisdom, memory, and other abilities soar significantly, far exceeding that of ordinary people. He can read a page of a book at a glance and remember it forever. For an ordinary person, 1 month may not be enough to read many books, but Jiang Ziliu finished reading the books he wanted to read in 27 days. Don't forget, Jiang Ziliu also has a special metal plate inlaid with mysterious leaves to bless his wisdom and memory. Moreover, during this period, Jiang Ziliu did not forget to take the potion made from the soul cleansing mushroom. Jiang Ziliu took less than a month to learn all the knowledge he needed to learn. At the same time, he also has a detailed understanding of the situation in this area. Among this knowledge, he actually found information related to space power in an old book he bought at a local stall. With these, combined with his new knowledge, Jiang Ziliu is now confident in handling the next task. That is to awaken the spatial attribute ability of the Kongqing Rock Man. That is to awaken its skill, Earth Space Escape. However, a hidden danger item on Jiang Ziliu's body, that is, the headband-shaped space storage equipment, can be used as a key material for awakening. Who gave it the space and the natural power of space? By consuming this headband-shaped space storage equipment, you can awaken the Earth Space Escape skill of the Kongqing Rock Man, and you can also deal with the hidden danger that may expose your position. Why not do it? Jiang Ziliu opened up a new temporary security layer in the mountains near the Linjian Base, preparing to carry out this task here. But before that, he needed to prepare some necessary resources. The other resources were easy for him to get, as he could buy them with money, but the last special resource was very difficult to obtain. This substance called Hushan black mud can neutralize the force of space, making it slow and stable. Hushan black mud is an A-level resource, which is produced from broken copy spaces. The copy space was opened up by a strong person with space attributes. But it is only a spatial phenomenon at the dimensional space level. Its existence is like the birth, aging, sickness and death of a big tree. It has a slow withering process. The existence of the copy space itself is withering because it exists in the interlayer of time and space, and is constantly eroded by the turbulent forces of time and space, constantly increasing cracks in the copy space itself. When the crack expands to a certain extent, that is the moment when the copy space collapses. A D-level copy space will not exist for more than 100 years. A C-level copy space will not exist for more than 300 years. A B-level copy space can only exist for a maximum of 800 years. When these copy spaces exist, they will constantly interact with the turbulence of space and time, producing a residue with special spatial properties. This residue is the Hushan black abyss mud. It is proof of the copy space zeroing process. When a copy space is destroyed, space annihilation will occur, and everything in the copy space will be directly destroyed. However, there is a kind of substance that will not be destroyed in this state. Instead, it will be expelled and fall to the real level, becoming a black mud. This mud-like substance has good spatial inertia force. Because it is black, it is also called Hushan He Yuan mud. This kind of resource only exists in the hands of human military organizations. They are the only ones who guard each copy space and deal with incidents related to the destruction of the copy space. This material called Hushan black mud is the material of the military organizations. Due to its limited application range, it is often auctioned at major auctions. If Jiang Ziliu wants to get this substance, he can only find a way at the auction. There are not many wealthy households in the 4th level base, but there are many wealthy households in the 3rd level base, and the flow of personnel will be more complicated. Therefore, only the 3rd level bases will have larger auctions. Jiang Ziliu first carefully understood the detailed process of the auction, and finally decided to go to the auction to get the Hushan He Yuan mud that he needed. But he won't go by himself, and it just so happens that the green-skinned shapeshifter can transform into a human, so he can go. And Jiang Ziliu can remotely command its actions through the connection of the contract. The only trouble is that it can't talk. However, the official auction of Linjian base will not allow people to speak directly. They have prepared special electronic equipment, and people only need to press their own bids on the keyboard. This is something that the green-skinned shape-shifting elves can definitely achieve given their intelligence. Electricity, which is rare in the 4th level base, is common in the 3rd level base. Moreover, computers, networks and other resources here are not scarce at all. The gap between the 4th level base and the 3rd level base in all aspects is greater than the gap between a middle-class country and an extremely poor country. The 3rd level base is the truly recognized basic human force group. Today, we are starting the 2nd auction of this half-month. The auction has prepared a large number of scarce resources that are urgently needed by all Beastmasters. Please don't miss it. The auction was hosted by a very charming and sexy beauty. She was a good talker and could easily stir up everyone's passion through words, and then they could not help but prepare to spend money lavishly. Below the platform where she was standing, there were 2 levels of small compartments for the auctioneers. The confidentiality here is very good. Everyone who comes in has a small compartment, but the one on the 2nd floor is more luxurious. Moreover, the compartments are liftable and the exit passages are also changeable. This effectively ensures the Beastmaster's secrecy. If this aspect is not done well, the beast tamer would not dare to come to such a place unless it is necessary. The diversity of the extraordinary world also makes everyone pay more attention to their own safety. During the entire auction, no one shouted out prices directly. All bids were made by typing on the keyboard, with the interval between bids lasting up to 5 minutes. Now, let's welcome our first item. The first lot is a silver-level mutant moonlight fox cub, which is very suitable for A-level geniuses to make a contract with. The reserve price is 1 million yuan, and each bid increase must be no less than 100,000 yuan. Number 333, 1 million yuan. Number 987, 1.3 million yuan. The auction customers bid quickly, but the sound was a unified electronic sound, coming from a loudspeaker on the podium. Moreover, each room number is random, and it is difficult for others to know where a person is from the room number. This kind of auction arrangement was first created by the first auction house in human history. Because of its good confidentiality, this auction house developed rapidly and eventually became the most authoritative and highest volume auction house in the world. The auction house now set up at the Linjian base is also learning other people's processes. If we don't learn, no one will come. In the end, this mutant moonlight fox cub was sold for 2.1 million yuan. Next, the auction items were displayed one by one. Some people choose to bid directly a certain amount of yuan, some choose to bid a certain amount of yuan crystals with certain properties, but in the end the auction house's calculation system will automatically convert the value of the yuan crystals into a certain amount of yuan based on the market price. At the end of the auction, the Hutian He Yuan Ni that Jiang Ziliu had been waiting for finally came out. Lot 37, 300 grams of C-grade Hushan He Yuan mud. The reserve price is 30 million yuan, and each bid must not be less than 1 million yuan. The scene suddenly became a little cold. This kind of material is very rare, but not many people need it. Jiang Ziliu directly quoted the price in yuan jing. Number 352, bid 30 million yuan. Is there a higher offer? After some hesitation, some people started to make bids, and the price quickly rose to 31 million yuan, and then people continued to raise the price. Its price went all the way up to 36 million yuan. Jiang Ziliu also raised the price, and finally he simply asked Kong Qinjian to make a high offer. Number 352, 40 million yuan. After that, no matter how the beautiful auctioneer promoted it, no one would compete with Jiang Ziliu for the spot. Jiang Ziliu then asked the Kongqing rock man to pay the yuan jing through a payment window that was only the size of a bowl, and the other party also delivered the goods he needed to him through the same location. This small window is set very small and low, so that the auction house and the auctioneer cannot see each other directly. For large items, there are other ways to keep them secret and deliver them to the auctioneers. The green-skinned shapeshifter hid under a black robe and then left. Afterwards, Jiang Ziliu confirmed that no one was following him secretly, and then he accepted it and got the material he needed. At this point, all the materials he had obtained and could use were completely used up. After arriving at the safe house outside the base, Jiang Ziliu began to take action. He prepared a special rock bucket, prepared a bucket of liquid medicine, and then used the Hushan Heiyuan mud to wrap the headband-like space equipment inside and let the Kongqing rock man hold it in his hand. Then it sank entirely into the liquid. This medicine can slowly guide the space force out of the space material and penetrate into the living body inside it. The Hushan black mud, on the other hand, can slowly release the force of space and stabilize the space within it. It will not be directly annihilated, but will allow the space inside to slowly shrink, releasing the force of space bit by bit until it finally dissipates safely. The whole process lasted for 3 full days. The headband-shaped space item became pure waste, and the space inside it completely disappeared. However, the Hushan black mud is not consumed. It can still be used as long as the impurities in the medicinal liquid are removed. The repeated use of Hushan Heiyuan mud is also the reason why, although it is precious, its price is not excessive and the demand is not strong. At this time, the transformation of the Kongqing rock was completely completed. Zong's spatial attribute was successfully awakened. Empty blue rock man. Convergence of life breath, SSS grade, rock and earth incarnation, S, rock and earth escape, B grade, rock and earth invisibility, B grade, mutated spirituality, B+, rock and earth stealth, C+, sword mastery, D, 1.6% dwarf titan bloodline, D+, Earth space escape, A+. It has the ability to travel through Earth space, and it is an A level skill. It's a pity for Jiang Ziliu, this skill could be upgraded to S level just one step away. This Earth space escape allows Kongqing rock man to directly enter the subspace realm and move anywhere there are rocks. It can be said that it is more advanced than rock and Earth escape, an advanced skill that combines the power of Earth and space. At this point, Kongqing rock man has completely upgraded to a dual attribute beast of space and earth.